Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Jingle bell 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 bell. Bang. A cone-shaped alarm clock was accurately held by a big hand. Sleep for 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes of sleep. 1 more minute of sleep. Again. Hoo hoo. Luya Parker closed her sleepy eyes. Obviously, the 3-alarm clock set did not succeed in waking him up. At this time, a sound of dong 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 footsteps came from outside, and the door opened immediately. Dear Luya, why don't you get up yet? The school bus is leaving soon. Although May is older, she can still run up to the second floor in one breath. Looking at Luya Parker, who was still sleeping soundly, May felt a little helpless, and at the same time, her eyes were also filled with doting. I know, I'll get up right now. Luya stretched out a hand listlessly and forced himself up from the bed. When he came to the bathroom, Luya looked at his tall self in the mirror, still a little unbelievable that so many years had passed since he traveled through time. Ever since I learned that I have a younger brother named Peter Parker, an adoptive father named Ben, and an adoptive mother named May. Luya then understood that he had traveled to the world of Marvel. The tall and burly Luya looks very different from Peter. This is also normal. Luya is actually a child that Ben adopted when he was a child. Of course, for Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Luya Parker is their own child, just like their nephew Peter Parker. In the bathroom, Luya brushed his teeth and looked at himself in the mirror. Then he opened a panel in his mind. Yes, Luya, as a time traveler, of course has its own system. However, the system has been loading for the past 10 years, and it was only today that it was finally unlocked successfully. This is also the reason why Luya is so sleepy today. He stayed up all night last night silently counting the time to unlock the system. System loading successful. Randomly select templates below. Looking at the images flashing quickly on the system panel, Luya prayed that it would draw a powerful template for him. Please, Brother Tongzi. Template extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the template from the Motherland. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 10%. When the host does something consistent with the behavior of the Motherland, the unlocking level will increase. A powerful force appeared in Luya's body out of thin air, and his body, which was already quite strong, became stronger. Azu's template. Luya was surprised and happy. Although the people of the Motherland have always been called Little Superman, it is undeniable that he is indeed powerful. Only do something consistent with Azu's behavior. Do you want me to go to Yuya Tianshang? There is no way. When it comes to the character design of Azu, Luya remembers this part most clearly in his mind. Does the system want to be the villain? But in this Marvel world, there are a lot of superheroes. Not to mention, younger brother Peter Parker may become Spider-Man in the near future. Don't let yourself die in the middle before unlocking the full version of Azu. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. When I went downstairs, Luya's breakfast for today was already placed on the table, a sandwich and a glass of milk. Young man, I think going to bed early and getting up early is a good virtue, what do you think? Silver-haired Uncle Ben sat on a chair with a newspaper in his hand. I'll be more careful next time, Dad. Luya nodded, grabbed the cup and drank the milk in one gulp. Oh, Luya, slow down, the school bus leaves in 2 minutes, don't choke. Luya nodded again and picked up the sandwich. Then I'll go first, bye. After saying that, Luya opened and closed the door. Bang. Suffer it. Outside the door, Luya was dumbfounded when he looked at the cracked door frame and the door handle in his hand when he closed the door with such force. Damn it, I actually forgot that I have unlocked 10% of Azu's ability. 10% may not seem like much, but it also depends on whose ability it is. As far as the people of the Motherland are concerned, even if it is only 10%, his strength is enough to be called a huge force. I hope the second elder won't be too angry. Seeing that he was about to be late for school, Luya could only put his hand aside, turn around and run towards the street. It's not that I'm afraid of facing my dad's anger, it's just that I'm almost late for school. Yes, that's it. In the house, after Luya closed the door vigorously, a burst of dust fell down like snowflakes. Ben Parker looked at the broken door in disbelief. Is he expressing dissatisfaction to me? He thought Luya was angry at the accusation he had just made. May smiled and comforted. No, Luya has never lost his temper with us, has he? This is a fact, facing Ben and May, who adopted him and raised him from childhood to adulthood. Luya truly regards them as his relatives. Besides, Ben and May are originally people of high moral character, which makes it difficult to hate them. Maybe, but who knows what a young man of this age would be thinking. Maybe I should talk to him when I get back tonight. Uncle Ben muttered, and stood up to check the damage to the door. On the street, a young man with a gentle appearance but a thin body was waiting anxiously on the side of the road. The young man is Peter Parker, and the school bus behind him is about to leave. Looking at the figure appearing in the distance, Peter let out a sigh of relief. Finally. Luya, why did you get up later than me today? Generally speaking, Luya rarely wakes up late, and Peter stays in bed. Today it was the other way around, which made Peter a little strange. Well, I had some insomnia last night. Luya made an excuse at random. When passing Peter, seeing that the school bus was about to start, she dragged him onto the school bus. Huh? Peter looked confused. He didn't know what happened. Why did he fly into the car instantly? Fortunately, Peter was a little confused at this stage, so he didn't take what just happened to his heart. Looking at the car full of people, Peter's fearful heart was troubled again. Seeing that every double seat in the car was occupied by someone, he didn't know what to say. Luya doesn't care so much, and the location here is not private, so you can sit down if you want. Looking at the empty seat closest to him, Luya sat on it directly. What is the name of the girl with auburn hair next to her, Liz or Nizai? Forget it, that's not important. Here, Nizai suddenly felt a boy with a scorching breath sitting next to her, and she immediately blushed. Does he like me? Yes, of all the seats, he sat next to me. In fact, this position is just closest to the lure, it's that simple. Chapter 2. Here, Peter is still struggling to find his seat. He was very withdrawn in school and hardly talked to any other classmates except Luya. Therefore, no one wants to sit with Peter. In fact, Luya is also very lonely in the eyes of everyone. However, Luya has a strong physique and handsome appearance. He once defeated 3 out-of-school gangsters by himself, so his image is much better. When they got inside the school bus, the short-sighted Peter suddenly discovered the goddess in his mind, Mary Jane, also known as MJ. However, at this time, Jane was nestled in the arms of another boy. She seemed to have just finished talking about an interesting topic, and the smile on her face had not completely faded. However, this scene directly broke Peter's heart. The boy holding Jane's arms was named Thompson, and he had nicknamed Peter Tiny Peter in school. In fact, Peter's academic performance was very good, but it was only because he was labeled as a weak that he was in his current situation. Seeing Peter's confused and helpless look, Thompson hugged Mary Jane tighter. At the same time, he said that sentence. What a puny Peter. As soon as these words came out, the whole school bus was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Whether it's really funny or not, Thompson is very popular anyway and is the star of the school's olive tree team. No one wants to offend such a person. However, when Peter didn't know what to do, a voice sounded. I said. Thompson suddenly felt that the light in front of him had dimmed. Looking up, he saw a burly boy with blonde hair standing in front of him. Thompson, you should take good care of your mouth, otherwise, I don't know if it can make a sound next time. It was Luya who stood up for Peter. After all, he was Peter's brother in name for the rest of his life. How could he pretend to turn a blind eye when he saw his younger brother being bullied? Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 1%. Current Motherland template unlocking degree, 11%. Is there such a good thing? Luya was shocked. He just verbally threatened Thompson, but actually directly accelerated the unlocking speed of the Motherland template by 1%. It seems that it is not that difficult to fully unlock it to 100%. This was far beyond Luya's expectations. In his seat, he looked at the lure that was threatening him, and the students who were watching the show around him. A vein popped out on Thompson's head, and he didn't choose to endure it. Hey kid. Ignoring the obstruction from Jane beside him, he stood up. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? As he spoke, he grabbed Luya's collar. Seeing that the situation was really about to start a fight, the others suddenly couldn't sit still. This is a school bus. If the bus loses control, it's no joke. Snap. In mid-air, Thompson's hand was held by a stronger hand. You. Thompson looked at Luya in disbelief. The huge force coming from his wrist was constantly stimulating his nerves. Damn guy. Thompson's face was distorted as if he was suffering from super male syndrome, and his other hand was hitting Luya's face. To be honest, if an ordinary person was punched by Thompson so directly, not to mention going straight to the west, it would at least be a concussion. Never underestimate the power of rugby players. Their physiques are beyond comparison with ordinary people. Beside him, Jane had already begun to scream. She couldn't believe that the boyfriend she had just dated might be about to send her classmate to the hospital. Behind him, Peter clumsily tried to do something. He understood that his brother Luya had only angered Thompson for his own sake. In the front seat of the school bus, Nizai looked at all this with great concern. Click. 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 A heartbreaking sound came, accompanied by Thompson's scream. Ah! What is he doing? Everyone looked at Thompson with a distorted face in confusion. Why did his body suddenly sway? Only a few people close to Thompson knew, including himself. The faint click sound just now actually came from Thompson's wrist caught by the lure. At this time, Thompson felt that as long as the lure exerted a little more force, his wrist would be completely destroyed. Be careful next time. If you don't keep your mouth shut, it won't be as simple as today. After saying that, Luya let go. Boom. Thompson was relieved and slumped in his seat. At this time, people around him also reacted. In the conflict just now, Luya obviously had the upper hand. Suddenly, there were more whispers around him. How is it possible? This is lightning. How can you give in so easily? Lightning is Thompson's nickname, which represents his lightning-like figure in football games. Normally, football players represent the strongest students in the entire school. Not to mention a popular star player in the school like Thompson. However, this is the fact. Thompson was subdued by Luya with one hand in full view of the public. Wow, how did you do that? Peter looked at his brother in surprise. He didn't understand when his brother became so strong. Although Luya has been very strong since he was a child and is taller than his peers, he is not able to completely defeat Lightning Thompson. Tisk. Luya glanced at his cheap brother and said. There is an old saying in the East. Oh, I know, tell Zixi to cover Junja. Stupid, this is the day when we are separated from each other, so we should look at each other with admiration. Unfortunately, because it was translated into English, a language with no artistic conception, Peter could not understand the meaning of the sentence. He just touched his head unconsciously and looked at the back of Luya, who turned around and was more than half a head taller than him. If I could have such a figure, I might be able to attract the attention of girls. Peter is not a fool, on the contrary, he is very sensitive. When I first got on the bus, the people in the car looked at me and my brother obviously differently. Especially Nazai, who was sitting next to her brother. She was leaning against him like a nymphomaniac at the moment. Peter looked at Jane again, who was overwhelmed by Thompson's anger. In fact, Jane is the white moonlight in Peter's heart. But in fact, she is also a girl with some inferiority complex. Her parents treated her very badly, beating and scolding her at every turn, which made her develop a sensitive heart. Agreeing to be Thompson's girlfriend was just to fit into everyone's circle and not to be isolated. After glancing at Peter, Jane looked at the lure. It would be great if I had a brother like this. In that case, I will definitely not be bullied anymore. Chapter 3. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 3%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 14%. A system notification sounded in his mind, and Luya felt that although his body size had not increased again, the strength of his whole body had increased significantly. At the same time, my eyes have become clearer. I was slightly myopic before, but now everything around me has become extremely clear. I don't know when I will be able to unlock Cyclops. Although not as powerful as Superman's heat vision, Cyclops is still a very destructive skill. Anyway, there is no problem in using it to penetrate normal steel. Soon, the school bus arrived and the students walked into the school one after another. Studying time is always boring for Luya, so he spent most of his time sleeping today. After a stressful and exciting day of napping, the school bell rang. Luya packed his things. Today he had his own threat. As expected, Thompson did not come to trouble Peter again. Hi. Suddenly, a blonde girl said hello to Luya. Luya, there is a party at my house tonight, do you want to come? Oh, Gwen. Looking at the blonde girl with a proud figure in front of her, Luya nodded. I'll go when I have time. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to make it tonight because he had some other plans for the evening. In fact, Luya was still surprised for a long time when he first learned about Gwen's appearance. Their acquaintance was accidental. In the movie version of Spider-Man, there is no version in which MJ and Gwen Stacy appear at the same time. Besides, Gwen shouldn't have shown up in high school. But in the Marvel world, there are countless parallel worlds, so it's not surprising at first glance. However, Luya did not refuse Gwen's invitation. After all, who can say no to a blonde girl with a perky A? Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 1%. The current Motherland template unlock level is 15%. This works too. Luya looked at the system template dumbfounded. At night, Peter came to Gwen's home alone. In fact, Gwen has a wide range of friends. Although they are not in the same class, many classmates in Luya's class have also been invited by her. The Gwen in this world is actually more like the comic version, heroic and bold. When Peter arrived at Gwen's house, the party was about to start, and many people were busy inside. Suddenly, a figure with red hair caught his attention. Hi Jane. Peter seemed to have enlightened himself this time. Instead of standing there stupidly, he took the fruit plate from Jane's hand. "Good evening, Peter." When Jane saw Peter, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She was sensitive in her heart and naturally understood Peter's feelings for her. However, Peter is too cowardly now and has never dared to express his feelings. "Hey Peter, isn't your brother here today?" At this time, Gwen, wearing hot pants and exuding a hot aura, walked over. She thought Luya would come with Peter, but when she looked around, she only saw Peter's figure. Brother, he said, he will come over later." Gwen's dress really brought huge amounts of shock to Peter's young mind, and this time, he couldn't speak clearly again. "Well, then I'll prepare the party stuff first, you can do whatever you want." Gwen blinked, then turned, and left. Seeing Gwen leave, Peter wiped the sweat that had appeared on his forehead with his sleeve. "My brother is really popular with girls. He is not stupid, and he has no friendship with Gwen. Is it because of his brother Luya that he can come to her party?" At this time, Luya was walking on the street, holding a newspaper in his hand. "This is it." Looking at a gate covered with graffiti, Luya compared the address in the newspaper in his hand and finally determined that he had found the place he was looking for. Amateur boxing. In the original movie, Peter came here to make money boxing after becoming Spider-Man. The registration fee is $50. As long as you play for 3 minutes in each game, you can get $3,000 if you lose. In front of the bar, the person in charge took one look at Luya's figure and nodded with satisfaction. The previous guys who came to sign up were so thin that it was difficult to survive even 10 seconds, let alone 3 minutes. "Then what if I win?" Luya slapped a handful of change on the table. This was all the assets he had accumulated for a long time. There is no way, it turns out he is poor. But now it's better. This kind of black boxing arena is simply the perfect place to earn your first pot of gold. 1. The middle-aged person in charge looked at Luya with disdain. "If you win, get 5,000. In fact, the winning and losing numbers were 3,000, but the person in charge didn't think Luya would win at all, so he just said a number casually. "Very good." Luya nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the back of Luya entering the arena, the middle-aged person in charge shook his head. "Young people today, you have no idea what kind of existence your opponent is." Entering the arena, Luya happened to see the last amateur boxer passing by him. He was lying on a stretcher with injuries all over his body. After being carried out by 2 men in black, he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Then look at the ring in the middle of the field, or rather, the cage. A huge figure roared inside, beating its chest crazily. His whole body is covered in fat. Luya roughly estimates that he is over 2 meters tall and weighs at least 300 to 400 kilograms. The audience also shouted wildly. "Fat Hammer, I love you so much. Where's the next show? Let's start the show quickly." The spotlight was given to the host. "Please invite our next challenger." "Excuse me, this player, what is your name?" The spotlight shifted again, showing Luya in front of everyone. Fortunately, Luya bought a Stars and Stripes mask before he came. Now he puts on the mask and no one knows his identity. "I am." Luya thought for a moment. "America's man." The host choked, "What the hell is this FG name?" But his duty is not to let the game become cold. "Ahem, people of the motherland. Our new player title is, People of the Motherland." As soon as the words motherland came out, there seemed to be a magic power, and everyone present seemed to shudder. "Hey, it's strange. Why does it feel like the air has suddenly become colder? A native of the motherland? Why does it sound so cool? Oh haha." The corner of Luya's mouth curled up slightly, it seemed that this name was going to be carried forward in another world. "Hey, I said, speed up." Luya entered the scene in 1 second and looked at the host with 3 parts impatience, 5 parts coldness and 2 parts murderous eyes. With 15% of the strength of the motherland, his eyes became fierce. Okay. The host didn't know why, he felt panicked. "We invite the players from the motherland to come on stage. Unlocking degree of motherland template increased by 1%. Unlocking degree of motherland template, 16%. Chapter 4. When Luya stepped into the middle of the ring and looked at the chains wrapped around the ring, he actually became excited. Will the motherland template affect me? Luya didn't know that if he put on a mask, why didn't he take off the mask? In the ring, the guy known as the Fat Hammer has defeated 5 opponents tonight. And every one of them is either dead or disabled. At the same time, he is also one of the aces in this black boxing ring. Seeing the strong Luya walking into the cage, Fat Hammer's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. As the name suggests, Fat Hammer Man is as fat as a pig and his fists are like 2 huge amounts of hammers. It can be seen that he has specially practiced kung fu. "Boy, are you ready to die? So crazy?" The brows under Luya's mask raised. If this is the case, then I won't hold back. It can be said that there are not many good fighters in this kind of boxing ring. Especially this fat hammer, who is taking human life as a trifling matter, so there is no need for him to bear the psychological burden. Fat pig, wait for death. Luya held out his thumb and then pointed it down. Ah! Such a provocative scene directly made Fat Hammer lose his mind. Because Luya has already stepped into the ring, according to the rules, the game has begun. I'm going to beat you to death. The scene suddenly burst into cheers. What are you looking for when you come to see Fat Hammer? Of course he was the one hitting people. Boom. Fat Hammer's fat body ran very slowly. After clenching his casserole-sized fists, he hammered Luya's head directly from top to bottom. Good guy. If ordinary people were hit in the face by this punch, they would basically go to see their mother-in-law. This is also the reason why the boxing ring dares to offer such high bonuses. 3,000 in 3 minutes regardless of winning or losing. It's not that easy to get at all. However, these are for ordinary people. Luya now possesses 16% of the ability of the people of the motherland, and it is impossible to be afraid of this fat hammer. Punch me. Luya looked at the fist that was hammering at him and did not dodge. Instead, he punched hard. Click. The sound of bones breaking came. Fat Hammer looked at his limp fist. After a while, the pain began to appear. Ah! A scream that was louder than before came out. It really seemed like a pig was being killed. A broken bone is no worse than a skin injury. It can be said that Fat Hammer has never suffered such a serious injury in his time in the black boxing ring. Outside the court, the audience was also stunned. They didn't expect that with such a huge difference in body size, someone could really challenge Fat Hammer head-on and win completely. People of the motherland. Come on, people of the motherland. People of the motherland, smash that fat pig. The audience doesn't care who wins, they just know who is stronger and they will follow it. Luya listened to the growing cheers around him, opened his hands. This feeling seems wonderful. Unlocking degree of motherland template increased by 4%. Unlocking degree of motherland template, 20%. An even greater energy appeared in Luya's body, and his eyes began to flash slightly with red light. Soon. Maybe at least 30%, you can unlock the Cyclops by yourself. On the other side, Fuyazui looked at the people around him who originally supported him. They all turned against him. Instead, they supported Luya, and his eyes began to turn red. No. I am the strongest. Amidst the roar, Fat Hammer jumped up after a short run-up. Crush you to death. Under the force of his jump, the whole arena made an overwhelmed sound of creak, creak, creak. Luya raised his head and looked at the dark top of his head. Regardless of the exclamations of the audience outside the venue, he remained motionless. Is he crazy? No, Fuyazui Shao said it was 400 pounds, but he didn't hide. I originally thought there was a great new guy coming, but who knew it would just be like this? Boom. The Fat Hammer finally came down, but unlike his expectation of crushing the lure with his weight, he found that he actually stopped floating in mid-air. Fat pig, you are quite heavy. Below him, Luya's voice came. This time, Fuyazui was finally afraid. He didn't understand that with his own weight and the inertia of his fall, could a person really catch this kind of force? Unfortunately, these were his last thoughts. In the hands of Luya, although the Fat Hammer is huge, it is just a larger toy. I saw Luya bending back, and then... boom. The Fat Hammer was smashed onto the ring with all his strength. In just an instant, Fat Hammer lost consciousness and passed out. And as he landed, the entire arena finally couldn't support it and collapsed to one side. Ah! Everyone looked at the dusty arena, and their hearts were filled with shock. All I can say is that this ticket is worth it. When the dust dispersed, Luya had opened the chain and walked out. It was as if the battle just now was just an insignificant warm-up for him, and he didn't even break out a drop of sweat. Of course, while Luya's martial arts value amazed everyone, it was also noticed by a few interested people. At this time, among the excited crowd, a middle-aged man's voice came from the earphones of a man in black. Check his background and see if we can use him. Yes, boss. Luya didn't know that his performance tonight had attracted the attention of some people, and he was being targeted as a result. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Although his physical strength cannot be said to be invincible now, he is at least invulnerable. Luya estimated that his body should be able to carry ordinary firearms. Looking at the collapsed arena, Luya shook his head helplessly. I originally wanted to play more games. After all, the person in charge at the door said that for every win, I would get 5,000 yuan. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible. However, 5,000 yuan is not a lot. In this day and age, 5,000 yuan can even buy a pretty good second-hand luxury car. When I walked up to the person in charge who was taking a nap, I really didn't know how he could still sleep because there was so much noise inside. Wake up, it's time to pay. Huh? It's over. Seeing the intact lure standing in front of him, the middle-aged person in charge looked surprised. This guy is actually not dead? Did Fat Hammer change his gender today? He knows that since Fat Hammer appeared, no one who challenged him has ever been able to walk through this door standing upright. He also made a lot of money from it. After all, if people are dying, how can they come to pay for themselves? He looked at Luya's clothes, which were about to burst with muscles, and then took a look at the security guards in the venue. The middle-aged person in charge muttered and reluctantly took out 10 green tickets. Now, here's your bonus tonight. Tisk. Luya sneered and came to life again. Chapter 5. The middle-aged person in charge looked pained, as if he had suffered a huge loss. I remember, we agreed to give 5,000 yuan if we win the game, right? There was a hint of coldness in Luya's voice. However, the middle-aged person in charge had no idea what was going on inside or what kind of existence he had provoked. In his opinion, he is willing to give you 1,000 because of your strong figure. If it were someone else, haha, 100 would be nice. Just say whether you want it or not, and forget it if you don't want it. As he said that, the middle-aged person in charge retracted his hand and actually wanted to swallow the 1,000 yuan. He has been in this boxing ring for a long time, who hasn't seen him? Judging from the appearance of the boy in front of me, it's impossible that the total of his clothes would exceed 200. Bang. Luya won't accept this nonsense and want to steal my money. There was only a loud noise, and the horizontal counter in front of him was punched in half by Luya. Goodoo. The middle-aged person in charge swallowed hard as he looked at the horrifying scene in front of him. You are a mutant. The middle-aged person in charge follows the boss behind the boxing ring, so he still knows a little bit about the super abilities in this world. However, Luya doesn't care what he is thinking, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. I said. Luya pulled his star-spangled flag mask up a little. You just made me feel very bad. Don't you think I should pay some mental damages? He emphasized the word a little bit very hard. How dare the person in charge say no at this time? His legs were trembling. I understand. Anyway, let's get rid of this evil star first, and then report it to the boss. Snap. Luya snapped his fingers and said with a smile. I just like to deal with cheerful people. Then, feel free to come up with 100 or 80,000. He just saw a box full of money next to the person in charge. Crack. How many? The person in charge glanced at the box next to him, and the 100,000 yuan in it was supposed to be paid to Fat Hammer. He couldn't imagine how he would be manipulated by Fat Hammer if he lost his money. However, before he could think about it, a big hand passed over him and grabbed the cash box. This is your apology to me. Luya opened the box and revealed the 100,000 yuan inside. Yes, there are more than I thought. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased, 3%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 23%. Luya looked at the prompts given by the system. Why does this count? Am I not taking something that belongs to me? You can't take this money away. The middle-aged person in charge was really anxious this time. His fat body quickly rushed towards the money box in Luya's hand. Give it back to me quickly. If Fat Hammer finds out, he will kill us. The person in charge didn't care whether Fat Hammer would kill the young man in front of him. But if he loses his money, he will never get any good results. Bang. The door to the boxing ring suddenly opened, and several bodyguards in black appeared from inside. Seeing this scene, the person in charge knew that tonight's game might end early and the Fat Hammer would come out. As a result, he became even more eager to snatch the money box back from Luya. It's a pity that he is just an ordinary person. In front of Luya, who has 23% of Azu's power, he is undoubtedly as fragile as a baby. Seeing that he couldn't get it back, the person in charge decided to leave it alone. Boy, do you know you're in trouble? Wait. He shouted towards the infield. Master Chui. Master Chui. Hammer. The call stopped suddenly, and a scene that he would never forget in his life appeared before him. He saw that Fat Hammer, who had an invincible image in his mind, was like a dead pig being dragged along by several bodyguards. Looking in their direction, it turned out to be the backyard of the boxing ring. And there, the middle-aged person in charge knew that all the boxers who were seriously injured and lost their ability would be pulled there. He turned his head with difficulty, and all he saw was a stars and stripes mask and a slightly raised face. No wonder he is so confident. No wonder he ended tonight's game so quickly. The middle-aged person in charge understood that Fat Hammer had been defeated by the guy in front of him. Didn't you notice that the bodyguards all looked frightened when they saw this guy? Hee hee, hee hee. He smiled dryly and silently moved away from the exit. Your boxing gym is good. I'll come again next time. Luya put the cash box on his waist and left the boxing ring gracefully. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a rich man to be a man without money. Even the system can't conjure money out of thin air for you, you still have to rely on your own efforts. Luya looked into the depths of this boxing ring. If I can get this boxing ring, can't I just stay at home and make money? But as soon as this idea appeared, Luya shook his head. I'm not a robber. Besides, this is a society governed by law. How can I rob other people's things? Walking on the street, it was already late at night. Luya suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten a party. Unfortunately, at this time, I'm afraid the party at Gwen's house has already ended. In fact, high school is no better than college. Even if students hold a party, it usually won't be held until very late unless the party has some other purpose. When he got home, Luya looked at the brand new door handle and the repaired door frame and sighed. Oh, I don't know what Dad should say to me. I broke the door today and came home so late. Luya was already thinking about how to explain. Squeak. The door opened, and it was my mother, May, who opened the door. Oh Luya, you're finally back. It's getting very late. Oh yes, Luya was still thinking about what excuse to make. However, Luya's tangled expression had another meaning in the eyes of her mother, May. Oh, don't be embarrassed, my boy. What? What's the excuse? Luya was a little confused. You know, it's not a shame to fall in love with a girl at this age. Why does it seem like there's something wrong with the style of painting? Luya was a little confused, but he guessed that Peter must have said something for him in front of his mother. Your father is already asleep. Keep your voice down when you go upstairs so as not to wake him up. The white-haired May looked at her burly son lovingly, liking him no matter how much he looked at him. Although her husband said that he would teach Luya a lesson tonight, she knew that her son had always been obedient. Today's behavior is just a small thing that happens to a normal adolescent young person. Okay mom, good night. Luya breathed a sigh of relief, but he really couldn't bear to lie. Chapter 6. All the way upstairs, Luya entered his bedroom and gently closed the door. The 100,000 yuan won in the boxing ring cannot be used openly. Ben is an extremely upright person. If he knew that his son's money actually came from the black boxing ring, he would definitely be very sad. Luya put the money under his bed to prepare for future emergencies. The next day, Midtown High School. Luya was walking on campus when suddenly a golden figure blocked his way. Luya, why didn't you come to my party last night? Gwen, with blonde hair, stood in front of Luya. Her expression seemed to be very dissatisfied with Luya for releasing her pigeon yesterday. It's no wonder that Gwen is different from other girls. She is hot, sexy, and generous. Other students can also see this from the luxury of Gwen's house yesterday. The comparison of Luya is not very clear. The current Marvel world is obviously somewhat different from the movie universe I have watched. Well, I was delayed by something last night. Luya thought for a while and gave the simple answer. How can a woman or anything else be more important than becoming stronger? Gwen was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. That's it? She looked at Luya, who had an indifferent expression on his face even though he was explaining, and the corners of his mouth curved into a nice curve. Isn't this reason enough? Luya glanced at Gwen in surprise. What if? All right. Gwen nodded, but the excitement in her eyes flickered even more. In school, Gwen has many suitors, and it can be said that there are all kinds of suitors. But none of these people could catch Gwen's eyes. Because in Gwen's eyes, these people who pursue themselves are either glib and self-righteous, or brainless fools. Of course, there were also people who deliberately approached me with a cold persona, and then their true colors were revealed under my casual teasing. But Luya is different. Gwen looked at Luya's expression. His self-confidence and leisurely manner are truly engraved in his bones, and he is not just pretending to attract himself. And this also aroused Gwen's strong curiosity. She didn't understand why the personalities of Luya and Peter, two brothers from the same family, were so different. So, she responded with a smile. Okay, Luya, I wonder if you are free to go shopping with me tonight. Faced with Gwen's invitation, Luya felt that there was no need to refuse, so he agreed. He also wanted to know more about the girl who was almost certain to die in the original work. At this time, Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man and Luya's cheaper brother, was walking by listlessly. His sad expression was like that of a broken dog. In fact, just this morning, Peter, sitting on the school bus, was still regretting and wondering why Mary Jane didn't come today. As a result, when the school bus was halfway through, he saw Mary Jane, sitting in Thompson's new car. At this moment, Peter's lovelorn mood reached its peak, even though he had never been in love with Jane. He simply thought that maybe if he had a car, he would be able to please Jane. "It's a pity that my family is not rich, especially this morning," Uncle Ben told everyone that he is unemployed. Even a second-hand sports car costs several thousand in this era. This is not a price that an ordinary family can afford. Moreover, at this stage, Peter has not been bitten by the chosen spider. Even if he wants to make money part-time, he does not have the ability. "Is that your brother?" Gwen looked at Peter walking by and asked Luya. Of course this was a question he asked knowingly. Looking at the sad look on his cheap brother's face, Luya felt a little speechless in his heart. He could guess that Peter looked like this because of Mary Jane. But although Mary Jane lived next door to his house, Peter rarely talked to her. Although he was close to the water, he missed this opportunity. Besides, Luya didn't think Mary Jane was such a good girl. Peter's obsession with her is entirely the result of white moonlight in his mind. In fact, Jane's purpose in agreeing to be Thompson's girlfriend was very simple. She just wanted to avoid being ostracized by Thompson's circle. At the same time, due to domestic violence, a wealthy star like Thompson can indeed give Mary Jane more security. Luya shook his head with some hatred. If he hadn't become Spider-Man in the future, maybe Peter and Jane would never have a relationship again. "But you are thin, can you exercise?" Just like Luya himself, although he is naturally taller, he is actually not very strong at the beginning. It's just that Marvel America's current situation makes Luya always have a sense of crisis in his heart, so he exercises all the year round, so he has a strong physique. In fact, the school olive tree team once offered Luya an olive branch. If this was a normal world, maybe Luya would actually choose to be a rugby player. It's just a pity that the Marvel world is a world full of superpowers. In fact, ordinary people are not much different from ants. Just like when the Avengers faced off against Thanos, Thanos snapped his fingers and half of the world's population disappeared. Returning to his thoughts, Luya also saw Thompson driving Mary Jane into the school in his car. This time, he also determined the specific reason for Peter's sadness. Sure enough, I guessed right, it was really Mary Jane's fault. In class, Luya looked at the data on the system panel. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 23%. Tisk, this progress is still a bit slow. Luya was thinking about where to go to quickly unlock progress. It's just that Luya didn't think of any good solution until school was over. It's really embarrassing at this point in time. The so-called light and darkness coexist, black and white coexist. Before Peter became Spider-Man, there were few supervillains in New York. Forget it, the teacher told me during class today that I will visit the General Electronics Laboratory Company tomorrow. If I remember correctly, that's where the chosen spider that bit Peter was. The only thing Luya is worried about now is whether his presence will incite the wings of the butterfly, causing the chosen spider to not bite Peter. However, Luya didn't think the problem was big. After all, he hadn't interfered too much in Peter's life over the years. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation from the students in the class. "Wow, she's so hot. It would be nice if you were my girlfriend." "Dream on, I heard that no one in our school has been able to catch up with Gwen Stacy." Gwen specially changed into a suspender skirt for her date in the evening. Paired with her blonde hair, her whole body seemed to be bathed in a layer of brilliance. Chapter 7. At the end of the classroom, Lightning Thompson, who was just about to go to the football field for training, stopped. "Thompson, what's wrong?" Mary Jane also stopped. She had been invited by her new boyfriend to watch his football training game. Following Thompson's gaze, she saw Gwen. At this moment, Mary Jane's expression turned cold. No one wants their boyfriend to like another girl. Although Mary Jane accommodated Thompson in everything, she was afraid of being ostracized after losing Thompson. But she can't bear her boyfriend staring at other girls in front of her. So, she immediately stood in front of Thompson and angrily blocked his view. Thompson also came back to his senses, an embarrassed expression flashed across his face, but then it was hidden. He smiled lightly and hugged Mary Jane gently. "Hey Jane, you know." Thompson's face was still smiling, but his voice was cold. "You can't interfere in my affairs. We agreed a long time ago. Have you forgotten?" Thompson didn't have deep feelings for Jane, he just admired Cinderella. She is just a beautiful girl born in a poor family. Do she really think she is a white swan? Thompson didn't know how hurtful his words were. After hearing these words, Mary was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes turned red, and she was a little doubtful at this moment whether her choice to be Thompson's girlfriend was really the right choice. Such a humiliation, no matter how much Mary Jane deceived herself, she couldn't pretend she couldn't hear it. So, she broke away from Thompson's arms. "Thompson, you BD." However, Thompson just spat and then pulled her back into his arms. "What, have you forgotten what I bought you in the past 2 days?" How can there be such a good thing if you just want to leave after getting the benefits? Hearing this, Mary Jane, who was still struggling, stopped, and she closed her eyes in pain. These are all things that I have been mentally prepared for, right? This scene was seen by Peter from a distance, and his eyes turned red when he saw that the goddess in his heart was being bullied. Peter didn't know where the courage came from, and he suddenly stood up. Thompson. You are not allowed to bully Jane. Peter walked up to Thompson in a few steps and stared at Thompson hard. Suddenly, the whole class's attention was attracted to Peter, even Gwen was no exception. Thompson was really startled when he was yelled at for no reason. However, when he saw that the person yelling at him was insignificant Parker, he became filled with anger and embarrassment. Was he actually threatened by such a trash? Thompson looked at Peter, who lowered his head halfway, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Next to her, Mary Jane showed a somewhat grateful look. When she was most embarrassed, Peter was willing to stand up and speak for herself, which moved Mary Jane's heart. However, she was horrified to see her boyfriend grabbing Peter's collar. Pong. Thompson dragged Peter and pressed him against the door. With a smile on his face. Oh, look. Look at our poor little Peter. Thompson used his arm so hard that he actually pulled Peter a few centimeters off the ground. Remember Peter. Mary Jane is my girlfriend. If you dare to interfere in my affairs with him again, I will let you know what cruelty is. Bang. Thompson slapped Peter hard again, knocking Peter against the door. Aren't you going to help your brother? At this time, Gwen walked to Luya's side. This is a necessary step for him to grow up. Luya said calmly. Peter's strength comes from the hardships he faced while growing up. After he becomes Spider-Man, he will naturally return everything today to Thompson. As long as Thompson doesn't go too far, Luya doesn't plan to take care of it. After all, for Peter's excessive kindness that makes him a loser, he actually hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. Well, you two brothers are really weird. Gwen was non-committal about Luya's statement. However, Thompson's next words angered Luya. I think only your cowardly Uncle Ben can teach you such a cowardly waste, ha 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 ha. The anger in his heart made Thompson lose his mind and say this. However, Ben's status is irreplaceable, whether in others or in Luya's heart. Especially Luya, who was an orphan in his previous life, has a deeper feeling for his father Ben Parker in this life. Ben and May's selfless love, meticulous care for themselves, etc., make Luya unable to bear the insults to them. How dare he? How dare he? Next to Thompson, Peter, who was closer to him, had already jumped up in anger and pounced on him. You are not allowed to insult Uncle Ben. Bang. Thompson looked at Peter who was rushing toward him, smiled contemptuously, and pushed him away. Under this push, Peter's thin body directly knocked open the classroom door and fell out of the classroom. Mary Jane couldn't stand it any longer. She struggled internally and wanted to help Peter up. However, seeing her boyfriend Thompson's domineering expression, she once again gave up the idea in frustration. She didn't want to endure the violence anymore. If she offended Thompson, she would receive violence that was more hurtful than a beating, which was the cold violence from most of her classmates. Thompson laughed. He showed off his strength wantonly, but actually wanted to get more attention. He glanced at Gwen out of the corner of his eye, wanting to see Gwen's reaction. However, what was impressed on his eyelids was an increasingly bigger fist. Boom. Wow. With one punch, Thompson couldn't control his figure and staggered to the side, knocking over several tables at the same time. You. Thompson got up from the ground and looked at his attacker fiercely. At this time, the left side of his face had become swollen. And this is already the result of Luya's hand. Otherwise, with Luya's current strength, I'm afraid Thompson's head would be blown open with one punch. Before Thompson could speak harshly, Luya took the lead and said in a cold voice. I remember I reminded you to pay attention to what you said, but it seems you didn't take my reminder to heart. Everyone in the classroom looked at them again. No, Lightning and Luya are going to fight. Lightning is Thompson's nickname, which praises his quickness on the football field. But why does it seem to me that Thompson has suffered a loss? No way, isn't Thompson the strongest boy in our school? Didn't Thompson already suffer a loss on the school bus last time? I thought it was an accident. Although Luya once had a record of single-handedly challenging 3 gangsters outside the school, no one thought that Thompson would be unable to do this. Gwen looked at Luya, who had a frosty face, and licked her lips. She has never seen Luya like this before. Every time she bumps into Luya outside the classroom, he always looks paralyzed. This time, her curiosity about Luya became even more intense. Chapter 8. Thompson thought of the scene on the school bus yesterday, and now that he thought about it, his wrists still seemed to be aching. Haha, am I right? Thompson looked at Luya provocatively, thinking that he was knocked down just because of a sneak attack. If it were a head-to-head battle, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone in the school. Hearing that Thompson was still arrogant and refused to admit his mistake, Luya's expression became even colder. In his eyes, there seemed to be a red light flashing, and a heat was gathering. Without unlocking the system, he actually unlocked Cyclops automatically. The endless murderous intention is soaring, and Luya has the urge to directly blast Thompson into ashes with his laser eyes. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 2%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 2%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 3%. On the system panel, as Luya's murderous intention surges, the unlocking degree of the Motherland template is also increasing. Eventually, the value stopped at 30%. Skills unlocked by Motherland template, Cyclops. The system gave a clear prompt and Cyclops was successfully unlocked. In fact, the 30% unlocking level is not enough to unlock Cyclops, but due to Luya's murderous intention, Cyclops was unlocked in advance. At this time, Thompson suddenly felt a huge amount of killing intent coming towards him. Strangely enough, he had never believed in such a thing as murderous intent before. But at this moment, he really felt it, right in Luya's eyes. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his head, and the two of them fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Thompson didn't know it yet, but at this moment, his life was all about Luya's thoughts. "What are you doing?" There was such a big movement in the classroom that a student finally called the teacher over. Luya took a deep look at Thompson and dissipated a lot of heat accumulated in his eyes. Killing people in front of everyone is something Luya is not willing to do unless it is absolutely necessary. In the midst of everyone's discussion, this farce seemed to have ended just like that. Thompson walked out of the classroom in a cold sweat and headed to the football field. Behind him, Mary Jane followed silently. Before leaving the classroom, she turned and looked at Luya with inexplicable eyes. But at this time, Gwen was already standing beside Luya, and even held his arm. The two of them looked as intimate as a couple. Feeling the softness and warmth from his arms, even Luya couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. "Hee, I thought you were really an ice cube and had no interest in women." The strange look on Luya's expression was noticed by Gwen, and her eyes showed a cunning light. She did this on purpose just to see Luya's reaction. Judging from Luya's reaction, it turns out that his charm has not lost its effectiveness after all. Luya coughed lightly. "I am not sexual and cold, so how can I really not have feelings for all girls?" But his expression didn't change. "I never said that." "Why, are you disappointed?" Gwen was surprised by Luya's frankness, and at the same time, her interest in Luya deepened. "Of course not. Do you still remember our agreement this morning?" "Of course, I have time tonight. Where do you want to go shopping?" The two of them linked their arms together, and their intimate look quickly attracted the attention of the whole class. Gwen turned out to be looking for lures. Oh my god. Is Gwen about to be taken down by Luya? Isn't this strange? A girl next to me said. A boy as strong and handsome as Luya must be very popular. In fact, although Luya rarely talks to other people, his popularity among girls has always been high. He is really handsome to a certain extent, and he can naturally attract the attention of fans without having to do anything with the lure. Beside the classroom, a red-haired girl looked at the sweet Luya and Gwen, and felt infinite resentment in her heart. The lure is obviously mine. Liz Allen, or rather Nazai, thought as she looked at the backs of Luya and Gwen. Brother. Peter returned to the classroom and watched Luya punch Thompson away, not to mention how comfortable he felt. However, being raised by Ben, Peter also developed an inferiority complex towards his brother Luya's strength. It would be great if I was as strong as my brother. Peter made a wish again, but unfortunately no magic lamp responded to him. Luya looked at his cheap brother and sighed. Peter, remember to cover for me when Dad asked me where I was going at night. With that said, Luya and Gwen turned and left. Peter opened his mouth and swallowed back what he wanted to say. Night, street. What Gwen called shopping was not the shopping that Luya imagined. In fact, this was Gwen's intention. She knows the situation of Luya's family. Unlike her father, who is the police chief, Luya's father is just an ordinary worker. Therefore, she thoughtfully did not ask Luya to buy anything for her. In fact, Luya is not short of money at this time, but of course he will not take the initiative to say so. Gwen's way of shopping is very unique, and she specially chooses dark alleys to walk. Luya looked at Gwen, who was in a good mood, and reminded. I think your family will tell you that there may be some dark sides in places like these. Of course Gwen knew this, especially since this was the Nico community, and her father had specifically reminded her not to come here. However, after seeing how strong Luya was today, she was no longer so afraid of these things. Although Gwen in this world has a father who is a police chief, she has developed a rebellious character. She pursues excitement and longs for those scenes on TV where superheroes punish evil. So today, With the company of Luya, she dared to go shopping and go to these dark places. Okay, as you like. Luya agreed, assuming that there was really a robbery or something like that, just treat it as making money tonight. Said Cao has arrived. While the two were talking, a figure that almost blended into the darkness suddenly appeared. Yo, there's a chick here. Pure black skin, the only color difference is his teeth shining under the dim street lights. A Nico walked out of the corner wearing clothes that looked expensive but were dirty and ill-fitting. There is also a dagger in his hand. Hand over the money. Then this little girl stays and you can get out. This Nico has good racial talent and is quite tall, almost the same as Luya. Did you really get robbed? Luya raised his eyebrows and looked at Gwen beside him. Gwen's face looked a little unnatural at this time. In fact, she just said that she was still quite scared if she really encountered a robbery. This is a common problem among many young people. Even though they know it is not good, they still do it. Patting Gwen's hand gently. Don't worry. Chapter 9. Looking at Nico with a knife in front of him with great interest, Luya only felt a little funny. Letting go of Gwen's hand, Luya walked to Nico in a few steps. In Luya's eyes, Nico didn't see the slightest panic, and now, it was his turn to panic. Hand over the money. Nico emphasized again, but facing the unafraid Luya, his words were so unconfident. When a person cannot be seen through by others, he will naturally arouse the fear of others. Nico had this mentality at this time. Looking at Luya's hands in his pockets, he was very worried that Luya would suddenly take out a handful of truth from them. So, he took action first. Go to hell. Nico had a fierce look on his face. Careful. Gwen looked at Luya, who was still dumbly not taking his hands out of his pockets, and reminded him in horror. She felt a little regretful at this time. Why did she have to take these small roads? If he didn't have to take these paths, Luya wouldn't have. Here, seeing that the knife was about to pierce his abdomen, Luya was still walking leisurely. An attack at this speed would be like a turtle crawling for him now. Turning sideways, Luya easily dodged Nico's knife attack, and then kicked out. Puff. For such a real scumbag, Luya didn't bother to say anything to him. And even Luya's random kick now is definitely not something that an ordinary person can bear. I saw that Nico was like a cannonball. Under the impact of this huge amount, the whole person shrank into a ball and flew more than 10 meters away. Then, it crashed heavily into a pile of trash cans. Ho, ho, ho. Intermittent gasping sounds came from the garbage pile. With just one blow from Luya, Nico completely lost his ability to move. Looking at Nico, who couldn't get up for a long time, Luya shook his head boredly. He didn't bother to check if there was anything valuable on this man. What was the difference between digging things out of this dirty Nico and digging through the trash can? Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 2%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 32%. The system prompt appeared again, and the unlocking degree increased by 2%. Looking back, Gwen had just come out of her panic. Faced with Luya's great courage, she was shocked again. Gwen was already surprised that Luya could punch Thompson away in the classroom. But she found that she still underestimated the lure, and kicked someone who was at least dozens of kilograms more than 10 meters away. Is this really something a normal person can do? At this moment, Gwen thought of a lot of things in her mind, such as superheroes, the nighttime Nightbateman, etc., all appeared one after another. There are DC comics in the Marvel world, and Gwen has also read them, like Superman and Batman. Just when she wanted to say something, a deep voice came from the corner again. As expected of a guy who can defeat Fat Hammer easily, the boss did not misjudge you. As soon as he finished speaking, a white man with a sinister face appeared, and beside him stood two black bodyguards. Come with me, the boss wants to meet you. The sinister man was talking to himself, as if the boss in his mouth was such an amazing person. Fat Hammer? Luya recalled in an instant that the person coming must be related to the black boxing ring before. So they are seeking revenge for severely injuring Fat Hammer? Or is it because I robbed their money? In fact, it stands to reason that Luya did something extreme in this matter. But, who cares? Looking at the sinister man and the other two black men, Luya chuckled and said, what if I don't go with you? Luya was a little surprised by who gave them the confidence to speak to him in such a tone even after they saw him kicking away the Nico just now. But soon, the sinister man gave his confidence. Lure. Gwen's voice came from behind, and at this time, a person who looked like a bodyguard was pointing a pistol at her. Damn it! Luya's face darkened, he was too careless. Since having the Motherland template, Luya feels that everything is under his control. Gradually, I lowered my guard against these ordinary people. Originally, with his strengthened body, ordinary people's attacks on him could be said to be like scratching an itch. Even if it's a firearm, as long as it doesn't hit a vital point like the eye, it won't be a big problem. Even with the unlocking of the Motherland template, eyes are no longer the weakness of the lure. But he forgot that in many movie novels, the protagonist's weakness is often not the original protagonist, but the protagonist's relatives and friends. I never thought I would make such a stupid mistake. Luya smiled to himself. Looking at Luya's expression, the sinister man also showed a proud look. How about it, just meet the boss with me, and I'll make sure that girl is fine. Gwen saw that she had become a hostage threatening Luya, and she didn't know where the courage came from. She kicked the black man next to her in the lower body in an attempt to escape. However, unlike the Nico just now, this black bodyguard in a suit and tie is obviously a professional. He dodged Gwen's kick and smashed the butt of his gun into her head. Fortunately, Gwen was quite agile, so she didn't suffer much damage. Haha, why, do you still want to struggle? The sinister man realized that he was sure to defeat Luya and the two of them, and his tone became more and more relaxed. At this time, Luya looked at Gwen, who was almost injured, and was extremely angry in his heart. Court death. Deciding not to hold back anymore, Luya turned directly to glare at the bodyguard holding her hostage next to Gwen. The black bodyguard didn't pay attention and was very disdainful. What, is getting angry useful? Staring at me is useful? Is it possible that you can still stare me to death? However, his disdainful expression was soon replaced by fear. A red light appeared in Luya's eyes, and a large amount of heat was gathered. What's this? All this happened in an instant. Before the black bodyguard could have any other thoughts, two red rays of light shot out from Luya's eyes. Wow! Under Luya's anger, the laser beam swept directly over the hands of the black bodyguard, and then his body with lightning speed. Ta! 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 Like rain, the black bodyguard's body fell all over the ground. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 5%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 37%. Well. Similarly, this scene was also seen by Gwen and the sinister man. Especially Gwen, she was right next to the black bodyguard, and she could feel the power of Luya's laser light even more. Is he, really Superman? Gwen's eyes were filled with an inexplicable look. There is surprise, curiosity, shock, and obsession. Chapter 10. Here, after Luya killed the black bodyguard with a laser eye, he felt a sense of relief all over his body. Maybe I really have some potential to be a native of the motherland. At this time, seeing the powerful Luya, the sinister man no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He can shoot lasers from his eyes. Is he a devil? Although the Yin Prey man knows that there are mutants in this world, it is limited to the extent of his knowledge. In his understanding, the abilities in the variant are basically like having infinite strength, shooting lasers from the eyes, etc. This should be beyond the scope of human beings, right? Seeing that Luya was staring at him and his eyes began to flash red, the sinister man quickly smiled flatteringly and said, "Misunderstandings, misunderstandings, are all misunderstandings." Seeing that Luya didn't respond, he quickly continued to beg for mercy. "As long as you let us go, everything today will be treated as if it never happened. How about that? They have investigated clearly and found out that Luya is a student at Zhongcheng High School. Maybe they can deceive him." The sinister man thought that as soon as he went back, he would report everything about Luya to his boss. However, Luya did not show any expression for his begging for mercy. Heat gathered in the eyes, and then two red laser rays shot out. The light swept past the sinister man and the two black bodyguards beside him. "Foolish, I'll kill you. Today is the day when no one really knows what happened." Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 3%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 40%. Cool. Luya himself had to admit that it was no wonder that the people of the motherland liked to use laser eyes to sweep away everything in front of them when they disagreed. Because, this is really cool. The sinister man thought he would be soft-hearted and let them go. How could that be possible? For a guy like this who doesn't seem to be a good guy at first glance, Luya doesn't feel any psychological burden at all when killing him. Wow, that's cool. Gwen seemed to have completely gotten over the fright at this time. She walked to Luya and leaned lightly on his shoulder. Luya raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you scared?" Luya remembered that in the original movie, after Peter became Spider-Man, he only showed his extraordinary power in front of his classmates for the first time and tortured Thompson, but he was already regarded as a monster by the whole class. "Why are you afraid?" Gwen asked with a smile. "Didn't you save me today, my hero? By the way." Gwen looked into Luya's eyes curiously. "Are you one of those legendary scavengers in the dark, or a superhero who silently fights crime? So what's your superhero title?" "Cyclops." Gwen asked a series of questions, which also represented the excitement in her heart at this time. In a family of police chiefs with strict dogma, Gwen developed a deviant character. Of course, This is only in her father's opinion. Hearing Luya say that he had no intention of becoming a superhero and that he had no so-called title, Gwen's eyes dimmed for a moment. But then, she said enthusiastically. But even if you don't want to be a superhero, you have to give yourself a title. Your eyes can emit lasers, why not call them Cyclops? Looking at the overly excited Gwen, Luya knew that if she didn't give him a name, she probably wouldn't let him go. Of course, Luya would not give himself a name like Cyclops. After all, someone in this world has already taken this name. Homelander. Luya said the ready-made name. A native of the motherland. Gwen repeated. You also said you don't want to be a superhero, but your name means you're a super decent hero, right? Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Luya secretly complained that the real people of the motherland may appear to be righteous, but in fact they are dark and vicious in their hearts. Of course, he wouldn't just explain it to Gwen. As he was talking, Luya's ears suddenly moved. Well, it seems someone is coming. The motherland template with an unlock level of 40% is now showing its complete power, such as super hearing. Luya can feel that any sound within a radius of 1 kilometer at this time can be heard clearly as long as he wants to. Moreover, beyond a radius of 1 kilometer, he can also hear many sounds that ordinary people can't hear, it's just that they don't sound so detailed. For example, Luya heard two people approaching here 100 meters away. What's wrong? Gwen looked at Luya, who suddenly concentrated his attention and asked. Someone is coming. Luya briefly stated his findings. Gwen looked around and found nothing. When she was wondering, a man and a woman suddenly poked their heads out from under a rusty staircase nearby. Their black hair and yellow skin are distinctive features. Asian. Luya was a little surprised. After living for so long, he rarely saw Asians. The two of them looked like siblings. The clothes they wore looked old, but they were very clean and tidy. From this, Luya judged. Are you from Dachao? The two siblings were obviously startled by Luya's sudden voice. The girl, who looked like an older sister, took a step forward and blocked her younger brother in front of her. Very defensive. My sister didn't show any surprise when she looked at the corpses on the ground. It seemed that she was used to it. Instead, she saw Luya and Gwen, two new faces who obviously didn't belong here, and she wondered. Who are you? I've never seen you in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? Luya was stunned. Could this be the legendary darkest area in New York in Marvel? It's no wonder that the sinister man dared to openly attack the two of them with a gun just now, probably because of the chaos and disorder in Hell's Kitchen. This is Hell's Kitchen. Gwen seemed to have thought of something. Her father had told her that Hell's Kitchen was the most dangerous place in New York. It's full of violence and blood, as well as all kinds of dark sides. But Luya knows that in the Marvel universe, Hell's Kitchen is far from the most dangerous. Of course, Jinping, the actual underground Black Emperor here, does have great power. In the original book, Spider-Man had a long-term confrontation with Kingpin. You guys should leave quickly, Hell's Kitchen is not the place you should be. At this time, the boy behind reminded him. I know you guys outside the block are always looking for excitement, but here. Halfway through his words, the boy's sister covered his mouth. She knew very well that trouble comes from speaking. Ta. 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 Luya glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that someone else was coming, and from the sound of it, it seemed like there were quite a few people. Chapter 11. There was a burst of chaotic footsteps, and the person appeared soon. Bastards, I finally found you. 5 black men showed up, each holding a long stick. It seemed that their target was the brother and sister behind the stairs. It seemed that the two of them must have gotten into some trouble. But it's not surprising if this is Hell's Kitchen. After all, this is a paradise for crime. Bray, I saw those 2 bastards. The black young man named Bray has a fierce expression. I'm not blind, catch them. After saying that, the 5 people rushed towards the siblings with sticks in their hands, waving the sticks in their hands, leaving no doubt about their power. Run. The sister yelled, grabbed her brother and ran away. However, long-term lack of enough food left them malnourished. Now faced with the pursuit of several black men, they were about to be overtaken before they even ran a few steps. Strange, why didn't she run outside the block? Gwen looked at the escape trajectory of the girl pulling her brother with some confusion. The 5 black men blocked the road leading to the interior of Hell's Kitchen. But the girl and her brother did not step out of the Hell's Kitchen area. In other words, even if she ran out, she would run back quickly. It was as if there was something out there that she was afraid of. There are many people in Hell's Kitchen who are undocumented, and I guess that's the case for them. Luya explained. Although Hell's Kitchen is dangerous, anyone can live in it. But once they leave here, the best result for the 2 people without identity may be to be sent back. Hey. A black man noticed Luya and Gwen. Seeing that they had been standing nearby and not leaving, the black man named Bray threatened. "You guys, get out of here quickly." Faced with Bray's threat, Luya shrugged, then bent down and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. After weighing it, the weight is just right. The next second, when a black man was about to grab the girl, a burst of wind came. Subsequently, click. A trace of astonishment flashed across the black man's ferocious face. He had already grabbed the corner of the girl's clothes. In his eyes, the girl was pushing her brother aside. However, a sharp pain came from his leg, and he staggered and fell directly to the ground. Looking down at his folded right leg, he wailed in pain. Luya's move successfully attracted the attention of the audience, and the remaining 4 black people looked at Luya at the same time. The 2 siblings who escaped were finally able to take a breath, but unfortunately, the road in the same neighborhood was still blocked. She could only stay where she was with her brother, waiting for the opportunity to escape. The girl looked at Luya, who helped her out, her eyes full of surprise, gratitude, and defensiveness. Hell's Kitchen is a place of sin. Although neighbors will help each other, everyone will be most wary of people they don't know. Gwen glanced at Luya and fiddled with her hair. "What are you going to do with them, superheroes Homelander?" The process used by Gwen obviously meant that after seeing Luya's laser eyes, she didn't think the remaining people would be Luya's opponents. At the same time, her voice also reached the ears of the remaining black people, which made them feel extremely insulted. The reason why Luya took action was not only because the other party provoked him first, but also because the siblings were from Dachao. After all, he is a fellow from another world, so Luya decided to help if he could. "Deal with it?" Gwen's voice did not hide from the remaining 4 black people, and several of them heard what she just said. "You are in trouble. If you dare to interfere in the affairs of our Iron Clan, you will never leave Hell's Kitchen." Bray was quite angry that he and others were looked down upon by the Luyas. Although his Iron Club was unknown in Hell's Kitchen, it was still a gang after all. What's more, one of his younger brothers was sneak attacked by the opponent and is still lying on the ground wailing. "Oh boss." At this time, the boy next to Bray gently pulled his sleeve, his voice trembling slightly. "Boss, look over there." Bray looked in the direction of his younger brother's finger, and the bodies of the first wave of Yin Prey Man and others killed by Luya appeared in his eyes. This. What frightens Bray is not the tragic scene of Sinister Man and others. As members of Hell's Kitchen, they have seen too many gang fights. "I have seen too many killings, and everything here is not the bloodiest." Bray looked at the Sinister Man's face that was already stained red, and could still vaguely remember that he seemed to be the person in charge of the South Street of Hell's Kitchen. Bray felt that his scalp was numb. He remembered correctly. That guy is Jinbin's subordinate. Bray finally completely remembered that he had seen Myron Toynbee, the Sinister Man, 2 days ago, who had been collecting gang dues in the South Block. "I even saw him when I was following the boss." Unexpectedly, such a big boss, who could be said to be running rampant in Hell's Kitchen, would die here today. And it seems that Myron Toynbee died in a very miserable way. Bray swallowed hard and then looked at Luya. At this time, he was also in the mood to cause trouble for the little guys in front of him. Compared with this, the dead Myron Toynbee is the important point. Kingpin was the underground emperor of the entire New York, and Hell's Kitchen could almost be said to be his back garden. Seeing Myron Toynbee's body means that he has something to do with him. If there is any misunderstanding, let alone your own life, even the life of your boss is not enough to compensate. "Hey, boy, have any of you seen who killed those guys? As long as you have clues, I will be merciful tonight and let you go." Bray frowned and looked at Luya. He was really in no mood to cause trouble for others at this time. Myron Toynbee's body looked still warm, so the killer probably wasn't far away yet. Maybe if I can provide some information, I might be able to get some benefits from it. As for Luya and Gwen, Bray felt that he didn't look down on them. If Myron Toynbee was killed by these 2 little guys, he would stand on his head and go to the supermarket to buy it for 0 yuan. Luya looked at Bray's expression with great interest. "You said these guys, if they die, they will die. They are just a few scum anyway." When Bray saw that Luya refused to say anything, his face became even more gloomy. "Do you know who they are?" "Myron Toynbee belongs to Kingpin." "Oh, maybe you don't know who Kingpin is." Bray thought Luya still didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so he introduced himself. "Boss Kingpin is the boss of the New York gang and the underground emperor of New York. He can crush you to death as easily as ants. Do you understand?" In fact, Bray didn't know much about Kingpin. After all, he was just a minion himself. Kingpin has now fully integrated the New York gang and is about to extend his hands to the entire United States. By then, he will be the real underworld emperor. Chapter 12. Luya recalled his memories of Kingpin. "In my memory, Kingpin is a supervillain. He originally had no super abilities, but he was powerful and had a lot of brains. Combining recent events, I am afraid that his performance in the boxing ring was noticed by the underground emperor. But the problem is not big, Luya is not very worried about it. After his motherland template continues to be unlocked and he has the subsequent ability, he is confident that he has the ability to face all the villains at this stage. In this way, Luya is too lazy to talk nonsense with a few people. In the shocked eyes of Bray and others, Luya casually hooked the street lamp on the roadside. With a little force, the nearly 3-meter street light pole was uprooted by the lure. As the line was torn off, the street light flickered twice and then went out. Bray didn't know how to express his current mood. Is this guy in front of him really a human? He is just a small leader of a low-level gang, so he doesn't know that extraordinary power exists in this world. Luya also had his own considerations when he didn't kill a few people directly with his laser eyes. First, he was not a murderer. Showing extraordinary strength and scaring a few people is enough. After all, these so-called ironclad guys are not very smart and look like they are easy to deceive. At the same time, Luya showed off his physical strength in order to cover up his other extraordinary powers. An ability like Cyclops is so iconic that it is easy to be labeled, but an ability like infinite strength has many people. Just like Kingpin, Luya remembered that he was also a strong man. The two siblings hiding aside were also extremely shocked by this scene. They had heard stories about people with super abilities. I thought it was really just a story, but I didn't expect to see a real person today. Sister, is he Superman? My sister shook her head. She was only a half-year-old child herself, and she was extremely shocked at this time. On the other hand, Bray reacted after the initial shock. His many years of survival experience in Hell's Kitchen allowed him to make an immediate decision. Bang! Immediately, Bray bent his knees, bent over, and performed the tiger landing style. Sir, I offended you because of my blindness. I beg you, please forgive me. Bray knelt on the ground humbly, knocking his head directly to the ground. Boss. The remaining 3 younger brothers were stunned by the boss's action. What happened? Why did the boss suddenly kneel down? So what should we do? The 3 younger brothers looked at each other, not knowing whether to stand or kneel down with the boss. Well. Luya held the street lamp with one hand and was about to smash it down when he was stunned by Bray's operation. To be able to surrender decisively and shamelessly, no matter what, he is worthy of being a guy from Hell's Kitchen. It's just that this makes Luya really embarrassed. If you say you want to fight me to the end, then I will beat you to death. But you knelt down so promptly and thoroughly. For some reason, Luya actually felt embarrassed. Yes, I'm just embarrassed to beat the other person to death. However, Luya is not an indecisive person. After just thinking about it for a while, Luya made a decision. Bang! Plugging back the street lamp he was holding, Luya walked in front of Bray, and Gwen followed him to prevent being attacked. I say, you answer. Yes, sir, please ask. Well, Luya suddenly felt a strange feeling, shook his head, and continued. What's your name? Bray. What do you do in Hell's Kitchen? I am a member of the Iron Stick Party and I receive some protection money every day. Bray had a flattering smile on his face, fearing that Luya would kill him if he was dissatisfied. As for Jin Ben, who he was worried about just now, he had already forgotten about it. Only by living first can we have a future, right? At this time, even if Luya asked Bray to call him daddy, Bray would probably agree. Luya looked at Bray's figure, his face full of scrutiny. What happened when you started chasing the previous siblings? Luya looked at the 2 siblings who were still squatting aside. They were moving step by step towards the inside of the block, ready to escape at any time. Lucienne originally took her brother Lu Hao and took the opportunity to sneak away. Unexpectedly, Luya brought the topic to them again, so she had no choice but to stop. They. Bray hesitated for a moment and then said. They stole our stuff. Stealing can happen at almost any time in Hell's Kitchen. If you are caught and have some background, you will be beaten up and paid for something. If there is no background, no one will know even if he is beaten to death. Like the Lu family siblings, if they are caught, there may be even more terrifying things waiting for them. What did you steal? 2 slices of pizza. 2 pieces of pizza. Beside her, Gwen repeated in disbelief. Could it be that just because of 2 pieces of pizza, they were going to mobilize all the troops and kill the 2 children? Luya glanced at Gwen and said nothing. In fact, he could somewhat understand it. Although Bray claimed to be from some kind of Iron Clan, looking at the clothes they all wore very ill-fitting clothes, which meant that they actually didn't have much money. Hell's Kitchen is like this, taking the law of the jungle to its extreme. Luya nodded. What about you 2? What are your names? My name is Lucienne, and my brother's name is Lu Hao. Lucienne decisively revealed her and her brother's names. There was nothing to hide. She also saw clearly that the fate of herself and her brother might depend on the tall blonde young man in front of her. But despite this, she did not kneel down and beg like Bray. She took 2 steps back and approached her brother. "Brother, if you can't take a break, just run outside." As she spoke, Lucien secretly put 2 pieces of pizza that had been kneaded into a ball into her brother's pocket. It was these 2 pieces of pizza that put her and her brother in this situation, but even so, she had no intention of returning them. "Just because today is my younger brother Luhao's birthday. It is precisely because of this that she took the risk to steal the pizza from the gang members as a birthday present for her brother." Lucien remembered that her younger brother had been coveting pizza from other people in the past 2 days, but he was very sensible and never told her. At this time, Lucien had already made a decision in her heart. If something went wrong, she would rush forward to stop him so that her brother could run away. Although Hell's Kitchen is very unfriendly to undocumented people like them, at least there are other possibilities. Luya was a little silent. The world of Marvel was very similar to the real world of his previous life. He was adopted and raised by his adoptive father, Ben Parker. Although he was not from a wealthy family, he still had enough food and clothing. However, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, many people struggle to get even a bite to eat. Luya reached out, took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket, and placed it in front of Bray. "Take away this 100 yuan, and the matter between you and them will be wiped out." Chapter 13. A green banknote was stretched out in front of Bray, swaying gently as the breeze blew. However, looking at the $100 bill in front of him, Bray felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his whole body trembled even more. "What do you mean, the matter with the siblings has been written off? What about the account between you and him? Is it about to be settled?" Bray glanced at the expressionless Luya and wanted to knock his head into the ground like an ostrich. "Sir, it's just 2 pieces of pizza. It's not worth so much money, haha. That's not what you said when you started looking so fierce." The Lucien siblings looked at Bray with inexplicable expressions. The man who almost killed them was so humble at this moment. He didn't dare to close the mine when he saw it, and the lure didn't insist either. "So what happened tonight, you?" Before Luya could finish speaking, Bray said quickly, "Nothing happened tonight." As he spoke, an idea seemed to flash in his mind. "If you have any other instructions, I can do it for you." With a flattering look on his face, Bray naturally called himself little brother. Of course, Luya's ability to pull out a street lamp by hand is rare in Hell's Kitchen. If you can serve as Luya's subordinate, wouldn't that have a much better future than the current Iron Clan? The Iron Rod Party sounds like a gang, but in fact it is a group of low-level gangsters who cannot afford guns and can only defend themselves with an iron rod. The so-called collection of protection fees means collecting money from the poor residents of Hell's Kitchen. They may not have enough to eat, so how much money will they receive? Luya just wanted to refuse, but then he thought, maybe he could use Hell's Kitchen to brush up on his motherland template. After all, in Marvel, Hell's Kitchen is an extremely chaotic place where law is almost non-existent. And this also means that Luya can do whatever he wants here. Well, he can show off his talents. In this way, having an aboriginal like Bray around might save you some trouble. "Take me to your base." Luya didn't know how to describe it, and it seemed weird to say lair. "Yes, boss." Bray's eyes widened and he responded excitedly. Luya didn't bother to correct his title and turned to look at the Lucien siblings. "You also come with me." After rescuing people to the end, Luya was worried that Bray would betray them and attack the 2 siblings again after he left, so he decided to take them with him. Lucien looked at her brother and then at Luya. She knew that she had no other choice now. Perhaps following the young man in front of her was the best way. When the situation is stronger than people, it is good to have a choice. Most of the time, you are pushed forward, even if there is an abyss ahead. Lucien has lived in Hell's Kitchen since she was a child. She has already understood this truth. Although Luhao is still a little ignorant, he listens to his sister's words. So Bray and the other 4 led the way, one of them carrying the injured younger brother on his back. Luya followed Gwen, and the Lucien siblings followed closely behind. Along the way, robberies and gang fights occurred from time to time, but Luya, with his enhanced vision and hearing, was always able to warn in advance and avoid these conflicts. And this also convinced Bray that he made an extremely correct decision by choosing Luya as his boss. As for the injured brother, I can only blame him for his bad luck. "Boss, we're here." Passing through various dilapidated residential areas along the way, Bray led Luya and others to stop in front of a small shop. The reason why it is called a shop is because there are various shops around it. Repair shops, restaurants, clothing stores, bars, etc. are all available here, but they are all small and shabby. As a small leader of the Iron Clan, Bray also has his own exclusive foothold, which is the nameless hotel in front of him. The bar on the right side of the hotel and the vegetable shop on the left side are also the properties of our Iron Stick Party. Bray introduced Luya with a little pride on his face. After all, he owns his own territory and is not one of those homeless stray dogs. But Luya didn't care about this. He observed the layout around him. The place where he is now should be the south block of Hell's Kitchen. Walking along the way, Luya observed that the entire south block should be composed of 5 or 6 streets. Of course, it will be too late to understand more lures. It was getting very late. Even if Luya didn't care, Gwen was still an ordinary person. She couldn't stay here too late with him. When I walked into Bray's restaurant, there were 3 or 2 tables of people eating. When they saw Luya and Gwen entering, they all showed malicious looks. Especially Gwen. It's rare to see such a best person in Hell's Kitchen. A fat man with thinning hair quietly lowered his head, took out his mobile phone, secretly took a photo of Gwen, and then wanted to make a call. The next moment. Boom. Huge amounts of sound echoed throughout the streets, and a large number of people poked their heads out of houses, shops, and every corner to see what was going on. Then, they saw a fat figure being thrown out of Bray's restaurant. He looked very miserable at this time, and his originally sparse hair was completely pulled out, revealing a bloody red color. At this time, he was struggling to get up, but after trying twice without success, he vomited blood, and along with it, a mouthful of teeth fell out. Wow, it looks like there's another ruthless person on our street. There are big men in every street, but there are probably not many who can throw such a big fat man out and beat him into such a miserable state. It's Matt, the leader of the Iron Party. As mentioned before, each street has its own big boss, and Matt is the big boss here, and he is also the boss of the Iron Stick Party. At this time, in the restaurant, Bray stared at the fat man squirming in pain outside his restaurant. He just didn't pay attention. Why did the boss fly away? Oh, no. Bray glanced at Luya. His boss is the young man in front of him. What does the fat man outside have to do with me? Who is this guy? Luya's voice was a little cold. He dared to take advantage of the people around him, which had completely violated his bottom line. Under the incredulous gazes of several younger brothers, Bray said without blushing and without a beating heart. I don't know, he's probably just a drunk old BD. As soon as he said this, everyone including Matt's younger brother who was watching the fun on both sides showed shocked expressions. Bray is going to revolt. However, Luya didn't care about that. He casually took the iron rod placed on the shelf next to him and walked to Fat Matt. You know. Matt wanted to say something else, but Luya didn't give him a chance. Bang. From now on, I will have the final say here, who is in favor and who is against. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 5%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 45%. Chapter 14. Luya's voice fell, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. Oppose. Who dares to say opposition now? Didn't you see that the former boss Matt fell to the ground and was confused? For a while, everyone returned to their original positions one after another. Those who should sell things were selling things, those who should be drinking were drinking, and those who should be robbing. Forget it. Seeing how powerful the new boss was, a young man who was robbing in the corner shivered and stopped. That's right. Luya looked at Bray. Didn't you say your boss is here too? Bray glanced at the dead ghost boss on the ground out of the corner of his eye and trembled. Boss, you are joking. Bray's tone was full of flattery. I'm not the only boss, he. Luya's observation skills are now very strong. When he asked the question just now, he could clearly see Bray's movement towards the fat man on the ground. Moreover, with his current enhanced hearing, he could also hear what the onlookers said before. Matt. Luya shook her head, and she would just kill her. Who told her to be ill-intentioned towards Gwen in the first place? At this time, Gwen stood under the eaves of the restaurant and looked at Luya. The bright moonlight shone on his face, and she was stunned for a moment. Luya returned to the restaurant and looked at Lucien and Lu Hao. When he entered Hell's Kitchen this time, in addition to wanting to take a preliminary look at the situation inside Hell's Kitchen, he also wanted to establish his authority. Hell's Kitchen is a place where strength speaks for itself. If you kill the former boss here, others will have to think about it if they want to mess around again. After all, the Lu family siblings could not and would not leave with him. With their own deterrence, they could live a better life here. Bray. Boss, your orders. Bray seemed to have completely transformed himself into the role of Luya's younger brother, and his responses were extremely smooth. Luya glanced at him and said calmly. After I leave, you have to keep an eye on Lucien and Lu Hao, do you understand? For these two little fellows, Luya decided to give them some help, so he gave Bray some instructions. He believed that as long as Bray was not stupid and saw the strength of his two attacks, he would not have any other tricks. Besides, I might come to Hell's Kitchen more often in the future. After hearing Luya's explanation to Bray, Lucien knew that she was helping herself and her brother. After living like a mouse for a long time, she rarely got such warmth. Lucien looked at Luya and whispered hoarsely. Thanks. Her voice was very low, as if she didn't speak much. You're welcome. But Luya still heard it and turned to smile at her. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, Luya first sent Gwen back home. Before parting, Gwen held Luya's arm again. What, do you want to come in and sit down? Luya knew what Gwen's words meant. In America, girls of Gwen's age could be considered mature. However, Luya still shook his head. It wasn't that he was a gentleman, it was just. I want to tell you that you are not allowed to go home past 12 o'clock before college, Gwen. A middle-aged man appeared behind Gwen, with a bit of anger on his face. Moreover, Luya felt that this anger should be directed at himself. After all, what father wants to see his daughter take the initiative to embrace other boys? Gwen's father, George, is an upright character. As the police chief, he is full of justice in his heart. In the original work, whether in comics or movies, he died because of the sense of justice in his heart. He is a character very similar to his adoptive father, Ben Parker. Although Luya himself doesn't want to be such a person, he still has great respect for Gwen's father, George. Gwen didn't expect that it was so late. Her father hadn't slept yet and should still be waiting for her. Dad, aren't you asleep yet? George's expression changed, and he looked at his daughter dotingly. Oh, to be honest, if you don't come back, I should go out and look for you. His daughter went out at night with a boy he didn't know at all and didn't come home until 12 o'clock. How could George, as a father, feel relieved? Gwen pouted and lowered her head. She also understood that she was indeed coming back too late tonight. But she does not regret her decision tonight, otherwise how could she have discovered that Luya is a superhero and a patriot? Yes, no matter what Luya thinks, Gwen has labeled him a superhero. Okay, honey, it's time for you to go back to bed. You have to go to school tomorrow. After George urged his precious daughter, his face turned cold again and he looked at Luya. Young man, I heard that you are Ben Parker's child. Oh, what a coincidence, the other person actually knows his parents. Luya started to have a headache. The other party would not complain to his father. At the door, Gwen glanced at Luya before entering, gave her a wishful look, and then closed the door gently. George didn't care about Luya's reaction. He was really not disgusted with Luya's appearance. He is tall and handsome, and gives people a sense of security at first glance. But this is no reason to kidnap your daughter. That's right, George believes that Luya attracted his daughter's attention because of his handsome appearance. George said to himself, Ben and I have been friends for many years. I don't want you to go astray. Do you understand? In fact, George really doesn't have any bad feelings towards Luya because he knows Ben's personality and he has met Peter twice. Peter gave him the impression that he was a smart and well-behaved junior, so George believed that the lure would most likely not be too bad. But when it comes to his daughter, he will have more considerations. Therefore, George's voice softened, not as strong as at the beginning. It's getting late, young man. It's time for you to go home. I would like to thank you for bringing Gwen back safely. Also, say hello to your father for me. Hearing this, Luya breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dislike George, but this kind of elder-like teaching was really troublesome. So Luya quickly responded, I will, Uncle George. Regarding the name of Luya, George twitched the corner of his mouth, but Luya had already gone away at this time. You brat, you don't look like Ben at all. On the deserted street, Luya ran all the way, and everything around him was retreating rapidly. In just a few minutes, Luya arrived at the door of the house. Oh, Dad, are you still awake? Luya looked up, and Ben, with an angry look on his face, was already standing in front of him. What's wrong with Peter? Didn't I ask him to make an excuse for me? This was Luya's last thought before being trained. Chapter 15. Ben Parker has been worried about the changes in his son recently. His son Luya and nephew Peter have been very obedient since they were young, and Ben has always been proud of them. But in the past 2 days, his son Luya always came home very late, which made Ben worried whether Luya would learn from someone outside. After all, there are many dark sides in society, and the order of the Marvel world is relatively chaotic. Ben's worries are completely justified. Of course, if Ben knew that the good son he always thought was killing people in Hell's Kitchen, I don't know what he would think. Fortunately, Luya also has other excuses. So, you are saying that you have been shopping with your female classmate Gwen from the next class until now? Is it Gwen from George's family? Ben looked at his son in disbelief. How could he go shopping until early in the morning and then come back? Are you sure you are really just shopping? Luya's excuse was very good. At least his father believed it completely and no longer wanted to worry about Luya's whereabouts. Uncle George also told me that he wanted me to say hello to you for him. Luya brought greetings from Gwen's father, George. As for other words he said to himself, Luya selectively forgot. Ben nodded and said, "Son, although I can understand that you young people will always be a little restless at this age, but you haven't seen the dark side of this world yet." Ben looked at his son seriously. He knew that Luya must be hiding something from him, but he was willing to believe his son. "Don't go where you shouldn't go, promise me." "I will protect myself, Dad." Luya couldn't agree and could only change his explanation. Fortunately, Ben didn't hear anything strange in Luya's words. Early the next morning, General Technology Laboratory Company. Today is a visit day organized by the school. Looking at the noisy environment around him, Luya actually felt an unreal feeling in his heart. Last night's experience in Hell's Kitchen was like a dream, in sharp contrast to the current noise of the students. Laboratory personnel in the company are explaining the latest biological research results in their laboratories. The silk produced by this spider is as strong as a wire with a diameter of 1 millimeter, but its thickness is only the file size of silk. Luya looked at the row of breeding warehouses behind him. Each one contained spiders of different shapes. Luya knew that the chosen spider that bit his brother Peter was one of them. "I just don't know which one it is." Just as Luya was lost in thought, Mary Jane came over behind him. "Hey Luya, good morning." "Good morning." Luya looked at Mary Jane's embarrassed look and felt a little strange. He didn't seem to have any interaction with her, right? Although her cheap brother Peter likes her very much, Luya is not interested in Mary Jane. In order to cater to the group and not be excluded, she became Thompson's girlfriend. Luya didn't quite understand this kind of thing. Of course, he would not criticize this behavior. Everyone has his or her own unknown difficulties. Mary Jane was often abused by her parents, which was the reason why she developed this please-pleaser personality. "Well, I want to apologize to you for Thompson's rudeness that day. I didn't know he could be so domineering. I have broken up with him now. Does your breakup have anything to do with me?" Luya was still a little confused, and he said softly, "You don't need to apologize to me. Thompson's behavior has nothing to do with you, not to mention that you have broken up with him now. He really didn't think anything of it. He beat Thompson just because he insulted his father, Ben Parker." "Okay." Mary Jane nodded. At this time, Peter also saw Luya and Mary Jane. "Jane, good morning." He was holding a camera in his hand. It was a second-hand camera he bought with the remuneration from his previous part-time job during the summer vacation. Peter always compared it and cherished it. "Can I take a picture of you?" Peter shook the camera in his hand and said shyly. This was the first time he had made a request to the goddess in his mind, and he was worried that he would be rejected. But at this time, Mary Jane still felt guilty about Peter being beaten by her ex-boyfriend, so she smiled and agreed to Peter's request. "Okay." As she spoke, she also posed for photos. Luya quietly stepped aside. In his enhanced eyes, a spider in the training warehouse had disappeared. "Where have you gone?" Luya focused his attention, and everything around him seemed to slow down, as if he had entered a slow realm. After Luya quickly scanned it, he finally found a red and blue spider on the ceiling above his head. This spider seems to move very quickly, and the pattern on its back is also colorful and charming. "I found you, the chosen spider." The corners of Luya's mouth moved slightly. He had previously considered whether to bite this chosen spider. After all, although the Motherland template is strong, it has not been fully unlocked yet. Spider-Man's power is quite large, and it can be regarded as a boost to him in the early stage. But after thinking about it, Luya gave up the idea. 1. He can't be sure whether he will really gain Spider-Man's ability after being bitten by the spider. Secondly, he actually does not lack strength, and the so-called spider sense actually has limited effect after he awakens his supervision and super hearing. More importantly, the lure doesn't want to grow barbs, that would be too ugly. In fact, if you were an ordinary person, let alone growing barbs, or actually growing spider legs, as long as you could gain extraordinary strength, you might not hesitate to be bitten by the chosen spider. Peter was still fiddling with the camera in his hand and taking pictures of Mary Jane. He couldn't hide the smile on his lips, but he didn't know that a spider that had escaped from the cage had landed on his hand. Ouch! Mary Jane, who was already distracted, was suddenly startled by Peter's shout. "What's wrong, Peter?" "It's okay, it's probably an insect." Peter didn't say much. He looked at the ground, but he couldn't see clearly because of his high myopia and the fact that he hadn't changed his lenses in time recently. "It seems to be some kind of colorful spider." Peter didn't pay attention, but when he looked up again, Mary Jane had disappeared. Seeing his beloved goddess leave, Peter's mood also dropped. Luya couldn't stand it anymore, shook his head and turned to leave. As long as his existence did not cause a chain reaction, Peter would still become Spider-Man. Enjoy the last of your time as a normal person, brother. In the afternoon, the visiting time is over and the students are getting ready to go home. Luya, by the way, my father didn't give you any trouble last night, right? Gwen was a little listless and looked very tired. No. Luya gave her a strange look. Are you okay? Yawn. I'm a little sleepy. I might just go back and take a nap. Chapter 16. Peter felt very uncomfortable now, dizzy, and his whole body felt cold and cold. He still didn't know the cause of all this. It was the spider in the laboratory. In his body, the genes of the chosen spider are transforming him, and his gene chain is being broken and reorganized. Oh Peter, are you okay? Luya, do you know what happened to Peter? He was fine when he went to school this morning. May looked at her nephew worriedly. He had always regarded Peter and Luya as his biological sons, but now Peter seemed to be sick. It's okay, Aunt. I'm just a little sleepy. I'll be fine after I take a nap. Before Luya could speak, Peter spoke first. He was really sleepy now and just wanted to lie on the bed and sleep comfortably. Okay, if you feel very uncomfortable, you must tell me. May nodded. Peter was always in good health. She also thought that Peter might just have a cold. Luya smiled silently. After tonight, everyone's good neighbor Spider-Man will be online. Thinking about it, I'm quite looking forward to it. Watching Peter staggering up the stairs, Luya looked out the window and saw that the moon had risen. Mom, then I'll go back to the room. After saying good night, Luya also walked back to the room and closed the door. Wow. The window in the room was opened, and Luya saw that the lights downstairs were turned off, so he stopped waiting and jumped down. Crack. The powerful muscle control made the lure land softly. He glanced around and started running in the direction of Hell's Kitchen. Soon, a dirty neighborhood appeared in front of us. Through enhanced hearing, Luya could hear that there were carnival sounds, screams, etc. mixed in a few hundred meters around him. Luya didn't stop, but walked straight to Bray's restaurant. Bray was eating a late-night snack in front of the restaurant when he saw a tall black figure approaching from a distance. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Luya, he immediately stood up. Luya looked into the restaurant and saw that in addition to the few black people he had seen last night, there were also two little guys busy inside. Under Luya's instructions, Bray gave Lucien and Lu Hao a part-time job in a restaurant. In fact, I just help clear the table, carry the plates, etc. The reward is naturally some food. Hell's Kitchen is short of resources, and Bray himself doesn't have much money. It's really difficult to feed two little guys out of thin air. Lucien was very sensible. After seeing Luya, she brought a piece of pie on a plate to Luya, which was her reward for tonight's work. Thanks. Luya did not refuse. He thought this was good, and having a job could be regarded as self-reliance. The principle of promoting rice and benefiting rice will never go out of style. At this time, under the night, a man wearing a cloak stepped into the street. After looking around, she walked into the restaurant. Boss, please have an apple pie, a steak, and a bottle of juice. A young and seductive female voice came from the cloak. At the same time, the visitor took off his cloak, revealing his hot figure underneath, and a large area of wheat-colored skin was exposed under the red clothes. Luya raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the woman. Of course, he didn't want to spy on the woman, although he had to admit that this woman did have a hot figure. According to Luya's observation, the woman in red should be a practitioner. She has a very fit body and very strong muscles. Of course, the most important thing is that she has a steel fork strapped to her waist, which makes her look like she is someone to be trifled with. Facing such a woman, other people in the restaurant rarely teased her. You know, in this place of Hell's Kitchen, especially the chaotic streets, any two-legged female can be teased by the people here. But this woman's aura is really strong, like killer. Luya didn't know why these two words suddenly popped up in his mind, but he just felt that the woman in red fit his understanding of a female killer. It's a pity that Luya didn't know that comprehensively about the Marvel world in his previous life. Otherwise, he might be able to guess the woman's identity from the red dress she wore and the iconic steel fork around her waist. Erica didn't show much expression to the attention salutes of many men in the store, that is, Luya, which made her look twice. She had just dealt with a few scumbags tonight and was in a pretty good mood. Erica, she can be said to be a less heroic superhero, nicknamed Black Angel. The origin of the nickname Black Angel has a lot to do with her righteous and evil behavior. The restaurant seemed to have become quiet. Luya put his head on one hand and thought about how to quickly increase the unlocking level of the Motherland template in Hell's Kitchen. Judging from the current progress of 45%, it is actually not enough. But fortunately, he can feel that as the unlock level increases, his overall strength is increasing exponentially. In terms of strength, Luya estimates that he currently has an arm strength of hundreds of tons, maybe more, he has not calculated carefully. Including other abilities, they are all very strong, but not strong enough, especially flying, which is an extremely powerful ability. It's a pity that although the unlocking level has reached 45%, Luya feels that there is still a lot of progress before he can fly. Just as Luya was thinking, a loud noise came from outside the house. What happened? Well, they charge gang membership fees. A man wearing a white suit and a newsboy hat walked in. He took over the position after the death of the sinister Myron Toynbee. Luya is actually a little strange. In his impression, would an underworld emperor like Kingpin really send someone to ask for the so-called gang fees? Besides, it's still a completely unpopular gang like the Iron Stick Party. Bray, I heard that your boss is dead. But it doesn't matter. It's the same with you here. It's time to pay the gang dues this month. The man in the white suit seemed to know Bray. Hey, Jeremy, listen. Bray was a little trembling at first, but after taking a look at Luya, he regained his confidence. Yes, I am following such a boss now, why should I be afraid of him? So, Bray said firmly, Matt already paid the gang dues 2 days ago. Jeremy curled his lips indifferently, I know, but he died 2 days ago for some reason. So, what does the fee he charges have to do with me? With that said, Jeremy looked at the people in the restaurant, and the first person who caught his attention was Erica. Her hot figure immediately caught Jeremy's attention, but her untouchable look also made him feel strongly wary. He looked away reluctantly and looked at Lucien, who was packing her things and preparing to leave. Tisk, I didn't expect you to have such good products in your store, Bray. Jeremy grinned and his eyes shone, as if he had discovered prey. Let's just use her to pay off this month's gang membership fee. He spoke. Chapter 17. As is typical of Hell's Kitchen, Jamil fell in love with Lucien and demanded that Bray hand it over immediately. Bray naturally couldn't do it. He looked at Luya. He couldn't handle Jamil, and he might have to take action from the boss. However, faster than the lure, a steel fork was thrown from Erica's hand without any warning, and went straight into Jamil's eyes. Clang. In desperation, Jamil quickly took out the pistol from his bag and blocked the steel fork at the critical moment. The steel fork seemed to be alive. After rebounding, it flew back into Erica's hand. Pretty. This move won Luya's admiration. Madam, may I know your name? For some reason, this sentence came out of Luya's mouth naturally, and even Luya himself was shocked. I must have been influenced by the template of my motherland. I am originally pure. That must be the case. Erica hesitated and actually said her name. Erica. Oh, I'm from my motherland. No, I'm Luya. Luya smiled awkwardly. Well, he had to admit that he kind of liked this kind of wild girl. Erica doesn't say much anymore. She has her own rules for judging many crimes. For example, for the Jeremy in front of her, she gave the verdict in her heart, tongue cut off, blind eyes. Erica jumped up from her seat and came to Jeremy in the blink of an eye. She held out the steel fork in her hand and stabbed his eyes again. Smelly *BCH. Jeremy was furious after being attacked continuously. However, although he was stronger than ordinary people and his reaction speed was not bad, Erica was obviously much stronger. Seeing that he was no match for Erica and that his gun could not aim at her at all, Jeremy also became violent. At the cost of having one eye poked out, he finally had a chance. Bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire resounded in the small restaurant. Several black people had rich experience, so they immediately hid under the cover next to them. Only little Lucien, because of Jeremy's special care, most of the bullets were shot at her. Plus she didn't have a desk, so she was completely exposed to bullets. Elder sister. Lu Hao shouted and wanted to block his sister, but how could he outrun the bullets at his speed? What's more, even if he does catch up, with his thin body, it will only be one more corpse. In Lu Hao's desperate eyes, Lucien was very calm. She closed her eyes. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. With that man's protection, my brother can live a good life even if he dies. Tisk. Tisk tisk tisk. Several muffled sounds were heard, sounding like bullets being shot into flesh, but not quite. Lucien opened her eyes and found that tall figure blocking her face. She didn't realize how Luya moved in front of her in an instant, but suddenly 2 clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Lucien, who had no fear even when facing death just now had red eyes and panicked and touched Luya's chest randomly. It seemed that this would make the place where he was shot disappear, and the man in front of him would not have to die. Although Lucien can't express it, she actually has a lot of emotions inside. She is very grateful to Luya for saving her and her brother. Snap. Luya grabbed Lucien's groping hands, only a few pistol bullets. Although his current body could not be called a body of steel, it was not something that pistol bullets could penetrate. Lucienne was stunned for a moment when she saw Luya's normal appearance. She couldn't figure out why he seemed to be fine even though there were several bullet holes in his shirt. Haha, do I have to tell you that I know Kagong? Luya said to Lucienne jokingly. But unexpectedly, Lucienne believed Luya's statement. As for Hard Kagong, when she was a child, she heard her mother say that in the Far East, her hometown, there were all kinds of magical powers. Hard Kagong is one of them. After practicing it, people will become invulnerable. The only thing that puzzled her was how Luya could practice Hard Kagong even though he was an American. But it doesn't matter, as long as he's fine. Lucienne gently punched Luya with her fist, then ran back to the counter, pulled her brother and hid. Jeremy's madness was not over yet. After running out of bullets, he took out a laser sword and waved it desperately. This laser sword is one of the latest weapons developed by Kingpin's men. Although it has not been tested in actual combat, judging from the way Erica keeps dodging, it is obvious that its power is not weak. Tisk. Luya stood up, and he suddenly felt a slight pain in the place where he was hit by the gun. Although it's just like a mosquito bite, it's still painful, right? Here, Erica is still thinking about how to solve the trouble in front of her. The laser sword is really not weak. Her steel fork was accidentally cut into 3 pieces and can no longer be used. At this moment, Erica suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Let me do it. Luya's tone was cold, and he was obviously irritated by Jeremy. This was the first time he felt pain since he had the Motherland template. Luya had to earn back this face with his own hands. Erica was shocked as to how Luya could approach her quietly. Although she had been avoiding Jeremy's attacks just now, her attention was also focused on her surroundings. In fact, it is very simple. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The lure just moved to Erica's side at a speed far beyond that of a normal person. Jeremy was blind in one eye at this time, and as the blood flowed, he became more and more manic. No matter who was in front of him, he roared loudly. Kill you. Watch out for his laser sword. Fearing that Luya didn't know the power of the laser sword, Erica quickly reminded her. Luya didn't look back, looking at the sword stabbing him at a speed as fast as a turtle. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Every time Luya said a word, he punched Jeremy in the body. After 3 punches, Jeremy was already bleeding from all his orifices, his whole body was limp, and he could no longer hold the laser sword in his hand, so he dropped it to the ground. But Luya obviously won't let him go just like that. The anger in his heart is very strong now and he needs an outlet to vent. He held Jeremy's head to prevent him from collapsing, and at the same time, looked directly into his eyes. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes bright and don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with again. At this time, Jeremy finally woke up from his madness. He wanted to ask for mercy, but it was too late. In the last moments of his life, his remaining eye only saw 2 groups of red lights converging, and then 2 red rays of light shot out. Wow! Chapter 18. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 1%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 46%. The voice of the system sounded in my mind again, but this time the unlocking level seemed to be a little low. Luya had some doubts in his heart, but maybe it was just a normal fluctuation in the system settlement, Luya explained to himself. On the contrary, the lasers coming out of his eyes just now made everyone in the restaurant stunned for a moment. What is that? His eyes actually shoot lasers. For ordinary people, this kind of ability that is obviously out of touch with normal people is still unacceptable to them for a while. Bray reacted quickly and became even more thankful. The boss must be a messenger sent by God, and Hell's Kitchen will change in his hands. My decision to give in before was so damn right. It turns out that Bray knelt down to Lu Adam before and some of his men were unconvinced. Everyone was just out to fool around. What kind of hero is he who is greedy for life and afraid of death? However, now that they have seen the godlike ability of Luya, they are all convinced, and they are extremely impressed by the boss's foresight before. Seeing that the danger was over, Lucienne and her brother walked out from the counter. She was directly behind the lure, and she could only vaguely see it, as if lasers were shooting out of this man's eyes. Lucienne suddenly lowered her head in disappointment. A man like this must be surrounded by strong people. Lucienne once speculated that maybe Luya wanted to rule Hell's Kitchen, so she might be able to help. But looking at it now, it seems that I am too weak. He's not even afraid of bullets and can shoot lasers out of his eyes. What else can stop him? Just when Lucienne was feeling lost, the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of Erica beside her. Suddenly, a light of hope appeared in Lucienne's eyes. At this time, Erica was actually the first to come to her senses after the initial shock. As a member of the killer organization Hand and the Council, she has seen many abilities beyond human limits. If there is any weird ability in this world, even if Superman appears in the comics, she won't find it strange. Don't tell me, He is invulnerable and his eyes can shoot lasers. He really looks like Superman, but I don't know if he can fly. Erika looked at Luya's tall back, thinking in a trance. Although Erika's combat power at this stage has not yet reached her peak, in terms of actual combat ability, she has already stood at the pinnacle of ordinary humans. Whether it is strength, speed, or reaction ability, they are all at the limit of human beings. Now she has just escaped from the control of the Hand and the Society and escaped to Hell's Kitchen. According to the original trajectory, she should become Kingpin's killer. It's a pity that because of the change in Luya's existence, she has already seriously injured Jinbin's men. Moreover, the sense of justice in her heart may prevent her from joining Jinbin's camp again. Drag people out and clean the ground. It's really bad luck. Perhaps it was due to the motherland's dissatisfaction with the unlocking speed of the template. Luya's mood was not so good at this time. It would be okay if you add a little each time, but I am afraid that the increase in unlocking degree will continue to decrease later. Could the behavior of the people of the motherland be anything other than killing people? Luya shook his head and could only put down his thoughts temporarily. Anyway, no matter what, I'm afraid I'm going to be a superhero in Hell's Kitchen for a while. Looking around the restaurant, the few people looked at me with eyes full of fear, and of course, admiration. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 1%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 47%. Luya was stunned by the sudden sound of the system in his mind. Why, the unlocking level actually increased on its own even though I didn't do anything. Forget it, it's a good thing anyway. Luya is too lazy to think about it, who knows what the system will do. Turning to look at Erika, she was wiping another intact steel fork. She didn't know where she had hidden this one just now, but she didn't even notice it. Judging from Erika's skills just now, she is obviously not an ordinary person, and her decisive attacks and attacks that hit her opponent's vital points directly. This all shows that her identity is extraordinary. Have you seen enough? What? Luya blinked and looked at Erika, who was blushing a little. Erika snorted and turned her head to the side. How could anyone stare directly at someone like this? Luya was handsome and strong, otherwise Erika might have taken action directly. Luya was so confused by Erika's question that he didn't even notice that he had just been staring at her in a daze. Even Lucien snorted and turned to pull her brother to go home. Tisk, why do you feel the atmosphere around you has changed suddenly? Erika had sorted out her emotions at this time and walked to Luya. By the way, are you the boss here? Of course. Luya waved his hand. What's the matter? Anyway, Bray recognizes him as the boss, so it doesn't seem to be a problem for him to say that he is the boss here, right? Erika nodded. I want to stay with you for a while. I wonder if you have any spare room. Do you live here? Luya could tell that Erika, like himself, had just arrived in Hell's Kitchen. But it's okay, with such a master here, at least if I gain territory, there will be someone to help watch over it. Luya himself is still a student after all, and it is unlikely that he will stay in Hell's Kitchen forever. With Erika here, she can help him keep an eye on things. So Luya looked at Bray, with a questioning look in his eyes. Bray replied sensibly. There are some. There is actually an empty room behind Forward Restaurant, but it has been unoccupied for a long time and is a bit messy. Erika didn't have any requirements for the room. She was hunted down by Xiao and Hui. What kind of harsh environment had she not been in? Now that I finally got rid of those guys, it would be nice to have a temporary place to stay in Hell's Kitchen. Thanks. Erika put away the steel fork in her hand. One was damaged in today's battle, and she had to find a way to make a new one. Luya saw that everything in the restaurant had been arranged, and seeing that it was getting late, he was ready to leave. Generally speaking, tonight's harvest is quite good. I don't even have to go out and look for it myself. There are guys like Jeremy who take the initiative to give me experience. The only pity is that the unlock level is not increased tonight. But it doesn't matter. It's still long enough before Marvel's real danger comes, enough for me to develop. Chapter 19. In the following days, Luya went to class as normal during the day and went to Hell's Kitchen for hunting at night. In Hell's Kitchen, the name Fatherland also began to spread. Some people say that the Motherland man is a superhero of justice, because he always appears at crime scenes to prevent crimes from happening. But some people say that the people of the Motherland are executioners, because according to statistics from thoughtful people, more than 100 people in Hell's Kitchen have died at the hands of the Motherland in just a few days. Many people agree with this view, because real superheroes would not be so cruel. In fact, the reason why Luya was able to achieve such results in a few days was due to one night. A gang fight broke out in a civilian neighborhood, and the situation soon became unstoppable and gradually affected the ordinary residents there. The red-eyed gangsters began to completely disregard the lives of civilians, and some even took advantage of troubled waters and started robberies. So, dealing with this group of guys who had lost their humanity, Luya sent them all to see God with a laser beam. Oh, maybe it's Satan. Anyway, from now on, there is an additional street called Peace Street in Hell's Kitchen. I heard that as long as you don't do evil, when you need help, especially when you are blackmailed by gangs and have no choice, you can go to Pingan Street for help. There are also blind gangs who want to forcefully go to Pingan Street to run wild because they have guns. As a result, without exception, they all go in vertically and come out horizontally. I heard that the person who solved them was a woman. Name, Black Angel. What's more, I was unlucky and happened to have people from my motherland there, so a piece of land in the east and a piece in the west were packed up. Anyway, I heard that since the establishment of Pingan Street, the food of many small gangs has become better and they can always eat in a mansion somewhere. Bang. 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 8 short but athletic figures surrounded a huge amount of fat man in the middle and kept attacking. Although he is called a fat man, in fact, if you get closer, you will find that this fat man is more than 2 meters tall and has bulging muscles all over his body. He is a veritable muscular man. As he moved around, the floor under his feet was constantly shaking, and from time to time, some plates could not bear his weight and broke. The man is the current emperor of the New York gang, the underworld emperor who is about to dominate the entire American underworld, Kingpin. At this time, he was undergoing daily warm-up training to keep his fighting skills from deteriorating. At this time, the 8 people saw that they could not attack for a long time. After looking at each other, as if they were united in thought, they suddenly attacked his vital points from 8 different directions at the same time. Seeing that all his vital points were blocked, Jin didn't feel any panic, but instead, a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He made a fist with his right arm, and the whole arm was like a hydraulic machine, hitting the ground hard. Boom. Huge amounts of impact force erupted between Jinbin's fist and the ground, directly knocking all 8 people surrounding him away. Okay, that's it for today. Kingpin turned his wrist, looking unhappy. The quality of the ninjas found by these young people is not very good. But there is no way. Today Jinji has completely surpassed the category of normal humans. His body of nearly 400 kilograms contains nearly 98% of muscle. With such inhuman muscle mass, his strength can easily be measured in tons. Boss. At this time, his subordinates handed a series of documents that had been prepared into Jinbing's hands. The documents record various industrial situations under Kingpin, as well as some recent events. As the most powerful gangster in America today, Kingpin is already recognized as the uncrowned king of the underground world, although he has not yet unified all forces. Therefore, few things have caught his attention recently, until one of the documents. A native of the motherland. Jinping's expression remained unchanged. He has a very good memory. This native of his country should be a young hero who emerged from a boxing ring under his name a few days ago. He even sent someone to contact him. Yes, Kingpin used the words young heroes to describe people of the motherland. At this time, he was in the stage of rapid expansion of his territory. In order to cope with the future situation, he was willing to absorb some masters into his hands. However, the information about the people of the motherland in the past 2 days in the document made him frown a little. Have you planted your own flag in my Hell's Kitchen? As a no-nonsense zone, Hell's Kitchen plays an extremely important role for the Kingpin because various transactions here can avoid official detection. Therefore, Jin will not allow people and things beyond his control to appear here. Boss, I'll send someone to kill him. Beside Jinbin, his men made a slashing gesture. But Kingpin shook his head. He noticed that it was mentioned in the document. The opponent's combat strength is unknown. It is initially estimated to be at the peak of humankind. It is also suspected to have laser weapons, which are powerful. Kingpin himself has a cane that can shoot lasers, so he naturally knows how powerful this weapon is. If the other party really has the combat power described in the document, maybe I can find a time to meet with him. If you can recruit them, recruit them. If you can't recruit them, you can kill such people in the cradle in time. Midtown High School, after school time. Peter was talking to Mary Jane in the corridor. Having successfully obtained spider strength, he has finally fully accepted the changes in his body in the past 2 days. The only fly in the ointment is that due to the huge increase in strength, he has been unable to control his limbs well recently, always causing unnecessary damage. Of course, the extraordinary power also gave Peter more confidence, so much so that he actually dared to take the initiative to talk to Mary Jane. Yes, poor Peter, despite having such extraordinary abilities, he is still just like a licking dog, leaning next to Mary Jane and constantly telling jokes that are not actually funny. At this time, a tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor, holding a football on his waist. It was Thompson, known as Lightning. Peter, whose eyesight had been greatly improved, naturally saw Thompson's figure, and he had a hunch that the other party was coming for him. At this time, Mary Jane also saw her ex-boyfriend. Peter, let's go. Thompson was very powerful, and Mary Jane was worried that Peter would be targeted because of her own reasons. It's okay Jane, just look at me. Peter is very tough this time, he is no longer the same Peter. Creak. Peter watched Thompson rubbing the football in his hand, and suddenly, the fur all over his body swayed. What? Chapter 20. Peter, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly felt a chill. Based on his experience in the past 2 days, he should be in danger. However, he is surrounded by his classmates. Where does the danger come from? It can't be Thompson, right? Peter doesn't think Thompson can still pose a threat to him now. His current strength is enough to break gold and iron with his hands, which is beyond the description of a strongman. Before Peter could think about it, the football in Thompson's hand had already been lifted by him. Ah! The corridor suddenly became chaotic, and the students dispersed to one side, leaving a way for the aggressive Thompson. Call. The sound of breaking wind sounded. Peter pushed Mary Jane away, and then reached out to take the football with a relaxed expression. Wrong. The moment he touched the football, Peter's expression changed drastically. The kinetic energy attached to the ball was surprisingly large. Bang. Although Peter had caught the ball with both hands in time, under the impact, he was still pressed against the cabinet on the side, knocking out a huge dent in the iron cabinet. Peter, are you okay? Mary Jane frowned and walked to Peter and helped him up when he fell to the ground. Cough cough cough. Peter stood up and coughed twice. After taking a deep breath, he waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. The worry in Mary Jane's eyes did not diminish. She just wanted to live peacefully. Why couldn't such a small wish come true? Peter lowered his head and looked at the football in his hand. It was completely deflated at this time. This shows how strong Thompson was when he threw it. Peter was shocked, but Thompson was also surprised. He thought his shot could seriously injure Peter, but unexpectedly, Peter caught it with his hand. You know, my current strength is so amazing that I can even penetrate steel plates. It turned out that when he came back from the laboratory that day, in addition to Peter, Thompson was also bitten by the chosen spider. Therefore, after genetic recombination, Thompson also successfully obtained the ability of the chosen spider. Mary Jane looked at Thompson who was approaching, and finally couldn't help it. She mustered up the courage to stand in front of Peter. Mary Jane opened her arms and said like a protector. That's enough, Thompson. However, her behavior made Thompson even more angry. Damn BCH. Amid everyone's exclamations, Thompson slapped Mary Jane. With Thompson's current strength, Mary Jane would have suffered a severe concussion after the slap. Careful. Peter reacted quickly and immediately protected Mary Jane behind him. The price was that he himself was slapped out by Thompson again. There is also a gap in the enhancement given by the chosen spider. Thompson had stronger power before the genetic mutation, so after the enhancement, the power is much greater than that of Peter. It's cool. It's so cool. Thompson had a twisted smile on his face. This feeling of control. It's so fascinating. Watching Peter get up from the ground with difficulty this time, although I don't know why Peter can withstand his 2 attacks, it doesn't matter anymore. Just like before he became stronger, even if Peter became stronger, he would still be tortured by himself. Thompson raised his head and glanced left and right. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he murmured to himself. Found you. Among the crowd in the distance, Luya stood there looking at him coldly. For Thompson, bullying Peter Parker is just for fun, but Lure is the one who really annoys him. I humiliated myself twice and embarrassed myself in front of my classmates twice. Now that I have such extraordinary power, I must make him look good. The corners of Thompson's mouth raised and he clenched his fists again. Luya had actually arrived at the scene a long time ago. He originally wanted to see the famous scene of Thompson being tortured by his cheap brother. But unexpectedly, Peter, who had obtained the spider ability, was still abused by Thompson this time. Is it because of my butterfly effect? Luya easily saw that Thompson had acquired the same spider ability as others. Apparently, he was also bitten by the chosen spider in the laboratory. However, he didn't immediately step forward to help. Anyway, with Peter's current strength, even if he couldn't beat Thompson, he wouldn't be easily injured. I also happened to take this time to analyze the improvement in strength of the two and the gap between them. Now, seeing Thompson walking towards him, Luya shook his head helplessly. Is there really a kid who is rushing to hit the king of hell? At this time, Peter, who had already stood firm, also saw Thompson walking towards his brother. Peter didn't know Luya's strength, he just thought he was stronger. No, with Thompson's current strength, my brother will definitely not be able to bear it. Peter suddenly became anxious. Although his brother Luya was always kind to him on weekdays, when he was really being bullied, he would always show up in time. Now, it's my turn to protect you, brother. Ignoring his aching arms, Peter opened his legs and rushed towards Thompson quickly. Big stupid bear. Punch me. Even now, Peter's curse words are still big stupid bear, and he doesn't even want to say FK. Thompson noticed the movement behind him, but he didn't take Peter to heart. With a casual wave of his arm, Peter was knocked to the ground. Peter looked at the arrogant Thompson and knew that he couldn't stop him for long, so he could only shout to Luya. Brother, run quickly. Seeing Peter's anxious look, Thompson became more and more excited. Ha 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 ha. Turning to look at Luya. Your brother was bullied by me again. Why, you won't stand up for him this time. Tisk. Luya's smile remained unchanged, but his expression turned cold. Feeling the change in Luya's mood, Thompson became more and more arrogant. Angry? Ha 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 ha. Snap. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, a shoe print appeared on Thompson's face. Who attacked me? Looking at Gwen who suddenly appeared, Luya opened his eyes wide. What? 3 Spider-Man. He was not so easily angered by Thompson's provocation. An ant gained 100 or 1,000 times more power with one move. Wasn't it already an ant? It was Gwen's performance that made Luya more interested. In other words, because of the chain reaction, the chosen spider bit 3 people at once. In Luya's enhanced eyes, Gwen's muscles all over her body became more toned, and her already hot figure became even hotter. Luya knew that in the original Marvel comics, Gwen became Spider-Woman. In that world, the identities of Gwen and Peter were reversed. Originally it was Peter who failed to save Gwen, but it became Gwen who failed to save Peter. Interesting, so interesting. Luya couldn't imagine how happy the criminals would be if 3 Spider-Man appeared in New York at the same time. Oh, it could be 2, depending on Thompson's subsequent attitude. Chapter 21. Looking at Gwen standing in front of him and Peter getting up again, Thompson sneered. Haha, Luya, why don't you like to stand out? What, are you going to hide behind your brother and the girl now? Thompson's tone was extremely sarcastic, bringing the villain's triumphant expression to the extreme. Luya's heart was not disturbed now. As long as his family was not involved, the gods would not bother to care about the provocation of the ants. It was Thompson's words that angered Gwen and Peter at the same time. Peter suddenly possessed extraordinary power, and he had a righteous heart. He would even help passers-by when they were bullied, let alone his own brother. In Gwen's eyes, Luya is undoubtedly a superhero. After witnessing Luya's great power in Hell's Kitchen, now even if she has gained extraordinary power, she understands that she is completely inferior to Luya. The surroundings seemed to be quiet for a moment, and the voices of nearby discussion seemed to be pulled far away. Then, as if they had agreed, Peter and Gwen rushed towards Thompson at the same time. Thompson was completely unafraid and turned around to fight 1 against 2. Luya watched the movements of the 3 people carefully and quickly analyzed them in his brain. First of all, Thompson is undoubtedly the strongest, and is much stronger than his younger brothers Peter and Gwen. Next, Peter's strength is second, while Gwen's strength is the weakest. Of course, the weakness here is relatively speaking. In fact, although the movements of the 3 are not gorgeous at present, even Gwen, who is the weakest, is definitely more than a ton in the eyes of Luya. This is the reason why the 3 of them have just awakened. As time goes by, the power of the 3 of them will continue to grow. While Luya was thinking, the 3 people in front were already fighting. Peter hugged Thompson, trying to restrict his movements. Although Gwen kicked Thompson just now, his attention was all on his brother Luya, so he didn't know about Gwen's changes, and thought she just succeeded when Thompson wasn't paying attention. Therefore, after hugging Thompson, Peter shouted loudly. He is not something you can deal with, leave now. One is his brother, and the other is the sister-in-law in his heart. Yes, Peter saw that Gwen's relationship with his brother was unusual, so he took the initiative to regard her as his brother Luya's girlfriend. In this way, he will not allow anyone to get hurt. But Gwen didn't care so much. She also wanted Luya to see that she also had extraordinary abilities. I can become a superhero like him in the future. However, the chosen spider strengthened Thompson beyond their imagination. Almost effortlessly, Thompson hooked the shoulder of Peter who was hugging him with one hand, and grabbed Gwen's fist attacking him with the other hand. Boom. Thompson stood on his feet and used his arms. Drink. With the huge force coming, both Peter and Gwen couldn't control their bodies and were thrown away by Thompson. After landing, Peter glanced at his brother Luya reluctantly, and then looked at Mary Jane. Seeing Mary Jane looking at him worriedly, Peter's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. Does she care about me? Yes, she just cares about me. Somehow, Peter felt a little secretly happy in his heart. All around, students were talking a lot. Oh my God, is Thompson so strong? I can only say that he is indeed the star of our school football team. Hey. Is now the time to talk about this? Hurry up and find the teacher. Others couldn't see the changes in the three of them, but they could still tell that Thompson was beating and bullying his classmates. Therefore, several students quietly left the crowd of onlookers and ran towards the office. Luya saw the changes in the crowd and knew that soon a teacher would come to stop this farce. Therefore, Luya no longer waits. How about that, puny Peter, huh? At this time, Thompson grabbed Peter's collar and still yelled with the nickname he had given Peter before. Gwen stabilized her figure at this time and raised her legs to continue moving forward. Well, his power is much stronger than yours now, and it's not something you can handle now. This farce should come to an end. After patting Gwen's head gently, Luya moved his legs, reached behind Thompson in an instant, and grasped the raised fist. What's going on, am I dazzled? The students around him rubbed their eyes. How did the lure move behind Thompson in such a sudden motion? At this time, Thompson was raising his fist, wanting to punch Peter in the face, but as soon as he raised his fist, he felt his wrist being held. Thompson turned around suddenly and found that it was Luya who had thrown himself into a trap. His brain, which was filled with muscles, did not think much, but laughed innocently. Luya, you actually delivered it to your door yourself? Then you can't blame me. After that, in Peter's horrified eyes, Thompson let go of him with his other hand and punched the lure in the face. No. Peter already knows about Thompson's power, and even his own extraordinary strength is a bit unbearable. So as an ordinary brother, isn't it dangerous? However, Thompson punched so fast that Peter could only widen his eyes in despair. However, Thompson was still not completely crazy. Halfway through his fist swing, he reluctantly withdrew some of his strength. He just wanted to teach Luya a lesson, but he didn't really want to kill anyone. As everyone knows, it was his last move that made Luya let him go. Just as his fist was about to hit Luya's face. Boom. As everyone imagined, the scene where Luya was smashed in the face did not appear. Instead, it was Thompson. At this time, both of his wrists were held by Luya. What? Thompson looked at his restricted hands in disbelief. He tried hard to pull them out, but he couldn't do it. Luya's hands were like two iron hoops, tightly locking his wrists. How is this possible? Even Peter was stunned. He was the one who knew Thompson's power best. It is no exaggeration to say that Thompson now looks like a very destructive violent bear. And in this state, Thompson's hands were easily restrained by his brother. Looking at Thompson, who was still struggling in disbelief, Luya smiled slightly and exerted force with his palms at the same time. Click. Ah! Thompson looked at Luya in horror and pain. He felt as if his wrist was broken. What kind of monster is this? It's obvious that my body's strength is comparable to steel. But in fact, Luya controls his power very well. As a reward for Thompson's strength just now, he just crushed Thompson's wrist into bone fractures instead of powder. Chapter 22. Thompson clearly felt that his wrist was clamped by an iron vise. No. With his current strength and physical strength, it is impossible for iron pliers to restrain him. Just this morning, Thompson, who had gained extraordinary strength, was still in high spirits, thinking that the whole world was at his feet. He was originally a flamboyant person, but once he gained such ability, he immediately drifted away. Until facing Luya, his self-confidence was shattered again. Like a magic spell, although Thompson still looked at Luya with an unconvinced expression, fear already appeared in his heart. Moreover, as time went by and with the guidance of the classmates around him, his inner fear continued to rise. Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Thompson was really completely restrained by his brother Luya. He didn't understand why Thompson suddenly became so powerful like him. Maybe he was bitten by a spider like him. In that case, does it mean that my brother was bitten by a spider in the laboratory that day? But Peter is quite happy that Thompson can defeat him. He had been bullied by him for so long and even became the laughing stock of his classmates. He knew all this. Although with the presence of Luya, many students did not laugh at Peter in person, but their sensitive hearts could still tell that many students looked down upon them. Peter glanced at his brother Luya. I want to become as powerful as him one day. At this time, Peter still didn't know how outrageous his wish was. The strength of Luya was not just what he showed on the surface. Thompson, don't you have anything to say about today's events? Luya let go of Thompson's injured hand. Fearing Luya's power, Thompson made no other moves this time. But the team won't lose even if they lose, so Thompson wanted to say two more harsh words. But when he raised his head and looked into Luya's eyes, he flinched. The absolute suppression of Luya's power gave him a psychological shadow. People like him can easily bully the weak and fear the strong. He was afraid, he was really afraid. So Thompson spoke with difficulty. Feel sorry. When he said these two words, It meant that his pride and his stubbornness were thrown to the ground. The students around were talking a lot. The school's rugby star, Lightning, who had always been a domineering image, actually bowed his head. However, he had to do this. Thompson looked into Luya's eyes. What a pair of terrifying eyes they were, and the murderous intent seemed to have turned into reality. If Luya hadn't gone to school on time every day, Thompson would have thought Luya was a murderous supervillain. Faced with Thompson's submission, Luya smiled again and patted his shoulder gently. If you know your mistakes and can correct them, you will still be a good kid. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 3%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 50%. The system that had been hunting in Hell's Kitchen a few days ago and had no movement for a long time actually gave a report at this time. Luya seems to have understood something. Maybe the unknown person can no longer provide himself with unlocking speed. This is the only possibility. Thompson is still a famous figure in the Marvel Universe. As the Motherland template unlocked and exceeded 50, Luya immediately felt the huge amounts of changes. Unlike before, his strength steadily increased with the unlocking level. This time, he could clearly feel that his strength seemed to have doubled. Even his body seems to have become much lighter. This is the discomfort caused by the extremely rapid increase in strength, but Luya believes that he will adapt to it soon. As for Thompson, who was half lying on the ground, he felt a sudden burst of strong momentum from the Luya in front of him. Is he going to attack me? With this kind of momentum, does he want to kill me? Peter and Gwen also discovered the abnormality of the lure's momentum through the spider sense. Peter didn't have any idea, he just thought his brother was putting pressure on Thompson. But Gwen knew that Luya was a Superman whose eyes could emit laser light. Is Luya stronger again? If this continues, will one day he become a godlike existence? Gwen doesn't know, but she's looking forward to this day. At this time, under the heavy pressure, Thompson was sweating profusely. He didn't even dare to wipe the sweat drops on his forehead for fear that it would attract Luya's attention. What he didn't know was that as his mentality changed, he became afraid of the strong and deeply doubtful of himself. The tiny spider hairs on Thompson's body are slowly retreating, and his bulging muscles are also beginning to shrink at an extremely slow speed. But his attention was all on Luya, and he didn't notice any changes in himself. On the other hand, for Luya, the further unlocking of the Motherland template has greatly enhanced his vision. Therefore, Luya noticed something was wrong with Thompson. His ability is slowly deteriorating. Luya remembered that in the previous movie, Peter Parker seemed to have experienced a similar situation. At that time, it seemed that Peter's emotional frustration, coupled with the wavering of faith in his heart, led to the disappearance of his ability. That's fine. If someone like Thompson gains such ability, he might become Spider-Man or a spider monster. In the distance, the Dean is approaching. Luya glanced at Thompson again, shook his head and turned to leave. It is impossible for him to really kill Thompson and expose his ability. There are many big bosses in the Marvel world, and although Luya is not afraid of most of them, there are a few that he needs to pay attention to at this stage. Such as the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. This is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. If it caught her attention, then I would be at the mercy of others with my extremely poor magic resistance. So, before the Dean arrived, Luya left the corridor. Gwen jumped and followed, seemingly ignoring the surprised looks of others. Peter looked at the lost Thompson, and then at Mary Jane. Mary Jane stood in front of Peter just now, which moved Peter so much that he felt that Mary Jane was the woman he wanted to protect throughout his life. However, when Peter looked at Mary Jane, Jane stared blankly at Luya and Gwen who were leaving together. In her eyes, the loss could not be concealed. It's tragic to say that she became Thompson's girlfriend, but Thompson was a jerk in high school. Moreover, Luya was suppressed several times when he provoked him, and he was even injured this time. He is liked by Peter, but Peter is very weak. Although he tried hard today, he was still beaten to the point of being confused by Thompson. Mary Jane really wants a sense of security, but who can give her the sense of security? Peter, Mary. Are you okay? Suddenly, a magnetic voice sounded behind the two of them. Chapter 23. At night, the distraught Thompson returned home in a daze. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Luya's glowing red eyes seemed to be flashing in front of him all the time. Gradually, Luya's handsome face seemed to appear in front of Thompson. Trash, you are just a trash. You are just a joker, ha ha ha. No. Get away. Thompson was so frightened that he roared and waved his arms crazily towards the nothingness in front of him. Bang. Without noticing, Thompson's hand fell on the cabinet next to him. The sharp corner of the cabinet instantly cut his arm open, and bright red blood began to drip down his arm. Tick-tock. 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 Facing the arm that continued to bleed, Thompson not only failed to stop the bleeding, but stared blankly at the wound. How is this possible? My arm. How could a mere wooden cabinet injure yourself? At this time, Thompson had noticed something was wrong with his body. The tiny fuzz and barbs on his body had completely disappeared. My figure has also shrunk a lot, and I'm back to where I was before I got my ability. In other words, his ability seems to have completely disappeared. No. No. Thompson murmured. If it had never been obtained, then Thompson might not care so much. However, now even insignificant Peter has gained this ability. Once he loses his ability, doesn't it mean that he will be bullied by Peter in the future? Just as Thompson was sitting on the edge of the bed in despair, he didn't notice that a group of black liquid quietly appeared outside the window. Feeling Thompson's extreme emotional changes, the black shadow seemed to smell something exciting and crawled towards Thompson quickly. Snap! The black liquid crawled onto Thompson's back, and a small tentacle stretched out, followed by a second, then a third. Countless tentacles were weaving behind Thompson's back like a big web. The next moment, all the tentacles suddenly stabbed Thompson. And these tentacles were integrated into Thompson's body the moment they came into contact with him. What the hell? At this time, Thompson also discovered the black liquid, and watched it continue to integrate into his body, and he continued to struggle. However, having lost his spider strength, he has no power to fight back in front of Venom. Yes, the black liquid is a symbiote, Venom. At this time, Venom is looking for a symbiote that suits him. It came to Earth with a meteor, to the New York suburbs of America. It has been looking for a symbiote candidate for itself for a long time. Originally, his first choice was Luya, with his strong body, huge amounts of power, and decisive character. This is simply the perfect host tailor-made for you. If it can form a Venom symbiote with such a powerful host, it is even confident that they can join forces to rule the world. However, while Venom discovered that Luya was powerful, he also felt that Luya's soul ability was quite powerful. This may be the reason for the Luya crossing, but for Venom, this is not a good thing. It is willing to become a symbiosis with humans, but if the human soul's ability is too strong, or in other words, its willpower is too strong, then it may not be able to become the leader of the symbiosis. So Venom changed his target, and Peter was the second one to come into his sight. Although Peter is still far behind in lures after obtaining spider strength, it is still pretty good compared to ordinary humans. The only flaw is that Venom can feel that Peter is too kind at heart and has too low desires. This is actually the case. In the original movie, Peter's temperament changed drastically after he was possessed by Venom. The most pretentious thing he thought of was to buy discounted brand name clothes. He didn't even rob it, he bought it with money. Now, Venom has finally made up his mind to choose Thompson, the BD, as the symbiote host. Get out of my body. Thompson saw that these black tentacles were about to be completely integrated into his body, and he was extremely frightened. But his struggle was completely meaningless. As the last tentacle disappeared, the Venom symbiote was born. Thompson touched his body with trembling hands, trying to find any abnormalities. At this time, a large amount of black liquid suddenly poured out of his body, and in a very short time, the Venom completed its possession. There was nothing wrong with being possessed by Venom, so Thompson calmed down for the time being. And on the contrary, he felt the return of power. No, this power is stronger than my previous spider strength. Thompson, who was covered in venom, had a big gash on his face and revealed a ferocious smile. Bliss. At this moment, the confidence that had been lost returned to Thompson's body again. Coming to the mirror, Thompson looked at himself inside. The whole body turned into black muscles, the body expanded in a large circle, and there seemed to be infinite power surging inside the body. This feeling is so wonderful. Thompson's eyes gradually became lost and then crazy. Those who cannot control power will be swallowed up by it. Gilug. So hungry. Venom. Thompson clutched his belly. Since this venom came to the earth, it has not had time to eat. Therefore, after living in Thompson's body, he was actually very weak. Thompson came to the window and looked at the pedestrians on the roadside. He swallowed hard. Good food, hee. Bang. The door opened and closed, and Thompson, who had returned to normal, staggered out of the door. In the dark street, Ben Parker walked quickly along the street. As he walked, he looked around carefully. Tonight, my nephew Peter suddenly said he wanted to go out for a walk, but he still hasn't come home yet. I wanted to ask my son Luya about the situation, but when I opened the door and walked in, Luya was not in the room either. These two brats, after I find them, I must talk to them. At this time, Peter was standing at the door of a boxing ring, wearing a spider suit tailored by himself. Of course, this battle suit is still very rough. It is more like a coat with spider stripes than a battle suit. Looking at the address on the newspaper in his hand, Peter raised his head and looked at the entrance of the boxing ring with eyes full of yearning. 3,000 yuan for a game, If only for a few games, I would be a rich man. I want to become rich. I want to become rich. If he becomes rich, then Mary Jane will definitely agree to be with him. As long as there is money. As long as you have money. Chapter 24. Peter finally embarked on a path to make money. And the reason for all this is because of his good brother Harry Osborn. Just this afternoon, when Peter wanted to take Mary Jane away, Mary Jane got into her friend Harry's car. The naive Peter thought that as long as he had money, Mary Jane would definitely be with him. Just like when he envied his brother Luya's strength before. The Marvel world seems to have really concluded its timeline. Just like in the movie, Peter won the game with difficulty, but only got a mere 50 UN. At the same time, the masked robber who shot Ben Parker in the original film also appeared. When passing by Peter, Peter got out of the way like in the movie and did not stop him. "Thank you, good brother." With that said, the masked man grabbed a handful of bills from his bag and put it into Peter's hand. Wow! Peter looked at this handful of banknotes worth at least thousands, with a happy smile on his face. "This one belongs to you, doesn't it?" "Hey! Why didn't you stop him? He is still the middle-aged person in charge. He is lucky that Fat Hammer is still in the ICU, so no one has asked him for the 100,000 UN that Luya took away." Hearing the other party's question, Peter curled his lips and said that classic sentence. "What does it have to do with me?" After that, Peter was too lazy to say any more. Listening to the noisy sounds outside the boxing ring, he hummed a tune and walked out of the boxing ring, leaving only the person in charge with a dark face. After 2 consecutive dereliction of duties, his days as a responsible person may be over. On the street, Peter clutched a handful of bills in his pocket. Although it was only 1,000, it was already a huge sum of money that he had never had since he was a child. Woohoo! Just when Peter was in a happy mood, a series of loud and rapid sirens brought his thoughts back to reality. Looking ahead, Peter saw a group of people gathered in a circle on the street, and police began to clear the place. Peter suddenly felt something in his heart. He quickly ran to the outside of the crowd, and relied on his strong physical fitness to squeeze in. Seeing the person lying on the ground, Luya's eyes shrank. "Isn't this the masked man just now?" At this time, the masked man looked extremely miserable. His body was broken into 2 parts, and there were burnt marks on the fracture. It looked like it had been cut directly by some high-heat weapon. Peter suddenly felt a wave of self-blame in his heart. If he had stopped him in the first place, maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this, right? Just as Peter was thinking this, suddenly, snap! A hand suddenly rested on Peter's shoulder. Who? Absent-mindedly, Peter turned around very quickly, and then he saw the figure behind him. Ben, Uncle Ben. Ben Parker kept walking along the street looking for his son and nephew. "Finally, I saw my nephew Peter among the crowd." "Peter, can you explain why you haven't come home so late tonight?" Peter has changed a lot recently, and Ben can see it. At least, as a family member who has lived together for more than 10 years, it is impossible not to notice Peter's suddenly stronger body. Uncle Ben, I'm just out for a walk." "Yes, just strolling around," Peter said just 3 times in a row before he came up with a lame excuse. Ben obviously didn't believe the explanation given by Peter, probably because Peter really couldn't lie. After taking a look at the body of the masked robbery man who was about to be wrapped, even Ben couldn't help but take a breath. He then looked at Peter with a stern look. "Peter, tell me, you have nothing to do with this. Maybe there is some extraordinary ability in this world, and Ben Parker knows all too well how disastrous it will be for a young man to suddenly gain power beyond his control." He was very worried that if his nephew Peter gained any power, would he go astray because of it? Peter's hand in his pocket nervously squeezed a handful of bills. He didn't know whether he should tell Uncle Ben about this. But going to the boxing ring to do black boxing might be too unorthodox, so Peter hesitated again and again but didn't say anything. "No, Uncle Ben, I just came to stroll on the street." Ben looked at his nephew's nervous look and knew that he was hiding something from him. But then he thought about it. Peter had been well behaved and kind since he was a child, and he had no reason to doubt that Peter would do such a thing. Ben can be said to be a completely responsible and kind person, and he is willing to believe in his nephew. "Okay, Peter, do you know where your brother is?" Of course Peter didn't know that. In fact, even he didn't know that Luya would go out in the dark every night. "Dad." At this time, Luya appeared on the other side of the road with his hands in his pockets and waved towards Ben. In fact, in order to prevent the tragedy in the original movie from happening, Luya has been paying attention to his father Ben with enhanced vision before 12 o'clock these 2 days. Especially the boxing ring, as expected, it really made him wait for that masked robber. At that time, Luya looked at the masked man whose father was only 1 street away, and the movement trajectories of both parties were already given in his mind. In the end, Luya came to the conclusion that if he didn't intervene, tragedy would definitely happen. Facing a guy who would threaten his family, especially his father in this life, Ben, Luya couldn't calm down immediately, and without much thought, he directly fired his laser eyes and sent the masked robber back to the west. Luya is not Peter, he never thinks he is a good person. Faced with this guy who might threaten his family, he just killed him without any burden in his heart. I just finished shopping with Gwen, what happened? Luya's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat. He just made up a reason. Matching his calm face, he was surprisingly convincing. Gwen. I thought about it for a while, it seemed like a normal thing for a young man of this age to go on a date at night. After all, I was also a romantic figure when I was young. Therefore, Ben did not doubt his son, and just patted Luya on the shoulder. Son, your mother and I have no objection to your date, but you should tell us. Okay Dad, I understand. Well, now Luya can go out openly at night? Peter glanced at his brother with complicated eyes. Why is there such a big gap between people? I am shy even to say a word to Mary Jane, but my brother is already able to go shopping with Gwen every night. Luya glanced at his younger brother Peter, who had an envious expression on his face, and shook his head helplessly. You really believe it? Besides, even if I really went on a date with Gwen, would I go shopping all night? Chapter 25. Parallel Universe Weirdo Universe. Streets of New York, Daily Bugle. Spider-Man has not appeared for a whole week. Due to the disappearance of Spider-Man in Queens, New York, the crime rate in the city has increased by 300%. Spider-Man, where are you? In today's latest Daily Bugle, there are actually 3 sections focusing on Spider-Man. Night falls on a dilapidated street. Spider-Man from the Strange Man universe has finally caught you. An extremely tall man walked out of the corner. He was wearing a combat uniform, and the exposed skin was an abnormal dark green color. Morlun, the Totem Killer, also known as the Spider-Man Killer. In countless multi-universes, Morlun is hunting Spider-Man in their respective universes. In this Weird Man universe, Spider-Man's name is not Peter, but Pantheson. After Pansone was bitten by the chosen spider, 8 spider legs sprouted from his back, so he was also called Spider-Man. However, at this time, all 8 spider legs on Spider-Man's back had been broken, and a smelly green liquid flowed out from the fractures. Obviously, the disappearance of Spider-Man reported in the Daily Bugle was due to Morlun. Morlun, who possesses the ability to track, finally drove Spider-Man, or Spider-Man, to a dead end in this universe. At this time, Pansone was speechless. In the process of escaping just now, the spider silk stored in his belly button was completely exhausted. Boo-hoo-hoo. Morlun's blood-red eyes stared at Pansone, and then he raised his hands. Huge amounts of suction came from his hands. Then, Spider-Man Pantheon began to show a painful expression. In just a few seconds, when Morlun walked out of the street, Spider-Man had disappeared. All that was left were the hard shell fragments stained with green liquid on the ground. Very good, let me see which universe we will go to next. 741 Universe, Lock, Spider-Man. Just when Morlun was about to travel to Universe 741, a breath caught his attention. Are these 3 Spider-Men? Which universe is this from? No matter, after solving the problem, 7311 Universe, we will check again. The dark green figure disappeared, and the stranger universe lost Spider-Man forever. Chi Universe. After receiving special approval from his father Ben, Luya gained the privilege of going out every night. In the past week, the name of the motherland has become more and more famous in Hell's Kitchen, even surpassing the South Block and being known by people in all blocks. At the same time, a large number of ordinary people knew about Pingan Street and poured into Pingan Street like a tide. Originally, Bray complained to Luya that too many people came, which made Pingan Street a bit crowded now. But Luya rejected his proposal to restrict ordinary people from staying in Pingan Street, because he seemed to have discovered another secret that increases the unlocking level of the template for the motherland. Unlocking degree of motherland template, 71%. A week ago, the unlocking rate was still 50%, but a week later, it has reached a full 71%. The secret of this, Luya guessed, is because of the worship of passers-by. Apart from killing people, the people of our country like to show their holiness in front of everyone and gain fame. But it is true that Pingan Street cannot accommodate so many people. After all, this is really a street. Not necessarily, Luya spent a day personally taking action and specifically laying down the 3 surrounding streets. As a result, Pingan Street occupies nearly half of the southern block of Hell's Kitchen. As for the gang bosses who were originally entrenched here, they have basically become the foundation for street renovation. Just like that, a month has passed. During this month, some minor things happened around me. The first is Luya, whose unlocking degree of the Motherland template has reached 80%. However, after reaching 80%, the growth of unlocking degree becomes slower and slower. Other aspects. In Queens, New York, the crime rate has suddenly increased, and many people have disappeared inexplicably. However, there is a large population here and the society is not stable, so the disappearance of a few people does not attract attention. Then, 2 Spider-Man turned out. One of the Spider-Man is wearing a red spider suit, while the other is wearing a black and white suit. To distinguish them, based on their characteristics, people call them Spider-Man and Spider-Woman respectively. The existence of 2 Spider-Man has greatly reduced the crime rate in Queens. However, disappearances still happen frequently, and the missing people begin to change from old people to young people. Police station. Director George Stacy looked at his subordinates' reports and had a headache. The 5th person has reported the crime today. Hell's Kitchen, Ping An Street, Ping An Restaurant. What's going on? Didn't I say that you can keep peace on Ping An Street? Why has my brother been missing here for so long and you still haven't found the murderer? At the door of the restaurant, a slovenly middle-aged black man sat on the doorframe like a scoundrel, loudly accusing the management of Ping An Street for their inaction. The now renovated restaurant is at least 10 times the size it once was. File size. Looking at the noisy slovenly black man at the door, now the manager of the restaurant, Bray walked out. I'm already investigating your brother's affairs, and I will definitely let you know if there is any news. However, the sloppy black man didn't buy it and continued to behave like a rogue. Enough. Suddenly, a girl wearing training clothes walked out from the backyard of the restaurant and yelled loudly. The girl was Lucienne. After that day, she asked to be apprenticed to Erica and learn her fighting and assassination skills. In more than a month, she has changed a lot. As for Ping An Street, she has regarded it as her real home, her personality is much more cheerful than before, and she is willing to talk more. And her younger brother, Lu Hao, was also sent to study with a teacher in preparation for obtaining an identity and going to school in the future. At the door, seeing a half-grown girl like Lucienne dare to attack him in public, the sloppy black man suddenly felt insulted. None of your business. Ping An Street said it would ensure everyone's safety, that's why we came. Otherwise, why would everyone come here? Everyone said it, right? Dirty black people try to incite others to gain momentum. A slight commotion began among the onlookers. Lucienne looked at the opponent with a victorious smile and wanted to rush forward and beat him up. However, she was worried about affecting the image of Ping An Street, so she hesitated in place. Let's see. Maybe, the recent disappearances are the so-called ghosts on Ping An Street. They tricked us in, maybe for some unknown purpose. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone's discussion became louder. Although most people do not agree with this view and feel that Ping An Street is indeed a rare piece of pure land in Hell's Kitchen, few people agree. Just when the sloppy black man was feeling proud, a figure fell from the sky. Boom. Ping An Street welcomes everyone, the only thing you need to pay is your respect. If you were like him. Saying that, Luya stepped on the sloppy black man's foot and twisted it hard. Click. Then don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 26. Looking at the sloppy black man wailing in pain at his feet, Luya felt angry in his heart. Why are some people just not satisfied? If it weren't for their own Ping An Street, they would still be living a precarious life every day. Sure enough, love and hatred will never go out of style. I am still too kind. Looking at the silent crowd, Luya said in a deep voice. If you want to continue living on my Ping An Street, you must abide by the rules. From today on, everyone living on Ping An Street must have his or her own job. You respect me, and I will give you protection. Luya said, raising his hands high, his body slowly floated from the ground. This is the last ability that his Motherland template obtained after being over 80 years old, flying. Although the lure has only initially unlocked ability, it is not yet able to fly at high speeds. But at this moment, his floating figure looked like a god to everyone. Hell's Kitchen is a place that respects the strong, where the weak eat the strong, and only the strong can be respected. And Luya has undoubtedly left a deep mark on everyone's hearts. At this time, no one paid attention to the sloppy black man just now, but looked feverishly at the lure floating in the air. Their eyes were as if they were staring at gods. Mom, is he a messenger of God? In the arms of a mother, the little girl looked at the lure with bright eyes. From the stories she had heard, it seemed that only God's messengers had the ability to fly. Maybe he is sent by God to protect everyone. In fact, the little girl's mother was also extremely shocked at this moment. She had never believed in religion, but after returning home today, she suddenly began to believe in gods. Oh my God. Bray could barely keep his body steady. My boss can actually fly. What is going on? Is the boss really a god? Doesn't that mean that he is the god's younger brother? Rounding things off, I am also a god. Of course, Bray didn't know how to round, but that's what it meant. He looked back at Ping'an restaurant. There were 2 strings of huge amounts of red lanterns hanging on the door, which Lucien bought specially in Dachao Street. And I am no longer the BD who lived a miserable life. Tears shone in the corners of Bray's eyes. Was he really alive before? No, just a zombie. And now, I am the manager of Ping'an restaurant. He is a decent person. So, if anyone wants to destroy Ping'an restaurant and Ping'an Street, he must destroy himself. Bray's eyes became firm, he looked at Luya feverishly, and then shouted to the people around him. Have you forgotten who gave you asylum? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the darkness? Faced with Bray's hysteria, some people in the crowd finally began to respond. He is a native of the motherland. People of the motherland. Everyone shouted the name of the motherland loudly. Although the residents of Hell's Kitchen are like mice, most of them still have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Who is good and who is bad? They are not blind. The shouts of hundreds of people were very shocking, and the entire Ping'an Street was boiling with the sight of Luya. With the support of everyone on Ping'an Street, Luya's reputation has reached its peak in the neighborhood. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 5%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 85%. In Luya's mind, the system's voice sounded. This time, the unlocking level increased by a full 5%. Seeing everyone's increasingly fanatical eyes, Luya glanced at Bray in surprise. I didn't expect that this guy actually has such a talent for inciting emotions. Hungry, so hungry. Thompson is like a frail ghost, wandering around Hell's Kitchen. Good brother, let's go eat quickly. On his shoulder, suddenly a huge amount of head popped out. 2 heads appear on one body. If it were a normal person, he would have been stunned by the shock. However, Thompson seemed not surprised. He just glanced at the black head and turned his head away. In fact, he is currently having a fierce battle between heaven and man in his heart. The weakness of the venom also affected him. Possessed by the venom, he felt as if his stomach was burning with hunger. However, the food that this guy named venom in the body refers to is the human brain. Of course, in fact, some other living creatures or chocolate can also help the symbiote maintain its physical strength, but the symbiote's desire for human brains is the greatest. This is simply unacceptable to Thompson. Just before he was about to attack an innocent passerby, the spider strength that had disappeared from his body suddenly reacted, causing him to stop at the brink. Although he is ABD, eating people is something that normal humans can do. When Thompson first gained the power of the symbiote, he was quite happy, thinking that he could return to his peak after losing spider strength. But now he just wants to escape from Venom's control. As everyone knows, Venom is also quite depressed at this time. After following Thompson for so long, I have never had a full meal. Every time he wanted to attack passersby, Thompson would come out to stop him. You know, although the symbiont can control the host's behavior to a certain extent. But correspondingly, the host can also restrict the symbiote. Especially recently, for some reason, Venom has felt the presence of similar people in Queens, New York. And that same kind is already blatantly hunting humans. In order not to be implicated, the Venom rarely appears from Thompson's body now. The current situation is that the Venom is tasteless to Thompson, so it would be a pity to abandon it. He wants to give up Thompson, who looks like a villain but is actually a coward. However, the spider strength hidden in Thompson's body made him reluctant to let go. Suddenly, Venom's instinctive perception made it feel that there was an unusual aura nearby. That's it, it's near us. Venoms can devour each other. Rather than eating, the Venom possessing Thompson just wants to stay away from its stronger counterpart. 1 kilometer away from them, a strong man stood in front of an elderly couple with a ferocious smile on his face. The husband of the elderly couple blocked his wife behind him and took out a handful of scattered banknotes and coins from his pocket. We only have this much money in total, and we will give it all to you. Please let us go. The survival rule of Hell's Kitchen is this: waste money and eliminate disaster. However, the 2 old men did not know that the situation they faced this time was completely different from before. Chapter 27. The 2 old men didn't know that standing in front of them was Hell's Kitchen's notorious killer, Bullseye. What frightened the 2 old men even more was that right in front of them, the body of this strong man suddenly swelled. In just the blink of an eye, Bullseye's body was wrapped in a layer of huge amounts of scarlet liquid. Symbiote, poisonous. Venom and the Venom on Thompson came to Earth together, and chose the ruthless Bullseye as their host. Most of the recent disappearances in Queens are also at their hands. At this time, Fierce Poison's whole body was blood red. Something must have happened. Mendo looked at the 2 old men in front of him, his pale eyes showing a look of disgust. Hey, didn't you say you want to eat younger people in the future? In Feida's body, Bullseye's voice came. Just make do with it, there are a lot of people here anyway. After hearing the conversation between Poison and Bullseye, the two old men also realized the seriousness of the matter. Run. The husband immediately took a few steps forward. The man's responsibility made him shout to his wife without looking back. Go to Pingan Street and run quickly. The old man didn't know how long he could delay his wife with his old body, but this was all he felt he could do for his wife in the end. A huge, scarlet tongue protruded from his pale teeth. Fiercely looked at the two old men who were blocking him and the other running away tremblingly, with a disdainful smile on his face. He grabbed the old man, and just when he was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by a sudden sensation a kilometer away. That's it, that's it. It's the same kind of person. As long as you eat it, it is worth thousands of humans. Mendu's body was shaking with excitement. He glanced with disgust at the old man who was holding his hands with his eyes closed and preparing to die, and then threw him away with a fierce force of poison. With a bang sound, the old man fell into a pile of garbage next to him. Edmund, how are you? Suddenly, the old man's wife ran out from the side and reached out to help the old man. She didn't run far. She was already too old. Pingan Street was at least a kilometer away from here. How could she possibly run away? Why haven't you run away yet? Seeing that his wife had not escaped, the old man blamed her, but at the same time, he felt warm in his heart. Just looking at the scarlet monster who suddenly let him go, he didn't understand why the other party suddenly let him go. At this time, the venom-possessing Thompson also understood the danger of his situation. The induction between venoms is mutual. If you can sense the other, it means that the other person has also sensed you. Suffer it. Now that I have never had a decent meal with Thompson, how can I be his opponent? However, it is obviously too late to escape. Boom. With the sound of the wall collapsing under impact, a scarlet venom was already close at hand. My good brother. I finally found you. Due to a month of eating, poison is much larger than venom. Under normal circumstances, it is almost twice the size of venom. File size. Oh my god, your brother is so much stronger than you. Thompson looked at Feida with some dumbfounded eyes, and then looked down at his thin self. He couldn't help but wonder, could the symbiote race also be said to be stunted? Venom could feel Thompson's thoughts and shouted angrily. Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't kept me from eating, would I have become so weak? Thompson curled his lips and muttered. I didn't eat a lot of chocolate for you. Can that thing be used as food? Having said this, Venom became even more angry. Okay, do we have any escape plan now? Thompson looked at Venom expectantly. Although this guy is evil and always thinks about the human brain, he really has a way when he is in danger. However, this time Venom replied feebly. It's too late. Base. The poisonous arms directly turned into two huge amounts of spikes. Good brother, please become my nourishment. Bliss. Mendu looked at the weak Venom as if he was seeing the most delicious food in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, huge amounts of spikes pierced Thompson's chest. As long as the host is eliminated, Venom's strength will be greatly reduced. At this time, with the weakness of Thompson and Venom, it was impossible to escape the attack of the sting. Just when Thompson was about to be disemboweled, fortunately, the Venom completed its possession instantly. The spike penetrated the Venom and brought up a black droplet. It's just that although the Venom possession saved Thompson's life, it also made the Venom even weaker. I'm so unlucky. Venom thought sadly as his consciousness gradually weakened. Are you going to die here? Thompson murmured to himself that he had also imagined what it would be like to face death. However, when death is coming, I feel unexpectedly calm. Hey, you have such a powerful body but you don't cherish it. No wonder you are so weak. At this time, Mendu also felt something unusual in Thompson's body, which was possessed by Venom. If that power can be fully developed, it will definitely not be weaker than myself. Having such a host, but not eating to improve himself, is incredible to Mendu. Hey, hurry up and eat him, why are you lingering? Inside his body, Bullseye felt the poison coveting Thompson's body and couldn't help but urge. He knew that this guy had no humanity at all. If the other party chose someone else as a host, he would be in danger. Shut up. Mendu didn't have any respect for the bullseye in his body, and directly shouted loudly. You are just a carrier for me, figure out your position. As he said that, he didn't care about Bullseye's face turning dark, and directly tempted Thompson and said. Boy, why don't you follow me? As long as you follow me, I will spare your life. However, Thompson did not wait for an answer. A figure fell from the sky. Luya's hearing has become very powerful due to the highly unlocked template of the motherland. When the two old men said Pingan Street before, they were heard by Luya who was not yet proficient in listening to information. Therefore, In just 2 seconds, he crossed a distance of more than a kilometer and came to the two venoms. And it wasn't until he finished speaking that a sonic boom sounded behind him. Supersonic. The two huge amounts of fierce poison's white eyes suddenly shrank. Generally speaking, speed and power are linked. Able to move at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, the guy in front of me is probably quite extraordinary. Luya looked at the two symbiotes, one black and one red, with interest. Of course he knew about symbiotes, but he didn't expect to see two at once. And using supervision, Luya could see that the person inside the black venom was none other than Thompson. He made a judgment after just a moment's thought. Obviously, although Thompson became the venom host, he had not eaten, otherwise it would not be so weak. Instead, it's the red guy in front of me. I said, "What are you doing in my territory?" Luya's voice turned cold. Chapter 28. Luya observed this guy with a scarlet body. It looks a lot like the red symbiote Slaughter in the Venom movie, and is more than twice as strong as the venom on Thompson. Wow, perfect body. Looking at the Luya falling from the sky, instead of being afraid, Feta showed an even more coveted look in his eyes. Compared to your steel-like body, my current body is no different than that of a baby. After falling in love with Thompson's body, Feta discovered that humans can always give him endless surprises. It can see that Luya's body is definitely stronger than ordinary 100 refined steel. Is this still a physique that humans can possess? If you combine with such a body to form a symbiosis, it will be more than just a small Earth. I'm afraid they can have a place in the entire universe. Mendu was extremely excited at this time, looking at Luya as if he were looking at a peerless treasure. The symbiote and the host can share thoughts, so Bullseye also knows at this time that Venom has once again abandoned himself and changed his host. No. You can't do this. Bullseye roared crazily. We agreed that we would conquer the world together in the future, have you forgotten? After a month of getting along with each other, Bullseye is very aware of Fierce's temperament. Strictly speaking, Fierce Poison is simply a ruthless and cold-killing machine. As long as he chooses to change the host, he will never let go of such a good meat like himself. Bullseye knows very well that when Feta gives up on himself, it will be his own death. I still have such a lofty dream that has not been realized, how could I die here? It turns out that since the combination of Bullseye and Venom a month ago, the desires in his heart have continued to expand. And his first dream is to replace Jinbin and become the Underworld Emperor of America. In order to realize this dream, he even agreed to Feta's request and kept killing humans to become stronger. How could you want to kick me away after taking advantage of me? Bullseye no longer hesitated, and while the poison was still possessed by him, he mobilized all the muscle strength in his body and directly released all the energy of the poison. As long as you kill these annoying guys in front of you, no one can compete with you for the poison. In fact, Bullseye is actually more powerful than Venom imagined. As the chief assassin of New York's underground Emperor Kingpin, Bullseye originally possessed strength far beyond ordinary people. Top fighter, multi-weapon master, concealed weapon throwing master, these are his titles. Not to mention, some of the bones in his body were even injected with adamantium. Therefore, facing Bullseye's sudden attack, Fierce Poison didn't react for a moment, and his body was really successfully manipulated by Bullseye. In 1 second, Feta's body expanded rapidly and turned into a monster nearly 5 meters tall. Huge amounts of bodies directly burst the buildings on both sides of the street, and many people screamed and ran for their lives from the collapsed houses. A hole, what do you want to do? Fierce's voice was a little angry. Of course it doesn't care about the life and death of humans, but it can't be tolerated by the host taking control of the body. Get out of my way. Just when the poison was controlling the body and pushing Bullseye out of the body, a reagent filled with green liquid appeared in Bullseye's hand. Human body strengthening medicine, medicine that the Osborne Group will soon supply to the partner military. It's just that this medicine is still in the research and development stage, and it still has considerable side effects, such as causing schizophrenia in users. Logically speaking, it is impossible for this kind of medicine to be circulated among the people, but with Kingpin as a backer, it seems that it is not unusual to get samples in the hands of the military. You forced me to do this. Bullseye poured all the green potion into his mouth before the poison was squeezed out of his body. No matter how big the side effects of the human strengthening potion are, its effect is quite good. As the medicine entered Bullseye's throat, the muscles in his body began to swell. Veins popped up on his body surface. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a liquid flowing with a strange light inside them. Human strengthening potion can strengthen various functions of the human body, and can strengthen it by at least 8 times. Whoa! Bullseye and Venom wailed at the same time. At this moment, Bullseye, who had achieved far more Superman-like qualities, finally took control of the symbiote's dominance. In other words, poison has become Bullseye's vassal at this time, and can no longer leave Bullseye's body on its own. Amidst the fierce and painful wails, Its scarlet skin also began to change color, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark green monster. Like exposed skinless muscles, viscous liquid splashes on the surface and is absorbed back again. The poison at this time is indeed a bit like its name, it looks extremely poisonous. Hiss. Bullseye took a breath of air and then opened his eyes. At this time, the last trace of rationality in his eyes disappeared, replaced by complete madness. Bullseye, no, maybe at this time, it would be more appropriate to call him Crazy Eyes. After taking the incomplete human body strengthening potion, Crazy Eyes has completely lost his normal human personality and become a complete mental monster. At the same time, its body is completely integrated with the poison and can no longer be separated. Hee, I'll eat you. Being swept by the Crazy Eyes, Thompson felt a cold feeling in his heart. At this time, the weak venom was even more unbearable. After screaming in surprise, he was so frightened that he retracted into Thompson's body. Hey. Thompson stared at the cowardly venom in stunned silence. Brother, is it still useful for you to be a coward at this time? Faced with a common enemy, Thompson and Venom also seemed to reconcile. But, it seems it's too late. Venom in Thompson's body replied dejectedly. Just accept your fate, I can crush both of us to death with just one little finger. As he said that, Venom glanced at the Luya next to him. What a pity for such a good host sample. Here, Luya, who had observed the entire change of poison, finally made a move. He slowly raised his body to the same height as Crazy Eyes' huge head. It's really interesting, just like watching blockbusters in the theater in my previous life. No, this face-to-face reality is much more real than movies. Yes, the reason why Luya looked at the mutation of Fatu was just to watch the fun. Someone has said that being too strong is also a kind of loneliness. The lure that has unlocked 85% of the template of a native of the motherland has almost the same abilities as a real native of the motherland except for the 3 abilities of sight, hearing, and flying. Therefore, he has the confidence to watch this blockbuster. Chapter 29. Bang bang bang. Luya clapped his hands gently and said with a smile. What a hardy mutation. There was no trace of nervousness or fear of the Crazy Eyes in front of him. Crazy Eyes didn't reply, he just said 3 times. Eat. 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 Then, his face was split open with huge amounts of gashes, and his white and sharp teeth were like a masher, biting the lure crazily. Ridiculous. Facing the opponent's slow motion, Luya chuckled and flew back a few meters to avoid the attack. Nearby, the residents who had not had time to run away turned back and looked at Crazy Eyes in shock, the huge amounts of green monster. God, what is this? This guy is probably 5 or 6 meters tall. Is it possible that this guy is some kind of laboratory failure created by our American government? Everyone who escaped swore in their hearts that today must be the most exciting day in Hell's Kitchen ever. By the way, what should we do now? Run. Run to Ping'an Street. I heard that there is a big boss called the Motherland who protects you there. Why don't you take a look, who is that flying one in the sky? Ward asterisk. Are there any experts? A human being who can fly, this guy is simply Superman. In fact, as the Motherland template is about to be completely unlocked, Luya no longer pays much attention to the hiding of his ability. In the air, Luya looked at the crazy green venom and knew that there was no need to continue communicating with it. Enough fun, I'll send you on your way. Lure landed slowly, and when both feet touched the ground, the muscles of both legs exerted force at the same time. Boom. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye exploded from the contact between Luya's feet and the ground, and dust was everywhere. Then, a sharp explosion sounded. On the roadside, Thompson looked at the disappearing lure and rubbed his eyes. Where are the people? Idiot, look at the poison. Venom first sneered, and then reminded Thompson to look at Venom's head. At this time, the lure was suspended above and behind Crazy Eyes' spine. At this time, Crazy Eyes looked extremely miserable. Its left shoulder was enlarged by half of its head, and it disappeared under the impact of Luya using its body as a cannonball. Your brother was killed like this. A glimmer of hope flashed in Thompson's eyes. However, the venom in his body immediately poured cold water on him. Thinking too much. First of all, with only physical damage, how could this easily kill our symbiote? Second, although we are the same kind, it is not my brotherhood in your human cognition. Symbiotes may look different, but their abilities are basically the same. From the perspective of the venom in Thompson's body, Luya's supersonic attack is indeed powerful. If you give it to your weak self, maybe you will really get it. But fierce poison is different. After eating for a whole month, it is much more powerful than me. It is even said that once it devours its own kind, it will probably be immune to all simple physical attacks. Although he really doesn't want to admit it, Venom knows that he is now a delicious food in the eyes of Venom. Hey, cheer up, maybe things can turn around. Thompson hated Luya for suppressing him 3 times in school, but at this time, he desperately hoped that Luya would be stronger, even stronger. How is it possible? Stop fantasizing, unless. Before Venom finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Unless what? As soon as Thompson asked the question, his mouth opened wide. In the air, Luya watched as the poisonous poison that he punched through a big hole was still recovering quickly. The green liquid object twisted for a while, and the damaged body returned to its original state. Sure enough, the ability of a creature like the symbiote to recover when faced with physical attacks is unparalleled. After possessing the host, they are like liquid and are difficult to kill by physical methods. This time, Luya was a little excited. Although he is strong, his future enemies are not weak either. Wouldn't it be better to have more trump cards? It's just a pity that the venom seems to have become one with this man. Moreover, the green color was too ugly, so Luya shook his head in disgust. In fact, in the Marvel world, many people have made themselves into humans and ghosts in order to become stronger. Active or passive, like Dr. Lizard, Rhino Man, and the classic Earth Power Pinnacle, Hulk. Here, as the body returned to its original state, a smile appeared on Crazy Eye's face. Hee, it's okay, eat. However, Luya was too lazy to tangle with it anymore. Go down and find the king of hell to eat. Oh, in America it should be called Satan. As the words fell, Luya's eyes began to turn red. A huge amount of heat gathered in his eyes. After unlocking the Motherland template to 80%, the lure was fully powered for the first time. Boom! 2 scorching laser rays shot out from Luya's eyes. The moment the light touched the surface of Crazy Eye's body, a violent reaction immediately occurred. A large amount of green liquid evaporates and bursts of smoke appear. The fierce defensive power on the outside did not block the laser light at all. In just an instant, light passed through Crazy Eye's body. Crazy Eyes let out a painful cry, but Luya kept moving. From top to bottom, the laser light does not give Crazy Eyes, poison, a chance at all, and its body is being evaporated in large quantities. With the help of the human strengthening potion, Crazy Eyes completely integrated with Feidu, which not only made him stronger, but also tied him to Feidu's life. Within a moment, Crazy Eye's huge amount of figure was completely turned into dust under the impact of the Luya laser light. After stopping the output of the laser eye, Luya's heart did not fluctuate, but he still felt the changes in his body. It's okay. Even with such high-intensity use of laser eyes, my body still doesn't feel any discomfort. Even if he is a native of the motherland, his power is not always infinite. Just like Luya, his ability is linked to his physical strength. Once his physical strength is exhausted, he may not be able to use flying and laser eyes. Of course, basic strength and physical defense don't disappear. On the ground, Venom looked at the fierce poison of death without a whole body. While he was shocked by the strength of Luya, he was also thankful at the same time. It seems we survived. A small black head poked out from Thompson's shoulder. It looked around and finally determined that Mengdu was indeed completely dead. The kind that doesn't leave any scum left. Phew, I thought today was going to be over. Venom relaxed completely, and the narrow white eyes on the black head stretched out comfortably. Thompson was less optimistic, as he recalled the conflict he had with Luya at school. He looked at Venom and laughed dryly. Hee. In fact, it may not be safe anymore. Chapter 30. Chi Universe, Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, this is the response from the military. Happy Hogan placed the document in his hand in front of Tony Stark. Let me see how these politicians respond. During this period, Tony Stark was still a complete playboy. Some people always say that I change my girlfriend to a model in one night. When he opened the file, Tony was still worried about what he had been questioned by the media this morning. Only one per night, who are you looking down on? These unscrupulous media are so cunning in spreading rumors. Sooner or later, I will buy them out and dance. A dance, for me every day. Happy smiled awkwardly, the taste seemed a bit strong. As Tony Stark's confidant and friend, he also persuaded Stark to pay attention to his private life, but to no avail. Fortunately, Tony Stark inherited the advantages of his family and had a very bright mind, so Stark Industries was prospering in his hands. Until Stark saw the reply from the military to him in the document in his hand. The document shows that the military will purchase a batch of weapons from Stark. The amount purchased is approximately 3 months of Stark Industries output. It may not look like much, but Stark Industries actually produces quite a lot of weapons. In Marvel, you can see weapons with the Stark Industries logo printed on them in almost any war-torn country. Especially cannonballs. Logically speaking, Stark should be happy to receive such a large order. However, Stark's brows were furrowed at this moment, and it looked like countless swear words would pop out of his mouth in almost the next second. Hey Tony, what's up? Since there was no one else in the office, Happy called Stark more casually. See for yourself. Stark threw the file on the table, seemingly too lazy to look at it again. Happy read the document carefully, and as expected, his brows furrowed. They only give us half of the profit, are they robbing us? Happy looked at the price given by the military in shock. They had lowered the price to almost the extreme. There must be some other reason. The military has cooperated with our company for so many years. There is no reason for this to happen suddenly. Stark's reaction speed was very fast. He immediately realized. Maybe they found another seller. In the Marvel world, because of the existence of extraordinary powers, many things about America are actually different from the real world. But one thing is the same. Capital controls power. Is it the Osborne Group? Happy guessed. More than. The Osborne Group certainly competes with its own Stark Industries. But for Stark Industries, which sells military weapons all over the world, the Osborne Group is still too small. Happy, use our relationship, I want to know the reason now. It will be easier when Tony Stark realizes that there are other forces behind it. No matter who the other party is, there is no way he is richer than himself. And money can buy almost any news. Coincidentally, what I don't lack most is money. Stark Industries has been operating for so many years, they have become inseparable from politicians. In other words, they were originally politicians too. Within half an hour, a confidential message appeared in front of Stark. It's Kingpin. The truth is out. This time, the incident was entirely caused by the Underground Emperor of New York, Kingpin. In the Marvel world, America's politicians can be said to be divided up by various forces, and one of them is Kingpin, who has a large amount of capital. It turns out that Jin not only wants to rob Stark Industries' weapons market, he also wants to buy Stark Industries' weapons at a low price. This is to make two ends. After thinking for a moment, Stark said to Happy, check out this guy's property. Hell's Kitchen, Pingan Street. A week has passed since Mengdu died. Luya fiddled with several pieces of silver gray metal, adamantium, in his hands. This is the only thing left after Crazy Eyes, Venom, turned to ashes. They were originally integrated into Crazy Eyes' bones, but they remained after they were burned to ashes by Luya with his laser eyes. It's a pity that the quantity is too small, otherwise we could have made an adamantium weapon. While Luya was in a daze, Erica walked in. Luya, how have you considered the matter of Pingan School? In the distance, Lucien, who was serving food to customers, suddenly pricked up her ears and listened to the conversation here. If Hell's Kitchen can really build a school, then my younger brother can also study in school. Hell's Kitchen was originally a chaotic and hopeless place. The first thing many residents here do when they get up every day is to thank themselves for being alive and well. The second thing is to find a way to get some food to fill our stomachs. No one thought about school problems, and no one thought about the children. Anyway, it's not certain whether the children here can grow up safely. Even if they grow up, they will most likely join a gang. Luya has recently been suffering from the difficulty of increasing the unlocking level of the Motherland template. When chatting in a restaurant, he mentioned that he wanted to open a school in Hell's Kitchen. What he originally thought was that such a meritorious thing would definitely add a lot of unlocking power to himself. However, when Erica really mentioned the specific matter, Luya was in trouble. Let's not mention the various qualifications and procedures required to open a school. Even the money to build a teaching building is difficult for Luya to raise now. Speaking of which, the total amount of money Luya has on hand now is only 100,000. This was robbed, in a boxing match more than a month ago. However, 100,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket for building a school. Luya knows that he is very strong, but this has nothing to do with making money in a short time. I have no business acumen, and the system does not give me any high technology. How can you make money with just your brute strength? Are you going to rob it? It doesn't seem impossible. Luya touched his head, it seemed like he was robbing him, it was really a way to make quick money. Even the person in charge of the front desk of a mere black boxing ring can carry 100,000 cash with him. It is conceivable that the controllers of Grey and even Black Industries have huge wealth in their hands. Okay, let me think about it, whose money is it more comfortable to rob, to help the poor? Luya knew that he couldn't really rob anyone who had money, so he might as well become the president himself. Squinting his eyes slightly, Luya's supervision saw other neighborhoods in Hell's Kitchen. Haha, it's true. You can't see Mount Tai even if you are blinded by a leaf. Aren't those gangs in Hell's Kitchen great targets for robbery? Chapter 31. Just when Luya was still considering which gang in Hell's Kitchen to start with, an uninvited guest arrived. Before I came here, I never thought that the environment here could be so bad. Stark, accompanied by Happy and several bodyguards, got out of his Audi R8 coupe. As soon as he took the first step into Hell's Kitchen, Stark was shocked by the filth and mess here. Seriously, Happy? Stark said, waving the cigar in his hand. I just didn't know there was such a bad place in New York. Actually, it's not the worst here. Happy complained in his heart, but did not say it out loud. In fact, in his opinion, this so-called Hell's Kitchen is really chaotic. If it weren't for the several high-paid bodyguards hired by Stark behind him, all of whom could fight 1 against 10 bodyguards, he would never have been able to step foot here. It's hard to believe that Jin Ben, who is known as the Underground Emperor, has his base camp in such a place. According to Stark's own understanding, even if Kingpin is a shady underground force, his capital is unquestionable. Shouldn't such a person's fundamental place be as luxurious as his own Stark Industries? In fact, Stark is not even satisfied with the company headquarters building now, and is already thinking about building a landmark building that will shock the world. While the two were talking, the men from the 2 gangs in front started fighting. The fight here is no small matter. Because of the share of the flower trade, the 2 gangs have already come up with a large number of hot weapons. A gang member was afraid of death. When he fled near Stark, he was shot dead by the bodyguard behind him. Oh my god. Happy looked at the gang members who were only a few meters away from him, and reached out to wipe the sweat from his head. I said, Mr. Stark, should we consider going back first? Hell's Kitchen seems a little too dangerous. Of course I'm not afraid, I'm mainly worried about your safety. If it weren't for Happy's slightly trembling voice, Stark might actually believe his reasons. Patting Happy's trembling broad shoulders, Stark smiled slightly. Man, it's time for you to lose weight. After saying that, he strode forward. The men of the Stark family will never back down when faced with danger. Not to mention. Stark looked back at some of his bodyguards. They all wear the latest technology from Stark Industries, so they are nothing to fear from mere gang members. Ever since, along the way, Stark has seen a lot. Happy, give them $100 each. Looking at the 2 dirty children, Stark turned his head and motioned for Happy to give him money. And this was the first time he had done this since he entered Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Stark, I have to say that today's expenses will be reimbursed when I get back. Having said that, Happy took out a bill and handed it over. The 2 children looked at the $200 bills in Happy's hand and took them excitedly. Thank you, handsome sir. The older boy realized that Stark on the side was the boss among the others, so he quickly praised him. This compliment made Stark very happy. He has always been satisfied with his appearance. Then, he looked at the boy who was talking to him. Can you tell me what you do for a living here? Along the way, there were crime scenes everywhere, and Stark didn't believe that the child could survive alone in this environment. In the past, when Mrs. Daisy could still go to the fields, she would do chores in some shops in exchange for some meager food to make a living. The boy explained that Daisy was the mother who adopted them. Stark noticed that the boy used before, so he quickly asked. So what now? Now. The boy lowered his head and said in a low tone. Mrs. Daisy is not feeling well. She can't get out of bed now. But he quickly raised his head again, with a happy smile on his face. But it's much better now, we've grown up. Moreover, the boss from Pingan Street next door, the usse, will give us easy work and give us fresh food. If Mrs. Daisy couldn't get out of bed, we would have planned to move to Pingan Street. Pingan Street? People of the motherland? Stark and Happy looked at each other. The first impression of a thing will largely determine a person's subsequent judgment of the thing. It's hard for Stark to believe that in such a sinful place, there are people with such good intentions. When the boy saw that Stark didn't believe it, he quickly emphasized. It's true, the motherland said that he can give us shelter in Hell's Kitchen. In exchange, we just need to give him respect. Now many civilians like us have moved to Pingan Street. Except for gang members, people in the motherland say that gang members are guilty of serious crimes and are not worthy of entering Pingan Street. These words made Stark even more confused. Why, a savior actually appeared in Hell's Kitchen. With strong doubts, Stark said goodbye to the boy and walked in the direction of Pingan Street he pointed out. In the distance, Stark saw a very unusual street. In other words, this street is simply out of place in Hell's Kitchen. Clean streets, eaves covered with red lanterns. To be honest, there seems to be a bit of a usse atmosphere around here. Stark still knew about the origin of the lantern. This should be Pingan Street. It should be Mr. Stark, the boy just now said that we can see the difference at a glance. It's really different. It's quiet and clean here, and many people have happy smiles on their faces. Maybe I should change my view. Maybe the owner here, a native of the motherland, is really a savior figure. Stark shook his head. No. He has to reserve his opinion until he meets the owner here. At this point, Stark has completely forgotten the purpose of coming to Hell's Kitchen. It was obviously to observe the enemy situation in person. But inexplicably, he turned it into a day trip for sightseeing. However, Tony Stark at this stage has not experienced the setbacks in the future and has not grown enough yet. He is not the heroic Iron Man in the future, he is just a playboy in major newspapers. So it doesn't seem surprising that they do these things. At the Ping An restaurant, Luya suddenly heard Bray's report. "Boss, someone said they saw a few strangers entering Ping An Street." Stranger refers to people who don't look like Hell's Kitchen civilians at first glance. Usually, Luya will send these people to sleep. New. Chapter 32. Hell's Kitchen, Ping An Street. While Stark was still discussing how different this place was with Happy, they were blocked by several people. Unlike the previous conflict, the people who stopped Stark just stood in front of them. "Guys, this is the boundary of Ping An Street. Please state your identity." Ellis looked at the well-dressed Starks in front of him and secretly became wary. The people who are now taking refuge in Hell's Kitchen are basically poor civilians. They all look sallow and thin. How can people like these people in front of me look very rich in their clothes? Ellis is the patrol team of Ping An Street and is responsible for patrolling Ping An Street every day to prevent gang members from other areas from entering. Although the reputation of the motherland has spread, including the long-term presence of Black Angel Erica. But there will always be people who are desperate and want to take risks. Therefore, under Bray's suggestion, the Ping An Street patrol team was born. Ellis Parker is the captain of today's patrol. Go and inform the boss. After stopping Stark and his group, Ellis quietly turned back and said to his younger brother. After speaking, he pointed the old-fashioned Beretta pistol in his hand at Stark and others. Seeing several bodyguards immediately blocking Stark's body, Ellis became more convinced that the other party was not a good person. Stark didn't force his way in, even though the old-fashioned Beretta in the opponent's hand was just a fire stick from the old era to him. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Luya's figure appeared on the street. Ellis turned around and saw his idol, a native of his country, at a glance. His boss did not refer to Luya, but to Bray, who was one step behind Luya. Lures only appear in Hell's Kitchen during the day when they are around, so many people on Ping An Street hear their names but don't see them. Speaking of which, today was the first time Ellis saw a lure up close. As a complete fan of the motherland, one can imagine his inner excitement. He glanced at Stark with a look of pity. If the other person was looking for trouble, then he had chosen the wrong time. "Boss." As Luya came closer, Ellis and several other patrol members shouted excitedly. Luya nodded and looked at the stranger behind them who was reporting. Suddenly, Stark's handsome and unruly face came into Luya's eyes. "It's Stark." Luya easily recognized his identity from his appearance. Not to mention the fame of Iron Man in the previous life, in this life, many newspapers often use large pages to report the tidbits about Tony Stark. Here, Stark was also shocked when he saw Luya's appearance. Young. Really too young. Stark originally thought that in Hell's Kitchen, the so-called ruler of the country would be a cold, mature middle-aged, or old man. Such an image is in line with his understanding of underground gangs. But Luya's appearance is so young that even his extremely strong figure cannot hide it. So, this young boy is the person in charge of your Ping An Street. The so-called hairless mouth means weak work. Although Stark likes beautiful young women, he always treats young boys as children. After all, although he is romantic, he is already 30 years old. However, his words made other people around Luya angry. The existence of lure for the residents of Ping An Street is actually what Stark originally thought, a savior. Yes, saving people from fire and water, punishing evil and promoting good, isn't this the savior? Now everyone's savior is being called a brat, how can we not make people angry? Seeing almost everyone glaring at him, Stark knew that he had said the wrong thing. Moreover, more and more people were gathering here, and most of them had guns in their hands, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Stark now regrets his impulse. If a conflict breaks out, some of his men may not be able to protect themselves. After all, looking at the people surrounding here, there are already over 100 people. Here, in addition to some young men with guns, there are actually many old people and children. Although the elderly and children do not have guns, they still have weapons such as basins, pans, and rice spoons in their hands. Cough. Stark and Happy looked at each other, and then said jokingly. If the employees of our company can be so united, then our business will definitely be even more prosperous. Happy was not as optimistic as he was. He saw more and more people around him, and even the way they came was blocked by others. Tony, I think what we should think about now is how to get out. Big bosses usually don't fight each other to death when they meet, which is why Stark dares to set foot in Hell's Kitchen. Because if Jin Ben dared to touch him, the counterattack he had prepared would not be something he could bear. I'm just afraid of some foolish young people who are not afraid of anything, they just do whatever they want, regardless of the consequences. Obviously, Happy is worried that the owner of Ping An Street is the latter type of person. Don't worry. Stark knew that Happy's courage was sometimes a little timid, so he comforted him softly. The other person doesn't look like a vicious person. Stark's judgment was based on Luya's handsome appearance and the support of the residents of Pingan Street. As a gangster, Luya's tall and handsome appearance naturally makes Stark dislike him. Stark took a step forward and looked at the hundreds of eyes around him staring at him. Although his heart was a little pounding, he still said calmly, "Hey, we didn't mean any harm." The people around him didn't say anything. They gathered around him, not to build momentum. After all, with the strength of the people of the motherland, they did not think that the group of people in front of them could cause any damage to Pingan Street. They just want to get closer to the big bosses from the motherland who are rarely seen on weekdays. "Tony Stark, I know you." Luya opened his mouth and said Stark's name immediately. As soon as Stark's name came out, there was a burst of exclamation from the surrounding people. Even the lowest denizens of Hell's Kitchen know about Stark Industries. The weapons they manufacture are world famous, and Hell's Kitchen also has many of their products. Moreover, those who can use the weapons produced by Stark Industries are considered successful people in Hell's Kitchen. Most people still use second-hand goods that have been eliminated from somewhere. For example, the Beretta in Ellis's hands has passed through many hands. Hearing that Luya recognized Stark's identity, Happy's heart tightened, and his fat body moved forward a few steps. If there was something wrong, he would cover Stark's intention to retreat. However, Luya is thinking about something else now. "Just now, I was worried about the funds to build the school. Now, isn't the enemy here? Oh no, I should call my future sponsors." Lure is already thinking about how to get gold coins out of Stark. Chapter 33. At the safe restaurant, Stark looked around curiously. Compared with other places in Hell's Kitchen, this place is simply another world. After seeing Lucien who was serving plates, and Lu Hao who came back from the teacher's house to help her, Stark looked at Luya curiously. "Don't the children here go to school?" Along the way, none of the children he saw seemed to be in school. He thought things would be different here on Pingan Street, but it seemed that the children here didn't go to school either. Luya shook his head pretending to be helpless. "No way, there is no school here in Hell's Kitchen." Stark was a little surprised when he heard this. "Can't you build it yourself?" "Good question." Everyone in the restaurant looked at this outrageous guy. They had not gone with Luya before, so they did not know Stark's identity. Luya was also a little speechless after being treated by Stark. Building a school? Not to mention all the formalities and all the darkness in Hell's Kitchen. Just to complete the construction of the campus will cost at least millions. Hearing Luya's rhetorical question, Stark was also stunned. "A million, a lot." This is not Stark's pretense, he really feels from the bottom of his heart that a million is nothing. "Okay." Luya rolled his eyes. "Then why don't you give me some support? It doesn't take a few million more. Anyway, to you, this little money is nothing." This time, it was Stark's turn to laugh. Although he is rich, he can't really give away millions to someone he just met. He. Stark thought for a while, but did not refuse completely, but asked Luya, "Then what kind of reward can you give me?" He did not forget his purpose. Regarding the Jin dynasty's erosion of his military industry orders, he would cause more than millions of losses in the future. Since this young man named Luya can take root in Jinbin's territory, he may not have the ability to deal with Jinbin. If the other party can help me, then paying millions or even tens of millions of rewards is not out of the question. Luya didn't expect that Stark didn't immediately reject his casual remarks. "You know, I only knew him for less than half an hour." Regarding the question raised by Stark, Luya didn't think about it for too long and gave a direct answer. "It's very simple. When your life is in danger, no matter where you are, I promise to save your life." He has not forgotten that before Stark became Iron Man, he was kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang. It was also at that time that Stark created a turning point in his life and created the first model of the Iron Suit. Mark number 1. Seeing Luya speaking seriously and promising to save his life in the future, Stark didn't take it seriously. "I am accompanied by bodyguards when I travel, and they are equipped with the latest technology developed by my company. If they can't protect me, then you." Stark did not continue speaking, but the intention in his words was obvious, that is, he did not believe that Luya could save his life at a critical moment. Luya looked at Stark's arrogant look and smiled lightly. "Is this questioning your own ability?" Luya stood up. For an instant, a strong wind blew in the restaurant, and then stopped instantly. By the time Stark reacted, all the weapons in the hands of the bodyguards behind him were in the hands of Luya. Dang! 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 Various advanced weapons fell to the ground. Stark was shocked and quickly reached into his pocket. "Where's my limited edition Sand Eagle?" Looking at the lure again, he was playing with his Desert Eagle Mark 7, limited edition. "Hey! This is not a good joke." Stark didn't know how Luya was able to collect all the weapons from himself and his men in an instant. But he had limited the power of the Sand Eagle, but he knew that at such a close distance, even large animals could be killed instantly. Luya looked at the Sand Eagle found in Stark's pocket. Its whole body was golden and it looked very coquettish. It can only be said that this is very consistent with the image of Tony Stark at this stage. Seeing the nervous Starks, the corners of Luya's mouth raised. "Don't be nervous, I just want you to see if I have the ability to save your life." However, Stark didn't believe it at all. He said loudly, "I thought the black forces on Ping and Street and Hell's Kitchen were different, but now it seems there is no difference at all." Luya didn't say anything about Stark's irritation. Instead, other people in the restaurant were irritated by him. Ping and Street is their home now. If anyone slanders their home, let alone Tony Stark, even God will give them a middle finger. However, Luya stretched out his hand and waved again, suppressing the excitement of everyone. Then, he pulled out the safety of the Sand Eagle. Click. The sound of the safety metal hitting was not loud, but it seemed to hit Stark's heart. It's over. The only thought in his mind at this time was that the elephant might not be able to withstand being hit by a Sand Eagle at such a close range. Although I am wearing a body armor now, I am afraid it is just paper. Then, Stark's pupils shrank. He saw that Luya actually raised his Sand Eagle and pointed it at his own head. This time Stark was really confused. Ping and Street is so well managed, but its owner is actually a lunatic. However, what surprised him even more was that other people in the surrounding restaurants did not show any surprised expressions, as if they were not worried at all. Don't you want to persuade your boss? Then. Boom. Clang. The first sound was a huge sonic boom caused by the launch of the Sand Eagle, which reverberated throughout the restaurant like an explosion. Then there was a sound, and Luya caught the bullet with his bare hands. Yes. With bare hands. Stark, Happy, and the bodyguards behind them all stared at this incredible scene with their eyes widened. They all sighed. No, this is something humans can do. Ding dong. The flattened bullet in Luya's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. I said. Luya looked at the stunned Stark and said softly. How about, do I have the ability to save your life? Although the ability to be unafraid of firearms is only a small part of his own ability, it is enough to teach Stark a lesson. Sure enough, Stark nodded numbly. The physical body was forcibly connected to the Desert Eagle. This scene was witnessed by himself in front of him, and there was no way he could fake it. At this moment, under his seemingly dull expression, Stark thought a lot. It might be worth spending millions to build a good relationship with such a person. Chapter 34. Seeing Luya physically carrying the Sand Eagle with his own eyes, Stark was shocked but also changed his mind. As America's top capitalist, Stark knows that there is extraordinary power in this world. Stark knows a lot about Luya's superphysical abilities. The nearest one is the Osborn Group, whose laboratories focus on developing bio-enhanced pharmaceuticals. But like Luya, whose appearance is exactly the same as that of a normal human being, and whose defense can reach the level of carrying a Sand Eagle without any damage, Stark has to admit that he has never seen it before. Then, Stark immediately said. I agree to the deal. But I have a question, if I am really in danger, how should I seek your help? If you are really in danger, how can you get his help? Stark's question was not without reason. With the security forces around him, if he encounters danger, it must be an extremely emergency situation, and it is very likely that the sky will not respond and the earth will not work. When he reaches that situation, let alone whether Luya can save him, the question is, how does he know his position? Faced with Stark's question, Luya smiled and said. It's very simple. When you are in a desperate situation and there is nothing you can do, call my name and I will appear. This is not Luya's big talk, the main reason is that he knows that Stark will be kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang later. With this key information, you can provide accurate rescue. What's more, with the upgrade of his system's ability, he may not be able to hear Stark's cry for help in critical moments. Alright. Stark miraculously agreed to Luya's unreliable promise. Happy was so anxious that Happy next to him tugged at Stark's clothes frantically, and he whispered urgently. Tony, are you crazy? A few $1 million is not a small amount of money. You can't make it like this even if you have money. Because of his status as a good friend, Happy didn't care about anything else and directly persuaded Stark to start. Faced with Happy's persuasion, Stark waved his hand. Happy, for people with abilities, I think it's not a waste to spend millions to make friends. Stark reserved his own opinion, and Happy had no choice but to give up. Time passed very quickly, and 2 months had passed since the details of building the school were discussed with Stark in Hell's Kitchen. Midtown High School. Today, Zhongcheng High School is quite lively. Although it is still class time in the morning, the entire campus has changed from the dull atmosphere of the past. From the classroom to the playground, there is a cheerful atmosphere everywhere. Nothing else, just because today is the graduation day for the senior students of Zhongcheng High School. The reason why students are so excited is largely because they become adults after graduating from high school. There are so many new things waiting for them to discover, so many novel things waiting for them to experience. Peter, my dad said he admires your talents. Harry Osborn found his friend, Peter, who was in a daze. Are you free to come to my house for dinner tonight? Harry's father, Norman Osborn, was originally an extremely talented scientist as the boss of the Osborn Group. Some time ago, after meeting Peter, he showed an unusual appreciation for Peter. This is normal. Peter was originally a top student, but after becoming Spider-Man, his brain power has been further developed. Therefore, Norman Osborn has always wanted to hire Peter to join his company's laboratory in the future and become a researcher. At the same time, Norman Osborn also knew Peter's father, biologist Richard Parker. For this reason, Norman also had the idea of absorbing Peter into his laboratory. A tiger father has no dog son, right? However, Peter has been hesitant about whether to join the Osborn Group in the future. First, after all, he had just graduated from high school. Secondly, after Peter became Spider-Man, although he has been doing justice in secret, he has been confused about his future. In fact, because Ben Parker was rescued by a lure, Peter did not strengthen his belief as in the original work. While Peter was still hesitant, Harry took the lead and helped Peter make a decision. That's it? By the way, remember to call your brother. In a daze, Peter realized that his time for tonight had been arranged. Call my brother. Peter thought of the abnormal behavior of the lure in the past 2 months. With the spider ability, he can easily discover that his brother Luya leaves home every night. This can't be explained by dating Gwen. Peter is just a little slow at times, but he's not stupid. He knew that his brother Luya must be hiding something from him. However, although he has become Spider-Man, he can fly over walls in the city. However, what puzzled Peter was, whenever I wanted to catch up with my brother Luya at night and find out his secrets, I always lost him inexplicably. Not around a corner, my brother suddenly disappeared. It was in a dark place that I lost my brother's figure. Even using his spider sense didn't help. My brother Luya seemed to disappear out of thin air every time, followed by his breath and then suddenly disappeared. What Peter didn't know was that the way Luya got rid of him was not complicated. It's just fast. Harry. Peter. From a distance, a girl's voice came, pulling Peter back from his thoughts. Hi, Jane. Peter smiled like a reflex and waved his hand to Mary Jane. However, after seeing Mary Jane take Harry's arm, Peter's smile stiffened. Despite becoming Spider-Man, he has become a messenger of justice and a good neighbor in the eyes of many people. However, what Peter wants most now is Mary Jane's favor. Unfortunately, now that Mary Jane has become the girlfriend of his good brother Harry, Peter can only hide this feeling in his heart for the time being. But in fact, both Harry and Mary Jane themselves can feel Peter's thoughts. It was just for the sake of maintaining the relationship of good friends, and for the sake of inner security, both of them tacitly agreed not to break things. Peter forced a smile on his lips, looked at Harry and said, I understand. I will come for dinner tonight. As for my brother, I'll tell him too. Peter was not sure whether Luya would be free at night, so he did not give a clear answer. Harry smiled and nodded and said, Then I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 35. Osborn Group, Laboratories. What, they really said they were going to divest? Listening to the assistant's report, Norman Osborn's facial expression distorted visibly. Just now, his human strengthening potion failed again. Although the potion was successfully tested on spiders, several spiders were strengthened. However, once it is used on mammals, such as laboratory mice. After being injected with the drug, the mice either went crazy and died or died of exhaustion. To make matters worse, the investor behind him just now, the military has sent an ultimatum. If they don't successfully develop the human enhancement potion, they will withdraw their investment. Once the military loses its major financial backer, the Osborn Group will collapse in a matter of seconds. That's why Norman Osborn is so urgent. Is there no way to improve it? Even a semi-finished product with less side effects will do. Norman Osborn pulled his assistant's collar and growled uncontrollably. The assistant had no answer. In the research and development of pharmaceuticals, Norman Osborn himself is the main researcher. He knows best whether the potion can be successful or not. Looking at the helpless assistant, Norman Osborn also calmed down. Looking at the white mouse whose eyes were bloodshot and died due to madness, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Arrange immediately to inject me with a dose of medicine. The assistant was shocked and suspected that he had heard wrongly. Boss, what do you mean? Norman Osborn's face had completely turned cold, And he repeated again in a cold voice. Inject me with the strengthening potion, I want to test it myself. Maybe the medicine has been successful, but it failed on the mice just because the mice were too small and couldn't bear it. Norman Osborn kept hinting to himself and overcame his fear of the side effects of the medicine. I have no way out now. Either the reagent is successful, and the Osborn group reaches the top. Either you will be destroyed along with the human body strengthening potion. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. With such belief, Norman Osborn injected the reagent into himself. The rest is just like in the movie. After a fierce struggle, he succeeded. The assistant looked at the boss, who neither died of exhaustion nor became crazy, with a look of extreme excitement in his eyes. Boss, we succeeded. He didn't know that the sentence would become his last words in this life. Yes, it worked. Norman Osborn opened his eyes, and under the influence of the potion, his pupils actually turned green. Then, he walked up to the excited assistant and said coldly, "Remember to keep the secret first." After hearing the boss's explanation, the assistant felt a little confused. Why keep it secret? Isn't the purpose of making potions just to sell to the military? Before he could speak, Norman Osborn was faster. He stretched out his hands very quickly, grabbed the assistant's head, and then twisted it hard. Click. The assistant's eyes lost their light, and even before he died, he didn't understand why the experiment was successful, but his boss wanted to kill him. Looking at his assistant, who fell to the ground and lost his breath, Norman Osborn said to himself, "Haha, cooperation. Since the human body enhancement potion has been successful, why should I cooperate with the military?" Norman Osborn looked at the assistant who fell to the ground, the coldness in his eyes getting colder and colder. This guy was sent by the military to monitor his research progress. Do you really think you don't know? Get rid of the eyes of the military, and then eliminate all the voices in the military that reject you. With my strengthened strength, I might be able to invade the military. Norman Osborn is no longer satisfied with cooperating with the military at this time. Instead, he wants to take this opportunity to invade the military. Before that, let's give the politicians in New York something to do. Starting from both military and political aspects, Norman Osborn's ambition has begun to show. In other words, because of the immature human body enhancement potion, Norman OSS originally had the Green Goblin personality in his body. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Midtown High School. At this time, the graduation ceremony has officially begun. The principal is giving a passionate speech on the stage. In the audience, students and parents stood together. For today's children's graduation ceremony, many big shots from New York came here. George looked unhappy as he watched his daughter Gwen flirting with Luya. This is because in the past 2 months, Gwen has always been away from home at night. When George caught her in the act, Gwen explained that she also used the excuse of dating Luya. In fact, Gwen just transformed into Spider-Woman, punishing evil and promoting good in the dark. Ignoring the resentful look in her father's eyes, Gwen excitedly discussed what she had seen in the past 2 months with Luya. You know, that guy even robbed the old lady's wallet that night? It was so bad. Gwen was talking about the time she punished a mugger one night. She didn't hide the fact that she was Spider-Woman from Luya at all. Moreover, Luya is currently the only person who knows Gwen's true identity. At this time, Gwen said that when faced with the robber who had no bottom line, she showed no mercy and directly destroyed the man's legs. It's hard to say whether Gwen's style was influenced by Luya. Gwen proudly showed off her achievements. She is different from Spider-Man Peter. She is usually much more ruthless against criminals who have no bottom line. Well done. Luya agreed with what Gwen did. Even after these few months in Hell's Kitchen, Luya already has his own set of judgment rules in his heart. For those extremely evil people, Luya will send them directly to God. For some criminals who are not so bad, Luya usually gives them one more choice. As long as they are willing to admit their mistakes and volunteer to labor in Hell's Kitchen, as free labor, Luya is still willing to give these people a chance. Luya believes that sometimes when there are too many criminals and they are too strong, the methods of the motherland may not be without merit. While the two were talking, Luya's ears suddenly moved slightly, and an unusual sound of breaking wind in the distance reached his ears. What is it? Now, thanks to the construction of the safe school in Hell's Kitchen, his reputation in Hell's Kitchen has reached an unprecedented rise. Therefore, the unlocking degree of his motherland template has reached 95%. His supervision allowed him to see a guy in a green suit standing on a green aircraft in the distant sky at a glance, heading towards the school. Interesting. By this time, the Green Goblin had already appeared. Chapter 36. The unlocking level is 95%, which means that the strength of Luya is almost the same as that of the full version of the motherland. In other words, almost all conventional weapons currently in the world are unable to harm Lures. In fact, during his time in Hell's Kitchen, Luya was not attacked by killers sent by Kingpin. Like these killers sent by Kingpin, they have bodies that are far beyond those of normal humans. Or, bring advanced weapons. However, no matter what method they used to sneak attack, no one could harm Luya at all. It is precisely because of this that Kingpin has never made up his mind to eradicate this outsider from his roots. To put it in layman's terms, Kingpin was afraid that he would be killed by the lure instead of being killed by the lure himself. It can be seen from this that Luya at this stage is already in a state of near invincibility at the mortal stage. Except for weapons with huge destructive power like hydrogen bombs, it is difficult to find any weapons that can break the Luya's defense. Looking at the Green Goblin flying towards the school from a distance, Luya was thinking in his mind. Of course, you can kill him with one move, it's very simple. But it seems there will be more to gain from sparing his life. The Osborn Group is not a small company, although it is not as good as Stark Industries in the future. But at this stage, Osborn Group is undoubtedly a giant. The huge funds it possesses are what Luya is in urgent need of now. Therefore, in an instant, Luya made a decision in his heart. At this time, Norman Osborn, or the Green Goblin, already standing on his aircraft, he came to the sky above the school. It might be his first time flying with an aircraft, so he is not yet very skilled in its operation. On the playground, a large number of teachers, students, and parents saw the Green Goblin as soon as they looked up. However, they are not aware of the danger yet. Instead, I lamented the advancement of technology and the handsomeness of the Green Goblin aircraft. Some students looked at the Green Goblin slowly descending from the sky and marveled. Is this a rehearsed performance at school? It's so cool. Yes, but is it possible to build a manned aircraft now? On the podium, all the teachers looked at each other with wide eyes. Is this your class's graduation show? No, we agreed to just put on a show, but you are so interested. The most confused person is the principal standing in the middle, Morley Tower. Morley Tower looked at the slowly approaching Green Goblin with doubts in his heart. I obviously know all the programs for the graduation ceremony, but there doesn't seem to be any flight program. Playground below. May looked at the roar of the Green Goblin aircraft in the sky, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. She looked at her husband Ben and said, Ben, I feel a little uneasy in my heart. Will something bad happen? I have to say that May's sixth sense is very accurate. Ben didn't believe in people's sixth sense. He thought his wife had stood in the sun for too long, so she might have suffered from heat stroke. I think you might actually need to sit somewhere shady for a while. As soon as Ben finished speaking, Luya came back to his senses. His ears are now very strong. Although he was thinking just now, he heard what his father and mother said. After taking a look at the Green Goblin who was approaching the podium, Luya chose to put him aside for the time being. He looked at his mother May and said with concern, Mom, are you feeling unwell? Let me take you to a shady place next to you to have a rest. Although he was absolutely confident in taking down the Green Goblin, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Luya would not want his parents to get hurt. Just like in the movie, Thanos never imagined that Doctor Strange would find the 1 in a million chance of a comeback. Oh, no, everyone is standing here. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea if we leave first. At this time, Peter on the side also intervened and persuaded. I agree with my brother, you may need to take a rest. Aunt May is already very old, and she has silver hair at this time. Listening to the concerns of her husband and 2 children, May smiled and followed the 3 of them to the shade next to them, half pushing and half refusing. Auntie, what happened? Gwen, who had been playing the good girl to her father George today, raised a concerned question after seeing May being supported by 3 Luyas. Hey Ben, can you help me? George also said hello in time. He and Ben were good friends and wanted to see if he could be of any help. It's not in the way. Seeing that the team surrounding her seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, May quickly waved her hands to show that she was fine. Thank you very much. What people didn't expect was that Luya agreed at this time. Seeing his son's reckless appearance, Ben said unhappily. Son, I think I taught you not to trouble others easily, especially when you can do what you can. Infinite strength and invulnerability are only a trivial ability of Luya. In Hell's Kitchen, the motherland is the most influential and respected motherland. The patron saint of Pingan Street and the nightmare of gang members. Although Luya has such achievements, he still cannot avoid being educated by his father. But Luya is totally alive and enjoying it. This is the loveliness of human nature. Dad, I think we really need Uncle George to help disperse the crowd in front. This is for Mom, isn't it? Luya blinked, revealing a side that was the opposite of his coldness in Hell's Kitchen. If the residents of Pingan Street knew that the man they admired from the motherland was actually a good boy in front of their parents, their image would collapse. Ben looked at the crowded students and parents along the way and had to admit that his son Luya did think more than himself. Excuse me, George. George chuckled and said. There are not many opportunities to help well-intentioned Ben. George's words also show that Ben is a person with a sense of responsibility and justice. When others need help, he always lends a helping hand without hesitation. This is why George remained sane when his daughter said she dated Luya every night. He wanted to believe that children who came out of a tutor like Ben would definitely not do anything outrageous. Otherwise, if it were a boy from another family, he might have already found the other parent for in-depth communication. In front of the podium, Green Goblin Norman Osborn controlled the aircraft and landed in front of Principal Morley's tower. He laughed harshly in his throat and said, "Hello, Mr. Principal." Morley Tower looked at the Green Goblin with some confusion, and asked with some confusion, "Do we know each other?" Chapter 37. Morley Tower actually knew Norman Osborn. As the president of a school, Morley knows quite a few business tycoons and New York officials. As the boss of the Osborn Group, of course he knew Norman Osborn. However, at this time, Norman Osborn was already under the control of the Green Goblin. His voice was hoarse and cold. Not to mention Morley Tower, even Norman Osborn's son Harry would never recognize his father's voice. Faced with Morley Tower's questions, the Green Goblin had no intention of explaining. Instead, he grabbed his collar and then pulled hard. "Oh my karma!" The whole playground rang with exclamations. What did they see? The principal of Zhongcheng High School was actually pulled into the air by the guy who was standing on the aircraft just now. Hey, that's not a good joke. Facing an altitude of tens of meters above your feet, once you fall, you will be paralyzed even if you don't die. Morley remained calm on the tower and asked calmly, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" He believes that he is dedicated to his work and has never had any major conflicts with others. So he believed that the other party must come with a request. He. The Green Goblin let out a harsh laugh again, and then continued. "Mr. Morley Tower, I really need your help." Morley Tower was sure that as long as he asked for help, the matter could still be solved. However, the Green Goblin's next words made his heart skip a beat. "I need you to be missing. That's the biggest help to me. I think Mr. Morley Tower will not refuse to do this little favor for me." As he spoke, the Green Goblin laughed crazily. Two pumpkin-shaped spherical objects ejected from the side of the aircraft and landed in the hands of the Green Goblin. Morley Tower looked at the two glowing green spheres and asked loudly, "What do you want to do?" Pumpkin bomb, the Green Goblin's signature weapon. It is not a bomb in the ordinary sense. The complex ingredients inside are the latest results of the Osborn Group's early research. Its explosion is so powerful that it can even seriously injure Spider-Man and Venom. The Green Goblin is still laughing wildly. "What do I want to do? Can't you just watch?" With that said, the Green Goblin aimed the two bombs in his hands at the playground. However, when he saw his son Harry on the playground and the young man Peter he was optimistic about, he hesitated. After all, Norman Osborn has only been taking the strengthening potion for a short time, and the Green Goblin personality has not yet been fully formed. Therefore, after a brief struggle, he still did not frantically throw pumpkin bombs into the crowd. Instead, he picked an open space and threw it out with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Huge amounts of explosions sounded. The moment the pumpkin bomb exploded, the trees around it were blown to pieces. At this moment, the whole playground suddenly became chaotic. Countless screams and shouts mixed together, resounding throughout the playground. "I have to stop him." This sentence appeared in Peter's and Gwen's minds at the same time. They say Spider-Man is destiny. Peter and Gwen seem to be confirming the sentence, practicing punishing evil and promoting good. Peter looked at his frightened aunt and gently pushed away a reckless boy who bumped into her. Then, Peter looked at the principal he had always respected, who was struggling in the hands of the Green Goblin in the air. Finally, Peter made a decision. "Uncle Ben, I have a stomachache and I need to go get some relief." After saying that, Peter spread his legs and ran quickly towards a deserted place. Ben Parker rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at his nephew running away, and said in surprise, "Does your stomach hurt at this time? And that's not the direction of the toilet, right?" May looked at Peter's back worriedly and said to Luya, "Good boy, go and check on your brother. Don't let him run around." May did not doubt the authenticity of Peter's excuse. She was just worried that her nephew would be injured in the chaos. "I know, Mom, I'll take you to the side first." Luya is not worried about his younger brother Peter at all. Theoretically speaking, Peter and the Green Goblin Norman Osborn have similar powers. They are all physical enhancements. The difference is that Peter's spider strength will become stronger and stronger over time. The Green Goblin's power has been relatively fixed with the injection of human body strengthening medicine. Moreover, Luya just caught a glimpse of Gwen leaving in the chaos. The existence of two Spider-Man, if there is no accident, the Green Goblin may not be his opponent. After sending the two elders out of the playground, Luya explained to his father, and then rushed to the playground again. Son. Ben stopped the lure. After hesitating for a moment, he said. Be safe. In fact, he did not agree with Luya returning to the playground, but with his nephew Peter inside, he could not stop him. If I were 10 years younger, I would never let my son take risks. Unfortunately, time is not forgiving, and he no longer has the strength to walk across the entire playground to find his nephew Peter. The hill behind the school. In the chaos, the Green Goblin took Principal Morley away from the tower and prepared to return to one of his strongholds. The reason for kidnapping Morley Tower is simple. The Green Goblin is going to cause some chaos in New York. And he has already planned that after hiding the Morley Tower, he will blow up a military base. A two-pronged approach will give Osborne Group a chance to breathe. Delay enough time for your future plans. However, the Green Goblin was not so proficient in controlling an aircraft for the first time. When he just flew to the mountain behind the school, two figures, one red and one white, descended from the sky and stood in front of him. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Why are you here if you don't play your good neighbor game? The Green Goblin is a little annoyed, and his hatred of Spider-Man is real. Because Spider-Man's kind side deeply hurt Norman Osborn's heart at this time, making him want to get rid of the Green Goblin's control. However, after switching expressions several times, Norman Osborn still failed. This is not surprising either. The birth of the Green Goblin was a coincidence, spurred on by a human strengthening potion. However, it did not appear out of thin air. The Green Goblin personality is the dark side of Norman Osborn, it already exists. So, how could Norman Osborn get rid of himself? Peter glanced at Spider-Woman beside him. He was so stupid that he didn't know that the person under the white suit was his brother's girlfriend Gwen. This time is also the first collaboration between the two Spider-Man. Gwen nodded at Peter. She does know the identity of Peter Spider-Man, of course, it's not difficult to guess. The next second, double copies of the spider silk shot at the Green Goblin. The extremely sticky spider silk is like a big net, directly entangling the Green Goblin. Gwen and Peter's faces in their suits were overjoyed at the same time. They didn't expect it to go so smoothly. However, the smile did not last long. The Green Goblin smiled coldly, and then used his arms to exert force. Bang! 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 The tough spider silk made a snapping sound like fried beans. Luya still estimated that there was something wrong. Since both Peter and Gwen in this world have become Spider-Man at the same time, the Green Goblin may naturally be different from the original work. Chapter 38. In the movie, the Green Goblin's physical body has been greatly strengthened after taking human enhancement drugs. However, the degree of this enhancement is also limited, about 8 times less than that of normal people. However, the Green Goblin now in front of Peter and Gwen, his physical fitness is definitely not only 8 times that of a normal person. Peter wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head, his right arm trembling slightly. When he was competing with the Green Goblin just now, his own strength was obviously at a disadvantage. This is impossible. Peter didn't understand why this was happening. Over the past few months, my strength has obviously been growing. Just a few days ago, in order to save people, I used spider silk to stop a medium-sized truck of about 10 tons. Gwen was the first to come to her senses. Her speed was more agile, but her strength was much lower than Peter's. His power is much greater than ours, don't compete with him. After saying that, Gwen pressed the spider silk launcher in her hand and wrapped it directly around the Green Goblin's legs. Unlike Peter, Gwen did not evolve a silk sack to shoot spider silk, so she made the spider silk launcher herself. After hearing Gwen's reminder, Peter quickly shot out spider silk from his wrist again. Looking at the spider threads attacking his legs, there was no trace of panic on the expression under the Green Goblin mask. Ridiculous. He first used Morley Tower as a shield to block Gwen's spider webs. Then, the Green Goblin took out 2 flying knives engraved with green lines from his waist. Stab. As expected, Peter's webbing was cut off as the flying knife was shot. Spider-Man. Spider-Woman. The Green Goblin called out their nicknames. Do you think this house-style justice game is fun? Maintain justice. Maintain law and order. Then do you think this guy in my hands is just? Saying that, the Green Goblin smiled and lifted Principal Morley's tower. He has done so much for us, Principal. Of course he is just. Peter blurted out. In his opinion, Principal Morley Tower is a rare and good principal. His concern for the construction of the school and his concern for students are obvious to all. However, when the Green Goblin listened to Peter's answer, he looked at him deeply. Principal, we. He noticed the flaw in Peter's words. Who would directly address Morley Towers as principal and who would use we? So, this Spider-Man is actually a student of Midtown High School. And, They should still be graduates this year. The Green Goblin showed an excited and weird smile. What an unexpected surprise. For him, it is to complete his business empire and then enter politics. The biggest obstacle is the recently famous Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. The two claim to be the representatives of justice and have been fighting crime everywhere in New York. Now that we know that Spider-Man is from Midtown High School, there is a high probability that Spider-Woman should also be a graduate of Midtown High School. This narrows the scope, and tracing their information may become easier. Thinking of this, the Green Goblin looked at Morley Tower. He, dear Principal Morley Tower, do you think you are righteous? Morley Tower didn't speak, he just looked at the Green Goblin's mask, as if he wanted to see through the mask to see through his identity. Where in the adult world can we simply distinguish between good and bad? The word justice is too noble. How could Morley Tower call itself that? Although he thinks that he has done a good job in the position of principal. But for him to become the principal, he originally had political management. Ha ha ha. Looking at the silent Morley Tower, the Green Goblin stared at Peter and laughed. Look. He doesn't even think he is righteous. If you go to save him like this, is your behavior just? Is this still a just thing? At this time, the Green Goblin distorted the definition of righteous behavior, and Peter didn't even know how to refute it. He always believed that his actions were correct. Therefore, he also has the title of good neighbor. But when faced with an unjust person, is it really right to save him yourself? For a moment, Peter's face became tangled under the spider holster. Snort. Distort the truth. Gwen snorted coldly. According to the Green Goblin, most people in this world cannot be defined as just. So, can the other side arrest whoever they want and kill whomever they want? Gwen is not as retarded as Peter. Faced with the Green Goblin's absurd reasoning, she simply chose to ignore it and not argue with him. He. The Green Goblin sneered again. He looked up and looked into the distance. Several police cars were already driving towards here. Seeing that although Spider-Man hesitated after being told by himself, Spider-Woman remained unmoved. The Green Goblin didn't want to stay any longer. Spider-Man. If you go back, you can think about it carefully. If you think what I said is right, you are welcome to join me at any time. He can feel that the male spider is quite easy to deceive. For the Green Goblin, although a single Spider-Man is not as good as himself, he is still considered a very powerful fighter. If you can pull him into your own camp, that might be a good thing for you. Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing that Peter really looked like he was thinking, Gwen shouted loudly. Peter is indeed a little confused now. Without experiencing the death of Uncle Ben in the original work, he did not strengthen his belief that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although from the perspective of ordinary people, some people will say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is moral kidnapping. But this is what makes Peter unique. Without this belief, he would no longer be Spider-Man. Gwen looked at the troubled Peter, feeling anxious in her heart. Just now, the two of them couldn't restrain each other with their combined efforts. If Peter didn't take action, it would be even less possible for him to keep him. Thinking of this, Gwen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Although they obviously come from the same family, why are the personalities of the two brothers so different? The Green Goblin turned towards Gwen and said proudly. See you next time, Spider-Woman. After speaking, he drove the aircraft and flew into the sky with the Morley Tower. Tisk. 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 Gwen's web launcher continuously fires webs at the Green Goblin. However, due to the high-speed movement of the aircraft and Gwen's eagerness, until the Green Goblin was about to disappear into the sky, the spider's thread did not hit him. Where do you want to go? At this moment, a familiar voice appeared behind the Green Goblin. But this is 100 meters high in the sky. In an instant, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on the forehead under the Green Goblin mask. Chapter 39. At this time, Morley Tower had already passed out under the knife of the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin slowly turned his head and saw an overly young yet familiar face. Lu, yeah. The Green Goblin called out Luya's name. Because he admired Peter, a talented young man, he got to know Peter's family. I know he has a brother, Luya Parker. But, why does the lure seem to fly in the sky without any assistance? You know, this is 100 meters high in the sky. I said. Luya repeated again. Mr. Green Goblin, where are you going with Mr. Principal? After he settled his parents Ben and May, he immediately used his supervision to locate the Green Goblin who was about to fly away. Then he flew at high speed in advance and intercepted the Green Goblin. Looking at the evil mask of the Green Goblin, Luya felt somewhat emotional. Norman Osborn can be said to be a tragic figure. His original intention is divided into two aspects, good and bad. If it weren't for the immature version of the human body enhancement potion, his Green Goblin personality might never have appeared. After all, Norman Osborn showed extraordinary care for Peter in the beginning. However, these words are meaningless now. The Green Goblin's personality had appeared, and Luya looked at the mask coldly. Facing Luya's intensely oppressive gaze, the Green Goblin still opened his mouth and said, "Who are you?" Of course he knew the lure. But how can humans fly? This is not scientific at all. Norman Osborn devoted himself to scientific research, but the flying lure today broke his worldview. If there really is a Superman-like existence in the world, then what does my own research count? A joke. Luya didn't care about his feelings and didn't reply to his question. He just said lightly, "Give you a chance, put down Principal Morley Tower, and I will spare your life." Such a confident manner made the Green Goblin's eyes flash. He is the evil personality of Norman Osborn, so how could he be so easily threatened? Forcibly suppressing the surprise in his heart, the Green Goblin snorted coldly. "Okay, I'll put him down." After saying that, he loosened his hand and actually dropped the Morley Tower directly from a height of 100 meters. With Morley Tower's mortal body, if Luya doesn't take care of him, he will definitely be broken into pieces when he falls to the ground. Everyone likes to be a hero, that's great. The Green Goblin said fiercely. "Let's see if you go to save people, or if you want to arrest me." The distance of 100 meters is not short, but it is not long either. At this time, Principal Morley Tower is almost close to the ground. Luya could see it clearly because it was far away, even though Peter and Gwen were trying their best to catch the Morley Tower with spider silk. But Luya knew through enhanced brain analysis that the two of them were too late to catch it. Laugh. Luya sneered, then suddenly turned around and flew downwards. Boom. Huge amounts of sonic boom sounded. The lure successfully caught Morley before the tower hit the ground. Seeing Peter and Gwen arriving, Luya casually threw the Morley Tower towards Peter. "Take him back." After Peter reached out to catch the principal, he said in a daze. "Oh okay, you." He had too many questions to ask his brother at this time. How did he save the principal from the Green Goblin? Why can he fly? However, when he thought that he had also concealed Spider-Man's identity, he didn't know how to speak. Of course, Peter thinks that no one knows his identity as Spider-Man, it's just his wishful thinking. At least Gwen easily figured out his identity. Not to mention the lure that had witnessed him being bitten by the chosen spider. Gwen's heart palpitated as she looked at the flying lure that produced a sonic boom. "We haven't seen you for a while, and he's getting stronger again." Luya ignored the two people's mental activities and raised his head to look at the Green Goblin. At this time, the Green Goblin thought he had gotten rid of the lure, so he increased his flying power to the maximum and wanted to leave here. Luya didn't say a word, but in his eyes, huge amounts of energy gathered. Hey! 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 The temperature in the air heats up as the laser light condenses in Luya's eyes. Next second, two red rays of light shot out. The distance of 1,000 meters can be reached in an instant. Just when the Green Goblin was still immersed in the joy of escaping, two laser beams swept across from bottom to top. What the hell? Feeling the strong danger behind him, the Green Goblin shouted angrily. Bang! Because of the distance, the power of the laser light was weakened, but it still successfully cut off most of the aircraft's jets. Suddenly, the Green Goblin stepped on the aircraft and staggered towards the ground. It was not until it was less than 10 meters away from the ground that it stabilized its figure. However, at this time, in less than 2 seconds, Luya was almost behind him. He didn't know what would happen to him if he was caught, but he thought it would not be good. At this time, he felt a soreness in his left leg. Looking down, he saw that the Green Goblin suit on his left leg had turned into charcoal, revealing his severely burned left leg. "Don't even think about it," the Green Goblin roared, with a crazy look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large number of pumpkin bombs flew out of the Green Goblin's suit. Go! More than a dozen pumpkin bombs scattered out, and right in front of them was an office building. "Stop!" Peter, who used spider silk to rush over at high speed, shouted loudly. He and Gwen fired the spider silk in their hands continuously, trying to block it. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and most of the two people's spider webs were empty, and only 2 or 3 pumpkin bombs were intercepted. "Help them, brother!" In desperation, Peter still called out Brother Luya. Of course, Peter couldn't care about such things at this time. Oh! Seeing the Green Goblin holding his left leg and flying away crookedly, Luya chuckled. Using his legs, he rose directly from the ground. Under the force of his recoil, the ground cracked into a spider web-like crack. Boom 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 boom. In Peter's horrified eyes, Luya directly blocked all the pumpkin bombs with his flesh and blood. Elder brother. Peter's heart seemed to pause for a moment. Such a violent explosion, he couldn't believe how his brother would be affected. Beside her, Gwen's expression was quite calm. She knew that Luya's body was very powerful and could withstand gun attacks. Moreover, Luya never does anything he is unsure of, so these bombs will most likely not work on him. Really? When the smoke dissipated, the lure appeared in mid-air intact. Perhaps for him, the only thing damaged was his clothes. At this time, Luya had only one thought in his mind. It would be great if I had the legendary biological force field. Looking at the Green Goblin flying away, he shook his head. He was even more looking forward to the party at Norman Osborn's house tonight. Escape, really escape? Chapter 40. At home, in the secret room of the study. The Green Goblin, who narrowly escaped, was leaning on the chair. He took off the Green Goblin mask, revealing Norman Osborn's extremely pale face due to blood loss. Click. As the Green Goblin mask was placed on the shelf, the Green Goblin personality also hid in Norman's mind. At this time, Norman Osborn had only been injecting human enhancement potions for a short period of time, and he was still able to control the Green Goblin personality independently. Well. A howl sounded. Norman Osborn looked at his left leg. Underneath the damaged Green Goblin suit was a large area of burnt muscle. If not for the distance of thousands of meters. If the aircraft hadn't suffered the damage first. Maybe today I will lose my left leg forever. A look of fear flashed across Norman Osborn's eyes. Now thinking back to the two laser beams emitted from Luya's eyes, which were over a kilometer away, it still made him break out in cold sweat. I originally thought that Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were the stumbling blocks on my way forward. Now it seems that the boy named Luya Parker is probably the one. Fortunately, he doesn't know my identity yet. Norman Osborn thought so smugly. Because Peter's family and Mary Jane are being invited to the dinner tonight, Luya will definitely come. Thinking of this, Norman Osborn quickly dealt with his leg injury. Lure. How about my clothes? Your father won't hate me, right? At the door of the house, Harry Osborn brought his girlfriend Mary Jane, followed by Luya and Peter. Looking at Mary Jane, she looked worried about meeting her parents. Then he looked at his younger brother with a wretched look on his face. Luya shook his head expressionlessly. He was a little speechless in his heart. Maybe it's because Bayuegwang is really very lethal to young people. However, now that you have become Spider-Man, is it really necessary to still be so licky in a relationship? Besides, my younger brother Peter is really hesitant about relationships. But in Luya's view, Mary Jane is really not an innocent girl. Just look at her two boyfriends. The first one is the school bully, Thompson. It can be said that she wants to fit into the circle of most people and not be excluded. What about the second boyfriend, Harry? Luya had reason to believe that it was impossible for Mary Jane not to know that Peter and Harry were very good friends. And Mary Jane must also be able to see that Peter is interested in herself. Of course, there is nothing wrong with worshipping the strong originally like Mary Jane. It's just that Peter is his younger brother, and seeing his younger brother falling in love with a girl who is not a good match makes him feel a little uncomfortable. In the original book, Mary Jane fell in love with Spider-Man who saved her while being Harry's girlfriend. At that time, she didn't know that Spider-Man's identity was Peter. I love whoever is stronger, that's it. Forget it, why do I think so much? Luya curled his lips and stopped thinking about these bad things. Looking up, the door to Harry's house was opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Harry's father, Norman Osborn. Luya noticed that Norman was walking like a normal person at this time, and there was no sign of serious injury to his left leg at all. Perspective. Luya's eyes were focused, so Norman's pair of trousers disappeared in Luya's eyes. Of course, Luya is not a pervert. Since unlocking the ability of clairvoyance, Luya has not used it a few times, and this time it happened to be used on Norman's injured leg. Through perspective, the burnt flesh on Norman's left leg had completely disappeared, and it looked like it had been violently removed with a knife. The new flesh and blood is tied with a large amount of gauze, and it is visible to the naked eye that granulation is growing at the wound. The reason for the body strengthening medicine. I didn't expect that the human body strengthening potion was so effective that it could actually give an ordinary person like Norman such strong self-healing ability. However, this kind of self-healing ability seems to be quite common in the Marvel world. Luya suddenly thought of Captain America for no reason. He also gained extremely strong physical fitness after being injected with the strengthening medicine, Super Soldier Serum. At this time, Norman's voice broke Luya's thinking. You're back. Norman looked at his son holding Mary Jane's arm, and a trace of imperceptible displeasure flashed across his face. Then, he looked at Peter warmly and hugged him gently. Hey Peter, how was your graduation ceremony today? Call. Seeing his father being so enthusiastic about Peter, Harry sighed helplessly and turned to look at his girlfriend Mary Jane. If an outsider looks at it, Norman's indifference towards his son Harry and his enthusiasm for Peter. They will definitely think that Peter is Norman's real son, and Harry is just adopted. Because Norman is so kind to Peter, he always cares about him every time he sees him. Faced with Norman's enthusiasm, Peter replied with great respect. Uncle Norman, there was a little accident at the school's graduation ceremony today. You can find out by watching today's news. Peter explained briefly. Then, Norman looked at Luya, the young man who ruined his good deeds and seriously injured himself today. Looking at Luya's ridiculously tall figure, Norman showed the same smile as when he faced Peter. Luya, I heard Harry talk about you. Why, didn't your father and mother come today? Norman's tone is still very enthusiastic, much like an elder who cares about the younger generation. If Luya didn't know his identity, he really wouldn't be able to recognize his acting skills at all. Oh. Luya chuckled, I still have plenty of time in the evening anyway, so I'll play with you. Something happened at the school graduation ceremony today. Mom was a little frightened. She is resting at home. Dad is with her. Okay, as long as the person is okay. Norman nodded, then turned around and led everyone into the house. The moment he turned his head, his eyebrows twitched violently. When Luya chuckled just now, he almost thought that the other party recognized him. Dad. Harry spoke. He took Mary Jane's arm and took a step forward, then said. This is Mary Jane. After saying that, he looked at his father steadily. Mary Jane wanted to make a good impression on Norman. It's just Norman's strong aura when facing ordinary people that made her say her first words until now. Hello, Uncle. Norman wanted to pretend that he didn't see Mary Jane, but at this time his son had already mentioned it, and the other party greeted him again. Norman could only nod his head. Come in quickly, don't stand outside the door. Looking at Mary Jane's red hair, red clothes, and the little family look when she greeted herself, Norman looked uncomfortable. In fact, unlike Harry's belief that his father Norman was too indifferent to him, Norman cared a lot about Harry, his son. He was just too strict with Harry and couldn't express himself, which led to the embarrassing situation between father and son. At this time, Mary Jane felt even more uneasy when she saw Norman's tepid attitude towards her. Chapter 41. Cha-cha. There was a constant sound of clinking knives and forks in front of the dining table. Harry, Mary Jane, and Peter all looked at the maker of the sound, the lure. Only Norman didn't look over. There is something wrong in his mind right now, and it is too late to avoid Luya, so how can he dare to look at Luya more often? Luya was currently concentrating on the large piece of steak on the plate in front of him. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, but the piece on the plate tasted pretty good anyway. As for his somewhat less gentlemanly appearance, Luya doesn't care. He lives so freely. Harry looked at Luya with some envy. If you dare to make too loud noises while eating, your father will definitely blame you. However, if you can make no sound at all while eating, then what's the point of eating? It's like a machine, it's just oiled. Mary Jane was also a little envious around Harry. In fact, she doesn't know much about table manners. When I was Thompson's girlfriend, I went to some higher-end restaurants. However, Thompson himself is also a rough man, so naturally he doesn't care too much about eating etiquette. As for the original family, forget it, I'll be thankful if I don't get beaten up and scolded by a drunk who is unemployed. Therefore, when she just ate, she could only try not to make any noise and eat less. Mary Jane thought that maybe this would make it less timid in front of Harry's father. She could feel that her boyfriend Harry's father was dissatisfied with her. Mary Jane didn't quite understand. Why could Harry's father be so kind and even enthusiastic towards Peter and Luya, who also came from ordinary families? But he is quite indifferent to himself. In fact, this is a matter of course. The biggest difference between Mary Jane and Peter is the current Mary Jane is really just a vase. And Peter is a true teenage genius. As a billionaire capitalist, Norman would certainly not be satisfied if his son wanted to find Mary Jane, a vase that was completely useless to his career. Peter was different. His intelligence and good moral character were what impressed Norman. As for Luya, that is entirely another reason. However, although neither Harry nor Mary Jane spoke, Norman also showed no sign of the lure's behavior. Peter spoke hesitantly. He tilted his body and leaned next to Luya and whispered. Brother, we are guests at someone else's house. Haha. Luya smiled. Mr. Norman doesn't mind, does he? Luya's words have something to say. Norman happened to have something on his mind, so he smiled and said. Ha ha ha. Actually, there are so many rules when it comes to eating. They are just dogmas set by the so-called upper class. What he said was a bit untrue. Harry glanced at his father in surprise. This is not how you usually educate me. Seeing his father who treated Peter and Luya better than him, Harry fell into emo. Luya looked at Norman with a smile. It made you laugh. That's what it says. However, There was no hint of laughing on Luya's face. Right. Luya's voice changed and he suddenly said. Mr. Norman, is your leg injured? What, Dad, are you injured? Harry was the first to speak. Although his relationship with his father was a bit cold on weekdays, he still asked with concern when he heard that his father was injured. Norman was shocked, but his perennial status as a superior kept his expression unchanged. It's nothing. After receiving a negative answer, Luya did not let him go and continued. But, I see there seems to be blood oozing out from the pants on your left leg. Is it really okay? Norman quickly looked down. Sure enough, there was a small piece of dark liquid seeping out from the trouser leg at the calf. Dad, are you really hurt? Well. Listening to the concern of his son Harry, and the gazes of Peter and Mary Jane beside him. A trace of sweat broke out on Norman's forehead. Look at Luya again. Luya didn't have any other expression, as if he was really concerned about his injury. This made Norman feel more relaxed. He probably didn't recognize me. Cough. Maybe I accidentally got it on when I was cooking today. Thank you for your concern, Luya. Norman explained forcefully, then stood up. You guys eat first, I'll go change some pants. As he spoke, his left leg moved vigorously and powerfully like a normal person. That's it? Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Luya did watch Norman's performance with interest. Using fluoroscopy, you can see that because of his forced stride, the wound has reopened. I'm going to use the bathroom. After making a random excuse, Luya also stood up and left the table. Study, in the secret room. Norman collapsed on the chair, looking at the Green Goblin mask facing him, breathing heavily. He couldn't imagine what would happen next if Luya recognized him on the spot. Fortunately, judging from the other party's appearance, he probably didn't recognize him. When his breathing calmed down, Norman looked at the Green Goblin mask in front of him. At this time, the mask twisted and seemed to come alive. Of course, this is just Norman's hallucination. It was his Green Goblin personality that came out when he was mentally relaxed. Do you think you can get away with it? The Green Goblin personality said. As long as you want to fulfill those dreams, you have to face him. No. He is too strong, we are no match for him. That's your problem. As long as you give me complete control of your consciousness, I will help you get rid of him. In the small secret room, Norman's voice kept echoing. Strangely, he seems to be playing two roles in one person. And it sounds like the Green Goblin's personality has taken over. Get rid of him. Who is he? Suddenly, a second voice appeared in the room. Who? Norman, who had switched into the Green Goblin personality, suddenly turned around. Then he saw Luya, who was smiling but not smiling, standing behind him with his arms crossed. How did you get in? The Green Goblin's voice was trembling. He just made a big deal in front of Norman in order to gain the right to use his body. In fact, how could he have the confidence to solve Luya? I said. Luya put away his smile. Who do you want to deal with? Look at me and say it again. Say. As he spoke, energy began to gather in Luya's eyes. Two dazzling red lights appeared in his eyes, ready to go. Bang. The Green Goblin was so frightened that he backed away. What a strong energy this is. He finally understood why the other party's laser beam could pass through a distance of 1,000 meters and still seriously injure himself. I didn't want to solve anyone. Feeling the threat of huge amounts of life, the Green Goblin became scared. Chapter 42. The Green Goblin is the evil personality of Norman Osborn. But this does not mean that he is not afraid of death. On the contrary, the Green Goblin has gathered Osborn's dark side, which is extremely selfish. Because of this, it is also extremely afraid of death. In his mind, the Norman personality looked at the Green Goblin personality in disbelief. You were so tough just now, but now you soften when you face the real owner. However, the Green Goblin doesn't care what Norman thinks. In these short 10 seconds, he had already thought clearly. With people like Luya, it is absolutely impossible for him to dominate New York City on his own. If that's the case, then you might as well just give in. When I think about it, I suddenly feel that the world is vast. In Norman's shock, the Green Goblin softened his legs without hesitation and knelt down in front of the lure. Bang. There was a crisp sound between the knees and the ground. You stole my body and kneeled down for others, are you a human being? The Norman personality protested silently in his mind. Seeing the Green Goblin begging for mercy so simply, Luya was a little surprised. Obviously in the movie world, when the Green Goblin faced Peter, even if he was desperate, he still wanted to fight to the death. Why do you kneel down so easily when you get to your place? He doesn't know the Green Goblin's mental journey. Facing a well-matched opponent, the Green Goblin will certainly take chances. But when it comes to Luya, Its strength cannot be described as human at all. Then why bother struggling? In Luya's pupils, the heat gradually dissipated and the red light was extinguished. Feeling the death aura surrounding him disappear, the Green Goblin let out a long sigh of relief. However, Luya did not intend to let him go so easily. I'll spare your life. What can you offer in exchange? It is said to be an exchange, but in fact it is money to buy life. Facing the threat of Luya, the Green Devil hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Luya's eyes turned cold again, he was so frightened that he hurriedly said loudly, I am willing to dedicate the Osborne Group. Very good. Luya's cold face finally showed a satisfied smile. Although money is not too important to me. But Osborne Group is no ordinary company. Its biotechnology is still quite advanced at present. Anything can happen in the Marvel Universe. In the current world, Luya is not sure what kind of enemies he will encounter in the future. Judging from the strength of the people of the motherland, they can still cope with it so far. It's hard to say after that. Not to mention anything else, for example, any infinite gem can completely torture the people of the motherland. It can be said that the strength of the motherland is invincible on the earth, but outside the earth, it may not be enough. Luya doesn't know if he can get more powerful templates after the template of his motherland is completely unlocked. Not even sure if I can get other templates. Therefore, the significance of biotechnology companies like Osborne Group to Lures is even greater than that of Stark Industries in the future. In the Marvel world, although humans are weak, their creativity is endless. For example, Captain America, Red Skull, Green Goblin Original, etc. all obtained extraordinary powers through strengthening potions. The most famous among them is Sentry, one of the ceilings of Earth's combat power. Sentry claims to have the power to explode millions of stars. Its power is so strong that it even reached the level of a single universe in the later stage. What is this concept? Even Thanos, who had collected all 5 Infinity Stones, only briefly possessed the power of a single universe and snapped his fingers. The source of Sentry's huge power is a medicine from a certain laboratory. If I remember correctly, Norman Osborn, or Green Goblin, had contact with Sentry in the later period and tried to make Sentry potion. Lure is preparing for the future at this time, regardless of whether the system will give itself other templates later. The Osborne Group is always a retreat. It's also because Marvel's worldview is so confusing, with countless parallel universes. Luya simply cannot judge the specific situation of the universe where he is. If he can obtain the power of Sentry in the future, then at least in this universe, he will be invincible. Seeing the Green Goblin's respectful look, Luya nodded. Remember what you told me today. The thing I hate most is betrayal. If one day you betray me. Wow. The heat in Luya's eyes instantly condensed and shot toward the Green Goblin mask. Bang. Under the precise control of Luya, the hard Green Goblin mask directly turned into nothingness in the laser light. You don't want to end up like this mask. Goodoo. The Green Goblin swallowed silently, and the expression on his face became more respectful. In his mind, a voice was protesting fiercely. That's my company. That's my life's work. How could you just give it to someone else without my permission? Feeling the frustration of Norman's personality, the Green Goblin personality said, oh. Since you are so stubborn, then go ahead and reject him. With that said, before Norman could react, the Green Goblin suddenly gave up control of his body. What? Feeling that his body was back under his control, Norman didn't react for a while. Looking up, Luya's reminder seemed to still be echoing in his ears. Luya also saw the difference in Norman at this time. To be precise, Norman's eyes will be clearer. Haha, Mr. Norman, do you have any questions? Luya looked at Norman with a half smile. He. Norman laughed dryly. I just feel. Before he could finish speaking, Luya interrupted. By the way, don't forget to sign your share transfer agreement in Osborne Group for me. Although the Osborne Group was coveted by all parties at this time, the shares were still firmly in Osborne's hands. Norman still wants to make a final struggle. Luya, I can call you that. Norman felt that he was an elder, so he wanted to use this opportunity to beg for mercy. You know, I am also a victim. The things I did before were not my intention. They were controlled by the Green Goblin. Yeah. Luya was non-committal. Of course he knew that Norman was controlled by the Green Goblin, but so what? You mean, it's not your fault? Regardless of Norman's reaction, Luya sneered. Putting everything back to the Green Goblin, doesn't the Green Goblin originate from you? Luya was still a little angry with Norman. During today's graduation ceremony, my mother May was a little frightened by the appearance of the Green Goblin. Fortunately there was nothing wrong with her health. Otherwise, where would Norman have the chance to bargain with Luya here? One shot of Cyclops would have killed him. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Luya said seriously. Unless you have absolute strength, you must be responsible for every decision you make. Chapter 43. I see. Through Luya's words, Norman also knew how much trouble he had caused. The most important thing is that if Luya is angered, he must give a sincere apology. Not to mention. Norman then thought again that his Osborne group was now in danger under the scrutiny of all parties. If you take refuge in Luya, wouldn't these troubles be solved? Thinking of this, Norman felt a lot better. Many times, people don't know how much ability they can bear unless they help themselves. Just like that, Norman lowered his head towards Luya in relief. I understand, boss. Tisk. Luya opened his mouth and said. Okay, there's no need for this. From now on, you should develop strengthening potions. Norman was originally a very powerful biological scientist, which relieved him from the worries of chores. Maybe he can really develop Sentry Potion in the future. But, boss, there is something I need to tell you. Norman quickly assumed the role of subordinate. What's up? Luya nodded and motioned for him to continue. That's right. There was a flash of anger in Norman's eyes. Recently, the group has been coveted by other forces from outside. I am actually a little helpless on my own. Taking this opportunity, Norman planned to complain directly to Luya. Any idea who's doing this? Norman thought for a moment and said. It should be Kingpin from Hell's Kitchen. I found out from my investigation that this guy has been very active in both the military and the government in recent months. The reason why he fell in love with our group is probably because of the human enhancement potion I developed. Although the current human body enhancement potions are not worth mentioning in Luya's eyes. But for ordinary people, strengthening their physical fitness by nearly 8 times is already quite remarkable. Especially, when this medicine matures and can be mass-produced, its improvement for a force will be huge amounts of. But the Marvel world is not an ordinary world. Even if you have the power to rule the Earth, so what? The Earth is just a drop in the ocean in the entire universe. Faced with the difficulties of the Osborne group, Luya replied easily. Okay, I get it. Kingpin, I will deal with him. No wonder Kingpin could still calm down and not cause trouble for him even though he occupied such a large area of Hell's Kitchen. It turned out that he was busy trying to annex the Osborne group and enter the military and political circles. In the original work, Kingpin once controlled a large number of officials and had great transactions with senior officials. I just don't know how far Kingpin has gone. But these are small things. As long as the problem can be solved by force, it is not a problem. A few days later. Daily Bugle. Shock. Big changes have taken place in the Osborne group. Osborne Industries officially changed its name to Parker Industries. As the local behemoth second only to Stark Industries, the renaming of Osborne Industries has caused huge discussion in New York and even the entire America. A government office. What's going on? What is Norman doing? The name was changed from Osborne Industries to Parker Industries. The meaning here is too obvious. This means someone with the surname Parker took over Norman Osborne's company. But this was exactly what puzzled him. The overall valuation of the Osborne group was over 10 billion. How could he give away such a huge real estate? What's more, this is the company that Lord Kingpin likes. A boxing ring somewhere. So what you're saying is that the Osborne group, which I have been tracking for several months, has now been plucked by someone else. Kingpin listened to the news on the phone, his voice couldn't stop being filled with murderous intent. In order to annex the Osborne group, he took huge amounts of risk and let his own people in the army put pressure on the other side. As a result, someone now told him that the duck he was about to receive was cooked and flew away. Don't even think about it. No matter who you are, I want you to pay the price. Kingpin was really angry this time. He yelled into the phone. At any cost, find me the guy who took over the Osborne group. After saying that, he slammed down the phone in his hand. Boom. Under Jin Ben's huge force, the phone and the table were all smashed into pieces. At home. The Luya family is sitting around the table. Just this morning, Ben Parker's son and nephew received their college acceptance letters at the same time. Ben is not worried about his nephew Peter's future because Peter has shown unparalleled academic talent since he was a child. Really? Peter took out the notice from Empire State University of New York. In fact, Peter is more inclined to go to MIT. But because of his identity as Spider-Man, he still chose Empire State University, which is located in New York and is quite strong in academic research. Then, Ben looked at Luya expectantly. Although my son's grades have never been very good, I still hope that Luya can go to college. Then, Luya took out his admission notice. Also from Empire State University. Oh my God. May exclaimed, she looked at Luya excitedly. Son, you were actually admitted to Empire State University. Later, May realized that her words were somewhat ambiguous and apologized quickly. Oh, I'm sorry son, You know, I didn't mean it. Luya smiled and shook his head. It's okay, Mom. My academic performance is indeed not very good, but because of my strong physique, the school admitted me as an exception. This is of course a random reason for Luya. In fact, the reason why Empire State University sent Luya an admission notice was just because of Luya's money ability. However, May and Ben nodded very convincingly for Luya's reason. Luya's physique is quite strong among ordinary people. In fact, many high school students will be admitted to well-known universities because of their extremely high rugby talents when they graduate. According to May and Ben, their son Luya was admitted to Empire State University because of this situation. Okay, great. Ben Parker nodded with a blush on his face. Looks like we're going to have a good celebration today. Jingle. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside the house. I'll open the door. Peter stood up first. After opening the door, he found that the person coming was Gwen's father, George. Hello, Uncle George. Peter greeted him politely. Then, he noticed that George looked anxious. Peter, is your brother at home? Yes, yes. Peter turned around and shouted, Brother, Uncle George is looking for you. Seeing that an old friend was visiting, Ben quickly urged Luya to get up. Go and see what your Uncle George wants to do with you. Luya nodded and walked to the door. What's the matter, Uncle George? Seeing George's anxious look, Luya had a bad feeling in his heart. Luya, have you seen Gwen? She hasn't been home since last night, and she can't be contacted now. Chapter 44. George initially thought Gwen was spending the night with the lure. After all, they have already graduated. If there is a story between boys and girls, he has nothing to do. As a result, Gwen didn't come back all night and didn't send any news in the morning. Only then did George realize something was wrong. He still doesn't know that the daughter he always thought was a rebellious adolescent is actually the famous Spider-Woman in New York these days. George is a person who values rules very much. In the movie, he didn't really like Spider-Man in the first place. George believes that although Spider-Man is fighting crime, he also seriously tramples on the existence of the law. I think this kind of behavior is actually no different from committing a crime. Upon hearing George's request for help, the joyful expression on his face disappeared. While comforting George, who looked uneasy, he said to Luya and Peter. Luya, Peter, don't just watch, let's go out and look for it together. No need for his father Honda to say anything, Luya will naturally find a way to find Gwen. However, at this stage, Gwen, who has the chosen spider strength, can be said to be not the strongest group even in New York City. But it can also be said that self-protection is safe. Uncle George, don't worry, I will definitely find Gwen. Luya said to George. George nodded, obviously still a little uneasy. What he is worried about is that since the emergence of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in New York, although the crime rate has dropped significantly. However, high-tech crimes and super-ability crimes have also skyrocketed. To put it simply, the number of criminals has decreased, but their strength has become much stronger. Several people walked out of the house, agreed to find the direction, and left separately. Because Ben was older, he took George's police car and searched north together. After Peter ran into the alley, Spider-Man flew out from the other side with a web of webbing. But Luya did not leave immediately. New York is neither big nor small. Since Uncle George has already been found, it means that the police surveillance system cannot accurately locate Gwen. Taking a deep breath, Luya concentrated his attention. Buzz buzz buzz. Within a radius of several kilometers, countless noisy sounds rushed into Luya's ears like thunder. Ugh. Luya groaned. He received so much information at once that his brain felt like it was going to explode. This is also the first time Luya has used his super hearing on such a large scale. Although the Motherland template gave Luya super hearing, it did not have a matching super brain. Of course, Luya's brain has now been greatly strengthened, but it still cannot be called super at all. On weekdays, Luya usually sets several keywords for his hearing, such as his own name, parents' names, etc. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 seconds later, Luya turned off the super hearing. Found it? At the same time, Luya had 2 streaks of nosebleeds running down his nose, which was a manifestation of his extreme overuse of his brain. Luya reached out his hand to wipe away the nosebleed without caring. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked somewhere. This is the direction. Boom. The sonic boom sounded, and Luya jumped up directly from the ground. America, Garrison Training Camp. The originally bustling camp was deserted, and those training recruits didn't know where they had gone. Gwen squatted on the ground and gasped for air. She looked at the 2 figures, one white and one dark green, 100 meters away. Her eyes were full of shock. Since becoming Spider-Woman, Gwen has always been confident in her own strength. However, the white figure on the other side is surprisingly powerful, almost as strong as himself. At the same time, the man's cane can also shoot lasers, and the spider silk launcher in Gwen's left hand was swept to pieces by it. This is not the key is the guy with dark green skin next to the white figure. What kind of demon loon does he claim to be, and he wants to kill him when he comes up? Gwen didn't know what grudge the other party had against her, but the other party's strength was really weird. Cough cough cough. A violent cough sounded from Gwen's side. Gwen turned around and said, "Can you still hold on?" "Fine." Thompson gasped and spit out a bloody tooth from his mouth. After he was beaten violently by Luya for the last time in Hell's Kitchen, he was completely convinced. Later, due to the untying of the knot in his heart, his spider strength returned to his body. Thompson recalled his absurd high school career and joined the army directly after graduation. Possessing the dual power of spider venom, in just a few days, he went from a newcomer to the new king of the team. Just this morning, the camp commander received an order to move the camp. Thompson returned to the camp because he had nothing to take. Only then did he see Gwen being chased by two figures, one white and one dark green. Goodoo. In the venom-possessed state, the Venom's voice came. "My energy is almost gone. That green figure is quite strange. As long as Gwen and Thompson get close to him, the spider strength in their bodies will disappear inexplicably. Therefore, the support until now has almost entirely depended on Thompson's venom power." "Hey, Morlun." The white figure spoke. "What are we waiting for?" Jin looked at Morlun standing next to him in confusion. This ridiculously strong guy found him inexplicably and said that he would join forces to deal with Spider-Man. Although I don't know what the purpose of this guy named Morlun is, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in New York City have indeed brought a lot of trouble to their actions. Therefore, Kingpin immediately agreed to Morlun's request. Morlun stood quietly at this time, neither stepping forward nor letting Gwen and Thompson leave. Wait for the third Spider-Man to come. His destiny is to hunt down Spider-Man in all universes, and in this universe called AI, there are actually 3 Spider-Man with the power of spiders. The third one? Jinben said doubtfully. But this place is so remote, can he really find it? Yes. Of course I can. Morlun looked at the empty distance. Destiny will let them meet here and then be hunted by me. Morlun's voice was quite confident. As the spider killer in Totem Killer, he has an ability that absolutely overpowers Spider-Man. That means you can easily make spider strength disappear. This is also the reason why he travels to multiple universes and successfully hunts Spider-Man every time. As for the Spider-Man, Thompson, opposite who has the power of venom, Morlun doesn't take it seriously. He has traveled through dozens of universes and seen all kinds of Spider-Man. For example, Spider-Man once looked extremely ugly. And the prey that makes Morlun most proud is the Hulk Spider from the Green Haja, the universe. Chapter 45. Hulk Spider is Green Haja, Spider-Man in the universe. In this universe, Spider-Man was exposed to gamma-ray radiation and became the Hulk Spider-Man, that is, the Green Hero. Morlun directly hunted and devoured Hulk Spider-Man before he fully grew up. Soon. Feeling Peter's approach, Morlun felt a little excited. After hunting down and devouring all 3 Spider-Men in this universe, his strength will rise to the sub-Heavenly Father level. According to the classification of general strength, the strength level can be roughly divided into ordinary creatures, ordinary humans, super creature, Iron Man, planet level, ultimate venom, sub-Heavenly Father, Thanos, Heavenly Father/Dimension Lord, Old Odin/Mephisto, single universe level/Super Father level, Sentry/Emperor Thanos, multi-universe level, Creation God, Super Universe level, God of Story Loki, Almighty Universe level, OAA. Although the Yatianfa class is not ranked high in the multi-universe, in a single universe, it is already one of the strongest. As powerful as Thanos, before obtaining the infinite gems, he was a sub-Heavenly Father level existence. Boom. A red figure fell from the sky with spider silk and landed in front of Gwen and Thompson. "Hey Gwen," and seeing Thompson standing next to Gwen, Peter was shocked. Thompson. The shadow caused by high school still remains in Peter's heart. Later, after Gwen's simple explanation, Peter calmed down and understood the current situation. Haha, very good. Seeing that the 3 Spider-Men were finally gathered together, Morlun could no longer hold back his excitement. Taking one step forward, his body jumped high and then landed in front of the 3 of them. In the distance, Jinben looked at Morlun's back with complicated eyes, standing there without moving. Stand back. Knowing that Gwen and Thompson were exhausted, Peter stood directly in front of them. Wait. Gwen wanted to remind Peter that the other party had the ability to restrain spider strength. But before he could say anything, Peter's expression changed and he turned pale. Why is my power gradually disappearing? Gwen explained with a wry smile, this guy is weird. The closer we get to him, the weaker his power will be. Eccentric. Morlun smiled and shouted loudly. This is fate, this is fate. You are destined to die in my hands. Oh. Destiny. A not so harmonious voice of questioning sounded, and then. Boom. A sonic boom followed by strong winds. Luya floated in mid-air, looking down at Emolun with a villainous look on his face. What is fate? What is fate? Then let me tell you, a guy like you who is a villain at first glance will definitely die in my hands today. Tell me, is this your fate? Looking at the young man floating in front of him, Emolun's face darkened. Pretend to be a ghost. After saying that, Emolun mobilized the strength of his whole body, and his muscles bulged, almost bursting the combat uniform he was wearing. He raised his left hand high and slashed from top to bottom like a knife, which shocked the three Peters. They can feel that even Malun's pure physical strength is much stronger than them with spider strength. Tisk. Feeling the opponent's strength, Luya tilted his head, but did not dodge or resist. He just looked at Emolun lightly. Clang. The collision of flesh and blood produced the sound of gold and iron. The next second, Emolun's pupils shrank, as if he had seen something incredible. Ga. 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 Before his arms had time to withdraw, he was grabbed by Luya, making a sound of bones rubbing together, as if they were about to break in the next second. All the strength in his body was released, and Emolun's legs went weak. He gritted his teeth and white air spurted out from his nose. He tried his best but could not break free from the Luya's hand. Emolun raised his head vigorously and looked at Luya's understated face. Then, before he could react, Luya pulled him closer to him and gave him a headbutt. Boom. 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 After 3 blows, Emolun's eyes suddenly turned black. It's a long story, but this set of attacks only happened in a split second. To strike first is to be strong, but to strike later is to suffer disaster. It can be said that the strength of Malun and Luya should be both planet level. However, there are also differences between planet level strengths. Morlun was not originally a planet level leader. Only when facing Spider-Man did he have absolute restraint. What's more, when facing Luya, if he loses the initiative, there is no chance of winning. Faced with a guy like this who is trying to take advantage of Gwen and Peter, Luya will not give him another chance. He held Emolun's head and brought him close to him. I said, death is your fate today. After saying that, 2 rays of red light gathered instantly, and a large amount of heat appeared in Luya's eyes. Wow! The laser beam shot out, passed through Morlun's eyes, and directly destroyed his brain. Bang! The body fell to the ground. Emolun was still twitching. At the moment of his death, the 3 Peters instantly felt the return of their power. The faintly suppressed feeling in his heart disappeared without a trace after Emolun fell to the ground. So strong. Times 3. The 3 of them were extremely shocked. Even in terms of pure power, Emolun is much stronger than them. However, he died so unexpectedly. Especially Thompson, he provoked Luya again and again. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing Luya is merciful. Knowing that the 3 of them were fine, Luya turned around. Goodoo. There was a clear trace of panic in Kingpin's eyes. He didn't understand how things could become like this. That guy named Emolun looked terrifyingly strong, but he died in the hands of his motherland in the blink of an eye. Yes, Kingpin knew the appearance of Luya. However, he had no plans to face the people of the motherland today. Fortunately, many of his younger brothers are still around. At Jinbin's order, some people directly surrounded Luya, while others blocked him. Luya looked at Jinbin with some humor. Boss Jinbin, this is our first meeting. How are you? No, I'm very bad. Big beads of sweat flowed from Kingpin's forehead. What? Luya looked at the hundreds of Jinbin's men around him and said casually. You think they can stop me? Or do you think they can keep you? Kingpin wiped his face, forced himself to calm down, and said. I have hundreds of people here, all of whom are my confidants. They are all ordinary people. I don't believe you will kill them all. It turned out that Kingpin had this idea. He has seen through the character of the superhero and will not be cruel to ordinary people. And as long as he ran to the city, he didn't believe that the people of the motherland would dare to take action against him in broad daylight. Tisk. Luya smiled and shook his head. No killing? Who said that? Ah. Chapter 46. Luya glanced at him, and everyone around him was looking at him. Their eyes were so numb, just as Kingpin said. They are just a group of death warriors. Hearing that Luya didn't care about the lives of his men, Jinbin had no other choice. If it were someone like Peter, it might be possible to spare his life. But Kingpin misjudged Luya's character, thinking he would be the same as Peter and Gwen. But in fact, Luya really doesn't care about the life or death of these villains. But despite this, Jinbin was not willing to just surrender. Having dominated the underground forces for so long, he was unwilling to die here. Perhaps. Maybe he will also be exhausted after defeating Morlun? Yes. That's right. Morlun is so strong. It's impossible for him to be completely unconsumed. Jinbin said this to himself in his heart, as if he was trying to convince himself. He silently raised the cane to his chest and placed his hands on it. This is my last trump card. If this doesn't work, then you can only. There was a fierce and decisive look in Jinbin's eyes. As long as you can survive, you won't hesitate to sell your soul. As a trump card, Jinbin's cane is not for decoration. He loaded his cane with laser pulses, sleeping gas, and electric shock devices. When necessary, the cane can be his unexpected trump card. Kingpin thought that his actions were subtle and natural. In fact, all his little moves were seen by Luya. Superior. With Jinbin's loud roar, hundreds of dead soldiers rushed towards Luya at the same time. Oh! The red light gathers, and the laser light shoots out instantly, passing everything in a plane. Poof. 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 Countless watermelon bursting sounds were heard. With just one blow, all the dead soldiers were killed, leaving no one alive. It's really fun to threaten me with the lives of your own men. Jinbin's hands holding the cane were trembling slightly, and he could feel that his back was soaked with cold sweat. But now he has no way out. Click. The button on the cane was pressed. While the lure was drunk in his victory, Kingpin directly aimed the laser pulse at the lure. Go to hell. The corners of Jinbin's mouth twisted ferociously, his eyes widened, and his voice sounded like he had just crawled out of hell. Go to hell. Die to me. However, before the laser pulse could be fired, Kingpin was horrified to discover. The lure that was originally suspended in front of him disappeared. Blink, next second. Jinbin's pupils contracted violently. Luya had already appeared in front of him at this time, and the sonic boom sounded just now. Grabbing Jinbin's cane with one hand, Luya raised his eyebrows slightly. My ability is not great, but I am quite good at making wishes. Luya didn't do anything to Jinpin for the time being, he just took the cane from Jinpin's hand. After looking around, the power of the cane is certainly fatal to ordinary people. But for me now, I can only say that it is no different from scratching an itch. Hold firmly with one hand. With such an understatement, Kingpin's cane, which he regarded as his trump card, was shattered into pieces. Despair. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground was heard. But Kingpin fell to his knees directly, and he wanted to make a final struggle. Let me go, I'm willing to give all my assets. Really? My assets are huge. There are tons of weapons factories. Thousands of people. Yes. Yes. And more. I also have a bunch of politicians under me. They can all be used by you. Faced with the threat of death, Kingpin directly took out his old money. Generally speaking, lures will give the person begging for mercy a chance. For example, this is what he did in Hell's Kitchen. As long as he sincerely begs for mercy and the crime is not unforgivable, Luya is willing to give him a chance to live. But gold is different. He touched the bottom line of lure, family. Seeing Jinbin's humble appearance, Luya shook his head boredly, too lazy to say another word to him. Buzz. Red light gathered in Luya's eyes again. My lord. My lord, save me. Before the laser light was emitted, a sudden change occurred. As Jinbin shouted Lord, something faintly changed around him. Luya only felt a chill in his body, and a chill arose in his heart for no reason. What's going on? This has never happened since the Motherland template was unlocked. And the three Peters on the side were even more miserable. At this time, Peter and Gwen simply relied on spider strength to completely be unable to resist the malice from the void, and fell to the ground and passed out. Thompson, who was possessed by the venom, was not much better. Although he could still remain conscious, he was also shaken all over. How is it possible? How can such a powerful force exist on your earth? Venom shouted in shock. I have only felt this kind of power from my father. Venom's words also attracted Luya's attention. Venom's father, if you guessed correctly, may refer to the god of symbiotes, Nar. And the strength of the god of symbiote will not be weaker than that of the heavenly father. If this is the case, then how strong must be the Lord Jinbin talks about? Luya frowned, ignoring the load on his brain, and activated his supervision and super hearing. However, after a few seconds of scanning in all directions, Luya could not find even a trace of the other party. At this moment, the Kingpin changed. Luya noticed that an orange-red flame burned out of the void and swallowed up Jinpin in an instant. Ugh. Ah. Kingpin's screams kept coming from the flames. His flesh and blood began to disappear, and endless flames began to spurt from his bones. Mephisto. Luya's face darkened and he called out the name. With this change in Kingpin, it is obvious that he is about to become the Ghost Rider. Also, Mephisto will look for people with strong abilities who can do things for themselves to buy their souls. Kingpin's ability to survive to this point proves his ability. And since he was originally immortal, he was destined to have no ability to resist after becoming Mephisto's contractor. I didn't expect that. There are still mortals on Earth who can recognize me. In the air, the flames condensed into a phantom wearing a robe and covered in blood. Lords of Hell, Lords of Darkness, Satan, and more. Mephisto has many names, and each one shows his power. Call. Next to him, Kingpin finally successfully transformed into the Ghost Rider after selling his soul. At this time, his eyes were burning with fire. Even without eyeballs, you can still feel his deep resentment. Chapter 47. Damn it! You deserve to die. Kingpin roared crazily in his heart. In order to survive, he paid too much. Sell his soul and he will become someone else's slave forever. Luya did not pay attention to him, but looked at Mephisto's illusory figure thoughtfully. Boy, that's it for today. Strangely enough, Mephisto actually acted as the peacemaker between Luya and Kingpin. Does Mephisto like peace? That must be impossible. Luya realized that perhaps, Mephisto, who would rather talk at this moment, simply could not come to the earth in his true form. The facts are indeed as Luya guessed. Himalayas. A trace of Mephisto's original hellfire burned in the air, transforming into his own appearance. The flames surrounded him and were not affected by the cold air of the Himalayas. In front of him was a bald man wearing a brown robe. If Luya were here, he would recognize that the bald head is the Ancient One. Supreme Mage, this mortal wants to kill my followers, do you want to stop me? Mephisto's voice was solemn. Although as a Latitude Lord and the ruler of the Hell Latitude, his combat power level is theoretically on the same level as the Ancient One. But as a top mage, Ancient One's strength is infinitely close to that of the Super Heavenly Father. You can even reach the Super Heavenly Father level at some point. So Mephisto simply doesn't have the courage to fight the Ancient One. In fact, he didn't even dare to speak loudly. Go back to your hell. The Ancient One stared at Mephisto quietly, his tone cold. She didn't explain why she blocked Mephisto because there was no need. In fact, the gap in strength between her and Mephisto is wider than Mephisto himself imagined. Therefore, Ancient One has considerable confidence when facing Mephisto. Although Mephisto was quite dissatisfied, he did not dare to disobey the Ancient One at this time. I just left a few words when I left. Snored. Supreme Mage, how long do you have to live? You can protect him for a while, and let's see what you do after you die. Listening to the remaining sounds in the void, Ancient One was not angry. He just said something silently. He is the only life in this world. A glimmer of hope flashed on Ancient One's face. In the multi-universe, there are countless universes, and universes are destroyed every day. If there is no savior, then the destruction of the universe will be inevitable. Boy. Here, Mephisto stared at the lure fiercely and said sternly. If you dare to attack him again, I won't let you go. Back off now, and today's events will be wiped out. Although Kingpin is just a slave to Mephisto, he also represents his face. However, Mephisto's repeated threats made Luya see his lustful nature. The corners of Luya's mouth raised, and then the laser beam shot out instantly. Write it off? Who will cancel it with you? Seeing that Luya ignored him, Mephisto felt endless anger in his heart. However, under the gaze of the Ancient One, he did not dare to bring his true body to the world. The scorching laser light instantly penetrated Jinpin's body, which was burning with hellfire. When the two collided, the laser light and the hellfire boiled at the same time, and they actually became scorched. Buzz. Seeing that Cyclops was unable to cause any damage to Jinpin, Luya stopped ray output on Jinpin. Quack. Inside the skeleton, Jinpin made a mocking sound like metal friction. Seeing that Luya's laser beam could not cause any harm to him, Jinpin became excited. At least, the power he gained from selling his soul is quite reliable. Jin didn't speak, and of course he couldn't speak at this time. In the white bones, the flames of hell burn even more vigorously. At the same time, raise your arms and pound the lure hard. With the blessing of tens of tons of power in his normal form, his ultimate power at this time is more than 100. However, this time he miscalculated again. There was an inexplicable light shining in Luya's eyes. In fact, my family members know their own affairs. With his current 95% unlocking degree of the Motherland template, although the laser light is strong, it is actually nothing compared to his overall strength. There is only one reason why laser light is always used. It's purely convenient. Under the beating of the evil spirit Jinji's bone fists with the sound of breaking the wind, Luya remained calm. Hands up. Boom. A harsh crash sounded. Even between the two hands, the violent collision set off a fierce wind. Well. The venom on Thompson's body showed a painful expression, and his black body could hardly hold on and retracted directly into Thompson's body. The force of this collision reached at least hundreds of tons. Jinbin looked at Luya with a relaxed expression in astonishment, the flames in his eyes trembling violently. How is this possible? The power I bought with my soul. Power weighing hundreds of tons. Just like that? Easily blocked. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly. He can feel that his current power is already at the level of thousands of tons, and may even be higher. Without further ado, he took one last look at Mephisto, who was slowly disappearing. Luya clenched Jinbin's fists with both hands, and then used his legs to exert force. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and Luya grabbed Jinbin and jumped directly into the sky. In the air, Luya's fists kept hitting Jinbin's body one punch after another. Boom! 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 Thunderous sounds kept ringing in the sky. Even people in the distant New York City area can still faintly hear the sound of thunder coming from the sky. Is it thundering? Collect the clothes. Here, thousands of tons of force hammered Jinbin's body. In his incredible eyes, his body was cracked layer by layer. First, the arm was shattered into powder. Next comes the torso. Although the bones in the chest were denser, they could not withstand Luya's punch and broke into countless pieces. Finally, in Jin's unwilling eyes, Luya aimed at his head and hammered him. Boom! Kingpin. Death. As for whether he can be resurrected, it depends on Mephisto. However, Mephisto lost so much face in front of the Ancient One today, I'm afraid he won't resurrect Kingpin again. Snort. In the void, an angry roar floated away. As Mephisto left, the inexplicable chill around him also disappeared. What's going on? Peter woke up and immediately looked around. Luya, what's wrong? Gwen noticed that Luya's face seemed heavy. You guys go back first. After the explanation, Luya rose from the ground again and flew towards the east. There, a bald figure appeared. Chapter 48. Despair. The lure falls from the sky. In front of him sat a bald man wearing a brown robe. Although it was somewhat different from the impression in the movie, Luya still recognized that the bald man was the Supreme Mage Ancient One. Excellent Ming Qian Longjing. Ancient One pushed the teacup in front of Luya. At this time, the Ancient One is not as pure as shown in the movie. On the contrary, her appearance looks very old, with wrinkled skin and dull eyes. These all indicate that there is something wrong with Ancient One's body. And it's still a big problem. Luya calmly took the teacup from the strongest man on earth. He doesn't understand tea, neither in his past life nor in this life. Ancient One looked at the expressionless Luya and smiled slightly. What, it's not to your taste? The Ancient One's smile was full of strangeness. Luya felt that everything about him, including his soul, seemed to be seen through. But today, Luya is no longer the ordinary person he was in his previous life. The past few months of killing had tempered his heart. Looking into Ancient One's eyes, Luya said softly. Then the mage came today to get rid of me, an outsider. Luya was convinced that Ancient One must have seen his identity. It's a pity that my current strength is still too weak. Planet-level strength is so powerful that it can even withstand nuclear bombs. However, this strength still seems so small in the universe. However, Ancient One shook his head in response to Luya's question. Why do you call yourself an outsider? You have lived here for more than 10 years, haven't you? Really? From the Ancient One's words, Luya was even more convinced that the other party had seen through his soul. Ancient One did not intend to continue discussing the identity of Luya, but changed the topic. Do you know that our world can't exist for long? It won't last long, what do you mean? What does it mean to not exist for too long? Can't we say the end of the world is coming? It's almost the end of the world. To be precise, it's the end of the universe. Ancient One seems to have read Luya's thoughts. Can a bald head see through people's minds? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the original work, right? Hearing Luya call himself bald without hesitation, Ancient One's face darkened. As the Supreme Mage, she has never been described like this to her face. But she still controlled her emotions and continued. You who come from another world should know that parallel universes can also interfere with each other. Luya knows this. In the Marvel world, traveling through parallel universes is nothing unusual. For example, Amolun was killed just now. As a totem killer, although he only has planet-level strength, he can also travel through various parallel universes to hunt Spider-Man. Marvel world. Listening to Luya's thoughts, Ancient One was thoughtful. This was the first time he heard the name of his universe. It turns out that although Ancient One is a special being among Heavenly Father level powerhouses, She does not have the ability to break the fourth wall, so she can only make some vague guesses. Now, she also officially confirmed the existence of the fourth wall from Luya's thoughts. In this world, the reason why Ancient One shows such an aging appearance is related to Domua, the king of the dark dimension. Different from the Ancient One in the movie universe. At this time, Ancient One absorbed too many dark qualities, and his body and soul were all polluted by darkness, so he appeared extremely old in appearance. However, this also made her unprecedentedly powerful. As long as she is willing to fall into darkness, Ancient One can even burst into Superfather level strength for a certain period of time. This is also the reason why she has the ability to see through Luya's thoughts. Only Mephisto would be so frightened by Ancient One's words that he would not dare to come. Looking at Luya in deep thought, Ancient One silently made up his mind. I once saw the future of the destruction of the universe. Ancient One looked at Luya, as if she was explaining the funeral arrangements. Her voice was a little heavy. I have deduced countless possibilities, but none of them can save our universe. Luya was thoughtful. You're not going to say that I am a savior or something like that, right? Ancient One shook his head. I just see a different possibility in you, but I can't see what it is. But at least it's a hope, isn't it? Regarding Ancient One's valuation, Luya is somewhat non-committal. If the universe is really going to be destroyed, there is no telling whether I can stop it. After all, just relying on the power of the Motherland template, he may not be qualified to prevent the destruction of the universe, let alone the destruction of the Earth. What's more, my Motherland template has not exceeded 100% yet. Ancient One saw Luya's thoughts and replied. That's why I came to you today. Tisk. Luya's brows trembled. It was so disgusting that all his thoughts were seen through. All right. If you don't want me to see through your thoughts, I can stop prying into your heart from now on. Ancient One's old face showed a smile again. I already knew about your worries just now. As long as you promise me that you will take action when our universe is facing destruction in the future, I can help you now. Ancient One's main worry is that based on what she knows about Luya's character now, if things go wrong in the future, she will simply give up on this universe. In fact, if the destruction of the universe really comes and Luya is not strong enough, he will really do this. If you take your family and leave, what does the destruction of this universe have to do with you? It is precisely because Ancient One saw this that he asked Luya for a promise today. Aren't you worried that I will default on your debt after I promise you? It doesn't matter, just do your best. If the universe really wants to be destroyed, there aren't many ways. Ancient One believes that she has given her all for this universe. And destruction is the destiny of this universe. She had already fought for other possibilities in the midst of destruction. Hearing Ancient One's answer, Luya nodded. Yes, I can promise that if I am strong enough in the future, I will take action when the universe is in crisis. After receiving Luya's affirmative answer, Ancient One's eyes flashed with light, and then he pointed at Luya. At her fingertips, a deep light spot appeared. Luya felt that a surge of energy was being injected into his body. Unlocking degree of Motherland template increased by 5%. Unlocking degree of Motherland template, 100%. All Motherland templates are unlocked. Getting the second template. The system prompt sound appeared for a long time. With the help of Ancient One, Luyan's long-standing Motherland template actually skipped the final unlocking level and reached 100%. Luya stared closely at the system template. In front of him, Ancient One continued to instill energy. Chapter 49. Without letting Luya wait for too long, the system prompt sounded again. The second template is obtained successfully. Officially unlock Superman template, Man of Steel. Note, 1 Steel, Extreme Heavenly Father, 2 Silver, 3 Supreme, 4 Golden Supreme, Integrate Thinking God. In order to better distinguish the strength, Bai Yin Chao's strength is classified after the Golden Supreme, but theoretically Bai Yin Chao also has unlimited possibilities. Superman template unlocking degree 0%. Superman template. Lure recalls Superman in his memory. Superman's strength is divided into stages. In his supreme form, the Golden Supreme Ultra form, his strength grows infinitely, and he even has the ability to break the fourth wall. It can be said that the Golden Supreme Superman exists with infinite possibilities. Even the Almighty Universe level cannot describe his ultimate form. Of course, what the lure has unlocked at this time is only Superman's initial template, the Man of Steel. However, Luya estimated based on his own memory that although Steel Superman spent most of his time on Earth, but the limit of its strength should be able to reach the level of Heavenly Father or even Super Heavenly Father. Of course, there is also the ability of ordinary Superman to reverse time in the movie. That's a bit unbelievable. Luya isn't sure whether Steel Superman can reach this level, but I guess it's not possible. After all, after reversing time, you still have to face the karma of changing cause and effect. This kind of power to change cause and effect may be something only Superman can withstand. The moment the Superman template is obtained, Luya can feel it. There seems to be something more in my body. Feeling the warm sunshine outside makes people unconsciously want to get closer. Even now, I have the urge to fly directly into the sun. Luya understood that this was probably because he had obtained the bloodline of Krypton. However, although Superman can rely on absorbing yellow solar radiation to enhance his strength. But before reaching a certain level, flying directly into the yellow sun is definitely an act of seeking death. Compared with Luya, Superman has the advantage of having the secret book of creation. But the existence of Luya with the system can also become infinitely stronger. And there is no kryptonite in the Marvel world. This means that Luya has no natural enemies in the early stage. As for the later stage of Silver Superman, he is no longer afraid of kryptonite. When Luya came back to his senses and looked at the other side of the table, the aging figure had disappeared. Lived. Still. Luya had a vague feeling that the Ancient One might be dead at this time. At least, her physical body should be in a state of death. In the void, looking at the lure that suddenly lost its ability, the Ancient One's eyes widened. Her unreal face was filled with disbelief. Why did he transfer most of his power to Luya, but the other party became weaker? Then, in her stunned eyes, Luya suddenly returned to his original state again, possessing the full form of a native of his motherland. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Luya's aura changed again, as if he had changed from human to another race. This time, though, the Ancient One noticed. Under the sun, it seems that there is an energy in Luya's body that is slowly growing. Moreover, the potential of this power seems to be much greater than that of Luya before. The matter has come to this, I have tried my best. The Ancient One sighed. No matter what changes occur to Luya at this time, her ability will never change again. In order to help Luya, she has spent most of her magic power. The remaining power she had would be used to cut off Dormammu's prying eyes. It can be said that Ancient One can indeed be regarded as a dead man in the real world. Here, Luya can clearly feel that his power is slowly increasing under the illumination of the yellow sun. Maybe it won't be long before the improvements brought by the Superman template will exceed those of the Motherland template. After all, even the Steel Superman is much stronger than the people of the Motherland at his peak strength. In this way, by superimposing the strength of the Motherland in the early stage, maybe it can surpass the upper limit of a simple body of steel. However, the people of the Motherland also have huge advantages that Superman cannot imagine. That means there is no mother's heart. Superman is of course a representative of justice and kindness. But his kindness sometimes becomes his absolute weakness. Even in the time of Supreme Superman, he still has the instinct of justice. This is Superman's strength, but it is also his weakness. After closing the system panel, Luya stood up. Looking at the dozens of stories high building, Luya bent his legs slightly and jumped down. In the dim cave, Tony Stark slowly opened his eyes. Before he had time to recall what happened, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Are you awake? Ethan looked at Stark, who was awake, and said with concern. You were seriously injured, especially since there is still a piece of shrapnel near your heart. But don't worry, I made an electromagnetic adsorbent device on your chest to help you absorb the shrapnel. Stark frowned. He had some impression of Ethan in his memory. It seemed like he had seen him at a party before. He looked down at his chest and was stunned by the metal device on his chest. What's this? I became a monster. No. Ethan answered. This is your lifeblood. But your source of life may not last long. He pointed around. This is a remote location and the power may be cut off at any time. Stark immediately understood what he meant, and at the same time recalled his current situation. Next, the plot develops as the Ten Rings gang comes in and threatens Stark. However, the Kai universe is different from the movie universe, and the power of the Ten Commandments gang is much stronger. Of course, Stark still made the decision to rub the nuclear reactor with his hands. This guy can power a medium-sized mecha for 50 minutes. Stark installed a microreactor on his chest, completely solving the problem of insufficient power. I understand the truth, but I want to know. Ethan looked at Stark suspiciously. Where is the medium-sized mecha? He admitted that Stark was indeed a genius inventor, but looking at the scrap metal and shell casings all over the floor, he really didn't understand where the mecha was. Just watch. Even in such a desperate situation, Stark remains optimistic. However, he still doesn't know what kind of opponent he is facing. Hell's Kitchen. The whole Hell's Kitchen is quite excited today, because after so long, they finally have their first school. Boss, we still haven't contacted Mr. Stark. Bray appeared next to Luya in a straight suit, reporting on the fact that he could not contact Stark. Luya was on the roof of the school's academic building, leisurely basking in the sun. Can't reach you. Luya took off his sunglasses. Chapter 50. Stark contributed a lot to the establishment of Ping and Street School. The money spent is a trivial matter, but in order to establish an academy in a place like Hell's Kitchen, the approval of various documents is the real trouble. At this moment, a broad figure ran towards the school in a panic. Happy is in a bad mood today because he hasn't received any news from Tony for 2 whole days. Tony, you'd better lie in the arms of some woman and lose track of time. Happy's mouth kept trembling. But he knew it was almost impossible. Although Tony is always a little unobtrusive now, he is still very clear about important matters. This time Tony went abroad to demonstrate Stark Industries' new missiles. Counting the time, he should be on his way back. What Happy doesn't know is that the news of Stark's imprisonment has not yet spread because the Ten Rings gang has temporarily blocked the news. However, after being unable to contact Tony for a long time, Happy himself guessed that something had happened to Tony. As Tony Stark's very close friend in private, he is also his important subordinate. Publicly and privately, Happy thinks he should find a way. However, just when he wanted to seek help from the company, he encountered considerable obstacles. He knew that this was the work of Obadiah, another shareholder of the company. But I know, what can I do as an employee who has no say? As a result, Luya became his last hope. So you're saying that Stark might have been kidnapped outside? Luya looked at Happy with strange eyes. Your kid's guess is so accurate. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to contact him for such a long time. Happy replied in the affirmative. Luya nodded. Since he came back from seeing Ancient One, he has been busy basking in the sun these 2 days, but he has not paid attention to the situation outside. For example, Osborn basically asked Osborn to help deal with the assets left by Kingpin. Of course, there will be other forces competing for it. After all, Kingpin left a huge amount of money and political resources. Luya didn't care about the competition from other forces. The most important thing for me now is to bask in the sun, as for those things outside me. To be honest, I think Luya can be placed in anyone's hands, since they are all kept for themselves anyway. Superman, Man of Steel, unlocking degree increased, 1%. Superman, Man of Steel, unlocking degree, 3%. The sunshine has been perfect these days, and the Luya's exposure to the sun all day has allowed the template to be unlocked to 3%. After stopping the swing of the recliner, Luya stood up, looked at Happy and said, "Okay, I will find Stark, just go back and wait for my news." The reason why the Ten Rings kidnapped Stark was to invent the advanced weapons in Stark's mind. Therefore, Stark is absolutely safe at this point. In the movie, Stark finally successfully breaks through and escapes with the help of the original Mark I. However, this world is quite different from the movie, so Luya will not bet on Stark being able to overcome the difficulties on his own. Happy looked at Lu Yafeng's calm expression, sweat dripping from his smooth forehead. "Don't worry, how can I feel relieved when you look like this?" Happy even began to wonder if he was crazy for asking such a young man for help. Seeing the suspicion in Happy's eyes, Luya didn't bother to say anything more. Called Erica and Bray. "I'll go out and look for Stark. Wait until I come back." His tone seemed to be saying, "I'm going to go find someone next door." But in fact, Afghanistan, where Stark was kidnapped, is more than 10,000 kilometers away from New York. Seeing that Luya seemed to really want to find Tony, Happy quickly came forward and asked, How can I help?" "Just wait with peace of mind." Luya waved his hand and then moved his body. Looking at Luya's legs slightly bent and his hands crossed on his forehead, Happy showed a trace of confusion. "Why, do you have to make a statement before leaving?" "Immediately." Boom. The fierce wind was accompanied by a sonic boom, and the lure rose from the ground. Ward F. Happy stared dumbfoundedly at the lure that was only a black dot in the sky in the blink of an eye. He murmured, not knowing what to say. In the air. The lure was flying at top speed, and he could feel the majesty flowing around him. After the Motherland template reached 100%, his overall attributes skyrocketed again. Especially the speed of flight. "Just look at the limit of my current speed." The weak biological force field was propped up, covering about half a meter of the whole body. Then. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Mach 1.5. Mach 3. Mach 10. It wasn't until Mach 10, which is 10 times the speed of sound, that the lure felt its limit. At the same time, the weak biological force field also began to shake. Is this the limit here? The lure tries to continue accelerating. However, neither the physical burden nor the limits of the biological force field allowed him to continue. However, the speed of Mach 10 is already quite terrifying. In just 1 hour, Luya has arrived at its destination. At the same time, clairvoyance and supervision were released, and Luya began to look for Stark along the road. In the cave, Ethan looked at the ironclad mecha in front of him and marveled. "Tony, You are such a genius. He really didn't expect that under such crude conditions, Tony Stark could actually use various scrap to assemble such a mecha. I decided, its name is Mark 1. At this moment, the birth of Mark 1 also shows that Tony Stark is embarking on the road to becoming Iron Man. And, although Ethan used scrap to describe the material of Mark 1. But in fact, its material is made of alloy, so it can withstand small arms. Are you ready? At this time, the miniature nuclear reactor in Mark 1 was shining brightly. Stark only had a maximum of 50 minutes. If you can't break through and leave the 10 Rings gang within 50 minutes, the energy reactor will face insufficient energy. And he himself will die because of the shrapnel in his chest. Remember, 41 steps ahead. All the lights in the cave suddenly went out, and Mark 1 took its first step. Boom. 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 The sound of huge amounts of gold and iron resounded through the cave, making the blind Shija gang members even more panicked. A moment later, the door of the cave began to deform, and countless huge fist marks appeared on it. Immediately afterwards, the door was directly shattered from the inside out under the heavy blow of Mark 1. Ethan, hide behind me. While Stark was controlling the Mark 1, he was also telling Ethan behind him. However, when he saw the light of day again, the first thing he saw was a row of 10 Rings gang members holding rocket launchers. Suffer it. Chapter 51. The Mark 1 can withstand attacks from small and medium-sized firearms, but it is difficult to withstand rocket attacks. The most important thing is that the explosion pressure of the rocket is simply not something Stark's body can withstand. However, Stark looked at the row of rocket launchers and couldn't think of any solution. Not to mention that Ethan was hiding behind him. Once he hid, Ethan would definitely die. It's impossible for Stark to do this in the face of his savior. What's more, the bulky Mark 1 is not enough to support him in this action of dodging close-range rockets. Click. Click. Rockets trailed flames one after another, almost instantly. Huge amounts of explosions occurred around the Mark 1. Boom. Boom. Under the impact of huge amounts of explosion, Mark 1 staggered and fell backward. Stark felt the world spinning, and there was a roar in his ears, but he could no longer move. Ethan is doing better, but without the blockage of Mark 1, what will happen to the next wave of attacks? Stark, who was lying on the ground, looked at the piles of ammunition boxes around him, most of which had the Stark Industries logo printed on them. He was filled with regret. Opposite him, a new round of rockets has been filled. Stark's eyes widened in despair. Boom. Like a hurricane, lures descended from the sky. Huge amounts of dust swept away everything except the heavy Mark 1, and Ethan hiding behind. All the other 10 Rings gang members flew out in all directions, along with a large number of ammunition boxes. A few seconds later, a thunderous sonic boom came from the horizon and exploded in the sky above the lure. This is because the lure has deliberately slowed down as it approaches to prevent it from hurting Stark. When the dust settles, Stark stared dumbfoundedly at Luya, who was like a god descending to earth. He felt in a trance and had an unreal feeling in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Luya once said that as long as he called his name, he would appear when he was in danger. But, you didn't call him by his name either? At this moment, Stark has never felt so worthy of investing in Ping and Street School. Looking at Stark, who was still unable to come to his senses, Luya stepped forward and asked. How about it, can you still move? After hearing the sound of the lure, Stark woke up as if from a dream. He tried to activate the Mark 1 again, but failed. Stark struggled to get out of the mecha, but couldn't, which made him look a little funny. Tisk. Mr. Stark, if I take a photo of you looking like you now, I'm afraid I can sell it for a good price. Faced with Luya's teasing, Stark shot back. Well, Luya boy, if I take a picture of you now, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar, right? Luya smiled slightly, then his eyes turned red. Wow. Hey. 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 Feeling the destructive power and heat of the laser light, the hair on Stark's body stood up and he shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, each alloy joint of the Mark 1 was successfully decomposed under the precise laser cutting of Luya. When the lure stopped outputting light, Stark calmed down slightly. Mr. Stark, people should always be aware of their own situation. Stark ignored Luya's taunting and instead looked at Luya with extremely longing eyes. During this period, Stark was a playboy and had not yet cooperated closely with SHIELD. Therefore, he doesn't even know about the existence of mutants, let alone some other supernatural abilities. Hey. Stark's voice was filled with excitement. The light you just had. He motioned to the lure's eyes. How powerful is it? Is it based on the same principle as traditional laser weapons? But then he denied himself. Oh no, that's impossible, I'm stupid. Faced with Stark's curiosity, Luya said. Anyway, it's no problem to be able to cut 100 Mr. Starks in an instant. What do you mean? What does cutting 100 Mr. Starks mean? But soon, Luya gave the answer with practical actions. All around, the members of the Ten Commandments gang gathered after the dust dispersed. There are nearly 100 people, they are fully armed and even have armored vehicles. The first wave of gang members who were attacked by Luya just now have no bones left, and the remaining 100 people obviously don't know what just happened here. Looking at the various weapons aimed at him, Luya glanced at Stark and Ethan. Lower your head. Stark asked confused, what? Ethan also received a puzzled look. But the next second, they squatted down directly holding their heads. In Luya's eyes, a huge amount of heat is gathering. In the horrified eyes of everyone in the Ten Rings gang, Luya slowly floated in the air. Looking at the nearly 100 people present, Luya was thinking about how to deal with them. Perhaps because of the Superman template, Luya's killing character has a touch of kindness mixed in. They may not be guilty enough to die. Let's give him a small punishment but a big warning. Then, the laser beam shot out. Wherever they went, the legs of all standing members of the Ten Rings gang were cut off. In just 1 second, more than 100 people suddenly dwarfed and fell to the ground like dumplings. As for those riding in armored vehicles and the like, if they are unlucky, they may go directly to see God. In an instant, blood stained the ground red, and screams could be heard all around. The output power of Luya's laser light was controlled so well that it even helped them stop bleeding. In this way, they will not die. Looking at the tragic scenes around him, even Stark, the victim, couldn't bear it. There's no need to torture them, right? He swallowed hard. This is too exaggerated. Hearing Stark's muttering, Luya was thoughtful. You're right, it's too cruel for them. Sorry, I didn't think carefully. Cyclops' energy gathers again. Boom. The sudden rise in heat even caused an explosion. This time, Luya increased his power and gave them relief. Now, the surroundings are clean. Stark. This is, the devil is in the world. Luya turned his head and saw Stark's body shaking slightly. Why, Mr. Stark? Are you still cold on this hot day? Hee. Okay, Mr. Stark. The inauguration ceremony of the new school is waiting for us today, you won't forget it, right? Stark looked at the sky and forced a smile on his lips. Well, I'm afraid it's too late to rush back today, right? That's not necessarily true. After saying that, Luya flew to Stark and hugged him and Ethan. Don't move. If you are more than half a meter away from me, I cannot guarantee your safety. Immediately, Luya bent his legs slightly and soared into the sky. What is the principle? Chapter 52. SHIELD. Director, maybe you can take a look at this. Phil Coulson took out an envelope from his body and gently placed it in front of Nick Fury. Fury opened the envelope and found 2 photos inside. The one in the first photo is the lure flying with Stark and Ethan. It's just that the photo is quite blurry and can only be seen faintly as a black dot. Of course, this black spot can be photographed, which is why Luya did not hide himself. Tell the truth and decide to expose yourself completely. Even Luya himself didn't know if it was because he was influenced by the template of his motherland. But it doesn't matter, he can almost be called the pinnacle of planet level now. There are almost no people on Earth who can make their own decisions. On Fury's side, looking at the photo, he cast doubtful eyes on Coulson. What's this? It's just such a black spot, nothing can be seen. Before Coulson could answer, he picked up the second photo. And this second photo is much clearer. Luya held Stark and Ethan in each hand. It can even be seen that in the photo, Ethan's face is a little green, probably because he is afraid of heights. Is this, Stark? The first thing Fury noticed was Stark next to the lure. Because of the size of Stark's industry and the particularity of its weapons manufacturing, Fury has always been paying attention to Stark. Of course, these are all superficial reasons. In fact, Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, had a hand in the establishment of SHIELD. Only then did Fury seem to react. Are they flying in the sky? Coulson nodded. Yes, and the speed reaches Mach 10. This is impossible. Upon hearing Coulson's confirmation, Fury exclaimed. The shockwave formed by Mach 10 is enough to instantly heat the air to hundreds or even thousands of degrees. Don't worry about flying. After all, Fury knows about the existence of enhanced humans. But is the speed too exaggerated? In terms of speed, the physical body of the young man in the photo is at least as strong as a nickel-based high-temperature alloy. And, can it circle the Earth in a few hours? Fury didn't know that Luya had a biological force field, so he made a guess based on his own understanding. Coulson looked at his boss helplessly. He himself was quite frightened when he saw this photo, especially since the agent who took the photo stated that the speed reached Mach 10. But this is the fact. The agent of S.H.I.E.L.D is not so free to fake a supernatural creature to scare his boss. Seeing Coulson's serious look, Fury also understood that the things in the photo were indeed true. Then, I have to know, why would Tony Stark be with such a Superman? Fury, after thinking about it, I used the word Superman to describe the lure. The size of Stark Industry is too huge, and Tony Stark was originally an extremely talented scientist. Fury is mainly worried that if Stark is bewitched and joins forces with such a Superman-level figure, he may directly subvert America. In fact, Fury is simply overthinking. If Luya really wanted to rule the Earth, let alone America, it would only take more time to bask in the sun. Well, we have already investigated this young man. This is a report about him. Fury took the file. I didn't have any extraordinary performance before high school, I just had a strong body. But when I'm about to graduate, from my motherland, S.H.I.E.L.D is very efficient at this stage, and the traces of the lure that were not deliberately hidden have been completely displayed in the file. So, Kingpin's death is related to him. In the past 2 days, Kingpin's death has also brought a lot of work to Fury. He had just investigated the existence of a person named Motherland People, but unexpectedly the real owner was photographed. Yes. Coulson said with emotion. I didn't expect that a guy like Kingpin would die in the hands of this young man. After Kingpin's death, not only his assets attracted prying eyes from all parties. More importantly, the relationship between many senior officials and him was instantly interrupted, and disputes of interest arose. Call. Fury took a breath, and suddenly he had a thought. Do you think we can recruit him for our use? Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D is relatively short of manpower, and Fury began to consider the feasibility of recruiting lures. Maybe. Coulson scratched his head and replied following Fury's words. The more Fury thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He calls himself a native of the motherland. Maybe he is also a young man dreaming of a superhero. If you give this kind of young man a thumbs up and give him some honors, it will be easy for him to return home. Fury didn't know that if he had used the condition of prestige to talk to Luya earlier, Luya might actually agree. But now that the motherland template has been perfected, things like prestige are no longer so tempting. In addition, since you have decided to contact the people of the motherland, let's plan in advance and send someone to contact Tony Stark. What Fury calls contact here is actually sending Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, to see Tony Stark. Hell's Kitchen. Well, the school has been completely completed so quickly. Finally getting rid of the nightmare of the Ten Rings gang, Tony Stark looked at the school and sighed. Although he almost died abroad, Tony Stark's mood was extremely different at this time. See the boundary between life and death. I have witnessed with my own eyes that the weapons produced by myself have brought so much harm to the world. Stark couldn't help but reflect on himself. Maybe after I go back, I should close the weapons research and development department and sales department. Yes, just do it. Tony Stark's eyes gradually became firm. This is also the reason why Luya didn't remind him about the danger of the Ten Rings gang at the beginning. Without this experience, it would be difficult for Tony Stark to become the respected Iron Man who is willing to sacrifice himself for all mankind. But at this moment, hearing Stark's determination, Luya asked a little funny. Why, do you feel guilty? Or do you think Stark Industries can reduce wars in the world without selling weapons? You should know who the largest arms dealer in the world is, right? War is an indelible melody in the Marvel world, whether it is a race on Earth or in the universe. No. Stark's eyes flashed. At the very least, I can't be the executioner. After seeing civilians being harmed by his own weapons, Stark had already made up his mind. Lure. Stark turned to look at the lure. Let's cooperate. With your strength, my creativity. We can definitely make a difference in this world if we join forces. Chapter 53. After talking to Luya, Stark continued to turn to look at Ethan. Ethan, come here too, you are my savior. I can give you 5% of Stark Industries shares, and we can join forces together. Because of the lure, not only was Tony Stark fine, but Ethan also escaped from the death ending in the original movie and survived. 5% of Stark Industries is not a small amount. After all, Stark Industries is not yet Tony Stark's one-person haul. Ethan had no problem with Tony Stark's offer of an olive branch. He was originally an outstanding scientist, and he also contributed to the birth of Mark I. Stark Industries is wealthy and has its own large laboratories and scientific research sites. For Ethan, this is a perfect place to go. Seeing Ethan agree to Stark, Luya guessed. Perhaps, Stark's Mark suit can develop at a faster pace than in the movie. Here, Tony Stark looked at Luya with a more scorching gaze. Luya, what did you say? As long as you are willing to come, I am willing to share all my remaining shares with you equally. For Tony Stark himself, his commitment is not unimportant. Both Stark himself and Ethan on the side thought this condition was fair. Luya looked at Tony Stark with a sincere face, and Luya was not too busy refusing. Although at present, mechanical technology has limited improvement for itself. However, no one would dislike having more money. The future potential of Stark Industries is simply unlimited. Okay, Mr. Stark. Luya nodded and agreed. It looks a bit like Tony Stark begging to give away his shares. Marvelous. But Tony thought for a while and said, actually, you can just call me Tony, Mr. Stark, or something like that. It's a bit too abrupt. Okay, Tony. Luya smiled. Mainly, he remembered the jokes that netizens made about the name Stark in his previous life. Times Square, New York. A young man who looked to be in his 20s but less than 30 looked at everything around him blankly. He also remembered his name, Steve Rogers. But looking at the tall buildings and pedestrians with different expressions around him, he fell into confusion. Why are the sounds around me so familiar, but everything I see so strange? Why are the streets full of cars? Why is everyone dressed so weirdly? Is the war over? Is the world at peace? Steve shook his head. What's wrong with this world? At this time, he suddenly perceived someone approaching him from behind. Who? Steve turned his head suddenly and saw a one-eyed black braised egg appearing behind him. The braised egg is exactly what Fury is. Mr. Rogers. I'm surprised, today's society is so beautiful, Steve whispered. Compared to that time, everything around us now looks so beautiful. Can you tell me what time it is now? Steve only felt that he slept for a long, long time, but he didn't know how long exactly. This is the 21st century, and your war-torn era is long over. Fury explained modern time to Steve. What, I actually slept for more than half a century. When he knew that he no longer had to perform everywhere to boost morale, Steve didn't show any relief. Instead, he murmured. I missed an appointment, I missed an appointment. Steve's voice was trembling, a date that was 70 years late. Seeing Steve's devastated look, Fury had the initial intention to establish a reunion and absorb Team America into it. But he knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he said. Captain, maybe you can take a look at the world and experience the beauty of life again. When Steve heard the familiar title Captain, he felt that this title was so ironic. I am just a person from 70 years ago, to put it nicely, I am Captain America. But in reality, it's just a mascot to help boost morale. Now, 70 years have passed, and I am nearly 100 years old. Even his beloved Peggy failed in his appointment with her. And I didn't even officially confess to her. At this moment, there are no expectations of home and country, and no haze of war. Steve looked straight into his heart, but he couldn't go back to the past. Steve thought sadly. Maybe I should have died 70 years ago, or been frozen forever. A love nearly a century apart. It sounds so wonderful. But it is so sad. Steve doesn't know at this time that Peggy is actually still alive, even though she is almost 90 years old. Walking aimlessly in one direction. Steve can still feel the power rushing through his body, and he is even becoming stronger as he continues to recover. That's because the super serum is at work. He can survive in the ice for this reason. Shall I be the principal? Listening to everyone's words, Luya was stunned for a moment. Erica glanced at Stark and said to Luya. Yes, besides Mr. Stark, is there anyone here who is more suitable to be the principal of the school than you? Yeah. Stark quickly answered. You know, if I want to do research, I definitely won't have time to be the principal. If Stark becomes the principal, the school's name will probably be Stark Academy. That's fine. Luya nodded. Although the purpose of establishing the school in Hell's Kitchen was not pure. After all, what I considered at that time was more about gaining prestige and improving my model as a native of the motherland. In terms of results, even before the school was built, his reputation in Hell's Kitchen had already reached its peak. This kind of reputation is not fear, but respect from everyone. Therefore, although the motherland template has been completed, Luya also decided to run this school well. He understands that his strength is bound to become stronger and stronger. However, what is the joy of living? Obviously, social interaction is a very important part. As for whether he could serve as the principal as a college student, Luya had never considered it, so there was no need. At this point, so hastily, Parker College was born. The civilian residents of Hell's Kitchen were delighted. Because they know that from now on, the main theme here will no longer be sin and darkness. On the first day of Parker School, Hell's Kitchen ushered in a big sweep of lures. All the gangsters with unforgivable crimes, as well as Kingpin's die-hard remnants, were all sent to see God by him. Chapter 54. In the leisurely days of sunbathing, time passes quietly. Well, Maybe I should go out and get another odd job. Ben Parker put down the newspaper in his hand and said these words that he had thought carefully about. The university is about to start, and Ben is worried about the financial situation of his son and nephew. Generally speaking, we believe that young people should support themselves. However, the tuition fees for college are really not low, not to mention the expenses inside the college. Ben knew that his nephew Peter had a part-time job delivering pizza, but he heard that his wages were often deducted for eating. Recently, I was even fired by my boss due to customer complaints. Dad, you don't need to worry about the tuition. We will take care of it ourselves. Luya replied softly. He did not take the initiative to tell his father Ben about his affairs. And he also tried to give his father some money. However, Ben's reply to Luya was, "Young man, I don't think I'm old enough to be dependent on my children yet." Ben's life is considered wonderful among ordinary people, which also created his tough character. Luya. After hearing his son's confidence in his own and his younger brother's tuition, Ben Jong looked at him with deep eyes and said, "Speaking of which, you seem to be very busy lately. Can you tell me what you have been busy with recently?" It seems that Ben has some doubts about what Luya has done recently. Just like in the movie, Ben also guessed the changes in his nephew Peter. Luya pondered for a moment. The reason for always using Gwen doesn't really work anymore. The main reason why he did not tell his father Ben about his affairs was that Luya also knew that his methods of handling things were sometimes quite extreme. In this regard, it may be somewhat inconsistent with my father's philosophy. Looking at the delicate atmosphere on the court, May didn't want these things to break the gap between father and son. She felt that maybe her son, like all young people, had reached a rebellious stage. But in fact, this is entirely what May Duo thought about. "Luya, you know." May looked at her son with a hint of affection. "Your father just wants you to avoid detours. When we were young, this society was full of temptations." Luya smiled slightly and said, "I know, Mom. But I can promise that I will stick to the justice in my heart." Of course, this justice is defined by Luya himself. He still didn't tell the truth. For someone like his father, extraordinary power was still too far ahead of his time. "Okay, Luya, I believe you." Ben nodded and said nothing more. On the side, Peter, who was listening, breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually worried that his recent abnormal behavior would attract his uncle's attention. However, with his brother Luya at the front, the uncle didn't seem to want to delve into this issue any further. The intensity of crime in New York has been on the rise recently. Many times, even if Peter and Gwen, the two Spider-Men, are dispatched at the same time, it is difficult to completely stop criminal activities. Sometimes when encountering really difficult enemies, Peter would also go to Luya for help. He knew that Luya often stayed in Hell's Kitchen and ran it well. However, when faced with his younger brother Peter's request for help, Luya would usually refuse on the grounds that he was not feeling well. "I'm not a fire captain. It would be too troublesome if I had to deal with minor crimes myself. If we meet on the way, the solution will be solved." Otherwise, Luya is still mainly focused on basking in the sun to improve its strength. The Ancient One's words were still in Luya's mind. Since even the Ancient One does not have any confidence to face possible crises in the future universe, that means that simply super Heavenly Father level strength may not be enough. It must be at least the top single universe level, or even reach the multi-universe level, to have complete confidence. Luya also thought about the infinite gems, the heaven-defying artifacts in the unit universe. However, he had no clue as to the whereabouts of this cosmic gem. Moreover, Luya felt that maybe even the infinite gems were not up to par. Otherwise, the Ancient One should have given the time stone to himself. Luya opened the system panel. Superman, Man of Steel, template unlock level 15. Regarding the current unlocking level, Luya is relatively satisfied. The only pity is that he used the flying ability modeled by the Motherland to fly into space. However, the simple Motherland template does not have the ability to absorb yellow solar radiation energy. In Superman's developmental stage, he cannot withstand too much radiation energy at once, otherwise it will be difficult to absorb it. This may also be the reason why Superman did not rush directly into the sun in the early stage of the original work. Outside world. In the past period of time, some things have happened in New York. What attracted the most attention was undoubtedly Tony Stark's announcement to close the Weapons Research and Development Department and Sales Department of Stark Industries. Once the news was released, Stark Industries' stock price fell sharply. At the same time, divisions began to appear within the company. Shareholders, led by Obadiah, are preparing to split the company. However, this time because of the intervention of Luya. Obadiah didn't even have a chance to secretly create an Iron Overlord, so he met God directly. At the same time, Luya also feels more and more that when faced with trouble, it is easier to directly solve the troublemaker. After this, Stark Industries did not remain depressed for long. Thanks to Ethan's help and Luya, the resources of Parker Group and Stark Industries were integrated. This allows Mark III to develop at an extremely fast pace. Classic red and yellow colors, hugely powerful electromagnetic pulse cannon, etc. Now the only check to balance the advent of Mark III is the core reactor issue. And this is also a hurdle that Tony Stark must overcome. On this day, Luya received an invitation from Stark. In Stark's private office, various virtual projection technologies are being widely used. However, for the current technology of Stark Industries, lures are still not very popular. Perhaps only the future Iron Man who can defeat the father-level Thanos, which is ridiculous, can truly be considered to have considerable strength in the entire single universe. At this time, a woman wearing a shirt, short skirt, and red curly hair appeared in front of Luya. "Hello, my name is Natasha Romanoff-Rushman. Are you the Mr. Homelander Tony mentioned?" "Tony, he just finished recording the experiment and will be here soon." As she spoke, Natasha Romanoff licked her lips, seemingly teasingly. Natasha Romanoff-Rushman is the Black Widow disguising herself, Natasha Romanoff-Romanoff. She knew that Luya was a native of the motherland. A month ago, a colleague tried to recruit people from the motherland, but unfortunately it ended in failure. A native of the country with such a great reputation is so young. Chapter 55. Although Black Widow also saw some information about Luya from Fury. However, after meeting in person, she was still a little surprised by Luya's youth. It is hard to imagine that such a young person would be so cruel and ruthless when facing the enemy. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacks such talents. Black Widow thought, although her mission is to lurk next to Tony Stark. But if the lure is brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe Director Fury will be quite happy. Black Widow already knows the existence of alien forces at this time, and the Earth may be exposed to danger at any time. Who doesn't want a strong and reliable partner? As for recruiting lures, Black Widow thinks she already has some ideas. Facing such a hot-blooded young man, one's own beauty may be the greatest weapon. Here, with such a distinctive appearance and name, Luya still recognized Black Widow even though she made a little disguise. As a widowed sister, she was really pretty good when she was young. Seeing that she seemed to be trying to pull off a beauty trap, the corners of Luya's mouth rose slightly. "Miss Natasha Romanoff, do you have anything to drink?" After saying that, Luya was not polite and sat directly on the sofa. "Coffee. Ken." While preparing coffee, I felt some hot eyes behind me. Natasha Romanoff was secretly happy about the success of the plan, but she was also a little embarrassed. However, the quality of the agent and her experiences in previous years allowed her to quickly adjust her mentality. After Luya looked at it for a long time, he suddenly found that red light began to gather in front of his eyes. This seems to be a precursor to unlocking heat vision. However, the time when it is about to be unlocked is really not a good time. After all, he is a serious person. Damn it. This must be the remnant of the influence of the motherland's template on me. It can be said that it is not without reason that Natasha Romanoff can feel the burning of Luya's sight. With a slight blush, not sure how much of it was fake, Natasha Romanoff handed the coffee to Luya. Because the lure was sitting on the sofa, when Natasha Romanoff bent over, the front of her shirt. Obviously, she did it on purpose. Of course, Luya will not miss this opportunity. Although he cannot see the whole picture, it is still in vain if he doesn't see it, right? "I don't know Mr. Motherland. Just call me Luya." Luya interrupted. "Just pretend, keep pretending, see who can suffer the loss." "Okay, lure." Natasha Romanoff flipped her red curly hair. "I wonder if you are free this afternoon. Maybe we can have a meal together or something." Luya raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh. Is this a date?" Natasha Romanoff seems shy. But before she could answer, Luya continued to ask. "But aren't you Tony's assistant?" Natasha Romanoff proudly held her chest out. "Well, employees should also have their own time, right? Tony Stark's time is running out." Natasha Romanoff knew that his body was deeply poisoned by palladium due to the microreactor. Even SHIELD has no good solution for this. Norman Osborn proposed the use of human enhancement potions. However, Luya and Stark had talked about the Green Goblin's personality problem, so in the face of such serious side effects of the human enhancement potion, Stark finally decided not to take it. Of course, the Green Goblin personality was originally only related to the Osborn family. The effect of the human enhancement potion on amplifying a person's original emotions is real, just like the super soldier serum. However, human body strengthening drugs may have even greater side effects. In this way, using people from the motherland to fill Stark's position seems to be a good choice. At this time, Fury was already planning to reunite. Natasha Romanoff believes that it may also be a good choice for the stronger Luya to lead the Avengers. Just when Natasha Romanoff was about to continue, a voice came from outside the office. "What are you talking about? I thought I heard my secretary complaining about working hours, right?" Stark opened the office door and walked in. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes, but his face looked very haggard. "Boss." Natasha Romanoff stood beside Stark at the right time. After all, she was still nominally Tony Stark's secretary. At the same time, behind Stark, Natasha Romanoff glanced at the lure again with seductive eyes. She trusts Luya not to report her actions to Stark. However, her estimate was obviously wrong. "Tony." A smile appeared on Luya's face. And this smile suddenly made Natasha Romanoff feel a little uneasy. Luya continued to smile and said, "There seems to be something wrong with your secretary. She was asking me about my date at night just now." After hearing Luya's words, Stark first looked at Natasha Romanoff with puzzled eyes. During this period, Stark only had some doubts about Natasha Romanoff's identity, but he was still attracted by her beauty. But soon, he came back to his senses. "Lure, you know." Stark curled his lips. "I have no problem with you dating me if you want. No matter how important beauty is, it is not as important as lures in Stark's eyes." Stark can still tell the difference in these matters. Moreover, he knew that his body was seriously poisoned by palladium and he was almost unable to support himself, so he also had the idea of arranging his funeral arrangements. Luya thought for a while and shook his head. "Let's forget it. It would be okay if it was someone else, but Black Widow would later bear considerable weight in the Avengers. She was later willing to sacrifice herself to obtain the Soul Stone to save those who were destroyed by Thanos' snap of his fingers. In this regard, Luya shows respect." "Okay." Stark shrugged. Immediately afterwards, he started to talk about the business. "Actually, the main reason why I came to you today is for some other matters." Stark weighed his words carefully, trying not to let Luya see his weakness. If. Luya, are you willing to take over as the CEO of the company?" In the movie, Stark was planning to appoint Pepper as CEO. But at this time, Stark had no idea at all. He felt that if he died, perhaps letting Luya become the CEO of Stark Industries would be the best choice. After all, although Pepper's ability is sufficient, his prestige is hard to convince the public. As for lures don't need prestige to convince the crowd. Luya looked at Starks pretending to be relaxed and replied deliberately. "What's wrong, Tony? You look like you're explaining your funeral arrangements. Can this be seen?" Paying no attention to Natasha Romanoff, Luya said something that made Stark extremely excited. "It's just palladium poisoning. There's no need to deal with the funeral. What if I can do something about it?" Chapter 56. The reason why Tony Stark died soon was simply because he could not find another new element that could replace the palladium element. Moreover, because he is unwilling to give up his identity as Iron Man, Stark is also unwilling to stop using palladium nuclear reactors. Luya remembered that the solution seemed to lie in some old things left by his father Howard. In the movie, Stark relied on the clues in it to finally find a new energy source that could replace palladium. And the old things Howard left behind. Luya looked at Natasha Romanoff, and it seemed that this clue came from Shield. Fury later reminded Stark to look for clues in Howard's old things, which also confirmed this. As for whether Fury means to repay a favor, it's hard to say. Here, Stark felt happy when he heard Luya say that there was a possible solution to palladium poisoning. Then it sank again. He believed in the strength of the lure, but the replacement of the palladium element could not be made with fists. This requires the use of brains. This is a scientific study. As for scientific research, Stark is confident that his ability is already the best in the world. Thinking of this, Stark looked at Luya with a wry smile and said, "Luya, I don't know how you knew about my palladium poisoning, but thank you anyway. However, the palladium element is not that easy to replace." Looking at the frustrated Stark, Luya asked with some confusion. "Why not stop using palladium reactors? Is Iron Man's identity really more important than your life? The role of the nuclear reactor is not only to power the magnetic suction device to absorb the shrapnel in Stark's chest. Its purpose is also to supply energy to the Mark armor." Hearing Luya's question, Stark thought for a moment and said, "Luya, actually I envy you. You have a physical fitness far beyond that of Superman. Even if I become Iron Man, I will never be your opponent. What's more important is that your ability has no side effects." After Stark became Iron Man, he consciously became a superhero. The consideration here may not be to apologize for the harm caused by weapons once produced by Stark Industries. After a pause, Stark continued. "If I stop using the reactor from now on, maybe I can survive for a few more years. The price is that I have to lose my identity as Iron Man, and I may not even be able to maintain normal actions. Without the micronuclear reactor, Stark would need other instruments to power the magnetic attraction. Luya nodded, expressing understanding. Many people have different understandings of life. Some people choose quality over length of life. It is better to die as Iron Man if he is living with illness. Perhaps from this moment on, Stark had already started to realize that he would sacrifice himself and snap his fingers later. Stark said as he unbuttoned his tie and shirt, revealing that his chest was filled with black veins. In the middle, a circular light-emitting device is fixed. This is a micronuclear reactor. Its existence has made Iron Man successful, but it has also harmed Tony Stark. On the side, Natasha Romanoff looked at Stark's chest with bulging black veins and covered her mouth in surprise. Although she stayed by Stark's side, she didn't know that the palladium element had corroded him so seriously. Tony. At this time, the door to Stark's office suddenly opened. A woman walked in wearing high heels. Tony, why do you want to transfer 10% of the shares to me? She knew that Stark had split his shares in half and given them to others. In addition to the ones given to Ethan, there are also miscellaneous things. Stark's original stake is actually not that large anymore. However, he gave himself 10% of the shares in one breath. Especially when I have a Cold War relationship with him. This makes it difficult for Pepper to understand what Stark is thinking. If it was to apologize to myself, this apology gift seemed too expensive. At this time, Pepper Potts had not yet confirmed her relationship with Stark. Moreover, although Stark became Iron Man, his personality has changed greatly. But some of this playboy aspect has been retained. For example, the close relationship with Natasha Romanoff made Pepper quite jealous. Luya looked at Xiao Jiao, who came in aggressively, smiled and shook his head. Looking at the momentum, it seemed like Stark had taken her shares. After hearing Pepper's voice, Stark's expression was obviously flustered. Because he decided to entrust the company to Luya, he did not appoint Pepper as CEO like in the movie, but gave her 10% of the shares. It can be said that except for Luya, even Ethan and Happy, who saved Stark's life, only got a small share. From this, it can be seen that Stark's love for Pepper is obviously sincere. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, Stark straightened his expression and turned his head expressionlessly. He tried his best to pretend not to care and said in an indifferent tone. Well, it's my company anyway. I can give the stock to whomever I want, right? Tony also knew Pepper's feelings for him, so he wanted to minimize the harm his death caused to her. You're always so arrogant, Tony. Looking at Stark, who looked indifferent, Pepper's expression softened. Although he has been in love for a long time, Stark is really not good at lying when it comes to the one he loves. At this time, Pepper suddenly saw a small black vein exposed in Stark's messy clothes. Tony, what is this? With that said, Pepper was about to reach out and unbutton Stark's clothes. She knew there was something wrong with Stark's health, but she didn't know that his illness had become so serious. Looking at Pepper reaching over, Stark was obviously panicked, and he shouted loudly. Pepper, don't be like this, there are others here. However, Stark's efforts to stop him were unsuccessful. Little Pepper still saw the serious condition on his chest. Oh no. She covered her mouth with sadness in her eyes. You never told me that your illness is so serious. Seeing Pepper throw herself into his arms, Stark looked helpless. Originally, with the existence of Luya in the company, he did not intend to let Pepper know about his condition. Unfortunately, it was still discovered today. Tony, you don't have to do this. As I said at the beginning, there are no alternatives to palladium. Perhaps, you can go look at the old things left by your father and you may be able to find the answer. Luya said softly as if he was afraid of disturbing the two people hugging each other. Chapter 57. In fact, the Superman template also brings a smarter brain to Luya. However, it is up to Luya itself to develop a clean energy source that can replace palladium, which will take too long and may not be successful. After all, Luya has not yet fully obtained the full strength of the Man of Steel. Then again, if you had the full strength of Superman, you might be able to find other solutions. When Luya mentioned that there might be clues about new elements that could replace palladium in his father's old belongings, Stark became excited again. By the way, it seems that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. also knows about this, right? Luya is actually not sure whether Fury knows that there are clues to new elements in Stark's father's old things. But in the movie, Fury does channel Stark. Luya said this just to remind Stark not to be surrounded by lies anymore. So, Luya looked at Natasha Romanoff again, smiled and said, "Yes, Miss Natasha Romanoff. Or should I say, Miss Black Widow." At this time, Stark did not recognize Natasha Romanoff's identity. Therefore, when hearing Luya call Natasha Romanoff Black Widow, Stark looked at the Black Widow with shocked eyes. "So, you're from S.H.I.E.L.D. He couldn't believe that his secretary was actually an undercover agent assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Being betrayed by the people around her was something Stark couldn't tolerate, no matter how attractive her appearance was to him. When her identity was revealed, Natasha Romanoff's eyes flashed with confusion. According to the intelligence in the bureau, Luya probably doesn't know his identity at all. It's just that it's useless to think so much. She knew that Director Fury's plan to recruit Stark was about to come to nothing. Tony. Natasha Romanoff looked at Stark, who was glaring at her, and said, "Director, he has no ill intentions, he just wants to invite you to join us." Regarding Natasha Romanoff's remarks, Luya said it was difficult to comment. Fury has indeed done a lot for the safety of the Earth, and is indeed a relatively reliable leader. But for his team, he will collect weaknesses to make checks and balances. Luya cannot say that this behavior is wrong. But at the very least, he couldn't accept it. Tony took a deep breath. "Okay, let's go, Miss Natasha Romanoff, you will be fired from now on." Stark doesn't want to continue to be entangled with Natasha Romanoff anymore. Now he only hopes that he can really do what Luya said and find clues to new elements from his father's old things. Seeing Stark's determined look, Natasha Romanoff could only sigh and prepare to leave. Before leaving, she took a deep look at Luya. As if he wanted to see the secret of Luya. It's just that Luya's expression is always smiling, and nothing can be seen. New Mexico. A man wearing sunglasses is driving a car. In the back seat of the car, a tall blonde man wearing a hospital gown was sleeping at ease. The man in sunglasses is an agent of SHIELD, and the man in the back seat of his car is Thor, who came to Earth. However, at this time, Thor has been temporarily sealed because of Odin. Even his Thor's hammer, he has temporarily lost the qualification to use it. Originally, the person who came to inquire about Dell's situation should be Agent Carlson. But because of the lure, it was replaced with another one. And just when Agent Sunglasses was about to enter New York with Thor and go to SHIELD, Sol woke up directly as the effect of the medicine wore off. Looking at the guy who murdered himself, Thor roared angrily. "Mortal, do you know who you are facing? I am Odin's son, Thor. You actually did this to me." In Thor's view, people on Earth are all people under the rule of God. Now, God's people are provoking God. How can this not make Thor angry? As he spoke, Sol punched the car door next to him. There was a clang. Although Thor had tried his best, he still did not bang on the door despite being sealed. God. The agent with sunglasses who was driving looked at Sol mockingly. Obviously, he has regarded Thor as a lunatic. Odin, isn't that a god that only exists in mythology? The sunglasses agent's attitude angered Sol again. He shouted angrily. "Mortal. You are bringing trouble to Midgard." He has decided that after returning to Asgard again, he must punish this backward and barbaric planet. The god King Odin ruled the 9 realms. During this period, Thor still had the pride of being a god. When the angry soul saw that he could not open the car door, he started to attack the sunglasses agent. Although he has lost his divine power, his fighting consciousness and physical fitness are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Therefore, when Agent Sunglasses was defenseless, Thor knocked him down with a punch. Bang. Opening the car door, Sol quickly ran out. SHIELD. Fury was holding the phone and was talking nice to Stark on the other end of the phone. But Stark's voice didn't seem to buy it. What kind of visitor comes from the sky? Wouldn't it be better to let your agent solve him? After saying that, Stark put down his phone. Obviously, he is still worried about Natasha Romanoff. However, after thinking about it, he decided to go and stop the so-called visitor from the sky. Although he is not interested in Fury now, he still believes in what Fury said about the existence of alien forces. "Tony, you can't go out. The new elements haven't been developed yet. You can't overuse the armor anymore." Little Pepper looked at her boyfriend who was about to put on the armor, and she grabbed him anxiously. Just 2 days ago, the two people who had solved the knot in their hearts finally confirmed their identity as a couple in advance. Looking at Luya, who was sitting aside watching the show, Little Pepper hurriedly said, "Luya, please persuade him quickly." Stark was unyielding and still insisted on solving it himself. "I'm Iron Man, I can't let this matter go unchecked." Tisk. Watching the two of them fighting, Luya showed a bored expression. He had eaten too much dog food in the past few days as a guest in Stark's office. "Okay, stop pretending, I'll just go and solve it." When they heard that Luya was going to go in person, the two people who were pulling him stopped immediately. Stark smiled and said, "Come back early and we'll continue the party tonight. Study during the day and party at night. Well, a good balance between work and rest." Luya raised his eyebrows. Such a life is so beautiful, so depraved. Activating his supervision, he directly locked onto the figure in the photo sent by Fury on Stark's phone. A visitor from heaven who looks like this. Thor. Boom. A sonic boom sounded and Luya disappeared out of the window. Chapter 58. At this time, Thor had not yet established a bond with Earth, Midgard. In his eyes now, the mortals of Midgard were pitifully weak and at the same time quite backward. As for the sunglasses agent from S.H.I.E.L.D, his strength is not that strong. In addition, although Thor's divine power was restricted by Odin, his physical fitness is still very high. Moreover, although he was born late, Thor also experienced many battles at this time. Therefore, the failure of the sunglasses agent is natural. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D surveillance system located Thor's location from a distance, but no one was sent to provoke him. Outside the burger restaurant, Sol was carrying a bag in his hand, which contained about a dozen burgers. Behind him, a female clerk rushed out. "Hey, handsome, did you forget to pay?" If Sol hadn't been tall and handsome, she would have even wondered if he came here to eat the king's meal on purpose. Money. Sol rubbed his head in embarrassment. At this time, he was wearing clothes that didn't fit well, and the muscles all over his body were almost bursting the shirt. This outfit was taken off from the sunglasses agent who was knocked unconscious by him. The female clerk looked at Sol who was hesitating, but it was a pity that she already had a family and no money. Otherwise, if the time goes back 10 years, I will definitely be willing to pay for this handsome guy, and then it is best to have some stories happen. Sol looked at the female clerk who spoke kindly to him. She was not as rude as she was to the previous agent. Just when the situation was a little awkward, an equally tall figure walked out from behind Sol. "How much? I paid for him." Luya held a handful of banknotes in his hand and didn't bother to count them, so he handed them all to the female clerk. "Wow, another handsome blonde guy." Looking at Luya, who was on par with Sol, and even a little colder, the female clerk once again showed a nymphomaniac expression on her face. As for Sol, seeing someone willing to pay for him, he was naturally very happy. It seems that not all mortals in Midgard are as rude as the guy before. "Thank you very much." However, although he was somewhat grateful, what Thor was thinking about now was his hammer. At this time, Thor's hammer Mjolnir was still regarded by Thor as a symbol of his identity and divine power. He is still dreaming that after getting the hammer, he can return to Asgard. Look at Sol's ill-fitting top, and even his pants don't fit. Luya's expression became a little weird. If I remember correctly, in the photo Fury sent to Tony, the agent who brought Thor back to S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to be wearing this outfit, right? At this time, Thor, who had turned around and walked a few steps, suddenly stopped. He forgot again that he had no idea where he was in Midgard. While he was in a coma, he was taken all the way to New York by the sunglasses agent. How could he still know where he had just landed on Earth? "Bring it on." Thor stretched out a hand and muttered Mjolnir's name silently, trying to summon her. Unfortunately, he failed again. Having lost his divine power, and coupled with the dictates of God King Odin, it is impossible for Thor at this stage to establish a connection with Mjolnir. Damn it! After swearing, Sol's expression became more and more impatient. If you don't have divine power, you can't summon a hammer. How can you restore your divine power without a hammer? As said in the original movie, Thor still doesn't understand at this time that Thor's hammer exists because Thor came first. Thor is not the one who picks up the hammer. Dude. Luya looked at Sol who was walking aimlessly and called him out. "If you don't mind, maybe I can arrange a place for you to rest." Of course, the resting place Luya mentioned was not Shield. Instead, he wants to take Thor to Stark. Thor, who has divine power, is also above the planet level, correct the bug in the movie. At the same time, Thor's power will continue to increase as he grows older. For example, in the movie, if he can fight Thanos, then his strength has at least reached a level close to that of Yatianfu. However, after hearing Luya's suggestion, Sol suddenly looked at Luya with vigilant eyes. Sunglasses agent had used similar reasons to deceive Sol before, so Sol had already doubted the statement in his heart. Therefore, when faced with Luya's proposal, he directly refused. "Okay." Luya waved his hand. "But what if I help you find your hammer?" If it had been anyone else, Luya would have taken advantage of him and taken him back by force. But Thor is different. He is the son of the god King Odin. Old Odin's strength is at its peak, and the strength of the Heavenly Father is not something that he can shake at this stage. In fact, Odin was watching his son at this time. Lures were also seen. However, because of the special nature of Midgard, the Ancient One also talked to him. He now also wants to see how much potential Midgard, which has produced super powerful men like Ancient One, still has. So there is no need to worry about Luya. Mjolnir means a lot to Thor, and when he heard that Luya was willing to get the hammer back for him, he naturally agreed. Only. How did you know I was looking for Mjolnir? That's not important, Just say whether you want it or not. Ken. However, what Thor was thinking was, as long as he got Mjolnir, wouldn't he be able to summon the Rainbow Bridge and go home? Here, after hearing Sol's agreement, Luya grabbed him and prepared to take him to fly over. You. Sol was shocked, and then his expression became angry. Obviously, he thought Luya was deceiving him. Cunning mortal. He stretched out his hand to fend off the lure. However, despite relying too much on divine power and hammers, his physical quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But in front of Luya, his speed is no different from that of a baby. Call. After the strong wind passed, Luya had already opened Sol's arm and put it on his shoulder. Me? You. Feeling that Luya's arm was branded on his shoulder, Sol suppressed his blush and did not move Luya's arm away. This made him more and more annoyed, and at the same time, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Even though he has lost his divine power and Mjolnir is no longer around, his body shouldn't be inferior to that of a mortal. Beyond the planet, Asgard. Seeing Thor's unsatisfactory look, Odin also showed a helpless expression on his face. He could feel that Luya's strength had not yet broken through to the Yatianfa level and was still at the planet level. In other words, his son Sol's strength should be about the same as Luya. Chapter 59. However, although he was also at the planet level, Luya's physical strength clearly crushed Thor. Odin looked at his son Thor with complicated eyes. He was extremely lucky that he discovered this problem in time and sent him to Midgard for training. Thor's problem is that he places too much emphasis on divine power and his own Mjolnir, but ignores his own original power as Thor. A god is so weak after losing his divine power. How can he take over the important responsibilities of Asgard in the future? Odin knows that his lifespan is running out, and there is not much time left for Thor to grow up. There are too many strong people in the universe. In deep space, Thanos is killing people everywhere, preparing to collect the infinite stones. At this time, he had already reached the sub-heavenly father level. However, due to the existence of the Ancient One and the god King Odin, he did not dare to approach the earth or the Nine Realms. Today, the Ancient One is dead. God King Odin has very little life left. Once he dies, Thanos will have no final scruples. Earth. Just as Sol was still immersed in the shock of being completely crushed by Luya. Next, he once again felt the shock from the mortal in Midgard. Pulling Sol's shoulders, Luya bent his legs slightly. Immediately afterwards, the biological force field opened up, just covering himself and Thor. Then, the speed of Mach 10 exploded again. Boom. New Mexico, desert. Not long after, Luya arrived at Thor's hammer based on the location sent by Tony. Boom. After landing with Sol, Luya let go of his arm. Cough. After just experiencing extremely fast flight and finally standing on the ground, Thor exhaled and calmed his violently beating heart. Although Asgard is a race of gods, their racial characteristics do not have the ability to fly. Sol looked at Luya with complicated eyes. Luya, right? You are the strongest mortal I have ever seen. Judging from Luya's performance just now, the proud Sol also had to admit in his heart that the opponent's strength may not be worse than his own peak. In other words, stronger. However, Thor still doesn't want to believe that his magnificent Thor, the son of God King Odin, can actually be inferior to a mortal. And when he looked at Mjolnir, who was covered by a transparent cover in front of him, his mind became active again. At the very least, I found Mjolnir, right? So Thor stretched out a hand again. Come on, meow meow. Come on, meow meow. Meow meow. 3 times in a row, Sol's voice changed from affectionate to doubtful to heartbreaking. He had to admit that the reason why he couldn't summon Mjolnir was not because he was too far away from it. Basically, he was completely sealed and even lost his divine power. Why, Dad? Sol's eyes gradually lost their luster. He could tolerate other things, but being unable to resonate with Mjolnir was really unbearable. Next to Mjolnir, several people who were visiting also noticed the movement here. The main reason is that when the lure descends, although the speed is reduced, there is still a sonic boom. Just because of the flying dust in the desert. When the dust cleared, a girl ran over. Hello, are you also here for inspection? That hammer is very strange. I don't know what material it is made of. It's so small that we can't even pull it with a car. Jane Foster is Sol's girlfriend in the movie. At this time, as an astrophysicist, she was attracted here by the abnormal phenomenon caused by Thor's hammer. Thor was still immersed in the sadness of being unable to summon Mjolnir at this time. After hearing Jane Foster's words, he suddenly regained hope. If you can't summon it, then you can't summon it. As Mjolnir's master, it's the same thing if you take it away with your own hands. Thinking of this, Thor's eyes ignited with hope again and he walked towards the hammer. As he walked, he said, Mjolnir is the symbol of Thor, and only I can touch her. Of course you mortals can't pick her up. Saying this, the love in Soul's eyes almost overflowed. Jane Foster stared blankly at the side. I know this is a hammer. For those who didn't know, I thought Mjolnir was a beauty. Then she looked at Luya, the man who appeared with Soul. Ahem, his mind is a little bad, you know. Luya raised the corners of his mouth and said casually. Oh, that's it? What a pity for such a handsome guy. Jane Foster showed her true face. In front of him, when he heard Luya's rumor, the corner of Soul's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he was no match for Luya, he would definitely have to compete with Luya. When he reached Mjolnir, Jane Foster's companions made way for him. Come on, meow meow, I'll take you home. Behind him, the watch on Luya's wrist suddenly made a beeping sound. Clicking to connect, Stark's voice came. Luya, how's it going? Meet an interesting guy. Luya glanced at Soul, who was still a little silly. Tony, I will meet you later. You will definitely like him. The current Thor is simply terrifying. Although he has the experience of fighting in all directions, he is still a guy who has not grown up at heart. Luya is looking forward to what kind of character Thor will become when he meets Stark in his Playboy period. On the other side, Thor opened the glass cover and held Mjolnir. Use force. Seeing Mjolnir motionless, Thor's heart was completely broken. At this moment, Jane Foster came to Saul and said with a smile. How is it, Lord Thor? Jane Foster believes that the weight of this hammer may exceed several tons. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to remain completely motionless under the pull of the car. Asgard, Odin looked at his son with an incomprehensible look. He placed a magical curse on the hammer, making it impossible for Thor, who had lost his divine power, to move it with physical strength. Then, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Luya walked up to Soul and patted him on the shoulder. Then, with a flick of his hand, he picked up the hammer from the ground. Looking at the hammer in his hand, to be honest, Luya himself was a little surprised. First of all, he was sure that he did not pick up the hammer with physical strength. Luya remembered that the curse of Thor's hammer was not to increase its weight. To pick it up, in addition to reaching a strength close to Odin's. Then you can only pick it up with a strong heart and firm belief. Just like Cap and Vision in the movie. One of them is righteous and strong in heart, and the other is simple in heart. So Thor's hammer thinks that I am a righteous and pure person in heart. Luya looked inside and couldn't help but become suspicious. Chapter 60. Luya's ability to lift Thor's hammer has proven his inner strength. However, Soul, who was standing next to Luya, didn't know this. In his eyes, Mjolnir is not only a symbol of his Thor identity. Her existence is more like that of her lover. Now, it's okay if his divine power is sealed by his father Odin. Even Mjolnir stopped paying attention to him. Even if she ignored herself, she was actually lifted up by someone else. At this moment, the heartbroken Soul felt that his whole world was over. He murmured. Meow meow. No. Well, although it's quite impressive that he can lift this weird hammer. At this time, Jane Foster came over. Of course she was very shocked that Luya could lift this strange hammer. After all, she and her companions tried various methods but could not move the hammer at all. But at the same time, she was a little strange about Soul's sad face that turned green. As for that. You are a grown man, but this hammer is not who you are? If you can't lift it, then you can't lift it? Why is it so sad? Jane Foster still doesn't know Thor's identity, and of course she doesn't understand the significance of Mjolnir to Thor. Otherwise, she would never have said such heartbreaking words. Sure enough, after hearing Jane Foster's last strike, Thor's expression became even more bitter. It seemed as if the tears in his eyes would flow out in the next second. Asgard. God King Odin is still watching Midgard. Seeing that Luya could lift Mjolnir, his one eye narrowed slightly. He could feel that the feeling Luya gave him was definitely not the aura of justice. However, after spending a long time, he no longer simply judges people based on good and evil. As for his son Thor, Odin actually hated iron. Thor relies so much on divine power and Mjolnir, which is very detrimental to his future development. Just like now, once he loses his divine power, Thor loses most of his strength. And this is quite dangerous when facing future difficulties. Whether it is magic, divine power, physical power, etc., there is a possibility of being restrained. Only through diversified development will you have enough strength to face various enemies and difficulties. Midgard. After getting Thor's hammer, Luya took Thor back to New York. Of course, not S.H.I.E.L.D., but straight back to Stark Tower. Luya has his own ideas about the Avengers in the movie. First of all, Thanos' strength should be between the sub-Heavenly Father and the Heavenly Father level. This is not yet certain until we meet him in person. The key lies in whether Thanos is wearing the Infinity Stones when he appears. Otherwise, even with the blessing of only one Infinity Stone, Thanos' strength would definitely be at the level of a Heavenly Father. Not to mention, when Thanos gathered 6 gems and snapped his fingers, the destructive energy had reached a terrifying single universe level. Luya has a very clear understanding of his current power, which is the ultimate planet level. However, the difficulty of crossing from the planet level to the sub-Heavenly Father is probably more difficult than that of the Sky Father level to the single universe level. Just like Superman in all stages, during the Man of Steel period, he needed to receive a lot of radiation from the yellow sun to improve himself. But once you have the power of usse, your power will expand rapidly and infinitely. Therefore, I'm not sure if I can progress Man of Steel to full level before Thanos arrives. Then, it is also necessary to recruit some teammates. Moreover, Luya seriously doubts that everyone in the reunion is blessed by luck. The most classic one is the 50/50th US team. Theoretically speaking, Captain America in the movie should only have the strength of super creatures. It can be seen from the fact that he has to catch his breath when jumping from a tall building using vibranium shield, that he is far from even planet level. And Thanos has been fighting all over the universe a long time ago and bloodbathed many planets. Easily slaughtering planets, this is a real strength superior to that of Yashin Father. And Captain America is able to deal with such Thanos in a few moves. Stark Industries. Oh. Luya, who is this handsome guy? Happy was the one who spoke. He looked at Soul's figure with covetous eyes, the envy in his eyes almost overflowing. A friend of mine. By the way, where is Tony? At this time, Happy and Luya were already familiar with each other, and speaking of it, Luya was actually Happy's boss. After all, after Stark gave part of his shares to Pepper, Luya's shares have even exceeded Stark's own. Oh, Tony, he was in the office just now. Signing that he was clear, Luya took Soul, whose eyes were still a little dull, to Tony's private office. At the door of the office, a green light swept across the lintel. The office door popped open automatically. This is facial scan unlocking, which Stark set up to prevent unauthorized persons from entering his office. As for the lure, Stark entered his facial fingerprints and other information early on. This also means that Luya can enter and leave here at any time. Of course, after today, Stark regretted why he entered the lure information. When Luya opened the door, 2 figures in the office were sitting on the sofa hugging each other. It seemed that Stark was still lying on Pepper's chest, as if looking for comfort. Oh, s. Upon noticing someone entering his office, Stark jumped up and wiped the tears from his eyes with his hand. Luya could see clearly that they were tears. Compared to Stark, Pepper is more mature and less startled. Just now, Luya was not around. Stark has successfully identified a new element to replace palladium. Next, just use it to upgrade the reactor. This is why Stark and Pepper embraced each other. Of course Stark is happy to be able to survive. He still has such a wonderful life and so many creative ideas. After seeing clearly that the person who came in was Luya, Stark breathed a sigh of relief and tried to change the subject. So, he turned his attention to Soul. Is this stupid big blonde guy what Fury is looking for? With his innocent eyes and dull movements, Thor does look a bit like a big fool now. Only. Luya touched his hair and then looked at his bulging, well-proportioned muscles. Blonde, silly guy. Luya wondered if it was because he had just ruined Stark's good deeds that he was deliberately scheming against him. Cough. Stark coughed dryly, his eyes evasive. How is that possible? Luya. We are as close as brothers. Chapter 61. After hearing Stark call himself a big fool, Thor also came to his senses. He is just sad, not really stupid. He shouted loudly. Hey mortal, watch your words. I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard, and the god of thunder, Thor. After a series of names were announced, Thor glared at Stark. However, he didn't take action this time. Mainly because Luya put so much pressure on him that he no longer dared to underestimate others. Well. Originally, Stark just made a joke and explained the meaning of the lure. But after hearing such a long list of names that Soul gave himself, he began to really doubt Soul's IQ. Dude, are you serious? As he said that, Stark looked at Luya and said suspiciously. I remember there is a saying in a small area under our country, what is it called Chuyunibu? Hearing Stark's doubts, Luya smiled and shook his head. Tony. What if I told you what he just said was true? Real. How is this possible? Stark turned to look at Pepper. Pepper also showed an expression of complete disbelief. So, Stark patted Luya on the shoulder. Luya, this joke is quite cold. But having said that, Stark actually felt a little uneasy in his heart. Fury contacted Stark after his falling out with Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. He told him about his difficulties and expressed his intention to invite him to join the Avengers. One of the reasons for the invitation is the alien civilization. However, Stark didn't believe it at first. Now, looking at Luya's serious expression, he had to consider again whether alien civilization really existed. It's just that Thor's current appearance doesn't look like the legendary Thor, does he? Stark is a little confused about this guy who calls himself Thor. Although the whole body has a bit of momentum, it's not much. And it seems that he is still a little afraid of Luya. Tony. Luya pulled up a chair and sat down, explaining. Gods are real. That's right. Thor nodded in agreement. There are still smart people in this backward place like Midgard. Of course. Luya glanced at Sol. When I say gods, I don't mean weaklings like this. In Luya's opinion, in the Marvel world, those who can truly be called gods should be like the 5 creation gods. Or, like the ancient god Gaia who is said to have created Asgard. Of course, Luya expressed doubts about whether humans were created by Gaia. Anyway, after hearing that Luya also denied his identity as a god, Thor eagerly wanted to refute. Since you acknowledge my identity as Thor, why do you refute that I am a god? At this stage, Thor regards identity as extremely important, and Thor's identity is the source of his pride. Of course not a god. Luya shook his head. If nothing else, we have many people in Midgard who can defeat you. Then do you think that a god would be as weak as you and would be defeated by a so-called mortal? Then, Luya turned to Stark and Pepper and explained. Midgard is what the Asgardians call our Earth. When Luya said that there were many people in Midgard who were stronger than him, Thor's face became more suspicious. In his opinion, Luya should be the ceiling of Midgard's combat power, a guardian, a god of war and the like. Now, there are others who are better than me, how is this possible? Luya smiled, he knew what Sol was thinking. But that's the way it is. For example, taking Ancient One and Thorby, they are too bullying. Typical, Hulk. Let's not talk about Hulk's performance in the comics. It's a trivial matter for Hulk to blow up stars with one punch, let alone the immortal Hulk and so on. As far as the Hulk's expressiveness in the movie is concerned, he is already ridiculously strong and represents pure power. As far as Asgardians are concerned, your advantage is that your lifespan is relatively long, and your physical fitness in all aspects is indeed much stronger than that of us Midgardians. But other than that, most Asgardians aren't actually that ridiculously strong, are they? After all, your strength also depends on your bloodline. As for you not believing that there are many people in Midgard who can defeat you, it doesn't matter, you will see them later. Or, when you find your divine power, I will fight you again. Thor inherited the blood of Odin, and in Luya's view, he is one of the important members to fight against Thanos in the future. Although he said that Thor was not a god, he did have the blood of a god flowing in his body, which was true. Okay, Luya. Although Stark still can't accept the existence of alien civilization. But then I thought about it, even Superman-like guys like Luya appeared, so it's not surprising that alien civilization might appear. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you in the past 2 days. With that said, Stark stood up and led Luya towards his laboratory. What kind of god is that? Come and see it too. It's Thor. Sol emphasized his name and raised his legs to follow. Laboratory. Looking at the various metal parts everywhere, Luya knew that this should be the place where Stark developed the Mark armor. Sure enough, the next moment. Stark said. Jarvis. Sir, do you need any help? The elegant and magnetic voice came, it was Stark's artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Take out the gift I prepared for Luya. Okay, sir. The voice fell. Several mechanical arms stretched out. The various parts in red, yellow, and silver colors are being assembled quickly. Thanks to Luya's reminder, the Mark 6 armor was released ahead of schedule. Of course, because of this, compared to the movie, the Mark 6 at this time has many more restrictions and problems. Therefore, it looks a little different than in the movie. But the most critical change, the inverted triangular reactor on the chest, which is the 3rd generation reactor, is still so handsome. In just over a minute, the armor was assembled. How about it? The Mark 6 is paired with my 3rd generation reactor, which replaces the palladium element with a new element. Of course, Luya is not too afraid of radiation. Looking at the classic color scheme of the Mark 6, the corners of Luya's lips raised, and he looked at Stark and thanked him sincerely. Thank you Tony, I like this gift very much. The previous generations of armor were too stupid, and after the nanomaterial armor was introduced, it lost the metallic feel of the armor. In the original movie, Luya's favorite armor was the Mark 6. As long as you like it? Stark laughed very proudly. Who would be unhappy if his invention was recognized by others? Chapter 62. Time passes little by little. In the space of a month, a few things happened in New York. The first is the rumors about Iron Man Stark. Because of the development of improved 3rd generation reactors and Mark 6, Iron Man has been out of people's sight for a while. and just when people were speculating that something was wrong with Stark, wearing a full version of Mark 6, appeared at the press conference and announced the return of Iron Man in a high-profile manner. Naturally, some people are happy that Stark is safe and sound, and some are sad. Then, Banner, a top physicist, suffered great changes in his body due to excessive gamma radiation. And because of childhood psychological trauma, Banner has another personality inside him. Hulk was inspired by this. Hulk wreaked havoc in his first appearance. The Air Force Base laboratory located in the desert was almost demolished by him with his bare hands. At the edge of the classroom, Luya leaned lazily against the wall. The sunshine outside the window was just right, and Luya enjoyed such a peaceful time. Superman, Man of Steel, unlocking degree 24%. Superman, Man of Steel, unlocking degree 25%. With the unlock level increased by 1%. Luya could feel that an indescribable energy was reacting in his body. His physical strength also increased. At this moment, the watch that had been worn on my wrist suddenly issued a call notification. After dialing the call, Stark's voice came. "Hey Lure, maybe. S. I need your help." Stark's voice was very messy, accompanied by his violent breathing and coughing. From what he heard, he must have encountered something difficult. Luya replied directly. "I know, I'll be right away." After saying that, he hung up the call directly. The other side of New York. Stark looked at the hung-up call and murmured. "But I haven't said what happened yet." "Sir." Jarvis's voice came from Mark 6. "Your friend, Mr. Luya's support is coming soon. Estimated time, 1 minute." Jarvis was able to draw such a conclusion naturally because he calculated and speculated based on the real-time positioning on the Luya watch. 1 minute, okay. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Luya arrived, the crisis here would be resolved. Thinking of this, he glanced at Thor who was lying next to him, unaware of his life or death. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. "That's it, Thor. I thought this alien guy was so powerful, but he was knocked unconscious by a few hugs and throws. Chun-Chun is here to cause trouble." Here, Luya got up directly after hanging up the phone and walked out from the back of the classroom. In 2 seconds, Luya let go of his super hearing and supervision. Then, he locked onto Stark's location. In Luya's eyes, Stark was being crushed and beaten by a green muscle monster. Hulk. Hulk has always been a very special existence in the Marvel world. Mainly, there are too many settings on him. Even an ordinary Hulk can theoretically increase its power infinitely with anger. Of course, this is just theory. On the street, behind Hulk, a similarly green muscular figure crawled out of the rubble. Unlike the Hulk, its body is covered with many reptilian-like scales. Hate. Although its growth rate is completely incomparable to Hulk, in terms of initial strength, it is not inferior to Hulk who just appeared. Seeing that Stark looked a little unable to hold on, Luya stopped watching the show. With a boom sound, the speed of Mach 10 was fully opened. Is it thundering? No way, there aren't even a few clouds in the sky, how can there be thunder? Peter looked out the window with envy. He knew that the person who could cause such a movement must be his brother. However, Peter is a good boy, even though he is no longer a child. "Sir, the lure is about to arrive." Jarvis accurately calculated the arrival time of the lure and reported it to Stark in real time. Estimated 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A strong shock wave came, followed by an explosion of thunder. In the sky, the pilots of several helicopters flying off the ground only felt a strong wind roaring around them. O.F. General Ross, who was observing the battle situation, saw the lure coming out of the dust with his own eyes. And after slowing down the picture taken by the high-speed camera in front of him, he saw the scene of the lure falling from the sky. What's going on? First Banner, then Emil, and finally the one who can fly. Emil is hate and a product of gamma radiation. General Ross. At this time, Stark's channel suddenly connected. "Evacuate your men and leave the rest to us." In fact, it was left to the lure, but Stark felt that it was more honorable to put it this way. After hearing Stark's words, Ross didn't think too much. Directly command helicopters and tanks to leave. He also knows that although modern weapons are powerful, they are too slow for Hulk and Abomination. However, what happened this time was actually mainly due to hatred. The appearance of Hulk was actually influenced by Banner's kind personality and came to the rescue. As for whether General Ross has the intention to kill Hulk and Abomination in one fell swoop, it is unknown. Looking at Hulk with crazy hatred on his face, and obviously quite angry, Luya stepped forward and first rescued Stark, who was beaten violently. At this time, Stark's Mark 6 armor had become tattered. Apparently gold and titanium can't withstand the double whammy of Hulk and Abomination. "Tony, how did it happen?" If I remember correctly, the battle between Hulk and Abomination. Hulk should be here to save the day, right? How come it was Stark who got beaten? Hearing Luya's doubts, Stark pulled off the visor that had become tattered. Then, he looked at Soul helplessly. It's not this guy. I started taunting him, but I was beaten unconscious. It makes me face these two big guys alone. Stark felt extremely wronged. When he received Fury's request for help, he said he just wanted to deal with the hatred. As a result, Hulk, who was obviously supposed to be a helper, also beat him up. How? Are you no longer a human being inside and out? After listening to Stark's explanation, Luya smiled and shook his head. Okay, Tony, get some rest. Chapter 63. Walk between the Hulk and the Abomination. Luya raised his head and looked at the huge amounts of their bodies, and suddenly felt some inexplicable discomfort in his heart. With his legs slightly bent, Luya's body floated up until he looked down at the two of them. I feel comfortable now. Seeing that Luya actually had the ability to fly, there was a look of disbelief in Hate's eyes. He is different from Hulk. Although Hatred looks similar to Hulk, he retains his own intelligence. What, are you? Isn't this unreasonable? Tisk. The corners of Luya's eyes twitched. Why don't you ask yourself what it is? People are not humans, ghosts are not ghosts. Ugly. The so-called lie is not a sharp knife, the truth is a sharp knife. Abomination is angry. It is really angry. Because, he himself also knows that he is really ugly now. I'll shoot you to death. Hatred's eyes turned red, and while his feet stamped the ground furiously, he slapped the lure with his palms together. Judging from Abomination's current strength, even a tank cannot withstand his power. Seeing the lure floating in the air without dodging, General Ross had a puzzled look on his face. What, he is, waiting to die? Don't blame him for thinking that. Not even Stark's suit can withstand the power of the Abomination and the Hulk. However, Stark's expression did not change much. He had already faced off against Hulk and Abomination, and thought it wouldn't be a big problem for them to deal with the lure. This is also true. Faced with the hateful slaps of his palms, Luya just opened his arms. In an instant, his hands were inserted into the hateful palms. Roar. The severe pain from both palms made Hatred scream to the sky. But before he could make any other move, he only felt huge amounts of pulling force coming from his arms. Woohoo. The sound of breaking wind sounded in my ears, and I bowed my head in disgust. I only saw that the ground was getting further and further away from me. After a few seconds, Luya stopped rising with Hatred. Immediately afterwards, an even more violent force dived toward the ground with Hatred. When they reached the ground, there was even a sonic boom around the two of them. Boom. Abomination was the first to be smashed into the ground by Luya. Huge amounts of shockwaves spread along the street, and even the buildings next to it shook. Luya stood up. Abomination, who was smashed deeply into the ground, was already limp and completely unconscious. Well. General Ross at the command post looked at the scene in front of him, and the corners of his mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. However, he looked at Luya in an invincible posture, and then at Hulk, who was obviously afraid of Luya. The world has changed so much. Perhaps I should agree to their plan. General Ross knows very well that it is difficult to threaten these superhumans using ordinary methods. If you can't beat him, then join in. General Ross's mind began to tilt, and he was already inclined to use gamma rays to strengthen himself. Daily Bugle. Oh, Peter. You always bring me countless surprises. Editor-in-Chief Jameson took a few photos from Peter's hand. The above pictures were of the Hulk vs. Abomination incident that happened in the neighborhood yesterday. In order to earn tuition, Peter has recently been working part-time at the Daily Bugle for some time. As for the way to get this job, of course it is to take a picture of yourself as Spider-Man. Yesterday, after Luya left, after thinking about it, Peter still left the classroom. It can only be said that Luya made some mistakes in judging Peter's character. This time, Ben did not die, plus the subtle influence of Luya. Until now, Peter is no longer the Blacken, he is just a bully who throws ashes in your eyes. Well, at least not entirely. Here, Thompson is naturally happy that Peter can get a first-hand photo of Spider-Man every time. Of course, Jameson at this period did not like Spider-Man, and believed that Spider-Man's behavior was also a crime. Looking at the stack of photos in his hand, although Jameson was already happy in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Iron Man vs. Hulk and Abomination. What a hot topic. However, Jameson noticed that although Iron Man was in the photo, the picture given was incorrect. Instead, another guy whose face can't be seen clearly, together with Hulk's own hatred, occupies most of the photo. This figure is naturally Luya. Peter will send these photos with Luya's permission. It won't be long before Thanos arrives. Especially Luya is not sure about the Thanos of this universe and how far he has progressed in collecting gems. So, before Odin died of old age, you can either gain the power to crush Thanos, or you can gather a team and defeat Thanos as a team. Luya decided to make these two choices at the same time. Therefore, he acquiesced to Peter publishing his back in the Daily Bugle. Perhaps, it's time for Homelander to appear in the public eye. Not to mention developing quietly. If Thanos collects all the Infinity Stones, just snap his fingers. Luya didn't dare to bet on whether he would survive in that half of the universe. As a result, the Daily Bugle reported that the Mysterious Man and Iron Man teamed up to fight Hulk and Abomination, occupying the entire page. At the same time, Iron Man issued a statement. As a result, the name Motherland appeared in the public eye for the first time. At home, Ben Parker is still reading the newspaper every day. In the past few months, New York has changed so much that it exceeded his imagination. People with super abilities such as Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Hulk emerge in endlessly. In the past 2 days, another native of the motherland has appeared. By the way, Ben frowned and stared at the photos on the page. The headline page is the scene where the lure is floating in the air, confronting Hulk and Abomination at the same time. Although I didn't take a frontal photo of the lure, I still felt quite puzzled. Strange, this native of the motherland. Why does his back look so much like a lure? Ben rubbed his eyes and looked more and more like him. Especially the clothes of the motherland. Ben remembered that he saw Luya wearing exactly the same thing yesterday. Tall and strong body, golden hair, same clothes. Well, for Ben, who is familiar with his son, he can identify so many characteristics. The so-called native of the motherland should be his son Luya. However, it was precisely because he was familiar with his son that Ben felt confused. This kid, he hasn't shown anything strange since he was a child, right? Even if the body is strong, it is still within the normal range. Now he doesn't look like a normal human being. Why don't you wait until Luya comes back and ask? Why do you have to guess here? May didn't mind her son's identity. In her opinion, if Luya is really a native of the motherland, she will definitely be proud of her son. Chapter 64. Daily Bugle. In the editor's office, Jameson had a gray cigar in one hand, his eyes slightly squinted, and his expression looked like he was enjoying himself. It's no wonder that after Peter's photo of him was published in the newspaper yesterday, Stark unexpectedly issued a statement at the same time. As a result, the people of the motherland became a hotspot in New York and even the entire America overnight. Then yesterday's Daily Bugle newspaper naturally became a hit. At this time, the office door was gently pushed open. A young man who looked a little dull walked in. The young man is none other than the Daily Bugle's hero, Peter Parker. As an intern employee who has only been here for a few weeks, Peter has already contributed a lot to the Daily Bugle. There are a lot of close-up photos of Spider-Man, as well as the back photos of the people of the motherland that I brought yesterday. Oh, little Peter. Jameson actually showed a rare smile to Peter today, which made Peter feel a little flattered. And it was precisely because of the smile that Peter gained more confidence for his next request. Good morning, Mr. Jameson. Peter had a shy smile on his face. People in New York would not have thought that the reliable Spider-Man in their eyes was actually a shy young man. Peter, have you brought any new photos today? As he spoke, Jameson looked at Peter expectantly. Looking at Jameson, Peter scratched his head awkwardly. That's right, Mr. Jameson. As for the photos of the people of the motherland, if I have the opportunity to take them, I will definitely bring them to you as soon as possible. Peter promised. But in fact, Peter is a little afraid of Luya now. This is not the fear of the weak when facing the strong, but the lack of confidence of the weak when facing those with strong hearts. Moreover, Peter also knows the importance of the matter. He will not make his brother's photo public to the public without Luya's permission. However, upon hearing that Peter did not bring any photos this time, the smile on Jameson's face slowly disappeared. So, Peter, you came here empty-handed? Listening to Jameson's emotionless voice, Peter felt like cold sweat was almost dripping from his head. That's right, Mr. Jameson. He could only admit it. Then what are you still doing here, Peter? Jameson issued an eviction order. In fact, Jameson doesn't hate Peter. The reason for this cold attitude towards Peter is entirely because of the unknown relationship between Peter and Spider-Man, which led to Jameson's hatred in the house. Jameson is filled with disgust for Spider-Man for various complicated reasons. For example, I don't agree with Spider-Man's identity as a hero, and I feel that only public officials are the real heroes. For example, family experience made Jameson distrustful of guys wearing masks. For other reasons, Jameson formed a prejudice against Spider-Man, and at the same time he became a little colder towards Peter. However, Peter thought about his purpose of coming today, so he bit the bullet and spoke to Jameson with difficulty. That's right, Mr. Jameson. I would like to give you an advance of this month's salary. Peter finally spoke. The main thing is that although the semester has just started, the expenses in college life are really not small. And Peter is unwilling to ask for money from his brother Luya, let alone his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Of course, the reason why Peter was short of money was actually because Mary Jane and Harry broke up. The reason why the two broke up is more complicated. In addition to Harry's father's disapproval, Jane and Harry's personalities are actually quite incompatible. The poverty of her family and the coldness of family relationships made it difficult for Mary Jane to get along with Harry, the rich man. And this gave Peter hope. To be honest, if Peter borrowed money from Luya for this reason, Luya would really not lend it. There are no women in the world anymore? Do we have to hang ourselves by staring at Mary Jane? But the innocent Peter just likes the Mary Jane one, and there is nothing he can do about it. This is why Peter bit the bullet and came to Jameson to advance his salary today. After listening to Peter's appeal, Jameson suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had heard some terrible news. His body leaned forward slightly and said, "Young man, are you kidding me? If everyone is like you and comes to me to advance their salary, then the newspaper will collapse sooner or later." Jameson's rejection was expected by Peter, and he had been prepared before coming. But he still wanted to give it a try, so he said, "But Mr. Jameson, in the past half-month, I think I have made a lot of contributions to the newspaper." Peter's eyes were firm this time. In order to meet the goddess Mary Jane, he was willing to risk everything. Seeing Peter's persistence, Jameson's expression softened. 1. Peter is right. In the past half-month, the popularity of the photos taken by Peter alone is equal to that of all other reporters. Secondly, Jameson also understands that although he hates Spider-Man, he should not be overly involved with a young man like Peter. So, Jameson stared at Peter for more than 10 seconds, and then said slowly, "Okay, little Peter. I will make an exception today and give you an advance of 1 month's salary. But you have to remember to take more photos of people from the motherland recently." Jameson didn't care if Peter could take photos of his native country, or how difficult it would be. In his opinion, if Peter can photograph the people of his motherland once, he can photograph them countless times. On Peter's side, Peter was even stunned for a moment when he heard that Jameson actually agreed to his request. Then, he asked Jameson curiously, "Speaking of Mr. Jameson, do you also think that the people of the motherland are superheroes who save everyone from danger?" Jameson's expression froze, and he laughed as if he heard some funny joke. "Superhero? Are you saying that the man who destroyed this country, who destroyed a whole street of buildings, is a superhero? Stop joking. He's the same as Spider-Man. And that Spider-Woman. No." Jameson jumped up from the boss's chair. "He's more evil than Spider-Man. The greater the ability, the greater the destructive power." Jameson's words were like a machine gun, making the stupid Peter unable to react for a moment. He was still a little confused until he walked out of the office with a meager salary. "Brother, like me, are both disruptors of social order." "Impossible." Peter shook his head. "Obviously he has been fighting crime, how can he be someone who disrupts social order?" Chapter 65. On the way home, Peter was still recalling the words of editor Jameson. In fact, Peter knows that the outside world's evaluation of himself and Gwen is quite polarized. Just like Jameson said, many people believe that the existence of Spider-Man has also caused considerable damage while fighting crime. Peter himself admitted this. After all, sometimes he would destroy some buildings in order to save people. From here, Peter thought of his brother Luya again. In fact, Peter himself has been avoiding a question. That is, when brother Luya faces a crime, he often kills him. This is what Peter thinks. This is actually completely contrary to Uncle Ben's teachings. Looking back on this now, it was exactly what troubled Peter. How do you say that you kill people to save others? Is it justice or another crime? In fact, if it were a lure, there would never be this doubt. No matter whether you are righteous or not, strength is justice. Those who die by their own hands are the villains. In Peter's distress, he slowly returned home. The door opened and what greeted me was my aunt, May. May could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Peter's mood. "Why, dear Peter, you don't look very happy." May gently took Peter's arm and led him back into the house. "Ben has just finished his work outside today and is drinking tea on the chair." Seeing his nephew Peter's unhappy look, he straightened up slightly and said, "Peter, it's normal to have a lot of worries at your age. For example, friendship and love. I remember the same thing back then." At this point, Ben suddenly paused, glanced at his wife May Empress next to him, who was staring at him eagerly, and then changed his words. "Well, anyway, while everyone is here, you can tell us your troubles. We are family, right?" Beside, Luya, who was basking in the sun, lazily opened one eye and then closed it again. It's nothing more than love, isn't it, brother? Luya also knew about Mary Jane and Harry's breakup. After all, Harry was one of the few friends of his younger brother Peter, and the two often walked together. Luya could also see the incompatibility between Mary Jane and Harry's personalities. After hearing his brother Luya reveal his little thoughts, Peter temporarily put aside his previous worries and showed a shy look on his face. Okay, so that's it? Peter, I guess liking a girl is not something to be ashamed of. Ben looked at Peter with a slight smile. Let me guess, is it Mary Jane from next door? Peter never knew that his Uncle Ben would be such a gossip. But, as Ben said, when he was young, he was also a romantic young man and experienced many things. Just like May, Ben looked at his wife with loving eyes. When she was young, May was also a great beauty. After being fed a mouthful of dog food, Peter shrugged helplessly. However, in his heart, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the love of the older generation. No disrespect to uncle and aunt. Rather, the impetuous society has infinitely magnified the role of money. In Peter's opinion, how can one fall in love without money? That's why Peter even thought of taking a salary advance today. He and Mary Jane made an arrangement to go to the opera house to watch a performance together in the evening. Ticket fees and clothing all cost money. Thinking of this, Peter became more and more dejected. May seemed to see something and comforted softly. Of course, kid, dating a girl does cost a fortune sometimes. As she said that, she picked up her wallet from the side and counted out 500 yuan from it. After thinking about it, she took out all the 900 yuan in her wallet. Dividing out 450 yuan and handing it to Peter, May smiled and said, maybe it's not enough, but I hope it can give you some help. The conditions at home are actually not that good. Although Luya is rich, whenever Luya expresses his desire to support his family, he is always firmly rejected by Ben. And Peter is not willing to use money to hurt family ties. Therefore, he could only quietly arrange for his father's boss outside to arrange some easy and decent work for his father to do. Peter accepted more than 400 yuan from Aunt May. Although he was quite ashamed, he still accepted it for the evening date. I will definitely earn a lot of money in the future to honor my uncle and aunt. After handing the money to Peter, May walked towards the lure again with a smile. Mom, you know, I'm not very short of money. Luya, who was leisurely basking in the sun, stood up from the lounge chair and looked at his mother May with a bit of laughter. He knows that his mother is always very careful and strives to treat everyone equally with her love at home and not to hurt everyone in the family. Therefore, after supporting Peter with more than 400 yuan, she will definitely ask Luya to accept the money. May just smiled kindly and patted Luya's shoulder, which was much taller and broader than her. I know, Luya. But this is a mother's love for her child. Do you want to reject this too? As she said that, May deliberately kept a straight face. It seemed as if Luya would become angry as long as she refused again. Love you, Mom. After saying that, Luya hugged his mother gently. At this time, a subtle sound of complaining came. God, I don't even have such treatment. May turned around and looked, her husband was drinking tea seriously. Of course Ben could not be jealous of his nephew and son. Although life is sometimes difficult, Ben is quite strong and he is not willing to ask his wife for money no matter how difficult it is. The laughter spread from home and spread far away. However, although Peter's expression was smiling, it still contained a hint of bitterness. Next door to the Parker family, Mary Jane's family is preparing lunch. Of course, when they say they are a family, they are actually just two people, Mary Jane and her mother Madeline. Because Mary Jane's father was often domestically violent when Jane was a child, Jane's mother, Madeline, divorced him. Hearing the laughter next door, Mary Jane and Madeline had a little sadness on their faces. For nothing else. At this time, Watson, Jane's father and Madeline's husband, was sitting opposite the two of them. Watson smelled of alcohol and looked at his wife and daughter. He shouted loudly. I'm only short of 20,000 yuan. Give it to me and I'll leave immediately. Watson was good at gambling, but this time he owed too much money, so he decided to go to his ex-wife. Looking at their drunken father, Jane and Madeline recalled their original fears. Chapter 66. In fact, it makes no sense for Watson to come here to ask for money. Because Madeline is no longer his wife. Soon, the movement here also spread to the next door. Ben also knew something about Mary Jane's father's tendency to domestic violence. After all, this is not the first time Watson has come to make trouble with his ex-wife. You guys wait here, I'll be right back. Ben's sense of justice does not allow him to remain indifferent to this matter. Dad, I will go with you too. This time, before Luya could say anything, Peter stood up first. Regarding the matter of Mary Jane being bullied, if it were in the past, he really wouldn't have any good solution. But now that he has become Spider-Man, Peter will stop him no matter what. Besides, Uncle Ben is already old. If he is hurt by Watson, a drunkard. Of course, in reality such a thing is impossible. With the lure here, as long as Watson has even the slightest tendency to be detrimental to Ben, the lure will shoot his head off in an instant. Looking at Peter, who can't wait to stand up for the mother and daughter next door, Ben and May looked at each other and smiled. They also noticed Peter's changes. Peter thought his identity as Spider-Man was perfect. But in fact, getting stronger is the details that are inadvertently shown in life. Both made Ben and May have some uncertain guesses in their minds, but they were willing to believe Peter and didn't ask. Jane's home. Because Madeline insisted on refusing to pay Watson 20,000 yuan, Watson's temper became increasingly violent. Drunk and cowardly, Watson did not dare to act arrogant in front of others, but when faced with his ex-wife, who was used to being bullied by him, he was extremely domineering. Madeline. Watson banged his fist on the table, making a pong sound. You know, if I don't get the money today, I will never leave. So, it would be better for you and me to take out the money as soon as possible. After the rage, Watson pulled up a chair and sat on it. Madeline looked increasingly helpless as she looked at her ex-husband's rogue appearance. Not to mention Mary Jane. The shadow of her childhood was brought back again, and her body trembled slightly. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Mrs. Madeline, are you at home? When they heard Ben's voice next door, Madeline and Jane felt inexplicably relieved. They knew Ben's character very well. As long as he came, he would never ignore their affairs. On the contrary, Watson's face became even more serious. The door opened and Ben and Peter stood at the door together. Mrs. Madeline, may I ask, have you encountered any difficulties? As he spoke, Ben looked at Watson, who was sitting in the back, holding a beer bottle and staring at the side. Peter looked at Jane nestling next to Madeline and winked at her. Peter is no longer the little Peter he once was. Anyway, in everyone's eyes, even though they don't know the identity of Peter Spider-Man. But barely being able to touch Thompson, a former football player at the school, can already prove his strength. Moreover, Peter's body is now quite strong. So Watson wisely gave in. Who are you? How can you just enter someone's home? As he spoke, he put down the bottle he was using to show off. If you can't beat someone, just be reasonable. This is Watson's rule of survival. Otherwise, he would not have thought of the bad idea of coming to his ex-wife's house to ask for money. Really? Ben stretched out his hand to stop Peter, who was eager to step forward. For Ben, his first choice for resolving conflicts must not be violence. Whether it's hurting others or being hurt by others. Especially since Peter is still his nephew, he is even more reluctant. Ben stared at Watson, who looked a little nervous, then looked at Madeline and continued. Mrs. Madeline, who is this? Of course Ben knew that Watson was Madeline's ex-husband, and he asked that on purpose. Madeline understood what Ben meant in an instant and said firmly. I didn't know that he suddenly broke into my home and robbed our mother and daughter. After taking Madeline's words, Ben looked at Watson with a serious expression. Sir, I'm afraid it's you who should leave here. It is a serious crime to break into someone else's home without permission. Facing Ben's threat, Watson first looked at his ex-wife and daughter with cold eyes. Then he looked at Ben and Peter. He was weighing whether it was possible for him to get a sum of money from his ex-wife. But obviously, Watson, who has been drinking for a long time, let alone the young and strong Peter. Even Ben, who was already very old, was not sure he could beat him. Snort. Thinking of this, Watson reluctantly snorted. Mr. Ben, right. He glanced at Ben. I think you should focus on your wife, instead of meddling in other women's houses. After saying that, he immediately prepared to leave. There's definitely no money to be made here anyway, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Maybe you can find a way to get some money elsewhere. However, facing Watson's insult to Ben, Peter couldn't get angry and took a step directly. If Ben hadn't stopped him, he might have revealed his long-hidden identity and beat up Watson. Peter. Ben pulled Peter's shoulders tightly. He was surprised by Peter's strength. The moment he held Peter, he was almost carried away. After taking a look at Watson, Ben said earnestly. Assault is not a small crime. You are still in school, Peter. If he were young, even Ben himself would have been unable to help but rush forward and beat Watson up. But he is not. He is now the head of a family of 4, so naturally he cannot act impulsively. That's, okay, Uncle Ben. Peter looked at Watson, who had run away, sighed, and reluctantly loosened his clenched fists. When Watson's back disappeared in the distance, Madeline gradually recovered from her fear. He looked at Ben gratefully. Mr. Ben, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I don't know what I would have done. Ben waved his hand. Easy to do. I guess after this time, that guy won't dare to come here again. Ben was thinking that he should pay attention to the next door recently. If Watson dares to come again, I will never be polite to him next time. Back home, my wife May is preparing some refreshments. However, Luya, who was basking in the sun just now, disappeared, leaving only the deck chair still shaking back and forth. May, where did Luya go? Oh, he said, go out to buy something and we'll be back soon. Chapter 67. Watson became increasingly angry after leaving his ex-wife's home. This time I didn't get any money, but I still had to pay for the round trip. It's all that BCH's fault. And the nosy old guy. While cursing and walking, Watson suddenly found a shadow appearing in front of him. Who? You don't watch the road. Watson looked up and saw a tall young man with blonde hair. The young man's body looked quite tall and strong, and Watson immediately lost the intention to continue speaking harshly. Cough. As if nothing was wrong, Watson took the initiative to move a few steps aside, preparing to leave the blonde young man behind. Only. No matter whether Watson goes left or right, no matter how many steps he takes, the blonde young man is always in front of him. At this time, Watson finally knew that the other party was coming for him. Watson. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Watson condescendingly. I should have just punched you to death, but now I changed my mind. After insulting his father, there was no way he could let go of Watson so easily. That's right, Luya felt that killing Watson with one punch would be a painless relief for him. Know who I am? Luya's voice was cold, as if the surrounding air was freezing. Watson shook his head in confusion. Luya continued. I am Ben Parker's son, Luya Parker. Now, do you understand? A drop of cold sweat slipped from Watson's forehead as he felt the young man standing in front of him. His momentum and murderous intent were countless times stronger than those of the bosses of underground casinos he had seen. Yes, I'm sorry. Watson's talent for bullying showed off, and he tremblingly apologized to Luya. He even bent his legs and knelt down in front of Luya without hesitation. Watson knew in his heart that the other party blocked him in this small alley with few pedestrians, and he definitely had murderous intentions. He begged the lure. Sorry. I'm leaving New York right now. I'll never come back. Yes. Yes. Never come back again. Obviously, Luya's murderous expression caused Watson some bad memories in the casino. Looking at Luya's still indifferent eyes, Watson felt that he might not have said enough, so he continued. Your father also thinks that violence is not the best way to solve problems. Right. Give me a chance. Watson was begging for mercy at this time, and even secretly laughed at his own wit. Able to detect the opponent's murderous intent and quickly beg for mercy. The corners of Luya's mouth raised slightly. You are right, violence is indeed not the best way to solve the problem. At this time, there were pedestrians passing by the alley. After seeing what was happening in the alley, he left in a hurry. I forgive you once for my father. Luya said softly. You go. Then he moved out of the way. Seeing that Luya was really willing to let him go, Watson felt happy for a while. He hurriedly walked around the lure, staying far away in order not to run into it. Thump thump thump. Just after he ran out a few steps, the eyes of Luya standing behind him gathered red light, and a lot of heat energy gathered. Wow. In the alley, 2 red lights flashed past. Watson is still running forward. Suddenly, he felt the world around him spinning. And then, there was no more. Luya turned off his laser eyes and turned back silently to leave. I didn't say I forgive you. It is true that violence is not the best way to solve problems. But for Luya, it is an easy and quick way. Passing a pizza shop, Luya stopped. 2 pizzas, a sausage and a pineapple, take away. This pizza shop is where Peter used to work. The store is not big and the pizza is not very famous. The only good thing is that they make pizza very quickly. Carrying 2 pizzas in his hands and basking in the sun, Luya returned home. I'm back. After saying that, Luya placed the still steaming pizza on the table. Oh Luya, actually my apple pie is almost ready, you don't need to spend any money. May felt a little sad about the cost of the lure. In her opinion, a handsome young man like her son Luya must spend a lot of money in college. For example, various club activities, dating with girlfriends, etc. May knew how lethal a handsome young man like her son could be to those young girls. So you can actually save some money at home. Of course, May is also very happy about her son's filial piety. Ben, stop looking at it. Come and divide the pizza. I'll go take a look at my apple pie. Come here, you can't let me rest for a while. Although he said this, Ben also had a smile on his face. Let me help you, Mom. With that said, Luya wanted to enter the kitchen. Luya, just wait and see. The apple pie isn't enough for 2 people yet. May smiled and refused her son's help. Everyone is happy except Peter. He sat aside, with a somewhat troubled expression on his face. Young man, what's wrong? Ben noticed Peter's condition and sat next to him. You seem a little depressed since your brother came in just now. Feeling his uncle's concern, Peter forced a smile and said. It's nothing, Uncle Ben, It's just a little uncomfortable. As he said that, Peter looked at Luya. Brother, can you help me back to my room? Peter's excuse was still so lame. May believed it, leaned out of the kitchen, and asked with concern. Peter, if you're not feeling well, I think we'd better see a doctor. Peter scratched his head and replied. It's okay. Maybe I'm too tired. Just go to the room and rest for a while. After saying that, he looked at Luya again. Brother, can you help me? May wanted to say something else, but Ben said first. Peter, please take care of yourself. If you feel very uncomfortable, you must tell us. After saying that, he winked at May. It was obvious that the nephew, who was already a young man, did not want their 2 elders to know some things. Seeing Peter's worried look, Luya nodded. Let's go. In the room, Peter's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about how to speak. If you have anything to say, just say it. Luya is sitting on a chair by the window, where the sun is shining. Seeing his brother acting like nothing was wrong, Peter hesitated and said. I smell the blood on you, brother. Did you kill that man? Chapter 68. Seeing Peter's tangled look, Luya couldn't help but think. Is it at this stage that Peter has not matured yet? As his younger brother, Luya has also been subtly influencing Peter since childhood. But obviously, it's of no use. If Peter could just question himself decisively because of his own methods, maybe Luya will be a little happier. Rather than like now, Peter would feel that what his brother did was wrong based on his own values. But in person, he hesitated and couldn't even question him. Peter. Luya's voice sounded very plain, making it impossible to hear what he was thinking right now. Hesitation, is this how you will grow after becoming Spider-Man? Don't you think that you missed too many things because of your hesitation? Luya decided to use a special method to promote Peter's growth. Even if it brings some bad effects, it doesn't matter. Luya believes that he has the ability to know the truth. To be honest, Peter should actually have matured a lot during this period. But because his father was saved by himself, Spider-Man lost the thing that had the greatest impact on him in his life. Hearing that his brother was the first to question him, Peter finally raised his head and replied. You won't go wrong if you think more about it, right? This is what Peter thought at first. When faced with a problem, he always thinks a lot and strives not to make mistakes. However, the more you think about it, the more mistakes you make sometimes. Luya leaned towards Peter and said with a slightly mocking tone. Yeah. Like when you think about it more, Mary Jane becomes Thompson's girlfriend. You know, Jane lives next door to us. This sentence was a bit heartbreaking, and for a moment, Peter began to stutter. She. After talking for a long time, Peter couldn't say a complete sentence. However, Luya did not let Peter go because of his concession. Instead, he asked more vigorously. So after Mary Jane broke up with Thompson, you thought about it a lot. And Jane ends up with your good friend Harry. Peter felt like Luya's voice was like countless sharp knives piercing his head. But unfortunately, he really couldn't find a reason to refute. Stop talking, brother. Please. Peter held his head and spoke to Luya in a begging tone. As for the question he wanted to ask Luya at the beginning, he had long forgotten it. At this time, Peter just wanted his brother Luya to let him go and stop mentioning these things. However, looking at his brother who lowered his head and did not dare to look at him, the corners of Luya's mouth raised. Honestly, Peter. You are so weak. Look at our family, who is like you. Luya was right. Whether it is Ben or May, although they are older, their strength of character is real. Luya didn't stop, with a playful tone, he got closer and closer to Peter. You say. If I pursue Jane, how long will it take to win her over? A week? Or one day? Hearing Luya's question, Peter was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head in disbelief. No, brother, you won't do this, right? Listening to Peter's almost pleading voice, Luya's smile seemed to get deeper. Why not? Perhaps you can think more and consider it more. No. Peter's expression changed. He had already agreed to go on a date with Jane that evening. If my brother had a hand in. Luya. You can't do this. Peter almost yelled this sentence. Downstairs, Ben and May also heard the noise upstairs. May looked at the ceiling with some worry. Where was Peter's room? Ben, They won't fight, right? Hearing his wife's worries, Ben helped her arm. Don't worry. There will always be a period when young people have bad tempers. Luya and Peter are both good boys, we should trust them. Ben wanted to believe that his son and nephew could handle the conflict well. This is because of the calmness Luya has shown since childhood and the kindness of Peter. Upstairs, the quarrel continued. You already have so much, I only have Jane. You can't take her away. Peter had stood up, his fists clenched tightly. It can be seen that he is very excited now. However, the smile on Luya's face was even more exaggerated. So what? Peter. Who is Jane to you? Why can't I take her away? How about you give me a reason? Although Peter was quite angry and even showed strength that he had never had before, Luya was actually very happy. In the world of Marvel, being indecisive is definitely not a good quality. Even if it is reckless, it is better than hesitating and missing opportunities at critical moments. On Peter's side, when he heard that his brother seemed to be really robbing Jane from him and not joking, he moved. With great force, Peter punched the lure. Although Peter knew that his strength was far behind Luya, he really couldn't help it anymore. Boom. In mid-air, Peter's fist was grasped by Luya, preventing him from making any progress. Brother, you know, aside from my strength, I have a lot of assets. And do you have these? You're a coward and you don't have money, how can you expect Jane to fall in love with you? Base. Peter suddenly retracted his fist. His eyes turned cold. Luya, I also have extraordinary abilities. I will prove to you that I am no worse than you. It seems like Peter has made up his mind. Then I'll wait and see. Luya responded easily. Peter turned his head and looked from the window to the next door, which was facing Jane's room. With the spider ability, he actually has pretty good eyesight. Even if it couldn't be like Luya's supervision, there was no problem in seeing Jane's room clearly. At this time, Peter could see that Jane was choosing various dresses, seemingly preparing for a date in the evening. Call. Taking a long breath, Peter had something to think about. Picked up the coat on the bed. As soon as he put on half of the cuffs, he showed a look of disgust on his face, and then threw the coat on the ground. He used to like this solid color coat and has been wearing it for 2 years. But now it seems that it is too rustic. I can buy a better one. Peter thought of his friend Harry and his father. Maybe I should buy a suit for my date with Jane. Thinking of this, Peter immediately set off to go out. Seeing Peter walking downstairs with his head held high, Luya couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. Very good, brother. Chapter 69. Peter went downstairs dong 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 all the way from the second floor, and then ran out the door without saying a word. Bang. Listening to the huge amounts of door closing, Ben and May looked at each other in confusion. Then, May looked at her husband with some reproach. I just said, we should have gone up and had a look just now. Ben was a little embarrassed at this time. Fortunately, his peripheral vision caught Luya, who was slowly walking downstairs. Lure. He quickly asked. You and Peter, were you arguing upstairs just now? I originally thought the brothers had quarreled, but seeing Luya's smiling look, I wasn't so sure. Of course not, Dad. Peter just needs to go out and take care of some things, don't worry. With that said, Luya walked to the dining table. Looking at the steaming apple pie, he picked up one, blew on it, and took a bite. Mom, the apple pie you made is delicious. Hearing Luya say that there was no conflict between the two, the couple also breathed a sigh of relief. May looked at her son's appearance, smiled and pushed the plate with apple pie in front of Luya. Eat slowly, be careful not to burn it. If you put it this far, I can't reach it. Ben whispered next to him. Then, looking at his wife's eyes towards him, he ran towards the kitchen with a smile. There's also an apple pie, right? I'll serve it. After enjoying afternoon tea at home, Luya unlocked supervision and super hearing and locked Peter's position. After all, if Peter was too stimulated by him and did something extreme, he could stop him in time. Daily Bugle. Let me think about it, why does Peter want to go to the Daily Bugle? Daily Bugle, editor's office. Jameson is writing the manuscript. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and Peter walked in with a cool look on his face. Sitting down on the chair opposite Jameson, Peter comfortably crossed his legs on the desk. Peter. You are today. Peter's operation actually put Jameson at risk. As a result, his tone of voice was not as confident as usual. Peter rested his head on his arms. Boss, what do you think of the photos I gave you recently? Good. Jameson understood Peter's purpose of coming, which was just to take credit. However, it seems that even though Peter has been here for so long, he has never behaved like this. Peter, what do you want to say? Peter pointed to a newspaper on the table, which showed Lua's back and Stark's front. First, Peter cleared his throat. I have made a lot of contributions to the newspaper. I took almost all the close-up photos of Spider-Man. I'm the only one who can take the first shot of Spider-Man. Jameson looked at Peter calmly and asked. So I think I should go straight from internship to full-time job. And I think my salary should be increased. That's all Peter wanted. In a coffee shop in the distance, Luya withdrew his gaze, a little confused. Strange, the venom should be on Thompson, right? Luya looked at Peter again. This time, he used the ability of perspective. Under the clairvoyance ability, Luya saw something was wrong with Peter. A small piece of black liquid is squirming, as if it is slowly waking up. Venom. Or other symbiotes decomposed from venom. Staring at the black symbiote, Luya wanted to find an opportunity to send a laser eye to send it to ashes. But before that, this might also be a change in Peter's way, isn't it? In the office, after hearing Peter's request, Jameson still refused. Peter, you are still a student, how could it be possible for you to become a regular student so quickly? It's not a big deal to become a regular employee, but Jameson doesn't want to open this hole, otherwise it will be difficult to determine the rules in the future. Then you never want to receive any close-up photos of Spider-Man again. There was a little murderous look in Peter's eyes. He occasionally sees his brother Luya giving such looks to some people. But now after imitating it myself, it really feels great. Peter doesn't know. In addition to the previous influence of Luya's words on him, the resurrecting symbiote is also amplifying his desires. Jameson looked at Peter, whose eyes were trying to protrude, although he didn't know if there was something wrong with his eyes. But this time doesn't seem to be a good time to care. Okay Peter. Jameson nodded helplessly. You win. The Daily Bugle has been booming recently, all thanks to the close-up photos of Spider-Man taken by Peter. Now that Peter has threatened him with this, Jameson can't refuse. On the street, Peter holds a handful of banknotes in his hand. It's about 400 to 500 yuan. He twisted his shoulders excitedly, like a proud stallion. Seeing this scene, Luya had to admit that it was a bit eye-catching. Even as a temporary villain, Peter is actually not good at it. Pedestrians on the road looked at Peter's slightly crazy look and took a detour one after another. However, in Peter's eyes, these people were impressed by their strong bodies and radiant charm. At this time, a shopping mall nearby caught Peter's attention. Sued. Big sale. Discount sale. Squeezing the banknotes in his hand, Peter smiled confidently and walked in immediately. Oh no Peter, this is too. Luya covered his forehead. This is simply unsightly. So being stimulated by myself in this way, my younger brother Peter is still just a. Ask your boss for a promotion and a salary increase. Buy cheap suits. Such a bully. Coming out of the mall, Peter had already put on a new black suit. However, because his body was quite strong at this time, the suit jacket seemed a bit too small for him. But it doesn't matter, Peter is very satisfied. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Peter felt quite good. Every time he passed a woman, he felt that the other woman was looking at him. As a result, Peter's body began to twist unconsciously and dance the bully dance. Cough. In the distance, Luya coughed lightly. Maybe I should consider leaving the symbiote with Peter. To be honest, even compared to Peter now, Luya feels more like a villain. In which villain, the first thing Blacken does is ask his boss for a promotion and a raise. The reason for the threat turned out to be resignation. He doesn't even want to show force. Is it still necessary to look at him? It was hard for Luya to imagine what bad things Peter could do. The worst, most inhumane bad thing he could think of, maybe taking away a child's lollipop. Chapter 70. Night. Peter approached the opera house and looked at the waiter in front of him. He took out the admission ticket from his pocket, flicked it, and it floated into the waiter's hand. Peter was in a good mood at this time, because this was his first official date with Mary Jane. Walking into the theater, the curtain has fallen. Taking advantage of the ambiguous light, Peter found Jane's position and sat next to her. Wow, oh. Jane looked at Peter beside her and felt quite strange. Wear a suit and tie. The hair seems to have been styled with hairspray. Peter, what are you doing today? In fact, Jane is very clear about Peter's feelings for her. However, at the beginning, she was very insecure about everything around her. Now that she is willing to date Peter, she just understands. She was just an ordinary girl, and her breakup with Harry had made her see clearly that rich people would never set their sights on a girl like her. As for Peter, Jane now feels that he is a good fit for her. Seeing Jane smiling at him, Peter also became excited. Soon, the opera began. An actor in a white gauze skirt descended from the sky above the stage, with a melodious voice. Mary Jane gave her full attention to the actress. Becoming a star has always been her dream. Perhaps in Mary Jane's view, becoming an opera star would enable her to enter the upper class. Peter also watched with great interest. Of course, he was not watching the opera, but watching Jane. In the past, he would never have stared at Jane so blatantly. "Jane, I believe you will become famous and become a big star in the future." Seeing the sparkle in Jane's eyes, Peter encouraged. "Thank you, Peter." Jane turned to look at Peter. At this moment, the blurred lights made the atmosphere ambiguous. Peter's mind suddenly became hot. Looking at Mary Jane, who was so close, he slowly moved his mouth to her. "Peter." Jane did not refuse, but narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as the two were about to get close to each other, a voice suddenly came from Peter's right side. "Haha, this actress is good. I want her to appear in my bed when it's over." "Yes, boss." This sudden conversation directly broke Peter and Jane's interest. Peter turned to look at the person who had just spoken. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a fat brain. And he is also the owner of this opera house. For some reason, a scene suddenly popped up in Peter's mind. The future Mary Jane finally became the big star she wanted to be. Then I was attracted by such a guy, and then... Shut up. Peter stood up from his seat and glared at the middle-aged man who spoke. In an instant, the actress on the stage stopped singing. All eyes of the audience turned to Peter. "Peter." Mary Jane tugged on Peter's sleeves awkwardly. In such a gentle occasion as the opera house, such a rude behavior would probably be looked down upon by everyone. Unfortunately, a waiter has already come over. "Sorry sir, please get out." Eventually, Peter and Mary Jane were kicked out. It is worth mentioning that the only person who was originally kicked out was Peter. But after something like this happened, it was naturally impossible for Mary Jane to stay in there alone. "Jane, I'm sorry." Peter wanted to use some violent means inside. However, whenever this thought arises, he will forcefully suppress it. "It doesn't matter, you can go shopping too." Jane smiled and shook her head. Although at first I felt that Peter's behavior just now was a bit rude and not at all in line with his usual behavior. But thinking about the reason for Peter's anger, Jane felt very happy. Isn't this the sense of security you want? Just as the two were about to leave, the opera house suddenly became noisy. Peter opened his eyes and looked, and there seemed to be a red light flashing in the opera house. "No, that seems to be firelight." Within a minute, his suspicion was confirmed. A large number of spectators began to rush out of the gate frantically, and behind them, thick smoke began to rise. Then, the fire began to spread, and soon the entire opera house was in flames. How come it suddenly caught fire? Is everyone out yet? Are they all out? Where's the boss? Why don't you see the boss? Your boss? I thought I saw him fall when I ran outside just now. There was a lot of discussion about the cause of the fire in the opera house. It was known that someone had discovered that the owner of the opera house had not yet come out. Looking at the opera house in flames, I heard that some people had not escaped yet. Peter instinctively opened his suit, revealing the Spider-Man suit. But thinking of the boss's insult to the actress, Peter paused and put his hand down again. "Peter? What's wrong with you?" Mary Jane noticed Peter's abnormality, turned her head and asked. Peter straightened his clothes, flicked his bangs, and said to Jane with a relaxed smile. "It's okay, let's go. Anyway, this boss is not a good person, so just let him burn to death inside." Peter didn't realize it yet, but his mentality had changed a lot. "Well?" Jane looked at Peter with eyes full of surprise. She couldn't believe that the words just now came from Peter's mouth. "Peter, are you sick?" Saying that, Jane touched Peter's forehead with her hand. "Oh, it's okay." Peter gently put down Jane's hand. "I feel good. And, I've never felt so good." After saying that, Peter felt more and more happy. Without any explanation, he took Mary Jane's arm and walked toward the front of the street. The fire trucks were roaring in. Peter looked back and saw that the fire in the opera house was very strong. It was estimated that by the time the fire was extinguished, the opera house would have turned into ashes. High in the sky, Luya floats quietly in mid-air. He did not admire his own handiwork. The owner of the opera house is just an insignificant scumbag, not worthy of his extra attention. Instead, the direction Luya looked at was a bank. At this time, a cash transport truck was parked at its door. In Luya's eyes, he could see it clearly. The sewer cover behind the cash transport truck was suddenly opened, and a large amount of sand poured out from inside. "Let me think. What's his name? Marco. Forget it, just call him Sandman." Luya didn't expect that he actually saw the incident of Sandman robbing money. Of course, he had no intention of stopping Sandman. Regardless of Sandman's behavior, good or bad. At least, Sandman's robbery this time was for his family, his daughter. Chapter 71. Peter broke the promise. He was originally shopping with Mary Jane when he saw a police car chasing the Sandman who had just robbed him. He unconsciously made an excuse with Jane, and then chased after her. Sandman's ability is very special, he can completely turn his body into sand. Therefore, whether it is bullets or other physical attacks, it is difficult to cause damage to Sandman. At this time, Marco was driving a stolen car and driving wildly on the street. On the passenger seat was a travel bag of huge amounts, which was bulging with banknotes. Behind him, several police cars were reluctantly following. However, Sandman has the ability to transform into sand and is not afraid of crashing. Therefore, he drove very fast and ran rampant. "Chief, our car can't catch up with him." Outside a car on the roadside, Chief George Stacy frowned after receiving the report from his subordinates. The other party is suspected to be a person with super ability and is not afraid of getting hurt at all. My subordinates are all made of flesh and blood, how can they compare with him? What's more, there are so many civilians on the street, and it's impossible for their police cars to ignore the lives of these ordinary people. Just when George was still worried, there was a sudden howling sound of wind flying past his head. George looked up. Under the illumination of street lamps and lights from nearby buildings, a figure wearing a black, white, and pink spider suit swayed by. "It's Spider-Woman." On the street, pedestrians immediately shouted loudly. Although Iron Man is more famous, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman are closer to the lives of ordinary people like them. The police officers were about to cheer together, but suddenly they saw Director George standing next to them. Suddenly, the police officers fell silent. Everyone knows that Director George hates criminals, but he also hates Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Using lynching to uphold justice is also a crime in George's eyes. But, what he didn't know was, the Spider-Woman who has been giving him a headache is actually his baby daughter, Gwen Stacy. Looking at his silent men, George knew what they were thinking. But there is no way. The criminals appearing in New York today are more and more outrageous. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people like them to handle it. So, George could only helplessly say, "What are you looking at me for?" Getting ready for the finishing touches. As soon as he finished speaking, another black and red figure whizzed past him. Spider-Man, Peter, arrives on the scene. Gwen's is more agile and faster. Therefore, she reached above Sandman first. The spider silk launcher in her right hand shot out spider silk at the road sign ahead. After Gwen swayed, she fell diagonally towards the roof of the Sandman car. Bang! While driving, Sandman was startled by a sound coming from the roof of the car. Then, Gwen appeared from the car window hanging upside down. "Stop now." However, Sandman naturally cannot be captured without mercy. Regarding the two Spider-Men in New York, he has already thought about it clearly and is ready for a confrontation. Turning a corner, the car came to a construction site. Sandman's appearance begins to transform, and countless amounts of sand begin to appear. Bang! The car was instantly pushed open, and the Sandman form appeared. A large amount of sand formed a human shape, condensing the appearance of Marco. With a slight flick, the travel bag containing a large amount of banknotes was swallowed by his sand-turned body. In this form, Marco is almost not afraid of any physical attacks. However, at this time, he had just been released from prison, and he actually had the idea of correcting his evil ways and returning to righteousness. So, looking at Spider-Woman who was eyeing him eagerly, he lowered his head and begged. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone. My daughter is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment. Please." Marco's past was definitely not a good person. But at this moment, he is indeed a father who is in danger again for his daughter. Gwen was soft-hearted. Listening to Marco's begging, she was stunned for a moment. Because she didn't know whether she should catch the other person or let him go at this time. According to Gwen's usual style, she will never let the criminal go. But if Marco is caught, it will be equivalent to sentencing his daughter to death. To be honest, this choice is still too difficult for Gwen. Seeing that Gwen seemed to be persuaded by him, Marco nodded gratefully. "Thanks." Marco really didn't want to conflict with Gwen if it wasn't necessary. "Great, with all this money, wait for Daddy." A smile appeared on Marco's face, and he was ready to rush to his daughter as soon as possible. It was at this time that Peter arrived. Looking at Sandman who was about to leave, although Peter didn't understand why Gwen stood aside, he still stretched out his hand and shot out the spider silk. He caught a stone on the side of the road and threw it at Sandman's head. Physical attacks of this level have no effect on Marco, who is completely deserted. I saw that after the stone pillar submerged into Sandman's body, it bounced out on the other side. Marco turned around and saw another Spider-Man. But, why is this male Spider-Man different from the one he saw on TV? On Peter's spider suit, the top should originally be red with black lines. But at this time, the color of his shirt was completely different, turning mostly black. Obviously, the black symbiote has begun to parasitize Peter, but Peter himself is not aware of it yet. I have no intention of being your enemy. Marco looked at Spider-Man, who was obviously much stronger than Spider-Woman, and quickly explained his motive for robbing the money. However, Peter didn't care about that at this time. So what? If you want to save your daughter, then why not steal other people's money? Perhaps, among this money, there is money to save other people's lives? Of course, the money is actually the bank's money, but the loss is not personal. But Peter didn't care about that much at this time. In other words, he has changed from being brainless and kind-hearted before to now knowing how to think. Listening to Peter's words, Marco was silent for a few seconds. He had no reason to refute. Then we have nothing to say. His voice was deep. No matter what, even if it means sacrificing the interests of others, you must keep your daughter. For this, no matter how much you pay, you won't hesitate. Marco raised huge amounts of sand fist, hitting Peter from top to bottom. In order to take the money back smoothly, he had to solve the immediate trouble first. Looking at the huge amounts of fists above his head, Peter stretched out his right hand, and the spider silk directly wrapped around the wall beside him. Just as Peter was about to pull himself away, a stream of sand rose up from the ground and pulled Peter directly from below. Boom! With one punch, Peter fell directly to the ground, letting out huge amounts of roar. Chapter 72. During this period, Peter's strength was far from reaching its peak. Therefore, given Sandman's nearly invincible physical defense, it is difficult for Peter to cause any harm to him. Of course, Peter's physical fitness is also quite strong. Jumping out of the pile of sand, Peter spit out a mouthful of sand. Bah! Bah! This blow aroused the anger in Peter's heart. Black liquid spread over his body. Soon, his spider suit turned completely black. Whoosh! A black thread shot out from Peter's wrist. Obviously, this is with the power of the black symbiote. However, as mentioned just now, ordinary physical attacks have little effect on Sandman. After cutting Sandman's body, the black spider silk stuck to the wall behind. I don't want to be your enemy. Stop forcing me. Marco's tone was already a little impatient. Since being released from prison, he has vowed to become a good person again. This time, after saving his daughter, he will stop. Peter. Gwen hung herself upside down with spider silk. She didn't know what to do, so she just watched. However, she clearly saw something strange about Peter. There's something wrong with you. What was that? The venom that was on Thompson's body back then. Gwen remembered that Luya once called this black liquid that way. In fact, the symbiote on Peter's body came from the venom on Thompson's body. At that time, following Thompson's venom and starving, he almost thought he was going to starve to death. So, it split itself. That's what Peter has now. However, Peter didn't seem to agree with Gwen's statement. No. I am fine. I can feel the power it gives me. Peter seems to be very conscious. What is he doing? On his shoulder, a black ferocious head suddenly appeared. Yes, this woman is driving a wedge between us. Shadow poison. And you, Peter. We are the most perfect existence. After saying that, Shadow Poison's head disappeared and turned back into black liquid covering the surface of the spider suit. Peter waved his arms twice, and he could feel that the Shadow Poison almost doubled his strength. Turning to stare at Sandman, Peter smiled evilly, in his opinion. Be obedient and submit to the law. As he spoke, the spider silk from his hands shot out, and his arms exerted force. Using the elasticity of the spider silk, Peter used it as a cannonball and shot at Sandman at extremely high speeds. Watching Peter turn around and deal with Sandman again, Gwen also became puzzled. Maybe he was affected by the Shadow Poison, but he still insists on fighting criminals. Let's just say he wasn't affected. His behavior was so weird. While Gwen was still confused, a black figure flew backwards from her at a faster speed. Rubbing the construction site garbage on the ground, Peter coughed and got up again. He overestimated the effect of Shadow Poison on him. After not eating for too long, not even chocolate, Shadow Poison was already quite weak. Peter looked up, and a dark shadow enveloped him. Sandman condenses the sand from his body into shape, doubling his power. If this punch had hit him, Peter would have been injured at the very least. However, halfway through the landing of huge amounts of hardened sand fist, Marco felt something was wrong. His fist was thrust into the air. What situation? He turned around and saw a young man with blonde hair. And he focused on analyzing the super ability person here in New York, and his appearance completely matched the characteristics of a patriot. Enough. Luya raised his head and gave a gentle push. Marco's transformed body went back more than a dozen steps with a dong 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 sound, and then somersaulted and fell to the ground. Glancing at his brother Peter, Luya made a verdict for tonight's battle. This farce ends here. Seeing the arrival of the lure, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, you don't have to think about the next thing. The only pity is. Sandman looked at him with some pity. I'm afraid it will be difficult for this guy to come out of here intact again tonight. You don't have to worry about it. I can handle it myself. Peter on the ground was still arrogant. He just doesn't want to admit now that his brother is worse than Luya. On Marco's side, feeling the trembling from his arms, he knew that things might be serious today. I just want treatment for my daughter. You. Before he could finish speaking, Luya glanced at him. Did I tell you not to treat your daughter? Well. Marco was confused. Let's go. Before I change my mind. To release or not to release is just a matter of thought for Luya. Marco should be glad that he did it for his daughter and his relatives. Otherwise, he might have become a glass man by now. What else does Peter want to refute? However, the awe deep in his heart made him shut up. Yes, Peter discovered now that he was actually quite in awe of his brother Luya in his heart. Just as Luya said, this farce is over. Peter's failure to make an appointment forced Mary Jane to go home alone. At the same time, her impression of Peter gained an unreliable label. When he returned home, Peter had already put on his coat and covered up the black Spider-Man suit. Oh Peter, you're finally back. Your uncle and I are both worried about you. May opened the door and saw her nephew Peter coming back. She asked with concern about Peter's afternoon. However, Peter was in a very bad mood at this time. Therefore, facing Aunt May's concern, he said nothing and just wanted to return to the room quickly. Peter. Ben spoke. I think you should tell us what happened today. Peter's condition was obviously not right, and I planned to have a good talk with him. No. I'm very nice and I don't have anything to say to you. In the past, Peter would never have said such a thing. However, due to his emotional instability at this time and the influence of shadow poison, he still said this. After saying these words, Peter went upstairs without looking back. Only May and Ben were left stunned. God, I can't believe this is coming out of Peter's mouth. May touched her silver hair sadly. This was the first time Peter said harsh words. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing his wife's sad look, although Ben was also uncomfortable with Peter's change, he still comforted him. Young people always go through a rebellious phase, don't they? I'll go have a nice talk with him. After comforting his wife, Ben walked towards Peter's room. Chapter 73. I'm back. Luya opened the door and found that his parents' expression seemed a little bad. After a simple statement from his mother May, Luya learned what happened and their worries. Okay, I'll talk to him properly. In fact, Luya just wants Peter to be more decisive and make decisions faster. Now it seems that the goal has been achieved. Then, it's time for him to wake up. The next morning, Peter was back to his usual humility. Of course, compared to before, he may not be so hesitant in his heart. Son, I never thought that you were good at talking to people. Thank you for the compliment. Luya deliberately accepted his father's praise with a very proud expression. Really good at it? Last night, Peter was beaten violently by him, even with the shadow poison. He repeatedly begged for mercy and promised not to influence Peter unduly. Would you say something like this yourself? Green eyes, dark green and gold armor. Holding a scepter with a yellow gemstone. Loki, who is now the god of trickery, looked at the Chitauri scepter in his hand, and the smile on his face could not be stopped no matter what. He knew that Thanos had ulterior motives in giving the scepter to him. But Loki didn't care. What does it matter? I just want to prove my ability in front of my eccentric father, Odin. Look towards the distant depths of the universe, where the Earth is. You mean, Fury still wants to persuade me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the man with the curvy butt standing in front of him, Luya felt a little funny. Unexpectedly, Captain America became a veteran of the Avengers without Stark joining them. After experiencing initial confusion, Steve Rogers chose to continue fighting after being persuaded by Fury. However, this time, his choice is no longer for politicians, but for the future of mankind. Patted Rogers' chest. Well, it feels really good. No. Luya asked back. Then why don't you come and join me instead, Captain Rogers? Regarding Luya's question, Rogers just thought about it briefly and continued. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is professional, isn't it? There are professional talents here who can formulate various effective plans. You are right. Luya continued to question. However, according to your own statement, can we defeat the alien invasion by formulating a plan? Luya always believes that strength determines everything. For example, facing Thanos, who is at the level of sub-heavenly father, humans have no weapons at all that can punish him. Like in the movie, if you succeed in defeating the superior through a series of plans, you may only have one chance. However, there are countless multi-universes. Do you want to bet on that pitiful opportunity that doesn't even count? Absolutely impossible. Of course, Luya does not exclude cooperation with SHIELD. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently facing internal and external troubles, Hydra, Rogers is right about one thing. That is, various technologies of S.H.I.E.L.D. are still used by myself, especially the monitoring system. Before the Superman template reaches a certain level, his brain cannot accept the massive feedback brought by supervision and superhearing for a long time. We can cooperate when necessary. Luya gave advice. As a representative of SHIELD, Rogers knew that this might be the best outcome he could talk about. Then, happy cooperation. Just as the two reached an agreement, Rogers' cell phone suddenly rang. At the same time, the communicator on Luya's wrist also received Stark's call. Holding a scepter and wearing a gold and green armor. Loki. Stark recounted what had just happened. The hypercube was taken away by him. Rogers is also communicating with Fury. Luya suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Hypercube. Isn't that a tesseract? A container to hold space gems. Damn it. I actually forgot such an important point. Since Loki has come to Earth, it means that he has obtained the scepter given to him by Thanos. The Chitauri scepter is inlaid with the Mind Stone. Plus the space gems in tesseract. In other words, Loki has already collected 2 Infinity Stones at this time. Loki's current stage is originally a strength above the planet level, plus the blessing of 2 infinite gems. Fortunately, Loki is definitely quite new to using the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, he should have reached the Heavenly Father level by now and have the strength to destroy stars. Looking at the expressionless Luya, Rogers smiled and said, "It seems that we now have a chance to cooperate." According to the intelligence coming from before, Loki, who calls himself God, has shown great strength. Able to control people's hearts with ease, even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are completely unable to resist it. Rogers didn't know yet that what they called the hypercube was the container for the space stone, the tesseract. Moreover, Loki's intention to steal the tesseract is to open space teleportation. Teleport the Chitauri army to Earth. If he had known that, I'm afraid Rogers wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. However, to Luya, the Chitauri army is nothing. Being able to be killed by normal firearms would not be taken seriously by the current Luya. The really tricky thing is that Loki originally. Let's not talk about Thanos. With Odin sitting in the 9 realms, it is not possible for him to come to the Earth in person for the time being. But Loki alone is already quite powerful. Originally, his strength was not weak, and he had the Mind Stone. If you step forward rashly, you might end up falling into the hands of Loki. Whether it's the man of the motherland or Superman's steel body, his magic resistance ability is relatively weak. Luya doesn't think he can resist the control of the Mind Stone. Trouble. In the communicator, Stark felt Luya's emotions and asked quickly. "Luya, what's wrong?" Then, he said as if he had thought of something. "Speak." That Thor said that Loki was his brother. Thor is so weak, I guess his brother can't be much stronger, right? After Stark finished speaking, Luya felt as if he heard the protest coming from Thor. Of course, this is not the point. Luya reminded in a serious voice. "Tony, listen. Never approach Loki casually, it's best to stay away from him. This guy is very strong, I have to think about it." Hearing Luya's serious reminder, Stark's voice became serious. "Are you actually not sure about it?" "I understand, I won't take the initiative to approach him." Chapter 74. Stark hung up the phone with a serious expression. Beside him, Little Pepper looked at her boyfriend with some confusion. "Tony, what's wrong?" Stark didn't hide the alien invasion from her. "Although I am surprised that Loki, the legendary god of trickery, really exists." However, Stark's initial confidence still infected Pepper, making her less worried. However, after making a phone call to Luya, her boyfriend's expression became so serious. "It's like the world is going to end tomorrow. The last time I saw this expression was because of palladium poisoning. It's trouble." Stark didn't hide anything and told his girlfriend Chili Pepper about Luya's reminder. "Is that so? But even if Luya can't help it, I believe you have the ability to protect everyone." Pepper knew that Stark would never let anything happen to Earth. However, this time, Stark, who had always been confident, shook his head. The opponent is not a good person, and Luya said that even he is not sure of winning. Stark tugged at a small patch of his beard anxiously. He simply couldn't believe that there were people in this world whom Luya didn't have the confidence to deal with. At this time, behind him, a man with slovenly clothes and blonde hair walked out. What? Did you just talk about Loki? My brother also came to Midgard. Thor looked very excited. Of course, if you ignore the beer in his hand and the meat residue on his mouth. Stark glanced at him helplessly. Do you really think you are Thor? To be honest, Thor's words make it difficult for Stark to believe that this guy who eats junk food all day long can actually be that Loki's brother. This strength is too unequal. Today's Thor, it's not Stark who looks down on him. After wearing Mark 6, you can definitely beat him. Thor looked at Stark's slightly contemptuous eyes and suddenly felt that he had been greatly insulted. What's that look in your eyes, Tony? He protested loudly. I'm just temporarily blocked from my divine power. If I can pick up Meow Meow, there is no way you can be my opponent. Soul tried his best to prove himself and his strength. However, what they got in exchange were pity looks from Stark and Pepper. Okay, you are awesome, okay. Stark replied perfunctorily. However, Soul was not angry at this. Let me go. I'll go talk to Loki and make it clear. Although Thor was angry about the treatment he received in Midgard. But after living here for this period of time, he also developed some feelings for the Earth. Especially, the female physicist Jane Foster came to see me before. Coupled with Stark's shelter and Luya's mutual acquaintance. Thor also has a preliminary bond on Earth. Moreover, in Thor's eyes, Father Odin patrols the 9 realms, and Midgard is also one of their gods' territories. Now his younger brother Loki actually wants to open the door to space and help the Chitauri army invade. This kind of behavior is simply inviting the wolf into the house. However, at this time, Thor still thought that his brother might just be confused by someone. As long as you persuade him personally, you will definitely be able to make him return from his lost ways. Stark did not refuse Thor's proposal. Although I really don't want to believe that Thor is Loki's brother outside. But Luya confirmed Thor's identity here, and it was indeed Thor who was right. Sky Carrier. Fury listened to Phil Coulson's report with a serious expression. In other words, Barton is now controlled by that Loki. Patton, or Hawkeye. As a marksman, his surrender made Fury quite uneasy. In particular, due to the lure during this period, Iron Man, a powerful force, did not join the Avengers. This made Fury even more unsure. Fortunately, he turned to look at Banner. At least I still have Hulk. Hulk's power increases with anger. Although Banner will be suppressed by Hulk's personality, Fury is not reluctant to use Hulk to deal with Loki in an emergency. At this time, due to the betrayal of Hawkeye and others, Fury and others now boarded the Sky aircraft carrier in advance. Stark building. Stark once again received information from Fury. You mean, this guy went to steal the iridium element? On the virtual projection screen, Fury's voice came. Yes, he controlled Dr. Sever while he was hosting a banquet. The only thing that puzzles me is why he wants to snatch the iridium element. Is this thing useful? After listening to Fury's description, Stark's mind immediately recalled the relevant knowledge. Stabilizer. This element acts as a stabilizer. Lewis said that Loki wants to use the Tesseract to open the space portal. Perhaps he is preparing for this. While the two were chatting, Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted them. Gentlemen. The person you highlighted, Loki, has been detected and is heading here. Estimated time, arriving in 1 minute. Stark has marked Loki's name as a priority. Therefore, Jarvis will test him whenever he appears in a monitored place. However, due to Loki's elusiveness before. Therefore, it was not until he was approaching the Stark building that Jarvis discovered him from the surveillance camera at the intersection and reported it in time. Sir, I suggest you move as soon as possible. Finally, Jarvis did not forget to remind him. Tony, what happened to you over there? Fury faintly heard Jarvis's voice on the other end of the call, so he hurriedly asked. Trouble, that guy came to my place. As the tallest building in the vicinity, it seems not surprising that the Stark building was chosen by Loki as the base to open the space portal. Oh fuck. Tony, leave now. Never be controlled by Loki's scepter. At the same time, Jarvis spoke up again. Sir, please hurry up and leave. However, Stark just glanced at his girlfriend and then gave an order to Jarvis. Find the best exit route for Pepper. With that said, Stark forcefully held down Pepper who wanted to stay. Someone has to stay here and stall for time. You don't want me to be distracted by you at this time, right? His words were very clear, he just wanted to stay and delay time. Although little Pepper was sad about this, she still knew that staying here was just a drag. On the contrary, Soul, who was standing aside, still said carelessly. Don't worry, I don't understand my brother yet. I will persuade him. Chapter 75. Ignore Thor. Stark picked up a bracelet from the nearby workbench. This is the locator for Mark 7. Although the research and development has not been completed yet, he can no longer care about that much now. Soon, Loki arrived at Stark Tower. And he also discovered his brother, Thor. Loki showed an evil smile. Brother, long time no see. He knew that the old man temporarily banned his magical power in order to test his brother. In other words, Thor is not in any danger at this time. As for Stark standing next to Thor, he was completely ignored by him. Since arriving on Earth, Loki has not encountered any decent resistance. Therefore, he now looks down upon Earth civilization. Younger brother. Thor looked at Loki with a complicated expression. Why do you do this? Destroying Midgard doesn't mean anything. However, Thor's words not only failed to impress Loki, but instead angered him. Younger brother. Thor, do you really think of me as your brother? Speaking of which, I am the son of Odin. But I know. At this time, Loki looked a little crazy, and a little sad. I am a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, I am not an Asgardian at all. You have never regarded me as one of your own. You are like this, and so is the old man. Loki became more and more excited as he spoke, and kept waving the strange-looking scepter in his hand. Stark narrowed his eyes. Is this the scepter that can control people's hearts? In fact, there was nothing special about the Chitauri scepter originally. What can really control people's hearts is actually the soul gem embedded in it. Thor was quite shocked when faced with Loki's roar, and he opened his mouth to comfort him. Younger brother. Father and I have always treated you as a family, right? Whether you are from the giants of Jotunheim or not, this will not change. Facing Thor's innocent speech, Loki laughed even harder. So what? I have done so many things over the years to get the old man's approval. Am I not worthy to be the heir to Asgard? But the old man would rather ban your divine power to sharpen you than pass the throne of Asgard to me. Loki could see clearly that the old man just wanted to assist Thor himself. From beginning to end, no matter how hard you try. It doesn't matter what's wrong with soul here or there. From beginning to end, I have never appeared on the list of heirs. Therefore, I just want to prove it to the old man. His vision is not good at all. Thinking of this, Loki became increasingly annoyed and grabbed Thor's clothes and lifted him up. Hey! Loki! What do you want to do? I'm your brother. Now, even Thor was angry. Just don't mention that Loki now has 2 Infinity Stones. Loki's pure strength is not comparable to that of himself who has been banned from divine power. At this time, Loki didn't want to talk to his brother Thor anymore. You can just watch the destruction of Midgard with peace of mind. After that, he exerted force on his arm, and Soul smashed the glass of the building like a cannonball and fell downstairs. Thor. Stark's heart skipped a beat and he wanted to catch up. And Loki glanced at Stark contemptuously, smashed his right arm, and knocked Stark to the ground. Thor is the name that you, a mortal, can call directly. Loki is actually quite conflicted. On the one hand, he was very dissatisfied that his idiot brother could be valued by the old man. On the other hand, he couldn't let go of the emotions he had experienced for so many years. The reason why I want to help Thanos this time. On the one hand, it is for the Chitauri scepter in Thanos' hands. On the other hand, it is also to express his dissatisfaction to Odin. As for mortals like Stark, he really doesn't like them at the moment. But I can give you a chance to be my slave. With that said, Loki showed his standard evil smile again. He. Brother, just watch. As he spoke, he gently tapped the Chitauri scepter on Stark's chest. Don't you want to protect your Earth? Loki has controlled many people before using the Chitauri scepter. He is going to do the same to Stark and let the man who protects his home become the murderer of his home. He knew that people from Midgard were already on their way to stop him. So, he sneered and said, "Go and stop your compatriots, don't let them come near here." The yellow mind stone seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. Stark looked at Loki who was talking to himself, with a mocking look on his face. It seems that your scepter is not that effective. What's going on? Loki glanced at the Chitauri scepter in his hand with a confused expression. After coming to Midgard, this was the first time he failed. But it makes no sense. How could a mere mortal resist the control of the Chitauri scepter? At this time, Loki did not yet know the true value of the Chitauri scepter. He thought it was just a powerful staff given to him by Thanos. After realizing that there might be something wrong with the staff, he angrily threw the staff to the ground. Bang! The Chitauri staff turned over on the ground for a while, and finally stopped next to the broken floor-to-ceiling window. In contrast, Stark thought about it and prepared to add the last fire. You know, sexual dysfunction is not uncommon. After all, every 5th man. Before he finished speaking, Stark felt himself rising into the air. Looking at Stark falling rapidly from the building, Loki withdrew his gaze. Listening to the howling of the wind in his ears, Stark clicked on the bracelet. After scanning, Jarvis's voice came. Mark 7 has been released from the warehouse. Bang. Leg armor, chest armor, arm armor, helmet, and other parts flew out of the Stark building one after another, covering Stark's body. Bring it on. Stark's eyes are determined as he prepares for his first actual battle with the Mark 7. However, seeing the ground getting closer and closer, a desperate voice appeared in the back of his head. After a sound of metal colliding, Stark turned his head with difficulty. Due to incomplete technology, various parts of the Mark 7 collided into a ball and lost power one after another. There was a moment of silence, and Stark's mouth moved with difficulty in the strong wind. Yeah. Bang. 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 Several consecutive blasts of wind came, and Stark felt the world spin for a while, and he was entangled in a large amount of black, spider silk. Looking up, a black figure appeared in front of him. Hello, Mr. Stark. Peter waved awkwardly. Chapter 76. From the top of the Stark building, huge amounts of blue light rose into the sky. Soon, a big hole opened in the sky, a door to space. In the black hole is a huge biological mothership of huge amounts that could never be an Earthship. In the deep starry sky, the mothership is reflected strangely and gorgeously. Loki smiled as he watched the Kirita legions emerging from the space gate one after another. Chitauri scepter. Nice one. A voice came from behind him. Loki looked back and saw an Earthling who looked very much like his brother. Looking at the scepter in Luya's hand, Loki shrugged. First of all, I hate blonde idiots. Second, give me back my scepter. Since arriving on Earth, he has not encountered any decent resistance. Therefore, at this time, Loki did not take the indigenous people here seriously, including Luya. It was naturally impossible for Luya to return the Chitauri scepter to him. Instead, look at the yellow gem inlaid on the top of the scepter. Luya stretched out 3 fingers and twisted them hard. Click. Is this the legendary Mind Stone? One of the 6 infinity stones in the universe. The moment Luya's hand came into contact with it, invisibly, strands of yellow light continued to enter his body from the Mind Gem along his palm. Interesting. Luya can feel that the power contained in this gem can destroy the entire Earth in an instant. Of course, this is completely normal. As long as you can skillfully use an infinite gem, you can at least reach the level of Heavenly Father level combat power. Once the 6 gems are gathered together, the power of destruction and creation will be at the minimum level of a single universe. Superman template. Superman template unlocking degree. Superman, Man of Steel, template unlocking degree, 40%. Luya could feel that the Mind Stone was inputting some kind of energy into his body at an extremely fast speed. This energy appears to be very similar to yellow solar radiation. In just a few seconds, the unlock level of Superman reached 40. At this time, Luya only felt his eyes numb, and a more burning and destructive energy gathered in front of his eyes. Turning to look at Loki, Luya felt the killing intent in his heart rising uncontrollably. Wow! 2 red rays of light shot out and swept across in the horizontal direction at the same time. Wherever the red light passed, it left bursts of invisible fluctuations in the air. And this floor of the building was also cut off. A large amount of glass, furniture, etc. turned into liquid and ashes, and then evaporated and dispersed. Whoosh! A green phantom flashed, and Loki revealed his figure. Goodoo! Looking at the damage caused by the lure, he swallowed hard. What kind of destructive power is this? Loki clearly saw that the 2 red rays of light completely disappeared after cutting for thousands of meters. In the air, among the Chitauri army that had just descended, many unlucky ones had not yet had time to cause any damage. It was cut in half by the residual power of the red light. Suddenly, it was like dumplings falling from the sky. A large number of grotesque corpses and biological flying chariots fell to the ground. The red light in his eyes dissipated, and Luya let out a sigh of relief. Is this the power of heat vision? 40% unlocking level, Superman template heat vision unlocked. After a long absence, Luya felt weak. The reason why the heat vision just now was so powerful was that it could spread thousands of meters. It is also caused by Luya's overdraft of energy. For some reason, the Superman, Man of Steel, template was raised to 40% just now, after unlocking the heat vision. A violent emotion appeared in Luya's heart, so he used his heat vision overload. After looking at the shocked Loki, Luya lowered his head and looked at the Mind Stone in his hand. Is it affecting my mind? Luya's brain was spinning rapidly. The 40% unlocking degree has already given him the prototype of a super brain. Soon, Luya came to a conclusion. My current planet level power is still a bit reluctant when using infinite gems. Especially the soul gem. Once you rely too much on its power, your own sanity will be affected. Just like now. Luya uncontrollably showed murderous intent towards Loki. This horse is from Earth. Loki's back felt cold when Luya saw him, and he was about to use magic to teleport himself out of here. It would be shameful to run away from a mortal without a fight, but Loki was not his brother Thor. If it were Thor, he might still fight for the pride in his heart. Now Loki is the god of trickery and will only consider the best course of action. Aiming at the lure with his left hand, Loki muttered something. He has very high attainments in magic, and wants to use magic to hold Luya down first, and then teleport it safely. However, it only takes a blink of an eye. Loki was horrified to find that he had lost the figure of Luya. Damn it! Before he had time to think, a mini portal opened and Loki jumped back. In less than a second, the portal closed directly. At the moment before closing, Loki seemed to hear huge amounts of sonic booms outside. On the streets, a large number of police cars were dispatched, including S.H.I.E.L.D agents. At this time, they were all blocking the Chitauri army that was constantly appearing in the sky. Who is that? Peter. Go and help civilians catch the wreckage of the aircraft falling from the sky. Stark ordered everyone present one by one. He knows the identity of Spider-Man who saved him. Peter, Luya's younger brother. Although it is different from what I remember wearing the red suit. Peter's Spider-Man suit today is black. But Stark still analyzed it through Jarvis. Okay, Mr. Stark. Peter couldn't care less how Stark knew his name, and black cobwebs kept shooting out. Intercept the debris falling from the sky one by one. He was a little confused. Usually when encountering such dangerous things, besides myself, Gwen would also be present. But why didn't I see her today? What's more important is that brother Luya is not here. Peter doesn't think his brother Luya is afraid of these alien creatures. After all, he knew the force he used when he beat him. In fact, Gwen is in Hell's Kitchen at this time. Luya doesn't pay attention to the Chitauri army for the time being. As long as the planet-level strength of Loki is solved, the Chitauri are actually better to solve. Therefore, Gwen maintained order in various streets at this time. After all, there are a lot of people who want to take advantage of the chaos to cause damage and gain benefits. In the sky, huge amounts of Chitauri beasts began to fall. However, Avengers support has also arrived. Hulk. Banner roared, and his whole body instantly swelled and turned green. Chapter 77. Hulk. Huge amounts of bodies appear on the scene. The violent power began to show, and even the Chitauri behemoth could be destroyed with just one punch. In terms of physical strength, Hulk really crushes everyone. Even Peter, who has the blessing of shadow poison, is far behind. What an evil force. On Peter's shoulder, a black head poked out. Staring at Hulk's back, it expressed such emotion. Because it begged for mercy in time, Luya did not use Cyclops to kill it completely. Of course, it's unclear whether the elder brother's consideration for increasing his younger brother Peter's growth is involved. Peter does know Hulk, after all, he witnessed his brother Luya beating Hulk and hate alone. At the same time, after he returned, he also studied it specially. Didn't he have a genetic mutation caused by some kind of radiation? And Peter glanced at shadow poison. This guy actually has the nerve to call others evil. You obviously look more like a villain yourself. Seeing that Peter didn't believe it, Shadow Dude didn't say much. After all, it's just a vague feeling, and it's not really sure where Hulk's power comes from. On the roadside, Hawkeye and others joined Captain America as he was out of control. The tense situation eased some. On the side, Thor was constantly picking up gravel from the ground and throwing it at the flying chariot overhead. Although he has no divine power, his physical body is still much stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, he was thrown from a tall building by his younger brother Loki, but he did not suffer any harm. Asgard. Looking at the chaotic Midgard, there was no fluctuation in Odin's one eye. First, he knew that Midgard seemed to be all mortals, but in fact the water was very deep. Not to mention lures, as long as the magicians of Kamatage join the battle, it will be enough for these Chitauri to eat a pot. As for Loki's nonsense behavior, he only regarded it as his son's rebellious behavior. What he really cares about is Thanos, who is collecting infinite stones deep in the universe. Although he is a heavenly father, he has reached this age, the end of his lifespan and the growing magic power in his body, so he has to find time to fall into deep sleep as soon as possible. It is also called Odin sleep. However, this is just a drop in the bucket. When the deadline comes, even a powerful heavenly father like Odin will have no way to escape. This was also the real reason why he didn't help Midgard. Even if there is no Luya, he will not help directly. If even the Chitauri army summoned by Loki cannot resist, then the destruction of Midgard's life may be an inevitable result. Because Thanos is much more cold-blooded in exterminating the creatures in the universe. When looking at his son Thor, Odin couldn't help but smile a little. At least, he can fight bravely without divine power or Mjolnir. Moreover, it seems that the problem of arrogance has also been improved. Thor, you passed the test. Odin's voice drifted away. Earth. One shot killed the Kirita man on the flying chariot, and Rogers threw the shield smoothly. The amazing arm strength caused the shield to make a whistling sound and fly hundreds of meters into the air. After killing more than a dozen Kiritas, the shield flew back into Rogers' hands as if it was programmed. It's different from how it was in the movie at the beginning. The Captain America who can forcefully fight Thanos 50-50. It's definitely not just a guy who has to use a shield to absorb the shock and take a breath after jumping from a tall building. Ever since he woke up from the ice, Rogers could feel it. My body is recovering day by day, and is even constantly surpassing its peak. He is actually practicing controlling his strength on weekdays. Otherwise, every time you pick up something, you will either crush it or slap it with too much force and it will fly out. At this time, a transparent halo appeared in front of him. Then, the mini portal opened. Loki walked out with lingering fear. He was too scared when he faced the disappearing Luya just now. Therefore, there was no time to cast the spell for too long, and the space teleportation only went a short distance. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a chill appeared behind him. He's behind me. Loki could feel the strong killing intent coming from behind him. However, just because you can feel it doesn't mean you can avoid it. Loki's head turned back with difficulty, his eyes trying to find the lure. However, the huge roar in the distance is getting closer and closer. It only takes 3 times Mach and the lure has arrived behind Loki. Let me see how much God weighs. Luya punched out. Nearly 20,000 tons of power exploded at one point. Even if Loki is a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, even if he is the god of trickery, this punch will at least result in serious injury. Younger brother. At the critical moment, a hammer wrapped in lightning flew out. Mjolnir is quite powerful, and Luya doesn't want to take the risk of injury. Therefore, he could only change direction. Clang. The sound of huge amounts of metal collision sounded, and Luya's body floating off the ground swayed back. Shaking his right hand, the remaining thunder and lightning on it immediately dissipated. Correspondingly, Mjolnir was directly knocked underneath by Luya's punch. Huge amounts of impact caused a large explosion in place. Huge amounts of sound directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Well, are you guys having an internal fight? Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, looked at Stark with some confusion. Originally the field should be divided into 2 camps. The Chitauri army and the people of Earth. At most, we can subdivide the Avengers and Stark teams. And Thor was originally from Stark's side. Now, it seems that he and Luya have a conflict and are standing together. Luya, he is my brother. Thor stood in front of Loki, stretched out his hand, and Mjolnir returned to his hand. Generally speaking, the power of Thor's hammer can show a crushing attitude when faced with those under the sub-heavenly father level. After all, it was enchanted by Odin. It's just that Luya has also been recognized by Mjolnir. Therefore, Thor's hammer does not cause much damage to the lure. There was a faint red light in his eyes, and Luya's body slowly rose upwards. Thor, look around. Can Loki's mistakes be erased with just a word from your brother? Although the invasion of the Chitauri army did not cause too many casualties, it caused real damage to the nearby areas. Moreover, in addition to this, Luya actually also has his own selfish motives. I won't torture you while you are still the god of trickery. When you become the god of stories, there will be no chance. Chapter 78. Luya expressed sympathy for what happened to Loki in the future, but the mistakes he made at this moment were real. What if Stark took the risk and let Loki throw away the scepter? Even Luya himself would not dare to approach easily. In the Soul Gem, there is still energy flowing into Luya's body. The ability that was consumed by using heat vision was quickly replenished. After listening to Luya's accusation, Soul, who had recovered his divine power, looked at his brother and then around. Of course he knew that his brother had caused a big disaster this time. Summoning foreign enemies to deal with Midgard is beyond the scope of tolerance. However, Soul is a very emotional guy. Looking at Stark and others who were still blocking the Chitauri army, Thor gritted his teeth and said, "My brother, I will report to my father when I return and punish him." In Thor's view, even if his brother made a mistake, he is still his brother, the son of the god King Odin. How is it possible for him to be judged by others? Behind Thor, Loki saw that his brother Thor was willing to risk everything to help him speak, and he was deeply moved. However, when he thought of his father Odin's unfair treatment and his own rough life experience, his eyes dimmed again. If you say so. Luya nodded and agreed. If it were him, even if his family made a mistake, they wouldn't be able to let others deal with it. However, this does not mean that Luya is willing to let Loki go so easily. Including Sol. Although the two of them have now learned a little bit of humility due to their own strength. But the pride engraved in the bones of Asgard people has not been completely erased. This is not good, this is not good. Maybe one day in the future, I will still need their help. Therefore, Luya was determined to convince the two brothers before they grew up. As for the best way to subdue the proud Thor and Loki, there is nothing better than a beating. Think about it in the movie, when Loki was thrown repeatedly by Hulk for the first time, he would still be frightened when he met Hulk after that. As for the damage caused in New York because of Loki, in fact, this reason is the most trivial in Luya. As long as family and friends are not harmed, everything else is fine. Loki was a threat to Stark, so Luya had to punish him no matter what. Thinking of this, the corners of Luya's mouth raised, his eyes flashed red, and he looked at Loki behind Thor. What? Feeling the murderous intent in Luya's eyes, Loki felt the chill in his back rise straight up. Even hiding behind his brother's soul didn't make him feel safe at all. However, the pride of the Asgardians and the status of giants of Jotunheim could not allow him to show weakness in front of a mortal. So, he could only look to one side with a nonchalant expression, pretending to be careless. Then, he casually muttered to his brother Thor. Who wants you to help me? Hearing his brother's words, Thor's hand holding the hammer trembled slightly. He didn't understand why his brother, who once fought alongside him, suddenly seemed like a different person. But even so, he still did not move away from his brother. He knows the strength of Luya better than Loki. During this time on Earth, Thor didn't indulge in drinking beer, eating junk food, and playing games every day. At least, not all the time. During this period of following Stark, he still learned something. For example, Stark also asked Jarvis to roughly estimate the combat effectiveness of the lure through the video of the lure's public battle. The result obtained is speeds exceeding Mach 12. The power exceeds 10,000 tons. The body's ability to withstand it is extremely strong, so we can't draw an accurate conclusion yet. Preliminary estimates are that it can withstand nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and other weapons of great destruction. Come to conclusion. It crushes humans in all aspects and is almost invulnerable to human weapons. The reason for this conclusion is the result of Luya superimposing two templates. And Jarvis also reminded. It is detected that the target's strength is still increasing rapidly, so the evaluation is only effective currently. Sol also knows these Jarvises about Luya. Stark may not know what this means, but he just feels that Luya is indeed powerful. But as an Asgardian, Thor has a clearer understanding of strength levels. In terms of Luya's previous performance, it is already a planet-level top existence. Not to mention, his strength is still improving at a rapid rate. For example, the destructive ray emitted from Luya's eyes just now is obviously much more powerful than the laser light at the beginning. Fortunately, it is indeed difficult to reach Yatianfu through the superposition of pure strength values. Therefore, Sol can still have the courage to stand in front of Luya at this time. Otherwise, he would have called his father, the god King Odin. Besides, he and his brother are both planet level, so together, they may not be afraid of Luya. It seems. After a while, Sol's confidence in facing Luya increased. He turned to look at his brother Loki. Don't be afraid, Loki. Thor turned his head and looked, and his brother Loki was nowhere to be seen. When? Cold sweat fell from his forehead. Now, Sol is really breaking out in a cold sweat. Loki. Thor couldn't believe that when he stood in front of his brother actually abandoned him and ran away alone. Looking back, Sol glanced at the lure. Seeing that the red light in Luya's eyes still hadn't dissipated, he felt his scalp starting to feel numb. How about this, do you still want to defend such a younger brother? Luya opened his mouth and taunted. However, he could actually perceive that Loki did not leave. As the god of trickery, Loki has considerable magical attainments. The reason why he was able to disappear under his nose was that Luya guessed that he must have used some kind of blinding magic. On Sol's side, although his younger brother ran away, he had no intention of escaping. As a brother, I will definitely bear the responsibility for the mistakes he made. I have to say that Sol's pride is sometimes also his cuteness. Since you said so. Before he finished speaking, Luya also disappeared in front of Sol. Woohoo! A sharp roar echoed in place, and an afterimage stretched from the ground to the sky. As for the Chitauri army in the sky, as long as it blocked the flight path of the lure, they all exploded into red mist. Coming. Sol's perception told him that the Luya's attack was right above his head. Hoo-ho-ho. His right hand turned Mjolnir rapidly. The ground cracked layer by layer under Thor's counter-shock force. At a certain limit, the hammer soared into the sky with countless blue-white electric currents. Thor gritted his teeth and... Bring it on. Chapter 79. A whistling sound came over Thor's head. He knew that although he could see Luya's figure clearly, he could not react to his body movements. So, just wave Mjolnir in advance. Thor's decision was right. When his Thor's hammer had just passed his head, Luya's fist had already arrived. Boom. With the two people at the center, the violent storm spread to all directions. The impact of fists and hammers shocked the hearts of everyone on the field. Ugh. Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and the others, who were mortals, covered their hearts and groaned. Immediately, an indescribable uncomfortable feeling appeared in my chest. This is the result of Luya deliberately controlling the shockwave to avoid them. Pushing away the Chitauri who fell in front of him and lost his breath. Seeing the strange colored blood flowing out of its mouth and nose, Natasha Romanoff had a look of shock on her face. Turning his head to look in the direction of Luya and Sol, the two of them were completely covered by a large amount of smoke and dust. Is just a scattered shockwave so powerful? Is this the power of gods? As an agent of SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff certainly knows that Thor calls himself Thor. It is the god who controls thunder and lightning in the legendary Nordic mythology. So, what kind of existence should a Luya be that can fight with Thor or even suppress Thor? Natasha Romanoff never had a clear understanding of the power of lures. But today, she finally saw it. Of course, Stark was also shocked. He didn't expect that Thor only drank beer, played games, and loved to eat junk food all day long. He actually has such a powerful power. Yes, if Stark were to replace himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the confidence to punch the lure. Thinking of this, he lowered his head with some inexplicable disappointment. Now that the world has lures, does it still need Iron Man? As Luya's friend, he knows how rapidly Luya's strength has improved. Through Jarvis's analysis, the power of Luya is clearly only about 10,000 tons. However, the conclusion given by Jarvis at this time was that it had exceeded 20,000 tons. Moreover, this power may not be the limit of Luya. At this moment, in front of the crazy power of Luya, Stark fell into confusion. He began to doubt himself. I have always been keen on enjoying myself, pursuing fame and fortune, and being surrounded by people's praise. Iron Man. Perhaps, in the eyes of gods, he is just an ant. It's just that Luya's strength is too strong, and it's too unlike a human being. He didn't know that his appearance today directly made Stark suspicious of life. In the center of the battlefield, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the fighting situation inside. The lure floated half a meter above the ground, its body bathed in thunder and lightning. However, this level of lightning did not have any impact on the lure. On the ground, the originally smooth streets have disappeared. Instead, there was a huge pit. Brown soil was splashing everywhere, and in the center of the pit, a figure was half kneeling. Standing up with difficulty, Sol held onto his trembling right arm. He could feel that the lure finally gave up its strength. Otherwise, if a full 20,000 tons of power pours down, I will not be able to bear it. But even so, Sol's current condition is not very good. The ability to resist beating is good. Luya gave an evaluation. It's just good. With just this punch, Thor basically lost the ability to fight again. If he hadn't been the owner of Thor's hammer, he wouldn't be able to hold it now. Somewhere where the smoke and dust dispersed, the air became distorted. Call. A figure in green armor gradually appears. The first thing that appeared was an arm. Loki's left hand exudes huge magic power, and a magic ball is rapidly forming. The door to space opened, and he instantly appeared behind Luya. Etc. Thor watched his brother appear and hurriedly stopped him. He knew Luya's physical defense, so he believed that his magic resistance was also quite high. After all, normal strong people develop in a balanced way. Therefore, he is afraid of his brother Loki's attack and angers Luya again. However, Loki obviously would not miss this opportunity for a sneak attack. He talks about his dissatisfaction with his adoptive father Odin and his brother Thor. But after seeing his brother hurt by him, he still couldn't resist his impulse and showed up to attack the lure. Feeling the magic power fluctuations coming from behind, Luya could feel the danger brought to him from above. The skin on your back is quickly warning you of danger. I also know that Loki, as a planet-level powerhouse who uses magic, is actually quite restrained by the current lures at this point. Whether it is the current Patriot template or the Superman, Man of Steel, template, magic resistance is his relative weakness. But Luya's figure flashed. Only laughter was left echoing in place. What's the use of having strong magic? What does it matter if the magic resistance is not enough? Although Loki can pose a certain threat to himself, his speed is a flaw. No warrior would just stay in place and receive the magician's attack. When Loki blinked again, the lure in front of him disappeared. The magic ball exuding a cutting aura in his hand lost its target. His back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Later. Thor's voice sounded again. But this time, it was his brother who reminded him. Loki reacted in an instant, and the magic ball in his left hand dispersed. At the same time, the right hand activates the magic to open the miniature portal again. However, his right hand had just been raised. Suddenly a big hand appeared from behind and grabbed his arm. "Got you." Luya grinned, not giving Loki a chance to react. The arm suddenly exerts force. For a moment, Loki felt dizzy, and everything around him began to rotate. The magic power in the hand was forcibly disconnected, and then he saw the ground very close at hand. Boom. A loud bang. Loki hit the ground face first, then his whole body. Then, the Luya disappeared again from in front of Loki, and then appeared at his feet. No. Loki's pupils shrank. At this moment, he wanted to beg for mercy. But it was too late. Luya didn't give him this chance at all. Grabbing Loki's ankle. Boom. 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 Dong 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 dong. The intensive BG sound resounded throughout the street. Everything around is shaking. Poor Loki. He escaped Hulk's slam, but met a more brutal lure. Chapter 80. How dare you? At first, Loki wanted to say a few harsh words towards Luya. However, when Luya saw that he could still speak, he directly increased the strength of his arms. Because the speed was too fast, there were bursts of whistling sounds in the air. And Loki's shouting, or perhaps wailing, was directly covered up in it. Of course, Luya did not kill him. Moreover, a physical attack of this level would not kill Loki, a demigod with giants of Jotunheim. At most, it's just blue and purple, which is uncomfortable. In the pit, Thor successfully jumped to the ground with the help of Mjolnir. Looking at his suffering brother, he fell silent. Maybe it would be better to let Luya vent his anger. Soon, Luya felt that Loki's eyes began to blur in his hand. Boom. For the last time, Loki lay peacefully on the ground. Around him, the ground seemed to have been plowed dozens of times. That's it for today. Luya glanced at the sky, and saw that the Chitauri army was still pouring out of the space gate. Next time it won't be as simple as throwing two. If we don't close the door to space, there is no way to stop the invasion of this group of alien civilizations. I understand what you are saying, but the question is how to close it? Who should close it? Use nuclear bombs to destroy their mothership directly. Agree. Beep. Luya, think of a way. Stark's voice was urgent. As time goes by, the Chitauri army grows larger and larger, seemingly endless. The ammunition of his steel suit is not unlimited, and the outer armor has been severely damaged. I glanced at the roof of the Stark building, where there was still a beam of light reaching into the sky. Wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Luya's figure slowly disappeared. The next second he appeared on the roof of the building. Looking at the tesseract exuding endless power, even Luya's heartbeat accelerated slightly at this time. Compared to the Mind Stone, the Space Stone is much more expressive at this time. The red light in both eyes converges, and the heat vision is emitted in one go. The energy gathering device was completely destroyed, and the tesseract finally stopped transmitting energy and turned back into a cube and fell to the ground. However, although the connection between the tesseract and the space gate in the sky was cut off, the passage was not closed directly, but closed slowly. If you want to completely solve it, you still have to destroy the mothership of the Chitauri army. At this time, Stark's voice came from the communicator again. Luya, I can transport nuclear bombs into the space gate. Wish me luck. Luya released his supervision and directly locked onto Stark in the distance. I saw him carrying a half-body-long nuclear warhead on his back, flying straight towards the door of space. It's just that his flying speed seems a bit too slow. Luya floated in the air, just watching quietly without speaking. Okay. Finally, Stark was the first to take it anymore. If there were no Luya, he would fly into the space gate with a nuclear bomb without hesitation. However, now that he has Luya, he doesn't want to die. He knew that Luya's speed was much faster than his own. And more importantly, through Jarvis's analysis, Luya is not afraid of nuclear bomb explosions at all. Luya, you don't want to watch your friend die, right? Stark smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he felt a lightness behind his back. Turning around to look, the nuclear warhead was already in Luya's hands. Be careful, the door to space is about to close. Without saying much, Luya turned into a shadow and flew to the door of space. Beyond the door, are huge amounts of Chitauri mothership. The 40% unlocking level of Superman, Man of Steel, gives Luya a brain far beyond that of ordinary people. After calculating the route in 1 second, Luya exerted force on his arm and directly threw the nuclear warhead in his hand towards the mothership. I will not risk entering unknown space now. After all, if an accident occurs and I am trapped somewhere in the universe, it will be troublesome. In his eyes, heat gathered again. This time, the two red dots solidified in front of his eyes. In the mind gem, More energy began to radiate. Phew. Thousands of meters passed by in a flash. Following the explosion of the nuclear bomb, 2 red light beams took the lead in cutting up the Chitauri mothership. Before the space door closed, the last sight before Luya's eyes was endless explosions. Some of the Chitauri flying tanks and other vehicles still remaining on the Earth lost contact with the mothership and suddenly lost all power. Stark's office. With the portal to space closed, the Chitauri invasion ended. At this time, Loki was standing behind Thor with his hands cuffed and a miserable look on his face. "I'm sorry for causing so much trouble to everyone." Saul apologized sincerely. The younger brother made a mistake, and he believed that he, as the older brother, was also responsible. Of course, cuffing his brother Loki's hands was also done for everyone present, especially Luya. Said that Loki would be punished after returning. However, Luya sat on the sofa and didn't pay much attention. He was playing with a yellow gem and a dim cube. This was his biggest gain from this incident. Needless to say, the mind gem has energy rays, can control the mind, provide energy, create intelligent life, etc. Among them, the most useful one is probably to provide energy. Because Luya doesn't know magic at all, and his strength is not enough. After trying to use the energy rays emitted by the Mind Stone, he found that it was not as good as his own heat vision. As for creating intelligent life, Luya glanced at Stark, who was sitting with Pepper, enjoying some quiet time. Now that the Mind Stone is in his hands, Ultron may not appear. This also means that vision will not be created. If Luya can only use the Mind Stone initially, he has no clue about the Space Stone. At this time, the Space Stone is still contained in the Tesseract. Apart from violent destruction, like Thanos crushing the Tesseract to remove the Space Stone, Luya has no other way to remove it. And once the Tesseract is crushed, there will be a super burst of energy. Luya is still not sure whether he can withstand this energy. After all, it is the power of the 6 laws of the universe. Luya feels that it is better to be cautious about it. What happened now is that everyone no longer holds the younger brother Loki accountable for his fault. Sol then proposed to leave. After regaining his divine power, his mission in coming to Midgard has actually been completed. Chapter 81. Asgard. Heimdall stood in front of the Rainbow Bridge holding the Guardian sword Burgun. At this time, he felt someone coming from behind. "My king." Heimdall immediately showed a respectful look. As the Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and the Guardian of Asgard, he has great respect for Odin. "Heimdall, there will be guests in Asgard today. When Sol comes back, ask him to bring someone to see me." After taking a look at the starry sky, Heimdall asked, "Is it the one from Midgard?" Unlike Thor and Loki's pride, Heimdall has always had a curious attitude towards the planet Midgard. They all show a certain interest in the development of civilization on the Earth and the emotions of mortals. At the same time, after using the eye of Heimdall to observe the incident involving the Chitauri army, it also affirms the strength of Luya for the rise of super creatures on Earth. In his opinion, except for the magician, Ancient One, in Midgard, Luya's combat power this time can already be ranked second. One step further up is the sub-heavenly father level. Odin didn't say much about Heimdall peaking at Midgard. It's him. Some people predicted that he is the savior of our universe. So I thought I should meet him. Odin's sleep is imminent, and Odin wants to see it before falling asleep. How different is this Earthling, who the Ancient One said has unlimited potential? Of course, Odin also has selfish motives. His son Thor will definitely inherit his position as God King in the future. However, he also has his own selfish motives. "That is my first child, Hela. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see the crisis of the universe, it's too far away. But Hela's crisis for Asgard is very close." Odin, who sealed his daughter Hela with his own hands, knew Hela's strength very well. It can be said that as he ages, his strength becomes more and more limited. Hela's strength may exceed hers. Once you die, the seal will disappear. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop Hela, the goddess of death who controls life and death in Asgard. Odin is right to worry about this. Once Hela wakes up, her power will definitely reach the peak of the Heavenly Father level. In comparison, Sol is far behind him. Even if you inherit the power of Odin, it will still take a certain amount of time to reach the normal Heavenly Father level. Earth. Luya watched quietly as Thor escorted Loki to an open space, preparing to wave Thor's hammer to summon the Rainbow Bridge and leave. At this time, an ancient and majestic force suddenly came. This feeling is indescribable. It is not a pure crushing of strength, but a feeling of majesty. The direction in which this power is coming is very clear, which is Luya. Therefore, others, including Stark, did not feel anything strange. Except for Thor and Loki. Thor's eyes showed excitement as he regained his divine power. He couldn't wait to enjoy his father's praise. On the contrary, Loki looked miserable. Open the door to space and guide the Chitauri army to Earth. If it succeeds, forget it. I had proven myself to my adoptive father Odin before. However, even such a thing cannot be handled well by myself. As for the lure, although Odin has only lowered his majesty, for him at the planet level, he is still a considerable force. However, Luya can still withstand just the pressure. His expression remained unchanged and he still stood quietly. Odin didn't mean to embarrass Luya, and the pressure was quickly withdrawn. As expected of the person chosen by Ancient One. His voice appeared in Luya's ears. As a powerful person at the level of Heavenly Father, projecting one's own voice is really an easy task. Odin knew exactly how strong his pressure was. It is no exaggeration to say that if a normal super creature is pressured by its own full strength, there must be only one ending, and that is to explode and die. It seems that you are not far from the sub-Tianfu level. Odin is also afraid of Thanos deep in the starry sky, or in other words, he is afraid of Thanos after his own death. There must be at least one stable sub-Heavenly Father level strongman among the 9 realms to make him feel more at ease. Guardian of Midgard, please come and speak. Without pause, Odin extended an invitation to Luya. The Guardians of Midgard? Luya had a strange feeling. This was the first time he heard such a name. Moreover, it is still within oneself. However, Luya was able to confirm from this that the Ancient One was indeed dead or left. Otherwise, the title of Guardian of the Earth would not be on his head. Luya nodded calmly and expressed his agreement to go to Asgard. At the same time, Thor also received instructions from his father Odin, asking him to summon the Rainbow Bridge. Yes, father. Although I don't understand why I brought Luya, an outsider, to Asgard, I was right to listen to my father's words. Here, Luya exchanged a few words with Stark and stood directly next to Thor. Although he has the ability to fly, flying directly from Earth to Asgard is still too outrageous. There happens to be a free elevator called Soul, so if you don't use it, it will be in vain. So, Thor held down his younger brother Loki with one hand, and his other shoulder was supported by Luya. The hammer of Thor in his hand points straight to the sky. Asgard, Heimdall felt Thor's call to the Bifrost. Buzz. Above the heads of the 3 people, a colorful light beam descended. Wow! Stark exclaimed, admiring the rainbow bridge. When the light beam disappeared, Luya and the other 2 people had disappeared. All that is left is a complex circular pattern on the ground. Really? Stark couldn't help but sigh. After staying with Luya for a long time, I always feel that this world is becoming more and more illusory. No, sir. Jarvis's voice came at the right time. According to analysis and calculation, you should be getting closer to the truth of the world step by step. Then what is the truth of the world? Alien races. Sorry sir, there are too few parameters to draw conclusions for the time being. There was a sudden change of brilliance, and Luya felt that he had stepped on the ground. The light faded, and when he looked down, a huge amount of rainbow bridge connected to a palace. In the palace, a figure wearing golden armor and holding a giant sword stood in the center. This is Heimdall. The image of this golden god of war fits well with Luya's impression of Heimdall. You actually know Heimdall? Thor looked at Luya in surprise. I even started to make nonsensical conjectures in my mind. Possessing unparalleled strength, flight, energy rays, etc. Isn't he Dad's illegitimate son from Midgard? Chapter 82. As for why he knew about Heimdall, Luya's explanation was. Aren't these all stories from Nordic myths and legends? Of course, this reason is quite far-fetched. But, so what? The 2 took Loki all the way to the Golden Palace, and Heimdall kept looking at the lure. When he came closer, Heimdall took the lead and nodded slightly at Thor. Your Highness Thor, your Majesty is waiting for you and your friends at the palace. As he spoke, Heimdall looked at Luya with the same respect. Hello, Guardian of Midgard. His Heimdall eyes were glowing with fluorescence, reflecting the burly figure of the lure. His respect for Luya is genuine. On the one hand, he is a guest appointed by God King Odin and a friend of His Highness Thor. Although he saw His Highness Thor being beaten by Luya on Earth, it did not stop him from thinking that the 2 were friends. Then, he also peeped at the scene where Ancient One and Luya met, and heard part of the conversation between the 2. Anyone who knows he is as powerful as the Supreme Mage will predict that Luya will be the future savior of the universe. Of course, Heimdall was able to eavesdrop on these things because the Ancient One wanted others to hear him. Otherwise, even Odin would not be able to detect it. In the end, Luya's original strength was enough to gain Heimdall's respect. Heimdall would have a certain respect for the strong. Although he was originally the guardian of Asgard, his greater responsibility was to monitor and deliver intelligence. In terms of original combat strength, Heimdall's strength is not overly strong. This is also a characteristic of Asgardians. Except for those with royal blood, it is difficult for the rest of the clan to exceed the planet level in strength. Hello, Guardian of Asgard, Mr. Heimdall. Since others respect themselves, Luya will not be rude. But one thing I don't quite understand is why you call me the Guardian of the Earth. Earth and Midgard, they all mean the same thing. Luya was just confused, he didn't call himself a guardian, right? Heimdall looked at the starry sky and explained. You were personally appointed by the Supreme Mage to be the strongest person in Midgard. Of course, he is the Guardian of the Earth. In the eyes of outsiders, since the last person entrusted to the Ancient One was Luya before the Ancient One disappeared, the Luya automatically took over the Ancient One's burden. Although, Luya doesn't know what the Ancient One has done to help him. No longer entangled in this, Luya nodded to express understanding. Finally, Heimdall looked at Loki with complicated eyes. Loki, you're in trouble again. We can also see the difference between Heimdall's attitude towards the two brothers Thor and Loki from the titles. Thor is the son of Odin and has the orthodox Asgard bloodline. Although Loki is also nominally the son of Odin, his bloodline is the giants of Jotunheim, and he is actually an adopted son. Heimdall may not even realize that he has a kind of pride in his bones as he possesses the Asgard demigod bloodline. Of course, Loki grew up in Asgard, which makes his bond with Asgard indelible. What really made Heimdall cold towards Loki at this time was that Loki was too capable of causing trouble. As the god of trickery, Loki sometimes does things that even harm Asgard's interests. This was intolerable to Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. However, Loki did not reply to Heimdall's accusation. Everything he did was actually to gain Odin's attention and express his dissatisfaction. In his eyes, he could obviously do better. But my father's eyes are always on his brother's soul. Seeing that Loki still seemed a little unconvinced, Heimdall shook his head. At the same time, he got out of his way and guided the three of them to the palace. Soon, a magnificent palace full of classical style appeared in front of you. Under the huge amounts of domes, there stand extremely tall columns and quite wide porches. Thor, Loki, welcome home. In the palace, an old man wearing a grey-blue robe turned around and looked. This is Odin. Luya's eyes flickered. He felt completely suppressed by God King Odin for the first time in a long time. The aura that he exudes unconsciously seems to be stronger than what Ancient One brought to him. But this is normal. Ancient One has a sense of self-cultivation. So although she is powerful, she feels relatively gentle. God King Odin is different. His reputation was completely built on war. Patrolling the 9 realms does not mean just going sightseeing. Wherever there is a rebellion, he will personally suppress it. That is to say, due to his health, he rarely takes action in person. Otherwise, his momentum will only become stronger. Odin looked directly at Luya. This is the first time I have seen a young man mentioned by Ancient One up close, and it is indeed very different. Odin could feel that there was something like the sun in Luya's body. If this kind of thing is an Asgardian, then it is the blood of a god. In other words, Luya's body has blood different from that of Midgardians. In other words, two bloodlines coexist? Odin wasn't so sure. He also observed lures. During the observation, we found that Luya likes to bask in the sun. Moreover, every time he basks in the sun, energy will enter his body, improving his ability. It's like. Just like when Asgardians were in Asgard. Young man, welcome to Asgard, how do you feel about this place? Unlike the aura on his body, Odin's voice did not sound like a god, but rather like an ordinary old man on earth. Of course, this is facing Luya, a person favored by Odin. If it were an ordinary mortal on earth, Odin would only show his majestic side. It's quite spectacular. Anyway, everything around seems to be golden and fluorescent. I wonder what Mr. Odin's orders were when he came to see me. Luya didn't call His Majesty Odin anything like that. Instead, I used words like sir. Since they say they are the guardians of the earth, they cannot lower the earth standard. However, Odin didn't care. He does not regard the length of his lifespan and the temporary gap in strength as the cost of pride. Although Luya's strength is still far behind his own, it does not prevent the two from communicating on an equal footing. Odin looked at his two sons. Your mother is still waiting for you, go quickly. It seemed that he had no intention of punishing Loki severely. In contrast, while Loki breathed a sigh of relief, he felt even more unwilling. Chapter 83. What Loki really cares about is Odin's attention. Not just praise, but also punishment. After his brother Thor made a mistake, he was always punished by his father Odin. In Loki's eyes, this is a kind of caring. This time, he caused such a big mess in Midgard, but his father still didn't punish him. Instead, I had a great time chatting with an outsider. At this point, he would rather his father punish him severely than let him off lightly. At least, this means that his father values himself. Unfortunately, Odin didn't seem to feel Loki's emotional changes. In other words, maybe he knew, but didn't want to reveal it. After all, Loki is an adopted son. The blood of the giants of Jotunheim flows in his body, not the blood of Asgard. Asgard is such a place that values bloodline, how can it accept a foreigner as its king? Not to mention, there is Sol, a son who is not bad at all. Therefore, although Odin does not love Loki less, he loves Thor more. This is true. After Thor and his brother Loki left, Odin walked to Luya again. Then, he actually expressed that he wanted to see the strength of Luya. You mean, I'll fight you? Luya looked at himself. He couldn't help but wonder if he was too reckless to follow Thor to Asgard. The situation here is very similar to closing the door and beating the dog. Of course, using a dog to describe yourself is a bit outrageous, but that's the truth. Luya knows his own strength very well. To some extent, I am very strong. But it depends on the reference. Odin is the divine king of Asgard, a father-level existence with positive power. At this time, I actually want to compete with myself. Luya had to wonder if Odin wanted to take this opportunity to silence him. When have I ever offended this old man? Luya doubted himself. Well, I just beat Thor a few times and threw Loki twice. These two guys are thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Aren't they very capable of being beaten? Looking at Luya's uncertain expression, Odin knew that he had misunderstood him. He smiled helplessly. What a vicious guy do you look like? Or does it look like someone who would bully juniors? Yes, Odin actually made Luya a junior. As one of the few heavenly father-level powerhouses, although Odin did not have much communication with the Ancient One, there was always an unspoken tacit understanding. This is a natural sympathy between strong people. Don't worry, it's just a casual discussion. Odin tried not to look like a bully. Only. Luya looked at the spear in Odin's hand. If I remember correctly, this thing is called Gungnir, right? Gungnir, or the Spear of Eternity, is a branch of the legendary World Tree. Once shot, it will hit 100%. Although this description is too exaggerated, for ordinary people, it is not bad. Odin's father-level strength, plus such a weapon. Luya was not sure whether his semi-finished steel body and perfect template of the motherland could withstand it. Aware of Luya's gaze, Odin also knew his worries. With a casual look, Gungnir flew to the side. Don't worry, you can attack me as you like. Hearing what Odin said, Luya nodded. It seems that the other party really just wants to see his own strength. The reason is probably the words of Ancient One. In this way, Luya's pride returned and raised its head. In front of his eyes, red light began to gather. Odin's expression also became serious, and he did not look down upon the huge difference in strength between Luya and himself. He squinted his eyes slightly and saw clearly. The two red lights in Luya's eyes are actually a little different. If you look carefully, you can see that the two red lights on the left and right are divided into two circles. In other words, inside each red light, there is also a small red light gathering. This is the first time that the lure is fully powered, and the laser light and heat vision are focused in the eyes at the same time. In the pocket of his right leg, the yellow mind gem seemed to be affected by something, and a faint light began to enter Luya's body. With the assistance of the mind stone, the energy gathered became even greater. Soon, the space in front of Luya's eyes began to fluctuate. It seems that even space cannot withstand this wave of destruction. Drink. In the extreme state, just when the energy in the red light was about to burst and dissipate, Luya shouted and released it. In an instant, red rays of light entangled with each other on the left and right sides, shooting straight at Odin. Its speed was so fast that when Luya's drink had just come out, he had already arrived in front of Odin. What a destructive force. Odin's eyes widened instantly, and an invisible wave appeared in front of him. Psychokinesis control, plus cosmic energy barrier. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a heavenly father-level powerhouse. Luya's attack might not have been able to be received if it were an ordinary planet-level attack. However, Luya's attack methods don't stop there. Boom. When the sonic boom sounded, Luya had disappeared from the palace. Outside, Odin could perceive that the lure had appeared above the rainbow bridge connecting the palace. Another flash, and Odin was already standing on the rainbow bridge. A rapid roar sounded above his head, but Odin did not raise his head. He slowly closed his eyes, and psychokinesis radiated away like flowing water. Trouble. In the sky, the lure was flying at extremely high speeds in order to disrupt Odin's perception. But now it seems that it has failed. What's going on over there? Soon, residents of Asgard also discovered the situation here. Mainly, in order to interfere with Odin's sight, the lure flew at a speed of nearly Mach 20 and covered a very wide distance. The palace. How dare someone dare to be so presumptuous in front of the palace? The existence of Odin is a god in the hearts of all Asgardians. It is an extremely majestic and invincible existence. Now someone actually dared to act recklessly in front of the palace, which immediately aroused dissatisfaction among those who saw it. However, when they arrived near the palace, they also discovered their majesty, the god King Odin. At the same time, the violent roar in the sky is getting stronger and stronger, getting closer and closer to the ground. The energy transmission of the Mind Stone almost forms a solid line. Superman template, Man of Steel, unlocking degree 49%. Unknowingly, the unlocking level broke through again. And just such a breakthrough made the lure's speed increase again. Boom boom boom. With the roar, the speed of the lure reached Mach 25. At a certain moment, Luya's figure flashed past. He gritted his teeth, gathered all the strength in his body, and went down from top to bottom. Drink. Chapter 84. This punch contains all the power of Luya. Odin's magical attainments are very high, and from the combination of the Cyclops' heated sight, he can easily block it. My own long-range attacks are probably completely useless. The only breakthrough point may be to rely on physical attacks. After all, Odin has reached old age. His body had begun to struggle to carry the divine power. Maybe he could get some breakthroughs from this. Of course, this is Luya's guess. In fact, no matter what, it is almost impossible for the planet level to hurt the Heavenly Father level. In other words, as long as there is one level difference, the strength is almost crushing. Especially, the closer you get to the back, the more so. Like in the movie, Stark injured Thanos. This situation may only occur in this universe. In other universes, it is impossible to exist. The greater possibility is that Thanos can kill Stark with just one knife. In the air, Luya's muscles tightened. The skin color of the exposed arms turned into a silver-black color at this moment, like a metallic luster. Odin raised his head, divine power surging in his palms. Two golden discs appeared instantly and blocked his head. Click. The next moment, Luya's fist collided with the magic disc. Odin is powerful, but his body seems to be really aging. The magic disc withstood the frontal attack of the lure, but it also had to withstand huge amounts of counter-shock force. Luya exported his physical strength to the limit, and his whole body turned into a meteor. Under this huge force, Odin couldn't stand on his feet and took a step back. This is a powerful man at the level of a Heavenly Father, an existence that can easily destroy the world. Even though his strength level is 2 levels lower, Luya can still shake Odin's figure. To be honest, this was quite shocking to Odin. Although he wanted to see Luya's strength, he didn't expect that he would actually suffer a loss. Bang. Finally, the magic disc could not withstand the power of the two people, and suddenly broke into pieces, gradually dissipating. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Odin looked at Luya with an inexplicable expression and praised him. The battle is over. For Luya, this is not a battle that must be won. If you can defeat Odin, your goal has been achieved. In the courtyard, Frigga was talking to her 2 sons. Compared to Odin, she is obviously a loving mother. For the mistakes Loki committed on Earth, Frigga could see Loki's purpose. She knew that the reason for Loki's behavior stemmed from his inferiority complex and desire for love. However, unlike Odin who ignores Loki's mistakes, although Frigga loves her children, she can also tolerate them making small mistakes. But guiding the Chitauri army to Earth is obviously no small matter. What's more, after just asking, she also found out that the person behind Loki's command was Thanos. Regarding the existence of Thanos, it is something that my husband has been having a headache recently. Even the Ancient One from Midgard reminded him of this when he came. It can be said that Loki's behavior this time is no different from betraying Asgard and betraying the 9 realms. This is also Frigga's dilemma, she needs to give Loki a punishment. Of course Sol knew what his mother was thinking. Growing up, although my mother was loving, she insisted on punishing big mistakes. Even my father Odin has a hard time changing this. Mother. Thor approached Frigga eagerly with a flattering smile. Pu is like a child who has not grown up. He is acting like a baby while pleading for Loki. Brother, he has been punished on Earth. He has been punished by Luya. And Thor wanted to say something else, but Frigga had no intention of talking to her eldest son. If you make a big mistake, you must be punished. Otherwise, how can you withstand the majesty of the Prince of Asgard? On the other side, Loki watched the conversation between his brother and his mother with a complicated expression. On the one hand, he envied his brother for being able to talk to his mother in such a manner. Because my brother is his mother's biological, son, and he is a true Asgard Protoss. And he is just a stranger, an adopted son. But at the same time, Loki's love and dependence on his mother Frigga is real. Although he is known as the god of trickery, he still longs to be loved. Just when Frigga was about to say something else, there was movement in front of the Rainbow Bridge. What's going on? That's your father's breath. Frigga could easily feel that her husband had used divine power, and there were quite a lot of it. However, Odin's body can no longer support him in intense fighting. In order not to expose Asgard's weakness, only Frigga knew about this. This also made Frigga even more confused. Who would let her husband do it himself in Asgard? Father, he. Thor was a little dumbfounded. Apart from Luya, there should be no other outsiders in Asgard today, right? Soon, the three of them came to the Rainbow Bridge. At this time, the battle between Luya and Odin has come to an end, with the shattering of the magic disc. Odin ended the battle at the small cost of taking a step back. In the palace, Heimdall stood aside with a sword in hand, looking seriously at Luya and Odin, who had finished their fight. He felt a little worried in his heart precisely because Odin took a step back during the fight with Luya. He knew exactly what this meant. But what can be done? He is just an observer, fighting is not his strong point. Is this the friend you made on Earth? Frigga looked at Luya with some interest. At this time, she also knew that her husband was just discussing with her young man. Although she didn't know why her husband took action at the risk of losing control of his divine power, she believed that her husband Odin must have a reason for doing so. Listening to his mother's question, Sol scratched his head in embarrassment. Friends, should. When he recalled his interactions with Luya, it seemed that he was either being beaten or being beaten. As for Loki, he even shrank his neck and trembled for a while. He vowed not to try it again in this life, the feeling of being beaten by Luya alone. It's like having your face taken away and thrown to the ground, and then stepped on severely. Of course, what surprised Loki even more was that Luya was able to defeat his father head-on. At this point, it was far beyond Loki's understanding. Although he had considered plotting against his father, he still wanted to use conspiracy. If it comes to a head-on confrontation, he would never dare. From this point of view, the opponent still stopped in Midgard. Inexplicably, cold sweat broke out from Loki's back.